Search. Everything must be checked, a rough voice shouted. Deng Yu used her clairvoyance to see 5 armed soldiers burst into a shed. The leader was a man with a scarred face. Lin Xiaoman calmly showed her ID and explained she was a medical assistant. "Where were you last night?" the scarred man demanded. "I was sleeping here all night," Lin Xiaoman replied. One soldier looked through the sleeping bag Deng Yu left behind. "2 people? That's my sister's. She was taken by your medical department," Lin Xiaoman said calmly. The scarred man sneered. "Your sister is safe. Don't worry. Recently, a dangerous mutant has been causing trouble. If you see her, report it to us." "What happened?" Lin Xiaoman asked carefully. The scarred man leaned in, his voice cold. "Mayor Chi's brother was killed. The killer is a female mutant. The mayor is very angry, very angry. He turned to leave, leaving a final word. Tell anyone you know, this female mutant is very dangerous. She has a lot of power. If you see her, report it to the base." Deng Yu clenched her tang sword in the tunnel. Things are worse than she thought. Mayor Chi already knows about his brother's death and has identified the female mutant. She moved silently along the tunnel, thinking about her next plan. Rescue Xiao Yu and the other children, destroy the laboratory, and overthrow Mayor Chi's tyranny. All of this needed more strength. After waiting for the patrol team to leave, Deng Yu stayed inside for a while longer to avoid being caught by a surprise search. Using her clairvoyance ability, Deng Yu saw through the glass window on the 3rd floor of the laboratory. She watched the small figure curled up in the corner. The 12-year-old girl had an IV inserted into her left arm, with clear liquid slowly flowing into her fragile veins. The monitor beside her showed her heartbeat slowing down, 86.79.72. Tonight, they injected her with a new drug again. Lin Xiaoman's voice trembled as she clenched her fists. "We must act tonight, or she won't make it through tomorrow." In the secret base of the underground resistance, 15 people sat around an old city map. Zhao Gang frowned, his thick fingers tapping on the table. "It's too risky. The medical department is now very alert. Since Deng Yu broke in last time, Mayor Chi has brought more superpowered guards," he said, looking at Deng Yu with suspicion. "And why should we trust you? You won't even tell us your real power level." Deng Yu didn't answer immediately, her eyes fixed on the mark on the map for the medical department. She had already planned 3 attack routes and 5 escape routes in her mind. Her mercenary instincts burned within her. This was not just a rescue, but a precise strike mission. "I don't need you to trust me," Deng Yu finally said, her voice cold and frightening. "I only need 2 things, the shift change times at the medical department and the guard distribution map." "And then?" asked a young man wearing glasses. "Are you planning to go in alone?" A cold smile appeared on Deng Yu's lips. "More or less." Lin Xiaoman grabbed Deng Yu's arm. "At least let me go with you. I know the layout inside." "No," Deng Yu cut her off firmly. "I can move faster alone, and I can escape danger more easily." She turned to Zhao Gang. "If I bring back Xiao Yu and the other children, can you arrange for them?" Zhao Gang exchanged glances with some core members and nodded slowly. "Area D has an underground network we dug. It can hide about 20 people. But food and medicine, I'll handle that," Deng Yu said as she stood up. "The operation starts at midnight tonight." "Lin Xiaoman, tell me the exact location of Xiao Yu." After the meeting, Deng Yu went alone to an abandoned rooftop outside the base. The night sky over Donghai City was lit up by searchlights from the northern base, and guards on the distant high wall patrolled back and forth like ants. She took a deep breath and pulled out a brand new tang sword from her gourd space. Its long blade shimmered coldly in the moonlight. "Are you always like this?" Lin Xiaoman's voice came from behind her. "Always taking everything on yourself?" Deng Yu didn't turn around. "Just used to it." Lin Xiaoman walked over and handed her a cup of hot tea, real tea, which was a luxury in this world. "I stole this from the medical room in Area B. It helps me stay alert." Deng Yu took the cup and smelled a faint jasmine scent in the steam. "Thank you. Xiao Yu is my only family," Lin Xiaoman said softly, almost inaudibly, looking into the distance. "My parents turned into zombies in the first week of the virus outbreak." Deng Yu took a sip of tea, feeling a bittersweet aftertaste. "I will bring her back." Why are you helping us? Lin Xiaoman suddenly asked. You could just leave. With your skills, surviving in the wilderness isn't a problem. Deng Yu was silent for a moment. She remembered the frightened faces of the children in the laboratory. Some people deserve to die, she finally said, gently touching her sword. And some people are worth saving. At midnight, Deng Yu stood invisibly in the shadows on the west side of the medical department. According to Lin Xiaoman's intel, guards in this area changed shifts every 2 hours, with an 87-second window during handover. The ventilation system alarm had been fixed, but the old wiring in the basement was a weak point. At the moment the watch's hands aligned, Deng Yu moved. She slipped like a shadow over the wall, using her copper-headed, iron-armed ability to easily bend the metal support of the wire mesh, creating a gap just big enough to pass through. Power failure at the southeast corner of Area B. Send someone to check, came the guard's voice over the walkie-talkie. Deng Yu smiled slightly. Zhao Gang's people had caused an unexpected problem on time. She moved along the wall, avoiding the patrol lights. The basement entrance looked even more eerie at night, with a few lit windows resembling suspicious eyes. The basement was guarded by 2 armed guards. Deng Yu held her breath and took 2 small stones from her gourd space, gently flicking them into the bushes on the right. Did you hear that? One guard turned around. Go check it out. Another person spoke. When the second guard turned away, Deng Yu lunged like a leopard. She precisely struck the first guard's carotid artery with a hand chop, then gently caught his body and laid him down. As the second guard turned back, he was hit by a mental shock that knocked him out instantly. Deng Yu took their access cards and slipped into the basement. The dim corridor was filled with a mix of disinfectant and a foul smell. Her keen hearing caught footsteps and voices upstairs, but it seemed no one was on this floor for now. Based on her memory, Deng Yu found the stairs leading to the main building. Just as she was about to go up, her mental alert warned her. Someone was coming. She quickly became invisible and pressed against the wall. 2 researchers in white coats pushed a stretcher past her, carrying a young man who was unconscious, with needle holes and bruises on his arm. Subject 52 is showing rejection symptoms, central nervous system damaged, said the younger researcher. Record the data and dispose of him, replied the older, coldly. Mayor Chi demands we break through the fusion bottleneck by next week. No time to waste on failures. After they walked away, Deng Yu clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. These monsters treat human lives like experiments, disposing of them at will. She forced herself to stay calm and continued forward. Outside the children's detention room on the 3rd floor, 2 mutants guarded the corridor. Deng Yu sensed that one was a level 4 fire element user and the other a level 3 perception type, who could detect energy fluctuations, making invisibility ineffective against him. Deng Yu retreated to the staircase, took out a small bottle of gasoline and some cloth from her space. She quickly made a simple Molotov cocktail, using her fire control to prevent the flames from igniting too early. Then she moved to the 2nd floor and found a window directly facing the guards below. The Molotov flew in an arc and landed 5 meters in front of the guards.
Boom.
Flames erupted into the air. Fire, the fire element guard shouted. You go check, I'll notify the control room. The perception-type guard hesitated briefly, but still ran toward the fire. Deng Yu seized this fleeting opportunity, rushing up to the 3rd floor at her fastest speed. Using her full strength, she smashed open the steel door of the children's room. Under the blinding light, Deng Yu immediately found Xiaoyu. She looked even thinner than in the photos, her face pale, but her big eyes still bright. Deng Yu deactivated her invisibility and quickly approached the cage. Xiaoyu looked up, her cracked lips moving slightly, but she made no sound. I am Lin Xiaoman's friend, Deng Yu whispered softly. I'm here to rescue you. Xiaoyu's eyes lit up briefly, but quickly filled with fear. Deng Yu looked back along her gaze. At some point, a man in a white coat had appeared at the door, holding a strange-looking gun. I knew someone would come to save these little mice, the man said, pushing up his glasses. He aimed the gun steadily at Deng Yu. Don't move. This gun can shoot enough to paralyze an elephant. Deng Yu slowly raised her hands while secretly activating her mental powers. She needed to check if there were any other enemies nearby. "Who are you?" the man asked as he stepped closer. "Are you part of the resistance? Or a lone wolf?" "I'm a visitor." Deng Yu suddenly smiled, her eyes glowing with blue light. Her mental attack pierced into the man's mind like a sharp spear. He groaned and instinctively pulled the trigger. Deng Yu had already predicted this. She sidestepped the flying tranquilizer dart and took a quick step forward, slashing at the man's neck with her hand. The white coat fell softly to the ground. Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the medical area. Deng Yu cursed. She quickly opened the cage. "Xiaoyu, can you run?" The little girl nodded weakly, struggling to stand but nearly falling over. Deng Yu didn't hesitate. She carried her on her back and secured her with a cloth. "Hold on tight," she ordered, activating her invisibility again. She casually pulled out a fruit knife from her space. Though small, this knife could cut off the head of the white coat, a skill Deng Yu had mastered instinctively. Footsteps grew louder outside. Deng Yu took a deep breath, holding her knife in her right hand and her palm open in her left, ready to unleash fire at any moment. The first guard burst into the room and saw the headless, white coat on the ground. The shock was so great that the floor was covered in white and red. As he reached for his radio, an invisible blade sliced across his throat, spraying blood on the wall. The second guard, terrified, retreated, but was quickly consumed by a sudden burst of flames. Deng Yu carried Xiaoyu out of the cell, heading toward the corridor opposite the entrance. She remembered from the map that there was an emergency exit that way. Suddenly, a figure appeared around the corner. It was the metal manipulator. His arms had turned into shiny metal, and his eyes were full of killing intent. "Found you, little mouse," he sneered. Metal pipes on both sides of the corridor twisted suddenly, like giant snakes, and coiled toward Deng Yu. Deng Yu quickly removed her invisibility to save energy. She swung her sword with her right hand to cut a metal pipe, while her left hand released a water jet to hit her opponent's eyes. The metal controller was caught off guard and was pushed back several steps, but he immediately became more aggressive and launched a stronger attack. The entire corridor's metal was twisting and deforming, forming deadly spikes and blades. Deng Yu was caught between defending herself and protecting Xiaoyu on her back, making the situation very dangerous. "Big sister," Xiaoyu's weak voice sounded in her ear.
"He
is afraid of fire." Deng Yu's eyes lit up. Yes, metal conducts heat. She suddenly changed her plan, no longer avoiding but rushing directly at the enemy. When she was about 2 meters away, she suddenly spat out flames. The hot fire swept through the corridor. The metal controller screamed loudly as his metal arm turned red-hot and burned his own body. Deng Yu seized the chance, her tang sword flashing like lightning, piercing his heart and pinning him to the wall. "Don't think that high defense means you don't have to dodge," Deng Yu said coldly. She turned to run toward the exit, but at the moment she turned, she cut off his head with a single strike, just enough so Xiaoyu on her back couldn't see. Deng Yu didn't hesitate to fight. She carried Xiaoyu and ran over the wall, disappearing into the complex alleys of Area D. Half an hour later, Deng Yu safely returned to Lin Xiaoman's shed. She had just removed her invisibility. Xiaoyu on her back was semi-conscious, breathing weakly. It was probably from the surprise and bumps during the escape. Her fragile body couldn't handle it, and she fainted. Lin Xiaoman rushed out of the inner room when she saw her sister's condition. Tears immediately welled up in her eyes. "Xiaoyu. Oh my God. What did they do to you? She needs a doctor," Deng Yu said helplessly, placing Xiaoyu on the bed. "I'm a doctor, or rather, a medical student." Lin Xiaoman forced herself to stay calm. She quickly checked Xiaoyu's condition. "She has some kind of drug in her body. I need an antidote and 4 fluids." Deng Yu took out 2 small bottles from her space. "I brought these from the medical department. Let's see if they're useful." Actually, these were spiritual spring water from her space, but she had to find a source. Deng Yu fed the water to Xiaoyu. Soon, her breathing gradually stabilized, and she fell into normal sleep. "She'll be fine." Lin Xiaoman sighed in relief, then turned to Deng Yu. "Are you okay?" Only then did Deng Yu notice some blood on her left arm, but it was all from others. It's okay, it's all others' fault. Lin Xiaoman skillfully cleaned Su's body, slowly wiping her with a damp towel, while softly saying, Zhao Gang.
He
Wants to see you. Deng Yu raised an eyebrow. Do you believe me now? Because I heard there was a problem with the grain warehouse. Mayor Qi is asking others for grain to make up the shortage. Lin Xiaoman's eyes sparkled with a strange light. The base's grain storage is indeed short of a large amount of food, but the guards swear no one entered or left. How did you do it? Deng Yu smiled but didn't answer. She looked at the sleeping Xiu and suddenly asked, Is she your only family? Yes. Lin Xiaoman gently stroked her sister's forehead. Our parents. During the early outbreak of the virus, we relied on each other for survival. Deng Yu thought of her own family she had never met. As a mercenary, she was used to being alone. But at this moment, looking at these two sisters, she felt a strange warmth in her heart. I'm going to see Zhao Gang. I rescued Xiu, and they will definitely come looking for you, she said as she stood up. Xiu needs someone to watch over her now. You should hide too. I've already arranged that. Lin Xiaoman pointed to the inner room. A few women from the resistance take turns caring for her. The medical department is probably on lockdown now, but they don't know we're hiding in the most obvious place in District D. Deng Yu nodded and followed Lin Xiaoman out through the back door. Night had fallen deep, and most of District D was in darkness. Power supplies were running low. They walked through several alleys to an abandoned warehouse. 2 armed men guarded the entrance, only letting them pass after seeing Lin Xiaoman. Inside, the warehouse had been turned into a temporary command center. Zhao Gang stood in front of a table covered with maps, surrounded by a dozen serious-looking men and women. When he saw Deng Yu, everyone stopped talking and looked at her. Deng Yu, Zhao Gang stepped forward, extending his rough hand. I owe you an apology. I didn't expect you could really rescue people from that terrible place. Deng Yu shook his hand. Xiao Yu is just the first. There are many other children there. A young man with glasses pushed his glasses and said, According to our intelligence, there are even more terrifying experiments underground in the medical department. They're trying to create controllable zombie weapons, as well as experiments on psychic transfer and research. Deng Yu remembered the underground energy fluctuations she sensed. I need more information to make a plan. First, Zhao Gang looked directly into Deng Yu's eyes. Tell us your abilities. Not just invisibility and that sharp knife, right? Deng Yu looked around. Although these faces were tired, they were full of determination. She took a deep breath and decided to show some of her strength. She walked to an empty table. With a thought, 10 automatic rifles, 5 handguns, and some ammunition appeared on the table. In everyone's surprised eyes, the weapons suddenly disappeared. Space powers, a female member exclaimed. Not only that, Deng Yu said. I have multiple abilities, but I won't go into details. The important thing is, I can help you fight against Mayor Qi's superpowered individuals. Zhao Gang's eyes shone with hope. We plan to start the uprising in a week. District D has 30,000 people. If we arm them, it's too late, Deng Yu interrupted. I overheard that Mayor Qi, because of stolen supplies and an invaded laboratory, has decided to speed up the experiments. In 3 days, all prisoners, including the children, will be moved to an underground lab for the final stage. And you think Mayor Qi will give you time? Time never favors you. It's best to act quickly. The last time I stole from the base's food storage, and Mayor Qi will surely go to different families and places to gather supplies. The less time he has, the better. The warehouse fell silent. Then we'll act in 3 days. Zhao Gang finally broke the silence. But we need weapons, lots of them. Deng Yu smiled mysteriously. Before dawn tomorrow, I'll check the base's food storage again. What you want is chaos. And the power system, the young man with glasses asked. District A and B have automatic defenses that need power cut to break through. Deng Yu remembered the female with electric powers. Leave that to me. But you need to organize people. It's best if civilians in District D aren't hurt during the uprising. The meeting lasted until late at night, and they made a rough plan. When leaving, Zhao Gang called Deng Yu aside. I don't know who you are or where you come from, the tough man said softly. But thank you for saving those children. I have a daughter. She's on the first list of missing people. Deng Yu nodded. We will find her. Back at Lin Xiaoman's new shelter, Xiaoyu was already awake, sitting by the bed and eating porridge. When she saw Deng Yu, the girl showed a weak smile. Big sister said you are a hero. Xiaoyu's voice was soft like a mosquito's buzz. Thank you for saving me. Deng Yu felt a bit uncomfortable as she sat on the edge of the bed. I just did what I had to do. Xiaoyu suddenly grabbed her hand. There are others. Many children. Can you save them too? Deng Yu looked into the hopeful eyes of the little girl and nodded seriously. I promise. But this was the best-case scenario. In such places, unless the enemies surrender, fighting and saving at the same time would likely result in losing at least half. She wondered if Zhao Gang had some ability. It was late at night. Deng Yu sat by the door, keeping watch. She checked the supplies inside her space, especially the weapons. Tomorrow would be a crucial day. If she were alone, she would probably plant bombs at important places. But that could cause too much harm to innocent people. To make real change, someone needed to stand up and overthrow the rulers. Outside, the first light of dawn appeared. Deng Yu put away her spiritual water cup and gripped her sword. Today, the northern base would face an unprecedented thief, and Mayor Qi would realize that his rule was not as strong as he thought. Before dawn, Area A's granary was silent. It was clear that keeping eggs in different places was a good habit. Deng Yu stood in the shadows, her eyes shining faintly gold. She looked through thick walls to see inside. 8 guards, 2 with psychic abilities, 2 monitoring the cameras, 2 hiding in the shadows, and the last 2 slowly patrolling along the shelves. This setup was more thorough, but they were all focused on the door. There was one point they probably didn't notice. What if she just killed everyone directly before they made any noise? Too easy, she whispered with a slight smile. Her body gradually turned transparent and disappeared into the air. Deng Yu took out 2 silent pistols from her space. She became invisible, then used her mental powers to surround herself and quietly moved behind the 2 psychic guards. In an instant, she shot and killed them, then stored their bodies in her space, along with the eggshell she had just broken. This method left hardly any blood. She kept moving without stopping, reaching the 2 guards outside. She used the same approach, killing them and storing their bodies in her space. Then she went to the monitoring room, took out 2 tranquilizer needles, and injected them into the 2 people watching the cameras. It's best not to kill when watching the surveillance, because they are in plain sight. What if someone sees? Then just close and lock the door. This way, whether you're discovered or not, you gain an extra minute. Deng Yu, in stealth mode, easily bypasses the guards and slips into the grain storage through the ventilation opening. The large space is filled with rice, flour, and oil, enough to feed 20,000 people for 3 months. When a guard on patrol turns away, she takes the chance, silently landing on the ground. Before they realize what's happening, she quickly takes them out and stores them in her space. After cleaning up, it's time for Deng Yu's hunt. Let's see the most valuable first, she thinks. Using her far-seeing ability, she scans the entire warehouse. In the northeast corner, she spots some locked metal cabinets containing high-end canned food, chocolates, and even wine, clearly reserved for the VIPs in Area A. She moves swiftly, like the wind, to the cabinets. Ordinary locks are no challenge for her. Her metal ability easily unlocks them. She silently opens the doors and collects the precious food into her space. Next, the staple foods. She approaches a pile of large rice bags, placing her hand on the entire sack. Instantly, the rice disappears. Then she moves on to wheat flour, cooking oil, and more, like a greedy glutton, leaving nothing behind. 10 minutes later, half the grain storage is empty. Deng Yu claps her hands in satisfaction, ready to leave. Suddenly, her keen hearing picks up urgent voices over the walkie-talkie outside. Attention, all units. The armory has been invaded. Repeat, the armory has been invaded. Deng Yu raises an eyebrow. She hasn't even reached the armory yet. Looks like tonight's base is quite lively. The alarm shatters the night sky, waking the guards of the grain storage. Deng Yu takes the opportunity to walk out confidently through the front door, heading toward her next target, the luxury residence in Area A. Area A is the heart of the northern base, originally a villa district in the development zone. Now it's occupied by Mayor Chi and his close allies or supporters. Behind high walls, trees and fountains create a peaceful scene, sharply contrasting with the dirty chaos of Area D. Dengyu turns invisible and climbs over the wall, landing in the backyard of a luxury house. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, she sees a fat man shouting at a maid. Useless. You can't even make a decent cup of coffee. The man slaps the maid across the face. Do you know how precious this coffee is? Now, it's made with less and less of the good stuff. The most important part of hand-ground coffee is to grind it finely. The maid covered her face, afraid to speak, tears welling in her eyes. Dengyu squinted. She recognized the fat man. He was the representative of the wealthy family standing next to Mayor Chi in the photo, and according to Zhao Gang, he controlled most of the grain distribution at the base. Tonight you start, Dengyu said. After the fat man cursed and went upstairs to sleep, Dengyu quietly unlocked the sliding door and slipped into the mansion. She first found the study, and with her special sight, she quickly spotted the safe behind the wall. Old trick, Dengyu muttered, using her ability to open the safe. Inside, she found gold bars, jewelry, crystal cores, and even some antiques. She took everything without hesitation. Next, she went to the kitchen. The storage room had many good things: imported chocolates, coffee, kin food. Dengyu was busy collecting when she suddenly heard movement behind her. Who's there? It was the maid, holding a fruit knife and trembling as she pointed at the empty storage room. Dengyu hesitated, then appeared and asked, "Where does Mayor Chi live?" The maid was about to shout, but Dengyu grabbed her neck, making her unable to speak. Then she pointed a dark gun at her head. Only then did she signal her to stay silent and slowly let go. The maid's eyes widened. "You're going to the mayor's house?" "It's heavily guarded, with abilities patrolling 24 hours. Address," Dengyu said calmly. After getting the information, she knocked the maid out. Then she went to the master bedroom, where the fat man was snoring loudly. Under the bed, she found a hidden compartment filled with more gold bars and several guns. Behind the wardrobe, she discovered paintings and jewelry. Even the toilet tank was stuffed with bags of diamonds. Dengyu took everything. She reactivated her invisibility, looked at the sleeping man, and suddenly had a mischievous idea. 5 minutes later, the fat man was splashed awake with icy cold water. He was terrified to find himself tied to the bed, and all the valuables in the room had vanished. The scariest part was a line of fire-forming words in the air. "Greedy ones will end up with nothing." "Ghost thief," the fat man tried to shout, but his mouth was blocked, and he was. Usually, he wouldn't let the maid into his room. He'd probably have to wait until 10 a.m. when the maid came to wake him for breakfast. Meanwhile, Dengyu had already left, heading toward her next target. Over the next 3 hours, Building 6 in Area A was repeatedly attacked. Dengyu's gourd space was filled with gold, silver, jewelry, weapons, ammunition, and various luxury items. The most exciting find was a portable missile launcher, something priceless in a post-apocalyptic world. Before dawn, Dengyu finally arrived at Mayor Chi's residence. It was more like a small fortress than a home. High walls, electric fences, patrols, and even 2 armored vehicles parked at the gate. It seemed the mayor was ready to escape quickly if chaos broke out. "This is more challenging," Dengyu said, licking her lips with a gleam of excitement in her eyes. She first sneaked around to the back of the residence, where the wall was also electrified but easily bypassed by Dengyu, who could control electricity. She effortlessly climbed over and landed in a carefully maintained garden. Using her keen vision, she scanned the entire building and identified key points: the study, the bedroom, and the basement. In the study, Mayor Chi was holding a meeting with a few trusted aides. The man, nearly 50, had graying hair and a firm face, with sharp eagle-like eyes. Even now, he was dressed in a neat suit and a perfectly tied tie. The theft of supplies was no accident, Mayor Chi said, tapping the desk with a low voice. 6 warehouses were emptied overnight, and even the surveillance cameras didn't catch the intruders. This isn't something ordinary mutants could do, could it be? An insider? A bald man asked cautiously. Space abilities are rare, but there are 3 registered in Zone B. Majori is native. Those 3 fools couldn't move more than 10 tons of supplies combined. No, this was done by professionals. He turned to a middle-aged man in military uniform. Generally, do you have any clues? The armory was heavily looted, the soldier said grimly. Strange thing is, only high-end weapons were taken. The ordinary guns and ammo were left untouched. It's like they knew what was most valuable. Deng Yu quietly left the study area and headed toward the basement, where the most secretive and hidden things were kept. The basement entrance was disguised as a wine cellar, but Deng Yu's keen vision easily saw through the fake wall. 2 fully armed guards stood there, motionless. After a moment of thought, Deng Yu used her mental abilities to envelop both guards and knocked them out instantly. Without making a sound, she successfully rendered them unconscious. Then, before they could fall, she caught them and dragged them to the side. Deng Yu took the chance to slip into the wine cellar and also drag them inside. The fake wall mechanism was very clever, but it was useless to her since she could see through walls. The basement was larger than she expected, like a small museum. Shelves were filled with antiques, paintings, and jade. Safes contained more gold bars and crystal cores. There was even a temperature-controlled cabinet for luxury watches. Collecting these during the end of the world? Deng Yu sneered, but she kept working quickly, gathering everything into her bag. One safe at the back needed both fingerprint and iris recognition. Deng Yu became interested and used her metal ability to corrode the lock and open it. Inside, she was stunned. Not with jewelry or gold, but with stacks of documents. She quickly looked through them, her face growing more serious. These were detailed records of human experiments, including the sources of the test subjects, the experiments themselves, and the results. Most subjects had died, and a few, successful, ones had turned into strange monsters that were neither human nor ghost. The goal was clear: to create a controllable army of superpowered people. Crazy. Deng Yu clenched her teeth and took all the files. These were evidence of Mayor Chi's crimes. Just as she was about to leave, her mental sense suddenly detected someone approaching, Mayor Chi himself. And not just him, at least 3 other superpowered individuals. Deng Yu immediately turned invisible and pressed against the wall. A few seconds later, Mayor Chi and his men entered the basement, looking very grim. Everything's gone. The bald man trembled. Even the files in the safe. Mayor Chi raised his hand and slapped him, making the bald man stumble back. Useless. I raised you better than a dog. He turned to the soldiers. Block off Area A. No flies get out. Orders have been given, the soldier nodded. But if there's a space ability user, no ability user is invincible, Mayor Chi sneered. Using space powers consumes energy. The more items stolen, the more energy used. Someone who steals so much can't get far. Deng Yu secretly cheered that her system-given gourd space required almost no energy from her. She patiently waited until they finished checking the basement and left before quietly following, eager to hear more information. Mayor Chi returned to his study, picked up a red phone and ordered, "Start the clearance plan." Within 3 days, screen all women aged 16 to 40 in Area D, especially the newcomers and those living alone. Better to kill 1,000 wrongly than to let one go. Deng Yu's heart tightened. This was exactly what she feared. Large-scale arrests would involve many innocent people. How about the laboratory? The soldier asked. Speed up the process, Mayor Chi said expressionlessly. Move all test subjects underground for the final stage. If successful, we won't have to hold back anymore. Deng Yu decided not to stay any longer. She needed to quickly inform the resistance group. When she stealthily left the residence, she noticed patrols had become much stricter, with guards every few steps and patrols every 10. It was already daylight when Deng Yu returned to Area D, only to find it also under strict control. Patrols searched house to house, taking away anyone suspicious. She took a few alleys before heading to the meeting spot with Lin Xiaoman, a deserted underground parking lot. Zhao Gang and the main members of the resistance were there. When they saw Deng Yu, Everyone stood up. Did you succeed? Lin Xiaoman asked eagerly. Deng Yu waved her hand, and in the center of the parking lot, piles of grain bags, weapon boxes, and supplies appeared. Everyone gasped, and some young members cheered. This is only part of it, Deng Yu said calmly. I will keep the rest for now and bring it out when needed. Zhao Gang examined a brand new rifle, clearly excited. This is enough to arm 300 people. How did you do it? I have my ways, Deng Yu replied without much explanation. Most importantly, I got this. She took out some documents stolen from Mayor Qi's underground cellar. Zhao Gang quickly looked through the documents, his face growing darker. This madman. Zhao Gang's pupils suddenly contracted. It was a detailed record of human experiments, including criteria for selecting subjects, ingredients of the injections, mutation data, and dozens of shocking photos. Distorted bodies, skin with strange lumps, a child's eyes turned into compound eyes. There was also a document stamped with a bright red, top secret, label titled, Notice on accelerating the experiment process and clearing unstable factors at the base. Due to recent frequent security incidents, the final stage of the experiment will be moved up to January 5th. All existing test subjects are to be transferred to the underground special project area. At the same time, the list of potential resistance members identified in Zone D, attached, will be handled collectively on the same day. A female member opened the first page and muttered, "Animal." She fought back her anger and continued reading. In the last few pages, she covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Deng Yu continued to add information. I also overheard their conversation. In 3 days, all test subjects will be moved to the underground facility. At the same time, everyone on the list will be eliminated. No one left alive. Zhao Gang objected, there are thousands of people in Zone D. Deng Yu sneered coldly and interrupted sharply. Better to kill 1,000 wrongly than to spare one rebel. Resources are running out, and we can't support so many useless people. That's what Mayor Qi said. She looked at the others with a pale face. Deng Yu went on. Don't be naive. When the gun is pointed at your head, you'll realize, these are thousands of lives. Ha 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 ha. Deng Yu suddenly burst into laughter, as if she remembered something funny. Do you know why there are laws? Because they are the best tools to identify wrongdoers. Not everyone who uses drugs is a bad person, but if you sentence them, you can't be wrong, even if their reasons are innocent. The same goes for drug traffickers. Catch them, sentence them, and even if they do it to support their families, it doesn't change the fact they deserve punishment. Deng Yu continued, you must be naive to think that Mayor Qi, who conducts human experiments, wouldn't dare to kill these thousands of people. If you're that naive, I'll turn around and leave right now. Zhao Gang's face turned pale. 3 days from now, they plan to massacre over 1,000 people. The plan must be brought forward, Deng Yu said firmly. We act tonight. Tonight? Lin Xiaomian looked surprised, her eyes wide. But we're not ready. Weapons, personnel, plans. No time. Time isn't on our side. We must act quickly. Deng Yu showed the last photo. A map of Zone D with several red dots marked. These are the gathering points for the resistance members they plan to execute. Before dawn tomorrow, these people will be taken away. The room fell silent. Everyone looked at Zhao Gang. The former police captain paused for a moment, then suddenly slammed his fist on the table. Then, tonight, according to the backup plan, we move in 2 hours. Lin Xiaomian, notify the contact people in each district. Lao Li, prepare the weapons for distribution. Xiao, make sure the escape route is clear. The command was quickly given, and everyone left to carry out the mission. Only Deng Yu and Zhao Gang remained. What is your specific plan? Zhao Gang asked softly. Mayor Qi is guarded by at least 6 high-level superpowers. Ordinary rebels can't get close. Deng Yu took out a rifle from her space, carefully checked the weapon, and said, I'll handle Mayor Qi. You create enough chaos to distract his guards. By yourself, it's easier alone. Deng Yu loaded several magazines into her tactical vest. After I take out Mayor Qi, I will deal with those high-level superpowers. You focus on taking over the armory and the broadcast station. Zhao Gang looked at her deeply. Who are you really? Ordinary mercenaries don't have this ability or courage. Deng Yu smiled slightly. After tonight, if you're still alive, I'll tell you. 2 hours later, the night sky over the northern base was torn apart by sudden explosions. Fires broke out simultaneously in 3 different locations in Zone D. Hundreds of rebels armed with simple weapons emerged from all corners, shouting slogans like, "Overthrow tyranny" and "Return my loved ones." Zone A immediately went into lockdown. Mayor Qi, dressed in pajamas, stood on the balcony of his residence, his face grim as he watched the distant flames. As expected, they've rebelled, he sneered. Turning to the 6 superpower guards behind him, he said, "Proceed as planned. 4 of you go suppress the riot. Remember, leave no survivors. The other 2 come with me to the special project area to activate the emergency plan." At that moment, a bullet silently pierced Mayor Qi's temple. His expression froze on his face as he slowly collapsed. One guard shouted, immediately raising an energy shield. The second bullet followed, hitting the shield. Although it didn't, the repeated attack made it clear they were under fire. The remaining 4 quickly dispersed. 2 rushed toward the general direction of the gunfire, while the other 2 quickly carried Mayor Qi's body away. 500 meters away, on a water tower, Deng Yu put away her rifle, a cold smile on her lips. The first shot had taken out the target. The second shot was to spread chaos, an effective plan. Now, it was time for those high-level superpowers. Deng Yu took out an RPG from her space and fired it. It wasn't meant to cause injury but to spread confusion and let everyone know that Mayor Qi had been attacked. Let the neutral people feel it themselves. Bang! An explosion shattered the night sky, breaking the false calm. She stealthily slid down the water tower and landed in a small alley. Loud gunfire came from afar. Zhao Gang's people were fighting the base guards. Deng Yu drew her sword and moved toward the center of Area A. Turning a corner, she suddenly felt a sharp coldness. Instinctively, she leaned back quickly. A shard of ice whistled past her nose and embedded itself deep into the wall behind her. "Found you, little mouse." A soft male voice came from the darkness. A man in a blue robe stepped out slowly, his hands emanating cold air. Being able to kill Mayor Qi shows some skill. But it ends here. Deng Yu deactivated her invisibility, holding her flaming sword across her chest. "Ice powers? What level?" "Level 5, the man said proudly. "Enough to turn you into an ice sculpture." Deng Yu rolled her eyes. What a silly fool. How could he reveal his cards like that? He waved his hands, and dozens of ice blades whistled toward her. Deng Yu didn't dodge or block. Her sword suddenly burst into fierce flames. The ice blades were cut apart and evaporated into water before reaching her. Fire type, the ice user's face changed. The intel didn't say. Before he finished, Deng Yu moved like a ghost, her flaming sword drawing a hot arc. The man hurriedly created an ice wall to block, but she sliced through it, leaving a blackened wound on his chest. This big fool really thought it was just fire and a sword trick. Deng Yu had enchanted her sword out of boredom, adding fire and metal powers. Each strike could take down a level 4 zombie kid. Level 5? Just a few cuts. Ah! The man screamed and retreated, releasing freezing fog. The ground instantly froze, and Deng Yu's boots were stuck. "Die!" The man sneered, forming a huge ice spear to stab her in the heart. At the last moment, Deng Yu's leg muscles bulged with strength, breaking free from the ice with her immense power. She sidestepped the deadly attack. With her left hand, she shot a high-pressure water jet from her palm directly at his face. The ice power's user staggered back, caught off guard by water. Their weakness. Deng Yu seized the chance, her sword flashing like lightning, piercing his throat. "Your ice tricks are good, but people are not," Deng Yu whispered in his ear, watching him fall in terror. Deng Yu quickly cut off the head with a swift strike and casually set the body on fire. There was no time to stay. Deng Yu knew other mutants would soon hear the news. She reactivated her invisibility and moved toward the special project area. Her instincts told her that the darkest secrets of Mayor Qi were hidden there. At the entrance of the special project area, 2 guards had already fallen into a pool of blood. Deng Yu carefully approached and found they had been killed by a sharp blade to the throat. this wasn't done by Zhao Gang's people. The wounds were too professional. The underground passage was dimly lit, with fresh blood splattered on the walls. Deng Yu understood that Mayor Qi was deeply hated. As soon as something happened, someone came to take revenge. Everyone understood that the moment bullets pierced Mayor Qi's head, the fate of the northern base was changed forever. Deng Yu thought of that proud man falling backward, a blood flower blooming on his forehead. She used a special armor-piercing bullet, which could kill even if Mayor Qi had some protective powers. A cold smile appeared on Deng Yu's face. The game has just begun. She then entered the special project area, which was dark and luxurious inside. Marble floors, crystal chandeliers, and priceless paintings on the walls. These luxuries seemed so absurd in a world on the brink of collapse. Deng Yu quickly searched the first floor and found a staircase leading underground. Different. More like a vault, she muttered to herself. Sure enough, the room had been turned into a strong vault. The heavy metal door was equipped with an electronic lock, iris scanner, and fingerprint recognition system. Deng Yu sneered and used her metal powers combined with fire control. High temperatures softened the metal, allowing her to reshape the structure. After 3 minutes, she melted the lock and opened the door. Inside the vault, she whistled in amazement. One wall was lined with various high-quality weapons, custom rifles, tactical pistols, and even a few military-grade crossbows. The other side was neatly stacked with boxes filled with canned food and medicines. But what attracted Deng Yu most was what was inside the central safe. More than a dozen exquisite metal boxes, each containing zombie crystal cores of different colors. Looks like there are good things hidden here. Deng Yu's eyes sparkled. These crystal cores were of very high quality, at least level 4, mostly level 5, and there were even over 20 level 6 cores. She unhesitatingly stored all the cores into her space pouch. Just as she was about to leave, a small box at the bottom of the safe caught her attention. This box is more delicate than the others and it has a top secret label on it. Deng Yu opened the box, and inside was only a crystal core, but it was different from any she had seen before. The core was deep purple, almost black, with what seemed like liquid flowing inside. Level 7. Deng Yu frowned. She had never heard of a level 7 zombie. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to take the strange crystal core with her. After searching the vault, Deng Yu continued exploring other areas. In Mayor Qi's temporary bedroom, she found a hidden compartment containing a laptop and several external hard drives. The computer needed a password, but Deng Yu simply stored the whole computer in her space. She planned to check it out later. In the study, there was a large map of the base on the wall, showing various defenses and resource points. Deng Yu took a photo with her phone and then tore down the map. Zhao Gang might find it useful. Just as she was about to leave, she heard footsteps outside the door. Deng Yu immediately turned invisible and pressed herself against the wall. The door was pushed open, and a middle-aged man in uniform hurried in, heading straight for the desk. Those rioters are almost its own bee. The man cursed as he opened a drawer and looked for something. Deng Yu recognized him as Lu Ming, the chief secretary to Mayor Qi and the second-in-command of the base. She saw him take a key from the drawer and walk to the bookshelf, pressing a hidden button. The bookshelf slowly moved aside, revealing a small elevator behind it. Another secret underground room? And who was that person just now who was killed at the door? Never mind, it's not important. Deng Yu narrowed her eyes and silently followed, staying invisible. The elevator descended about 20 meters. When the door opened, a bright corridor appeared. Lu Ming quickly walked to a large door at the end, with Deng Yu following closely behind, invisible. Inside was a well-equipped laboratory, with several people in white coats busy working. Prepare to evacuate, Lu Ming shouted. Take the core data and samples, destroy everything else. The resistance group will break in soon. Secretary Lu, what about the experiment subjects? A female researcher asked. Lu Ming's face darkened. Handle them all. Leave no evidence. Deng Yu's heart tightened. Experiment subjects? Were they the civilians and children being held? She quickly looked around the lab and noticed a heavy metal door on the right, labeled Experiment Subject Storage. While Lu Ming and the researchers were busy destroying files, Deng Yu quietly moved toward that door. The door has an electronic lock, but to Deng Yu it's useless. She sneaks inside, and the scene before her makes her stomach tighten with pain. This is a prison-like area with about a dozen transparent glass chambers lined up on both sides. Each chamber holds a person. Most are teenagers with a few adults. They are connected to various tubes, and some are badly mutated. One boy's arm is completely crystallized, and a girl's skin is covered with scales. Near the door, Deng Yu sees a familiar figure, Zhao Gang's daughter. The little girl in the photo looks thin and tired now, but she is still alive. Her eyes are closed, and her chest rises faintly with each breath. Deng Yu quickly makes a decision. She drops her invisibility and pulls out a machine gun from her space, then starts shooting at the security guards standing outside.
Bang, bang, bang.
The guards are caught off guard and are quickly shot down. Seeing the room is safe, she runs to the door. Suddenly, alarms blare outside. Intruder in the experimental area. Security, take action immediately. Deng Yu doesn't care. She keeps shooting at the guards. Lu Ming and the researchers, who are destroying files, hear the gunfire and immediately hide behind tables. Deng Yu has no time to pay attention to them. She holds her machine gun, firing wildly with 100 rounds. She isn't afraid of bullets and keeps shooting wherever she's attacked from. She points her gun at their faces and fires back. Deng Yu is used to being invincible, even when she's unstoppable. She has overcome her fear of bullets. In less than 5 minutes, she clears out the entire underground lab with her machine gun. Some with special abilities try to block her, but they don't know Deng Yu's remote vision has already locked onto them. Before they can attack, she pulls out a Tang sword from her space and beheads each one. After finishing, Deng Yu quickly walks to the control panel to figure out how to release the test subjects. The interface is complicated, but she understands the basic principles. She presses a few buttons, but the system prompts that she needs a supervisor's access card. Deng Yu curses. Then she remembers Lu Ming and the researchers. She walks over, grabbing Lu Ming by the back of his neck. Do you know how to open the door for the test subjects?
She asks.
Lu Ming is very scared, but out of habit, he tries to negotiate with Deng Yu. Can I trade this for my life? Deng Yu said nothing and immediately pressed her sword against Lu Ming's neck. Then she asked the researchers, do you know? The group of researchers, although used to studying bodies and organs, had never seen Deng Yu look so fierce. She quickly shouted, yes, we know how to open it. Deng Yu withdrew her cold, intimidating gaze and looked at Lu Ming. See, you're not doing well. Without giving Lu Ming a chance to speak, she cut off his head with one. Open the door, Deng Yu said as she walked to the entrance. After a quick secret code and card swipe, all the glass chamber doors slowly opened. The test subjects opened their eyes, some looking around in fear, others too weak to move. I am here to save you, Deng Yu said loudly, calming herself. Those who can move help support the others. We need to leave now. Zhao Gang's daughter opened her eyes, looking at Deng Yu with confusion.
Who
are you? I'm a friend of your father. Deng Yu gently picked her up. He's been looking for you. The little girl was surprisingly thin, as light as a feather. Deng Yu used a cloth to secure her on her back, then helped the others who could walk. Listen, there are enemies outside, but don't be afraid. Follow me. Deng Yu activated her invisibility again, covering only herself and the girl. Everyone else, stay close and follow my voice. Don't fall behind. She pushed open the door, and the laboratory was immediately unresisting. Deng Yu still preferred to stay invisible to avoid being shot in the back. She wasn't afraid, but others were. Deng Yu guided the test subjects along the wall, moving carefully to avoid the bodies on the ground. If anyone came out shooting, it wouldn't affect her gunfire. This fighting habit was ingrained in her mind, part of her world now. Just as they reached the elevator, it arrived with 5 security guards inside. Before they could shoot, the elevator door was only a third open. Deng Yu had already entered, quickly taking down 2 on the left with 1 strike. Meanwhile, the others fired their pistols rapidly, knocking 3 down immediately. But one of them still pressed the trigger. Bullets rained down like a waterfall. Deng Yu used her metal powers to change the bullet's trajectory. Some bullets still hit her, making a clanging sound like hitting metal. Fortunately, no one was hurt. Deng Yu had made sure everyone was standing against the wall for safety. Otherwise, stray bullets might cause several deaths. The elevator has limited space, only holding about 10 people at a time. Deng Yu told the most at-risk individuals and herself to go first, while others waited for the next trip. Hold on tight. When the elevator comes back down, you can go in with 10 more. Don't fight over it. If you have a gun, pick one up, she said to the remaining test subjects, then threw the bodies of security guards out of the elevator. Deng Yu and 9 children took the elevator directly upstairs. She used her special sight to see 3 fully armed security guards behind the door. When the elevator reached the top, the guards immediately turned and stared at the elevator. As the elevator doors slowly opened, an invisible gun was already aimed at them.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
3 shots fired directly at their heads. Their fully armed gear was useless. They were all killed instantly. At this moment, Lin Xiaoyu, a rebel from Zone D, arrived with a group of people. Deng Yu was surprised. How did they know about this place? How do you know about this place? She asked. Captain, Lin Xiaoman said excitedly. Captain Zhao Gang found out from a professor in the medical department that his daughter is still alive, and she's here. Stay calm, Deng Yu said, placing a hand on her shoulder. Listen to me. Zhao Gang's daughter is on my back. I will give her to you now. You take these children to a safe place, away from the fight, and hide. As she spoke, Deng Yu unfastened the straps holding the little her back, took her down, and handed her to Lin Xiaoman. She also poured some spiritual spring water into the girl. She told them there were other children in the laboratory below who needed rescue, but all the armed personnel had been killed by her. Then she was about to leave. 30 trained fighters followed Lin Xiaoman to rescue the children. Maybe their own children were also here. Deng Yu looked at their faces, some elderly, women, men covered in scars. None of them were real soldiers, but they all had a determined look of certain death. Remember, she said briefly, fight quickly and decisively. After rescuing the hostages, retreat immediately to the designated point. Don't hesitate, Lin Xiaoman wanted to argue, but Deng Yu had already turned and left. Chaos had fully descended. The moment of harvest had arrived. The night wind howled, masking their footsteps. Deng Yu focused intently, sensing the surrounding spiritual waves to ensure there were no ambushes. Deng Yu smoothly arrived at the back of the medical department. The high-voltage power grid emitted a faint humming in the darkness. It was also in chaos here. She closed her eyes, feeling the flow of electricity. Controlling electricity is not her main skill. She can briefly interfere with power systems. She slowly extended her hands, and arcs of electricity like small snakes wrapped around her fingers. With a low shout, the humming of the power grid stopped. She quickly jumped over the wall. The backyard of the medical department was dimly lit. 2 guards with guns were guarding the back door, trembling as they listened to the gunfire at the front. They knew things had been exposed, and a fight was likely to break out. Deng Yu silently approached, invisible. A flash of blades, and the 2 guards fell silently. Deng Yu found the stairs leading underground. Just as she reached the middle, she suddenly heard hurried footsteps below. She pressed herself against the wall, invisible. 5 fully armed soldiers ran up, led by a man holding a strange device that made regular, beep sounds. Strange, the detector clearly shows some psychic activity. The leading soldier muttered, brushing past Deng Yu. After they passed, Deng Yu appeared directly and launched a surprise attack. 2 of them were cut down instantly. The other 3 reacted just in time, trying to turn and shoot, but Deng Yu caught up and slashed at them. 3 men were cut through their chests, spilling their internal organs onto the floor. Believe in science, Deng Yu frowned at the mess. So disgusting. She became invisible again and moved more carefully forward. The second underground level was even more eerie than the upper floor. The walls were covered with strange slime, and the air was thick with the smell of decay and chemicals. At the corner, Deng Yu suddenly stopped. Her mental senses detected many life signs in the room ahead. And something even more terrifying. She drew her Tang sword. Quietly, she approached the door. Through the observation window, she saw a scene that made her blood run cold. Dozens of children were kept in glass chambers, connected with tubes. In the center of the room, a scientist with white hair was injecting a fluorescent green liquid into a boy's spine. The boy screamed in a way that was not human, his body twisting and deforming. Monster. Deng Yu couldn't help but curse. Her voice was quiet, but a tall man in combat gear inside heard it. He suddenly turned his head, his eyes glowing red in the darkness. Intruder! The soldier in the combat suit roared loudly and suddenly appeared in front of the door. His speed was incredible. Deng Yu was hit in the chest by a punch from the combat suit, knocking her against the wall. Despite her tough armor, she still felt a dull pain in her lower chest, and the pain made her vision blur. A level 6 speed ability user. Deng Yu gritted her teeth and stood up, licking her upper palate to check if she was bleeding, but she was in real pain. Is speed the only thing that can't be broken? Come on, let me see how fast you are. Deng Yu assumed a fighting stance, sword pointed directly at her opponent. The person in the combat suit sneered. Another one rushing to die. His figure suddenly blurred, and in the next second, Deng Yu was struck hard in the stomach. This punch was powerful enough to break through a concrete wall, but Deng Yu had already activated her Copperhead Iron Arms ability. Even so, she was pushed back several steps by the impact, her internal organs churning. Speed-type opponents are the hardest to deal with. Deng Yu focused her mind, spreading her mental energy like a web into the surrounding air. When the combat suit person attacked again, she couldn't see clearly with her eyes, but her mental energy caught the fluctuations in the air. Got you. Tang Dao narrowly sliced through the combat suit person's arm, splattering blood. The opponent was stunned and retreated, staring at his wound in disbelief.
How?
How is this possible? Deng Yu didn't give her opponent a chance to breathe. Her blade attacked like a storm. Although the combat suit person's speed was fast, space was limited, and she gradually forced him into a corner. Just as victory seemed within reach, Deng Yu suddenly felt a chill on her back. A metal spear shot toward her. She staggered and turned to dodge, seeing a metal manipulator standing at the end of the corridor, his arms now sharp metal blades. Deng Yu couldn't help but joke. Did your base develop some new abilities? So many metal abilities. This time, we won't let you escape, the metal manipulator sneered. Deng Yu decided to end it quickly. She took out 2 fragment grenades from her space, pulled the pins, and released the firing pins. The 2 enemies were so scared they tried to run, thinking Deng Yu was about to them up with the grenades. But she retracted both grenades into her static space. As the metal manipulator tried to escape, Deng Yu chased after him. When she reached the corridor, she threw a grenade in front of him, blocking his escape. The metal manipulator looked terrified. You're crazy. He immediately tried to activate his metal abilities to defend himself and deflect the blast. Deng Yu ignored everything and charged forward. Tang Dao ignited with flames, and she stabbed through the metal controller directly. Boom! A grenade exploded. Deng Yu used her metal element ability to block the blast with her body. Even if she hadn't blocked it, her invincible body would have kept her safe. Then, the flames on Tang Dao, which was inserted into the metal controller's heart, surged and ignited the controller instantly. By the time the speed ability user reacted, Deng Yu had already drawn her sword, and a charred, burning object fell to the ground. The speed ability user was shocked to see Deng Yu's fierce way of fighting, grenades, stabbing, and flames all at once. Before he could understand what was happening, Deng Yu charged at him again. Deng Yu suddenly smiled halfway through her charge. She threw her Tang Dao forward, then placed her fingers on her temples and said, I wonder if you are as fast as light. What? The speed ability user frowned. Psychic shock. Deng Yu suddenly looked up, her eyes locking onto the enemy. Her psychic attack hit his brain like a heavy hammer. At the same time, she caught the flying Tang Dao, which was burning with fire. Under the psychic attack, the speed ability user froze instantly. Deng Yu took the opportunity to slash him. Before he could recover, his head was already flying off. After defeating 2 ability users, Deng Yu rushed toward the laboratory. The door was already blown open, and the inside was a mess. She looked in the direction and froze. More than a dozen glass chambers had been opened, and the children inside were gone. Only the boy on the operating table remained, but his body had transformed into a strange half-human, half-beast creature. The alarm in the lab blared loudly, and green toxic gas burst from the ceiling vents. Deng Yu held her breath, Tang Dao in hand, her eyes fixed on the boy on the table who was mutating. His spine twisted and deformed, countless bones protruded under his skin, his fingers elongated into claws, and his mouth split open to his ears, revealing shark-like teeth. The scariest part was his eyes, completely black, with no trace of human emotion. Roar. The mutant let out a beastly roar, broke free from the restraints, and lunged at Deng Yu.
He was too fast.
Deng Yu barely dodged to the side, but the mutant's claws left 3 white scars on her left arm. She countered with a slash, hitting his shoulder, but it bounced off as if hitting rubber. Brass head and iron arms. Deng Yu's pupils shrank. She quickly retreated to keep her distance. The mutated creature didn't give her a chance to breathe and lunged again. Deng Yu clasped her hands in a seal, and a wall of water suddenly appeared, blocking the creature temporarily. She took the chance to look around. The poisonous gas was getting thicker. In this desperate situation, Deng Yu surprisingly smiled. "The 7 abilities the system gave me," she muttered, "are never meant to be used alone." The mutated creature tore through the water wall, its fierce face close to hers. In Deng Yu's eyes, a flash of gold appeared. She locked onto the target with her distant vision and quickly found a weak spot under the creature's armpit, where no armor covered. Just as the creature's claws were about to reach her throat, Deng Yu vanished. The creature missed, confused, turning its head and sniffing the air with flared nostrils. Silently, Deng Yu moved behind it. She controlled fire with her left hand and water with her right, 2 opposing powers coexisting briefly under her precise control. She compressed the water and fire energies to the limit, then an explosion caused by the merging of water and fire blasted the creature away, smashing it against the wall. Before it could get up, Deng Yu dispelled her invisibility. Her Tang sword, glowing with a golden energy, precisely pierced the weak spot under the armpit. The creature let out a piercing scream, black blood spurting out. It struggled wildly, claws flailing, but it couldn't reach Deng Yu behind it. Deng Yu gripped her sword with both hands and pressed down with all her strength. The blade tore through muscle and bone, finally emerging from the creature's chest. She then infused flames into the Tang sword, and soon flames burst from various parts of the creature's body. It twitched a few times and finally stopped moving. The laboratory was silent. The white-haired scientists stared in shock, unable to believe their most powerful biological weapon had been defeated so easily. Deng Yu pulled out her Tang sword, turned to face the scientist, blood-stained but full of energy. "Anyone else?" Seeing the scientist raise his hand in surrender, Deng Yu nodded. "Good choice. Where's the zombie core?" she demanded, grabbing the scientist and pressing him for answers. The scientist pointed to a door. Deng Yu nodded with satisfaction. "Then you can go." The scientist, hearing this, turned to leave but suddenly felt the world spin, and darkness fell. Deng Yu sheathed her Tang sword. "No thank you?" So rude. Reading all those books, and still so impolite. She walked toward the door, which required iris recognition. Deng Yu sneered and pressed her hands against the door, injecting her golden energy. Soon, the door dissolved. A few minutes later, the door lock was destroyed. Deng Yu carefully pushed open the door, revealing a spacious control room filled with monitor screens on the walls and a supercomputer in the center. The most eye-catching feature was the safe in the corner, half open, filled with shining zombie crystal cores. Deng Yu roughly estimated there were at least over 100,000, ranging from level 1 to 5. Sure enough, the main base has supplies. Deng Yu's eyes lit up, and she quickly stored all the crystal cores into her space. As the cores entered, her gourd space suddenly vibrated, and the cores automatically arranged themselves, emitting a gentle glow.
But there was no time to study them now.
Deng Yu turned to the computer, which still had a screen on displaying a file named Rebirth. She quickly skimmed through it, her face growing more serious. So that's it. Deng Yu clenched her teeth. These animals. The file revealed the true plans of Mayor Qi and the powerful families. They deliberately released the zombie virus to select mutants, then used human experiments to create fully controllable super soldiers. Ordinary people were just test subjects. Suddenly, the entire base's broadcast system crackled to life. Emergency. Zone D has a large-scale riot. All units, immediately go to suppress. Repeat. All units. A cold smile appeared on Deng Yu's lips. It seems the resistance organization was about to win. All forces were being mobilized. She quickly gathered all experimental data and samples, then returned to the main laboratory to collect usable equipment. In no time, Deng Yu rescued all the children and other test subjects from the upper prison cells. As they stepped out of the medical wing, the scene before them was shocking. Zone D was in chaos. Thousands of civilians, armed with various weapons, were fighting patrol teams. Some threw Molotov cocktails at watchtowers, others toppled power pylons, and some set up barricades on the streets. In the distance, loud gunfire and explosions came from the direction of Zone A. Zhao Gang also arrived. Seeing the rescued test subjects behind Deng Yu, his expression complicated. You succeeded. Your daughter was rescued. I took her back to Lin Xiaoman for safety, do you know? Deng Yu pointed toward Zone A. Now the base is in chaos, and it's a good time to seize power. Zhao Gang nodded, understanding but hesitated. But we don't have enough people. We don't need too many. Deng Yu took out a batch of weapons from the space and distributed them to the resistance group. You're responsible for holding off the guards. The telepathic abilities of the rebels resisting Mayor Qi are still active. Leave them to me. Zhao Gang worriedly said, this is too dangerous. 6 level 6 telepaths. I think there are only 3 level 6 telepaths left now, Deng Yu replied with a smile, recalling how she had previously taken out a few. Finally, Zhao Gang nodded. All right, we'll work with you. But you need to take this. He handed her a communication device. Stay in contact at all times. Deng Yu took the device and turned toward Area A. The operation begins. Using her invisibility ability, Deng Yu easily moved through the chaotic battlefield. The guards on the wall of Area A were distracted by the riot in Area D, so no one noticed a transparent figure climbing over the wall. They had heard rumors, but didn't want to risk fighting. The command center was a 5-story building with strict security around it. Deng Yu hid in the shadows, using her clairvoyance to observe the layout inside. Mayor Qi's family was in a meeting room on the top floor, with many people discussing. There were also 6 guards with very strong energy fluctuations around them. Deng Yu felt nervous. 6 guards were a lot. Zhao Gang, are you in position? She whispered into the communication device. Yes, in position. In 3 seconds, create chaos. 3, 2, 1, boom. A powerful explosion suddenly occurred on the east side of Area A, drawing the guards' attention. Deng Yu seized the opportunity to sneak into the command center and quickly went upstairs. At the corner of the 4th floor, she suddenly stopped. Her clairvoyance detected energy fluctuations in the corridor ahead. An invisible unit. Deng Yu pretended not to notice and continued forward. As she was about to pass the invisible person, she suddenly turned around and her Tang Dao into the air. Ah! A scream echoed. A man in camouflage appeared in the air, with the Tang Dao stabbed into his chest. How did you find me? Level 6 invisibility ability. Deng Yu drew her sword. Too bad, I have a system-enhanced version. The first guard was taken out. Hearing hurried footsteps upstairs, Deng Yu quickly became invisible again and pressed against the wall. 5 guards rushed down, seeing their comrade's body, and immediately entered combat mode. Search carefully. She must still be nearby. The leader ordered. Deng Yu held her breath, waiting for the right moment. When the last guard passed by her, she suddenly appeared. One hand controlled fire, the other water. 2 streams of energy twisted around each other like dragons, then suddenly tightened. Snap! The guard's neck broke, and he collapsed silently. Behind you, the leading woman reacted quickly, sending a lightning bolt toward Deng Yu. Deng Yu rolled away while launching a mental attack. The woman groaned softly, hesitating slightly, giving Deng Yu a chance to strike back. Her golden energy blade pierced toward the woman's throat.
Clang.
A burly guard blocked the attack with a metallic arm. Golden energy. Deng Yu quickly changed tactics. She turned her blade and aimed to poke, leaving a deep wound on the guard's wrist. "Surround her," the woman shouted. The remaining 4 guards attacked from different directions: fire, ice spikes, metal needles, and sound waves. All at once. Deng Yu took a deep breath. A semi-transparent water and fire shield instantly formed, blocking all attacks. Inside the shield, she closed her eyes and let her mental power spread like a tide. The 4 guards screamed as their minds were hit directly by her mental attack. Deng Yu seized the fleeting opportunity. Her blade moved like a butterfly among the 4 enemies. With a flash of her sword, blood splattered. After 3 seconds, all the guards fell, only the leading woman still struggling. "Who are you really?" the woman asked with blood at the corner of her mouth, struggling to speak.
Who?
"Who cares?" Deng Yu stabbed her in the heart. Her fire control ignited, burning her alive. All 6 level 6 guards were defeated. Deng Yu finished them off one by one, chopping off their heads. She wiped the blood off her sword and headed toward the top-floor meeting room. The door was locked, but that was no problem for her. She kicked it open. The room was empty. Unexpectedly, only Mayor Qi was inside. He stood by the window, with his back to the door, seemingly admiring the chaos in the base. Deng Yu hesitated. Hadn't she already killed Mayor Qi? She didn't think too much and asked directly, "Aren't you the one I shot? You're the one who killed my twin brother." Mayor Qi turned around, revealing a gentle middle-aged face. "Miss, or should I say, the one who murdered my brother." Deng Yu pointed her blade at him. "Did you know I would come?" "Of course," Mayor Qi smiled. "I expected all of this. Since you stole the base supplies, I knew you would incite chaos and even harm my brother." Deng Yu narrowed her eyes. "Are you crazy?" Quite the opposite, Mayor Qi walked over to the wine cabinet and poured himself a glass of red wine. "My brother opposed the experiment plan, so I used your help to get rid of him. Now you've helped me eliminate those disobedient psychic guards. Perfect pawns. Do you know? Although we are twins, my brother has always opposed human experiments. So I could only use children, criminals, or volunteers among soldiers, because my brother is just an ordinary person, but I am not. I've struggled with how to kill my brother, but I just can't bring myself to do it. After all, he is still my biological brother." Deng Yu was struck with a sudden realization. She suddenly understood why tonight's chaos went smoothly and why the base was acting strangely. It was the twin plot. "Why are you telling me this?" Deng Yu asked cautiously. "Because the next step requires your cooperation." Mayor Qi sipped his red wine. "The multiple abilities merging in you are exactly what we've been dreaming of. Join me, and you will have unlimited resources and power." Deng Yu sneered. "Animals who use civilians for experiments don't deserve to make conditions or keep promises. Do you even know what reputation is? With how cruel you are using civilians for experiments, what good reputation could you have?" "Civilians?" Mayor Qi shook his head. "In this new era, people without abilities are no better than slaves. We are pushing human evolution. Go push it too." Deng Yu suddenly attacked, her tang sword aiming straight at Mayor Qi's throat. Mayor Qi didn't dodge or block. He simply raised his hand. An invisible force stopped the blade. "Do you think I rule here with anything else?" A strange purple light flickered in his eyes. "I am a level 7 psychic ability user, capable of controlling anyone's mind, including yours." Deng Yu felt a powerful mental force invading her mind. She clenched her teeth and resisted, but his energy surged like a tide. Illusions appeared before her eyes. Faces of others dying, the screams of children in the medical room, Lin Xiaomong and Xiaoyu being consumed by flames. "Resisting is useless." Mayor Qi's voice echoed in her mind. "Obey me, and you will have everything." Just as Deng Yu's consciousness was about to be overwhelmed, the The gourds on the gourd vine inside the space suddenly glowed collectively. A cool energy surged into her mind, instantly breaking the mental control of Mayor Chi, and then circled inside her brain before returning to the gourd vine.
What?
Mayor Chi backed away in shock. This is impossible. He clutched his head and screamed, blood flowing from his 7 orifices. His mental control was partially swallowed by the gourd vine, as if a monster had bitten off a large chunk of his consciousness, and he was on the verge of fainting.
You.
There's a monster inside you. Mayor Chi stared in horror, eyes wide. So that's it. So that's it. Ha ha. Deng Yu didn't give him a chance to speak further. With a flick of her sword, Mayor Chi's head flew off and landed on her desk, his expression frozen in a final crazed smile. Too much talk. Deng Yu sheathed her sword and looked around. She quickly downloaded all the data from Mayor Chi's computer, then headed to the safe. Sure enough, inside were more high-level crystal cores and secret documents. Suddenly, her communicator rang. Deng Yu, the situation has changed. The regular troops in Zone B have started indiscriminate suppression. We need support. Hold on, I'm on my way, Deng Yu replied, then quickly opened the safe again, confirming it contained more high-level crystal cores and secret files. Then she jumped out of the window. Midair, she activated her water control ability, forming a cushion beneath her feet, allowing her to land steadily. The base was already in full chaos. Civilians in Zone D, though full of fighting spirit, were still retreating in the face of heavy weapons from the regular army. Deng Yu saw Lin Xiaomian and Zhao Gang leading the resistance behind barricades, struggling to hold on. She took a deep breath, retrieved the weapons and explosives she had previously confiscated from her space, and distributed them to the nearby civilians. Then she climbed onto the roof of an abandoned truck, raising her sword high. Mayor Chi is dead. The armory in Zone A has been taken over by us. Hold on. Victory belongs to the people. Her shout spread like wildfire across the battlefield. The civilians erupted in thunderous cheers, while the government troops began to waver. Some threw down their weapons and fled, quickly leading to a full collapse. When the last government soldier surrendered, the sun had already set. Deng Yu stood on the roof of the command center, overlooking this newly reborn base. On the street, people are hugging, crying, and cheering. We won, Lin Xiaomian said as she walked over, her face showing both exhaustion and happiness. Just for now, Deng Yu pointed into the distance. There are still countless mayors like Qi in this world. And she remembered the strange crystal cores in the gourd space. The secret of the zombie virus is more complicated than we thought. Zhao Gang also came over, holding a bottle of wine. No matter what, tonight is worth celebrating. You are a hero, Deng Yu. Deng Yu shook her head. I just lit the fuse. The real heroes are the ordinary people who dare to resist. She took a sip from the bottle. What are you all planning to do next? Rebuild order, Zhao Gang said. Create a civilian council, distribute resources fairly, rebuild our homes. Good. Deng Yu returned the bottle to him. That makes me feel better. Lin Xiaomian sensed something more. You're leaving? There are still many labs and many mayors like Qi that need solving. Deng Yu looked into the distance. And I need to find out the truth about the zombie virus and how to end this apocalypse. Lin Xiaomian wanted to say something, but finally just hugged Deng Yu tightly.
Take care.
Remember to come back and see us. See Xiaoyu. Deng Yu nodded and turned to leave. In the night, her figure gradually blurred and finally disappeared completely. The lights of the base turned on one by one, like stars of hope in the darkness. And on the distant horizon, more darkness awaited to be illuminated. The roar of the motorcycle engine broke the silence of the end times. Deng Yu leaned over the handlebars, her black leather jacket fluttering in the wind. In the rear-view mirror, the outline of the northern base shrank into a small dot on the horizon. It's time to go back, she whispered, twisting the throttle with her right hand. The motorcycle sped forward like an arrow, crushing the cracked road beneath. Her shadow stretched long behind her, flanked by abandoned vehicles and the occasional wandering zombie. Deng Yu didn't slow down. With her left hand, she flicked out several metal blades, precisely cutting off the heads of zombies trying to get close. Before leaving the base, she took out her modified motorcycle from the gourd space. Powerful engine, reinforced frame, and even a makeshift shotgun welded onto the handlebar. This is when she stole that person's car after the end of the world. It wasn't long before, but Deng Yu no longer remembers the name of that sycophantic Deng Wan. This is true death forgetting. The wind tousled her short black hair. Deng Yu enjoyed the feeling of freedom that speed brought, as if she could leave all worries behind. But some images kept flashing back. Lin Xiaoman crying as she said goodbye, Zhao Gang's complicated eyes. TSK. She irritably shook her head and focused on the road. As it grew darker, Deng Yu saw her destination, the abandoned university district in Donghai City. The 32-story apartment complex reflected an orange glow in the sunset, like a sharp sword piercing the clouds. Bai Wei, it's me. Deng Yu pressed the earpiece. I'm back. A faint static sound came through, then a clear female voice. Deng Jia? Is that really you? Wow, you're finally back. Deng Yu relaxed her tense nerves. In just a few days, she had killed Mayor Qi, liberated the entire base, and gained over 100,000 crystal cores. But at what cost? The crystal cores in the gourd space were still glowing. Deng Yu ran up to the 32nd floor. When the security door opened, a petite figure rushed forward. Deng Jia. Deng Yu swiftly sidestepped to avoid her, causing Bai Wei to miss. The girl staggered a few steps before steadying herself, pouting as she complained, "It's been so long, and you didn't even give me a hug." "I told you many times, don't just pounce on people," Deng Yu said, looking around. Her safe house was intact, even cleaner than before she left. "Are you doing okay alone?" Bai Wei trotted to catch up. "Of course. Not only that, I have a big surprise for you." This girl, just over 14, wore a white coat over a pink hoodie and jeans, with her high ponytail making her look more like a middle schooler than a survivor of the apocalypse. But Deng Yu knew that beneath her innocent appearance, Bai Wei was a genius scientist. Her abilities were incredible. Bai Wei watched Deng Yu and asked, "Deng Jia, what have you been doing these days?" "I'll tell you after I take a shower," Deng Yu said, removing her blood-stained coat and heading into the bathroom. "Give me 5 minutes." Hot water washed over her, removing fatigue and bloodstains from the past days. The regenerative power of an ability user was truly amazing. After changing into a clean black tank top and tactical pants, Deng Yu dried her hair and came out. "So, tell me, what's the big surprise?" White Wei smiled mysteriously and pulled her into the laboratory. On the table, there were about a dozen test tubes neatly arranged, each filled with different colored liquids. The most eye-catching one was in the center, containing a deep blue fluorescent liquid. "Look," White Wei proudly announced. Level 3 crystal core extract, 99.9% pure. You can inject it directly or drink it. Absorption is 5 times better than raw crystals. Side effects are reduced by 90%. Deng Yu raised an eyebrow and carefully examined a test tube. The liquid shimmered with strange light under the lamp, flowing slowly, like a living creature. "You're amazing." "Of course," White Wei puffed out her chest. "Your data was very complete, plus my previous research." And she pointed to a large device in the corner. "I improved the extraction process. The progress for level 4 crystals has reached 19%. Deng Yu rarely showed approval. "Good job." This brief praise made White Wei smile so much her eyes squinted. "There's more. According to my calculations, if we can get level 5 crystals, we might even try to make ability activation agents. Ordinary people could awaken powers too." Deng Yu pondered thoughtfully. She took out some spoils from her space. 20 level 3 crystals, 10 level 4 crystals, and even 2 level 5 crystals. She didn't dare give too many, afraid other zombies might sense them. It would be troublesome if she wasn't around. The base kept them in a safe. White Wei's eyes widened like bells. "Sister Deng, how do you have level 5 crystals?" She still thought Deng Yu's strength was limited to saving her.
"Don't ask."
"Just take these first," Deng Yu said with a slight smile. "These are enough for you to research for a while." White Wei carefully held a level 5 crystal, treating it like a treasure. "It's perfect. The purity and energy density." Sister Deng, you don't know how precious this is. Now, they are yours, Deng Yu said, heading to the kitchen area. She took some fresh ingredients from her space. Eat first, then I want a detailed report. White Wei reluctantly put the crystal into an iron box and sealed it, then came to help. The two worked together smoothly and soon prepared a hearty dinner. In the apocalypse, fresh vegetables and meat were almost luxuries. So, Deng Yu took a bite of steak. Besides research, what else has been happening these days? White Wei was dealing with a potato when she suddenly looked strange and said, Actually, Deng Yu put down her fork and knife. Speak. Someone came to see you yesterday. That Deng Chun. White Wei hesitated, said he needed you to go to the Dawn base to save someone. The restaurant instantly fell silent and felt very quiet. Deng Yu's fingers unconsciously clenched the knife, and her knuckles turned white. Deng Chun. Her voice was cold, like ice. White Wei nodded. He said it was urgent and asked for your help. But I remember you said that you don't get along with them and can't help them, so I used a crossbow to chase him away. Deng Yu's expression softened a little. That was the right choice. But White Wei hesitated again. When he left, he said, Tell Deng Yu that Dad is dying and wants to see her one last time. Deng Yu stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the ruins of Donghai City looked like the skeleton of a giant beast under the moonlight. Occasionally, the howls of zombies could be heard, reminding everyone of how cruel this world is. White Wei didn't dare to speak and quietly ate her food. He's dying? The Dawn base is trying to save him. After a long pause, Deng Yu spoke in a low voice. Xiaobai, if they die, should I go? I don't want to go, but deep down, I feel like I should. Deng Yu wondered if her past self, Deng Yu, was acting on subconscious influence. Although she caused her family suffering, she never actually killed anyone. It was just broken legs. White Wei softly said, but her eyes still showed doubt. She had known Deng Yu for a long time and had never seen her react like this. She also wondered if Deng Yu was planning to go. Continue your research. Deng Yu turned and walked toward the weapon rack. I'll go out for patrol. Now? It's already late. Deng Yu had already armed herself again and walked toward the stairs without looking back. Lock the door and don't open it for anyone. After the security door closed, White Wei let out a long sigh and returned to the laboratory. She immediately resumed her research. White Wei muttered softly, Sister Deng. She whispered, What exactly are you avoiding? Meanwhile, Deng Yu stood on the rooftop of the building, the night wind blowing her short hair. She held a level 3 crystal core extract. She had just taken it when White Wei wasn't paying attention. The abilities granted by the system. Zombie crystal cores. Spiritual energy. She recalled. What exactly is the connection between all these things? Deng Yu thought for a moment, but decided not to dwell on those matters. She had previously collected many zombie crystal stones from the northern base. This time, she planned to upgrade her skills and study the Taoist virtual cultivation technique. As for Deng Chen's plea for help, Deng Yu was not interested at all. Although she felt subconsciously that she might need to go herself, she could only interpret this as leftover thoughts from her previous self, Deng Yu. After all, her current body, identity, and system all belonged to someone else. Leaving behind some residual thoughts might be possible. Anyway, Deng Yu wouldn't go. First, she wouldn't just rush to save someone because they asked. Second, not killing them was a way to save face for old Lady Deng's money. Otherwise, if she only treated her previous self's body badly, Deng Yu would have already killed them all. Deng Yu was not her former self and wouldn't just rush forward. If she did, it wouldn't be just revenge. It would be murder. As for those disgusting members of the Deng family, she didn't bother with them. After a gust of wind swept through the building, Deng Yu decided to head back. Although the flood had washed away the zombies in the city, she had seen some gathering again over the past few days, especially on the way back into the city. She encountered a few groups of zombies. Leaving now wouldn't be good. Although Xiaobai was a level 5 mental ability user, she didn't focus on attacking or defending. Her main skill was precognition, which was very powerful. But if she encountered a level 5 zombie, she probably couldn't fight it. It was better to go back quickly. As Deng Yu leapt from building to building, she hoped she could fly, even if only for a short time. If she could cultivate the Taoist virtual cultivation technique to the 7th or 8th layer of foundation establishment, she would definitely be able to fly. She never expected that surviving the apocalypse could also lead to practicing cultivation. Maybe once she cultivated, her abilities would be much stronger than her supernatural powers. Deng Yu was very excited about this. When Deng Yu returned, Bai Wei also sensed her return and immediately came out to greet her. At that moment, Bai Wei sneezed. Achoo! Deng Yu had been outside and didn't feel any cold, but Bai Wei seemed to start feeling cold. Worried, Deng Yu took Bai Wei to her house. She also took out an electric blanket from her space and laid it out for her. She was still concerned that the terrible weather might suddenly turn colder overnight, like in disaster novels. If that happened, Bai Wei would be in danger. Deng Yu immediately took out a full set of items used by Antarctic research personnel that she had collected before and handed them to Bai Wei. Thermal underwear, made from heating fabric that fits the body and provides basic warmth. Down vest/downliner, used to increase warmth in the torso area. Mid-layer, windproof windbreaker, lightweight, durable, and helps block cold air from seeping in. Outer protective layer, specially made cold-proof clothing. The outer layer is windproof and waterproof, armor, material, with a high-loft down filling inside. Some models are custom-developed by brands like Bozeting. One-piece penguin suit, integrated design covering the whole body, suitable for outdoor high-intensity work. Fuzzy hat/leather hat, double-layered to reduce heat loss from the head. Windproof goggles/sunglasses, prevent snow blindness caused by UV reflection and block cold wind. Windproof face mask, covers the mouth and nose to reduce direct cold air from irritating the respiratory system. Composite gloves, inner layer of wool gloves that absorb moisture and keep warm, outer layer of leather gloves that are windproof and waterproof, balancing flexibility and protection. Snow boots, high-topped with wool or synthetic insulation inside, paired with warm insoles to enhance foot warmth. Non-slip work shoes, suitable for ice or snow work, with anti-slip and cold-resistant features. Moisturizing cream, prevents skin from cracking due to dryness and low temperatures. All these are made from lightweight materials to reduce the burden of equipment during movement. Wind-resistant design, seams are sealed with high-frequency heat sealing to prevent cold air from entering. Seeing Deng Yu suddenly pull out so many items, Bai Wei was also startled. She was only sneezing. Deng Yu also took out a diesel-powered heater from her space. She quickly helped Bai Wei install the device and filled it with diesel. After explaining how to use it, she took Bai Wei to the living room, finding a safe spot away from fire and electrical wires. Deng Yu placed a diesel barrel, a manual pump, a fuel can, and a crowbar nearby. She briefly explained how to open the device, pump the fuel, and handle safety precautions. After that, Deng Yu left Bai Wei and returned to her own room. Bai Wei might not understand everything, but Deng Yu remembered from her previous memories that after the flood, even during snowstorms, her previous self was confined in the basement, but the cold was unavoidable, almost causing her to freeze to death. It was from that time that her previous self awakened ice-based supernatural powers. Although its destructive power is stronger than that of ice-based abilities, it can directly form ice blades. However, in practical use, water-based abilities are still better because they involve larger water quantities. Talented users of water abilities can also form ice blades, but it is slower. Even so, ice abilities are feasible against water-based attacks. Any water attack can be frozen into ice, then controlled by the opponent and used to strike back. Ice abilities involve less water consumption. It seems there are no major disadvantages. Deng Yu lay on the bed, lost in thought. Could the extremely cold weather be arriving? But she's not afraid. She has plenty of supplies, prepared with equipment similar to polar expedition teams. She didn't bother collecting coal or wood. In her space, there are 3,000 tons of diesel, along with fuel and gasoline obtained from raiding various families and more. Anyway, she has plenty of fuel and the best insulation materials. She uses a diesel heater and generator for warmth directly. There's no need to worry. Still, She took out a set of equipment used by Antarctic explorers and placed it in her small space cabin. Now she has too many supplies. She needs to think carefully and organize everything based on when she collected it and where she stored it. But no matter how she searches, it's easy to find things because she prepared everything before the apocalypse. The supplies she raided are just a bonus. Deng Yu finished tidying up and then went to sleep. When the electronic clock struck 6:17 a.m., displaying cold blue numbers, Deng Yu suddenly felt a chill run up her neck. A faint cold scent brushed her nose. Not the metallic smell of frost on an air conditioner, but the scent of snow particles with a hint of earthiness hitting the glass of the 32nd floor. "Big sister, you're awake." Bai Wei had already come in and was in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Her room was filled with lab equipment or other items, not suitable for cooking, so she was just making instant noodles or porridge. Deng Yu's fridge was stocked with more ingredients. While cooking, she said, "Big sister, what would you like to eat?" The 14-year-old girl's mental awareness spread like a spider web across the apartment. The indoor thermometer shows 10 degrees, but the outside wall temperature is already 0, and it's dropping at 2 degrees per minute. Deng Yu, barefoot, stepped on the cold tiles. The tiles felt chilly. Outside the glass, the temperature had fallen below 0. She didn't try to be tough and simply put on her prepared cold weather gear. There is no need to wear extreme cold weather gear right now. At this time, Bai Wei has prepared breakfast, toast with fried eggs and a cup of hot cocoa for each person. The cups make a crisp sound when placed on the table, indicating the temperature is changing quickly. At 8:03, the rooftop solar panels will be crushed by the snow, Bai Wei says while eating. Deng Yu looks at Bai Wei's serious face and feels like pinching her. She quickly goes to the bathroom to wash up, then finishes her breakfast quickly. She puts on her clothes and windproof jacket, then heads outside to the rooftop. She pushes open the door, collects the solar panels, and stores them in the space. The cold wind at -10 degrees instantly rushes into her collar. Deng Yu looks at the snow. It's getting heavier. Fortunately, her house has been renovated with steel plates, reinforced and insulated, so she isn't worried about the snow. Based on Deng Yu's memories of her previous life, these buildings survived an earthquake. After the quake, she saw the damage, but by then, people had already moved inside the base. It was too dangerous outside. Everyone stayed in the shelter, huddling together. Surviving alone in the apocalypse was very hard. The snow keeps falling harder. Deng Yu watches the distant clouds. Dark gray clouds are rapidly descending. Snowflakes change from cotton-like fluff to sharp diamond shapes, hitting the protective railing with a dense cracking sound. She presses her right hand on the metal railing, controlling her fire ability to transfer her body heat through it, but she sees ice forming faster in her palm. Deng Yu realizes the extreme cold has arrived. Usually, the temperature drop wouldn't be so severe, but this sudden cold snap is a serious natural disaster. It's likely the extreme cold from her previous life's memories, and within a year or two, the whole Earth will be covered in ice. She goes back inside, closes the door, and returns to her room. The sound of snow hitting the glass becomes a steady drumbeat. The 32nd floor gently trembles in the wind and snow. Deng Yu pulls Bai Wei into her arms, smelling the faint lemon scent of her shampoo. She comforts Bai Wei, saying, "It's going to be very cold from now on. You'll stay in my room from now on." "Really?" Bai Wei jumps up and hugs Deng Yu. Bai Wei isn't frozen by the cold snow, and Deng Yu's permission makes her feel as warm as spring in March. She has been here for a long time, but Deng Yu has always kept her living alone in that other place. Deng Yu also often goes out to fight zombies. For a 14-year-old girl, this is a very lonely thing, but Bai Wei understands that everything here belongs to Deng Yu. She must listen carefully, do things that are useful to Deng Yu, and be sensible and obedient. However, she still relies heavily on Deng Yu. Although she could cook and live independently long ago, Bai Wei is still very happy that Deng Yu has allowed her to stay. If Bai Wei were religious, she would thank the Lord now. Oh right. Why not thank Deng Yu? Thank the Lord. At this moment, the wind and snow outside are getting louder, like a huge beast gnawing at the foundation of the building. Deng Yu thought for a moment and decided to change the subject. She taught Bai Wei how to start a diesel heater and generator, then connect the power to the battery pack. The floor heating and diesel heating worked together, and soon the whole house warmed up. Deng Yu felt that the weather probably made it impossible to continue the experiment today. So, she stopped Bai Wei's experiment as well. Bai Wei was a little unhappy because she couldn't help Deng Yu anymore. But she still listened carefully because the bad weather meant more electricity was needed to keep the experiments going. After a while, Bai Wei seemed less afraid, so Deng Yu let her move freely. Deng Yu went to lie on the sofa. Bai Wei's nose almost pressed against the floor-to-ceiling window, and her breath formed frost patterns on the inside of the bulletproof glass. Outside, the blizzard looked like countless white snakes wrapping around the building, while the warm window seat kept them cozy enough to hatch little chicks. Suddenly, Bai Wei stuck her feet into Deng Yu's back. "Report, Commander." Support request for heating point 2. Her cold toes deliberately brushed against Deng Yu's strong abs. "Little rascal." Deng Yu turned around and caught her cold ankles, then used her fire control ability to climb up her meridians. Bai Wei screamed and rolled onto the lazy sofa. The porcelain pot on the diesel heater was bubbling. "Shall we have hot pot today?" Bai Wei asked, looking at the weather outside. "Sure." Deng Yu lay on the sofa, feeling a bit bored. "But having hot pot tonight should be very fun. With such cold weather, others are freezing to death, but they're enjoying hot pot." Soon it was noon and they were eating. The thermometer outside showed -32 degrees Celsius, but inside, the hot pot steam formed a rainbow. Bai Wei suddenly placed her cold hand on Deng Yu's neck. "Guess where the warmest place on earth is right now?" Deng Yu lifted the wool blanket, revealing her abs and a snowy white chest.
Tajda.
Of course, it's Yu Bai's safe haven. A warm flow of heat from the diesel heater fills every corner, making it feel like spring sunshine indoors. Deng Yu and Bai Wei, dressed in simple home clothes, sit casually on the plush carpeted floor. In front of them, a hot pot bubbles with steam, red spicy broth boiling, and white mild broth rich with aroma. Deng Yu reaches out to put a fresh beef tripe slice into the red broth, stirring it gently. She squints her eyes happily and says, "In this cold weather, is there anything better than enjoying hot pot in a warm house?" A few strands of hair fall on her forehead, slightly damp from the hot steam. Bai Wei laughs as she picks a piece of lettuce from the basket and puts it into the white broth, saying, "Exactly. Outside it's icy and snowy, but here it's like spring, completely different worlds." The steam around her face makes her skin look rosy, like a ripe apple. The table is full of ingredients: tender lamb slices, smooth shrimp balls, fresh spinach, golden corn, all ready to enjoy. Deng Yu picks up a cooked beef tripe, puts it in her mouth, and happily exclaims, "Crispy and tender, so delicious." Bai Wei can't help but laugh. Then she also picks a lamb slice and dips it into the red broth. They enjoy their hot pot together, laughing happily now and then. The steam from the hot pot blurs the glass window but makes the room feel even warmer. Suddenly, Deng Yu remembers something. She takes out a bottle of red wine from her bag, pours 2 glasses, and offers one to Bai Wei, saying, "Come, let's have a toast to celebrate this warm winter day." Bai Wei accepts the glass, gently clinks it with Deng Yu's, and says, "Yes, here's to always having warmth with us during this cold winter." They drink together, and the rich aroma of the wine mixes with the scent of the hot pot, creating a warm feeling that flows into their hearts. Outside, the wind and snow still howls, but inside, the 2 figures seem especially cozy in the heat of the hot pot. It's as if this small hot pot has brought them together, creating their own little warm world in the cold winter. In this forgotten concrete corner, 2 girls without blood ties build a warm nest amid the howling snow and wind. The next morning, Deng Yu still went out on patrol. The freezing wind, -59 degrees, cut her face like a knife. She crouched at the edge of the rooftop of her 32-story apartment building, her black tactical suit covered with tiny ice crystals. Her keen eyes focused through the snowstorm, locking onto a heat source 3 kilometers away that was moving. 7 humans, 12 ice zombies, she whispered into her headset. Her breath instantly frosted her mask. "By way, stay inside and don't come out. It's really cold outside." A clear, youthful voice responded from the headset. "Okay, Sister Deng." Deng Yu moved closer to the group, hiding nearby. Her fingers brushed the hilt of her tang sword. The blade, sharp and cold, shimmered with a faint blue glow in the extreme cold. The handle was wrapped with anti-slip gold thread. Suddenly, she rolled sideways. Her previous position was pierced by an ice spike. Her sixth sense saved her again. A distorted figure slowly appeared through the snow. A 3-meter-tall ice zombie king hunched over, its spine protruding through frozen skin, resembling a walking ice sculpture skeleton. Its cloudy eyes rolled as it let out a roar that sounded like metal grinding. "It looks like today's patrol will end early," Deng Yu sneered coldly. She didn't wait for the zombie king to attack. She drew her sword, and as she did, a blue flame ignited on the blade using her fire control magic, shooting like a falling star at the monster. When the blade cut into the zombie king's shoulder, a burst of icy fog exploded. Taking advantage of the surprise, Deng Yu swung her tang sword all the way into the creature's chest. Its rotten internal organs froze before spilling out. The zombie king roared and swung its bony claws, but was shattered by the sudden activation of her copper-headed, iron-arm device, breaking 3 finger bones. "Too fragile," Deng Yu mocked. She suddenly let go of her sword, leaning back to dodge a sweeping bone tail, then grabbed a second tang sword from her space. This sword was engraved with flame patterns. As she infused her fire magic into it, the blade turned bright red. The wound on the zombie king's chest began to heal, but Deng Yu's speed was faster. She spun like a waltz, her crimson tang sword drawing a perfect arc. The blade melted the ice armor into steaming hot vapor. When she finished her 3rd rotation, the zombie king's head flew high into the air. Still tumbling in the air, the head, Deng Yu had already rushed toward the approaching group of ice zombies. Her keen eyes precisely targeted each joint's weak point, and her tang sword traced deadly red streaks through the snowstorm. Just as one zombie raised its claws, the sword tip pierced through its jaw into its brain. Another monster attempting to attack was suddenly kicked in the knees by a spinning kick turned around unexpectedly. "Left," Deng Yu's warning suddenly sounded. Almost instinctively, Deng Yu shifted half a step to the side. A piercing bullet whistled past her ear and exploded a large hole in the ice wall behind her. Her keen eyesight tracked the bullet's trajectory and spotted the on the rooftop, a man with slicked back hair. "Looks like someone is looking for trouble." Deng Yu licked the snow from the corner of her mouth. She deliberately slowed her movements, allowing the second bullet to hit her left shoulder. Her copper head and iron arms caused the bullet to deform and deflect, but the impact still made her stagger a few steps. The ice zombies immediately swarmed forward. The man with slicked back hair saw Deng Yu being knocked down by the ice zombies through a scope and whistled excitedly. He waved behind him. "The prey is hooked. Prepare Plan B." 6 raiders pushed modified snowmobiles through the fire escape. They carried melting zombie parts. This was the most effective bait for attracting zombies. "Remember, leave some alive," the man with slicked back hair commanded through an earpiece. "That girl's face, I want it." At this moment, Deng Yu was performing a perfect fake death. She let the ice zombies pounce on her, activated her water control magic, instantly freezing the zombies. When the ice wall formed to block the view behind her, Deng Yu disappeared in stealth. "Where's she?" The bald man kicked aside an ice zombie corpse. A blade sound came from behind him. The moment Deng Yu revealed herself, her tang sword had already sliced through his neck. Her keen eyesight clearly outlined each enemy. Instead of using a gun, she chose the most intimidating method, precisely stabbing her enemy's shoulder blades with her tang sword, which was non-lethal but disabled their movement.
"Ah."
"My arm. Help. Help, devil." "She's an invisible demon." Deng Yu turned and ran up to a nearby building. Her keen eyesight continued tracking them. "Change tactics," she muttered to herself. Deng Yu suddenly smashed the window and leapt out of the building. During her fall, she activated her indestructible magic. Then, Gathering fire in her hand, she launched herself like a cannonball, smashing into the middle of the raider team with a right punch. The shockwave knocked down 5 enemies. Deng Yu didn't wait for them to get up. Her tang sword pressed against the leader's throat. "Tell me about your background." The man trembled and pointed toward the man with slicked back hair. Deng Yu followed his finger and saw a reflection glinting on the distant rooftop, where the once again aimed her with the rifle. This time, she did not hide. She raised her hand to catch the bullet. At the moment the bullet hit her hand, her double protection, brass head, iron arm, and indestructible body made her step back half a step. Deng Yu deliberately spat out a mouthful of ketchup, which was actually a small packet hidden in the space. She knelt on one knee, like a hero shot and unable to stand. The greasy man indeed took the bait, excitedly rushing forward with his last 3 followers. "Finally caught you, beauty," his greasy voice came through his gas mask. "Now be good with me, and I might consider." His words were cut off. Deng Yu suddenly sprang up, swinging her tang sword in a perfect cross to cut his rifle into 4 pieces. At the same time, she activated her fire control magic, and bright flames instantly engulfed the greasy man's head. "With you?" Deng Yu stepped on his screaming body. "But I don't like greasy guys." The remaining raiders turned to run. Deng Yu pulled out her pistol from her space and quickly shot at their calves. The injuries made them twitch and fall to the ground in pain, like marionettes on strings. Deng Yu walked over, lifting one of their chins with her tang sword. "Who are you?" One of the group couldn't hold on and forced a smile. "Deputy Director Pei misses his sister and sent us to bring you back to the base for a reunion." "A reunion?" Deng Yu's voice was icy, and with a flash of her blade, she cut off 3 of the followers' fingers. "You guys make up stories, but who starts shooting right away?" The greasy man, Husan, suddenly shrank his pupils. He had seen many tough characters, but Deng Yu's quick temper and her tendency to attack without warning still scared him. "Speak." Deng Yu's sword was pressed against A's neck. She stepped on the wrist of the man whose fingers she had just cut off, listening to his screams. Her gaze was fixed on the greasy man, Husan. "Pei Siyuan sent you to catch me because Dengwan said something, didn't she?" The blade pressed slightly into his skin, blood beads flowing down the sword into her palm, steaming into tiny white mist in the snow. Husan's back hit the icy road. He watched his men, like fish on a chopping block, fall one by one into the snow. Each wound avoided vital organs but caused excruciating pain, making them roll on the ground. This greasy man, known for his ruthlessness in the base, finally tasted what it was like to be forced to peel onions with a knife. Every time Deng Yu knocked down someone, she would tap their knees with the sword's tail. That dull pain was more tormenting than bleeding directly. "Danwan," the greasy-haired man, Husan, swallowed hard. "He said that you have many supplies, including those from the Dan family and the He family. Combined, they must be a lot." Before he finished speaking, Tang Dao pressed against his throat. The coldness in Deng Yu's eyes made his neck tingle. The coldest thing was her smile when she curled her lips. "Supplies?" Deng Yu suddenly withdrew her knife, kicked Husan's knees with her boot, causing him to kneel in a pool of blood with his companions. Tang Dao spun a blade in her palm. "I don't know. My good sister followed Pei Siyuan and still remembers me," she said, the blade flashing. Husan's slicked back hair and left ear fell onto the snow, and his screams continued. Even tough people are afraid of pain. The snow fell heavier and heavier. Deng Yu stood among several twisted bodies. Tang Dao, bleeding, stepped into the snow and left. She looked toward the distant dawn, her fingertips brushing the blade. Snowflakes landed on her eyelashes. She suddenly smiled, her laughter mixing with the wind, spreading across the empty field, colder than the sword in her hand. "Ah, Dengwan, Dengwan." She bent down to pick up Husan's dropped communicator, looked at the urgent message from Pei Siyuan on the screen, and typed the words, "He is dead," on the keyboard. "Do you think that by teaming up with the deputy base chief, you can come back to avenge me?" Then the communicator was split in half by Tang Dao. Sending only these few people, it seems Deng Yu's hidden tricks worked. Everyone thought Deng Yu was just a person with some special abilities, strength, and a few guns. Those who truly saw Deng Yu's power had already died or could only guess based on her achievements. Even the most creative minds wouldn't guess the truth. The interrogation lasted less than 5 minutes. When Deng Yu finished dealing with the last plunder, beheading him and tossing his body into the snow, there was no need for further patrol. She returned to the 32nd floor, where Bai Wei, wrapped in a blanket, sat on the sofa reading a book. Suddenly, Bai Wei seemed to have a revelation. She put down her book abruptly and said, "There is a greater danger approaching 40 kilometers southwest." Her voice trembled slightly. "They have some kind of heavy weapon. Can you predict the location?" Deng Yu asked as she sipped hot tea. "Yes." Bai Wei bit her lip. "Southwest. That's enough," Deng Yu said, finishing her tea in one gulp. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, Deng Yu stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. Another cycle of the cold, apocalyptic world had begun, but the roles of hunter and prey are always defined by the strongest. "Snow will fall tonight," Deng Yu suddenly said. She stroked the flame patterns on her sword, a cruel smile appearing on her face. Perfect weather for a barbecue. Last time, Deng Yu didn't trick them too badly, so they could still come back to get revenge. As for killing the main characters, she planned to think it through carefully. She was lucky to be reborn and had a powerful special ability now. There was no need to offend the natural order just for 2 weak people. But this time, her revenge had to be thorough. She wanted to weaken them completely. She didn't have to kill them directly. Indirect methods would do. Last time, Deng Yu drained their supplies and stole their lucky encounters, so it was okay to attack indirectly. First, she needed to strengthen herself. Although she already had a good relationship with Bai Wei, she still didn't want her space to be exposed to others. She had told Bai Wei to sleep in her place, but then sent her to the other side, or she could go herself. Either way, it would look suspicious if she kept hiding her actions. She couldn't do sneaky things openly. After some thought, Deng Yu decided to go outside and find a safe place to upgrade herself. She wasn't eager to level up because her strength was already enough, and she had obtained the cultivation manual, Taoist Virtue of the Void. She originally wanted to use the crystal cores she found as materials for cultivation. Although the cores contained zombie virus, she could absorb it through the Void Jade Pendant to gain pure spiritual energy for training. But then she considered that she would have to face the main characters. The female lead didn't matter much. She was just an ordinary person without strength, fed treasures by the natural order. The male lead, however, had fire and lightning abilities. He might now be at level 6, possibly even at top level 7 or 8. She needed to plan carefully. She couldn't just rush in alone and attack their base. She decided to observe their base first, see if there was anything she could use, and make sure her strength was enough to crush them. If she couldn't win, she had to run. After thinking it over, she told Bai Wei she was going out again to look around. Deng Yu put on her warm clothes, opened the door, and stepped outside. The world was already covered in ice and snow. No one except zombies would be wandering around. Even the zombies stayed still if they could. She found a safe spot, as the house still looked like it did before the apocalypse. Everything was covered in ice, just like before, probably because the zombie infection had spread too much in this neighborhood. The homeowner's house was not found by others. Although there was a zombie outbreak and heavy rain, this water world was still dangerous. But there were very few survivors in the city. Most of those who survived had gone to various bases. Every time the bases sent out search teams, they risked encountering zombies. Deng Yu used her clairvoyance and keen hearing to scout the nearby area. Finally, she confirmed no one was around. She quickly slipped into her space. She was surprised to see a small mountain of zombie crystal cores made from the zombies. Inside the thatched hut, there were high-level zombie crystal cores, and outside, there were crystal cores from level 2 to 5 zombies. Deng Yu felt it was a waste to fill all the crystal cores at once. Plus, higher-level cores could help her upgrade. She still had someone to take care of, Bai Wei, who was researching purification at home. So she first took 40,000 crystal cores from levels 2 to 4 to fill the gourd vine for absorption. With a thought, Deng Yu moved some of the crystal cores into her space, filling the hole at the root of the gourd vine. Soon, the vine started glowing green all over. It seemed to come alive, with all its leaves and tendrils moving without wind. The leaves of the gourd vine cheered, as if they were truly absorbing energy. Energy circles flowed along the vine into each gourd. Before long, each gourd looked full of energy. Deng Yu saw each gourd release a powerful energy wave that surged into her body. She felt very familiar, like the sensation of leveling up. The energy waves wrapped around her, lifting her into the air. After a moment, the energy flow stopped, and Deng Yu landed back on the ground. Deng Yu immediately activated her ability panel. Big Child Strength Enhancement Level 7 permanently increases strength by 20,000 kilograms, improves physique, and boosts overall power. Muscle Explosive Force increased by 1,000%. Duration, 6 hours. Cooldown, 15 minutes. Second Child Clairvoyance and Hearing Level 7. Visual Range, 20 kilometers. Auditory Range, 20 kilometers. Third Child Diamond Body Level 7. Skin Hardness equivalent to 1500 HV, 4 times titanium alloy, immune to common cold. Weapons and Anti-Material Rifles, Enhanced Physique and Endurance. Fourth Child Flames Level 7. Can spit fire up to 300 meters, can generate lightning within a 50-meter range. Duration, 20 minutes. Fifth Child Water Escape Level 7. Water Jet Range, 300 meters. Underwater Breathing, 360 minutes, can generate lightning within a 50-meter range. Water Flow Propulsion Speed, 40 knots. Water Invisibility. Sixth Child Shadow Step Level 7. Duration, 8 hours. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Seventh Child Treasure Gourd Level 7. Gourd Space Capacity, 400 cubic meters. Time Flow Rate, 1/12. Can contain a living creature for chaotic refinement. Hosts Superpower Panel. Psychic Abilities. Level 6. Metal Abilities. Level 7. Can enter the space world for up to 7 hours at a time, with a total of 14 hours per day, not cumulative. Deng Yu looked at her ability panel and noticed that her powers started doubling from level 7. She wondered if reaching level 9 or 10 would make her as powerful as the Diamond Gourd Baby. She remembered that the 7 Gourd Babies caused big trouble for the Snake Spirit and Scorpion Spirit, but they didn't have absolute control. Only when transformed into the Diamond Gourd Baby could she fight the Snake Spirit easily. Plus, there was a move that was as impressive as in the cartoon, but in reality, it was even more shocking. She could crash straight into a mountain, unstoppable. Deng Yu continued to check the spiritual spring water inside the gourd space. She took a cup of water and sipped it slowly. She felt it was more spiritual than before, and drinking it improved her recovery. Due to the growth of the gourd vine, the yield has increased a bit. Deng Yu checked the other areas. The thatched hut remains the same, and the spiritual field is still 1.33 acres, but the space has expanded. Deng Yu thought of a place, the Monster Cave, in the gourd baby world. It's a very powerful boss. Deng Yu had previously complained about the 7 brothers fighting the snake spirit together. Now that Deng Yu has gained superpowers, she realizes that the 7 brothers, not united, might not be able to defeat the snake spirit. The snake spirit's Rui is too overpowered. It's like a brainwave launcher. Anything imagined in her mind can be released. Her attack ability depends on how big her imagination is. The richer her imagination, the more powerful her attacks. The snake spirit is also very skilled in magic and can split up to attack them separately. Deng Yu remembered seeing the entrance to the monster cave last time. She thought to herself and immediately saw that the gourd vine had already spread inside the cave. She followed inside, luckily having the 1,000-mile eyes, or else such a dark place would be very hard for humans to survive. As she walked, she saw inside a yellow crystal like amber. Inside, there was a very beautiful woman wrapped in the crystal, but her lower body was a snake, clearly the snake spirit from the gourd baby world. When Deng Yu saw her clearly, her pupils trembled. She was about to teleport back to the thatched hut, but she noticed the snake spirit seemed to be sealed. Curious, Deng Yu knocked on the crystal, and a jingling sound came out. She thought for a moment and called out to the system. "System, what's going on?" "Who is she?" The system replied. "This is the space created by the host feeding the gourd vine, a new space developed. It contains creatures from the gourd baby world, the snake spirit. For the first time, Dengyu felt the system's mechanical nature. She knew this was the gourd baby world, and this was the snake spirit. Could the system say something she didn't already know? She thought for a moment and asked more clearly, "System, is this space the original gourd baby world?" The system answered, "Yes." Dengyu pondered again. "System, how did you turn the gourd baby world into a system space?" The system replied, "The host lacks permission." Dengyu felt a pang in her chest and thought for a moment before asking, "System, is the snake spirit from the gourd baby world still alive?" Since asking the system didn't work, she decided to ask a native. The system responded, "Yes, she is currently sealed." Dengyu was pleased. There might be hope. Dengyu thought about how to ask the system the next question, but she didn't want to stay there any longer. She quickly moved to the thatched hut and then directly to the spirit spring water, took a cup, and drank it to calm her nerves. She sat down on the spot and analyzed the situation. Based on the cartoon, Hulu Brothers, she had seen before, the most different part of the Hulu world was the snake spirit. The Hulu world was usually peaceful, with only the old man, the mountain god, the Hulu brothers, and some small monsters. Suddenly, a powerful and cunning snake spirit appeared, breaking this peace. The treasures brought by the snake spirit, like the Rui scepter and the magic mirror, were very different from the natural powers of the Hulu world. They were filled with mysterious and unknown forces, far beyond normal things, suggesting she was not from this world. From the snake spirit's words and actions, and her unfamiliarity with the rules of the Hulu world, it can be guessed that she was sent by a higher world as an invader. The higher world coveted the unique natural powers of the Hulu world, especially the mysterious energy inside the gourd mountain. This energy could nourish all things and might even hold secrets to breaking through different dimensions. As a scout, the snake spirit's job was to plunder resources and take over this world, preparing for a full invasion by the higher world. The birth of the Hulu brothers was already full of mystery. They were born from 7 colored gourds, each with special abilities closely connected to natural elements, and their powers complemented each other. These abilities were not random. The mountain god, sensing an impending crisis, used the power of Gourd Mountain, combined with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, to carefully select and bestow these powers upon them. The mountain god knew that the Hulu world was about to face disaster, so he placed hope in the Hulu brothers. They were chosen ones, tasked with protecting the world and fighting against invaders. The old man, a regular resident of the Hulu world, did not have strong powers, but he was kind and wise. He served as a bridge between the Hulu brothers and ordinary people, providing logistical support and emotional comfort. The mountain god silently guided and helped the Hulu brothers, using his control over the world's rules to create favorable conditions for them at critical moments. Meanwhile, the snake spirit kept summoning other monsters to build her invasion force. The battle between the two sides was intense in the Hulu world. This fight was not only about the survival of the Hulu world, but also involved the interests of different worlds. I inferred that the Gourd baby world is likely undergoing a world upgrade. Dengyu's fingertip brushed over the floating gourd vine in midair, which still shimmered with colorful light. She couldn't help but ask, "System, why is my bound space the Gourd baby world?" Suddenly, a mechanical voice rang out of her mind, with a faint crackling sound of data fluctuation. The host shares similarities with the native world, Dengyu, and has emotional ties to the Gourd babies. The system automatically matched the Gourd baby world in a parallel universe to build the system space. When the system brought the host here, it created the Gourd space. Dengyu understood, then became curious about this world. "System, is this world also upgrading?" The system replied, "This world has an abnormal energy concentration and has been marked as an unstable singularity by the Cosmic Observation Network." "Yes, it is undergoing a world upgrade. Abnormal energy concentration?" Dengyu frowned. Suddenly, a holographic projection appeared before her. Exactly. The system displayed data streams, with red warning characters flashing constantly. A world upgrade is essentially a dimensional leap. The mountain god's power in the gourd baby world resonates with the 7-colored gourds, causing energy tides. These unusual fluctuations attract dark forces from the universe's shadow realm. As it spoke, the scene shifted to a dark, eerie void. The system's mechanical voice continued. Countless twisted shadows wander chaos. Among them, a creature resembling a giant python suddenly turns its head, hollow eyes fixed on the gourd mountain projection. Dark spirits thrive on devouring the world's essence. When a world upgrades and energy gaps appear, they follow the fluctuations to tear open space cracks. If the dark spirits descend, this world will become a deep abyss that devours life. Deng Yu felt a chill run down her back. She saw faint shadows of dark spirits in the scene. System. Will the dark spirits come to this world in the future? The system replied. This system assesses that they won't. Soldiers fight soldiers. Generals fight generals. If they did, I wouldn't be here doing missions. Deng Yu was speechless. Such an important matter. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't you tell me sooner? She patiently asked. System. Why didn't you say earlier? And what is your mission? The system responded. You didn't ask, and my system name already explains everything. Haloa, Post-Apocalyptic Survival System version 1.0. If you survive, it means humanity is still alive, and I will gain a part of the world's original source. If you die, it means I failed the mission, and I will have to leave this small world at a loss. The reason I didn't mention this is, first, because the host didn't ask. Second, you're doing very well. You prepared before the apocalypse started, and you are cautious after it began. I think you can handle it well, without me speaking, and if I do, I might cause trouble. You only lose your life, but I lose the world's original source. Deng, you felt speechless.
Fine.
The world's original source is powerful, impressive, and it can even buy my life. But it seems that if I really use the world's source to buy the lives of ordinary people, probably an entire world's worth of common folk, those demon cultivators wouldn't hesitate at all. After feeling speechless, Deng Yu calmed down. System, since you're a third party, the heavenly Tao of this world chooses the male and female leads to save the world. If I oppose them, will it affect your ability to collect the world's original source? System. Don't worry, they do their thing and we do ours. We can't kill them if they are not meant to die. If they fail, that's just their problem. We only care about the outcome, not about good or bad, right or wrong. Because only the winners have the right to speak. Deng Yu felt reassured. That's fine. I also thought of the snake spirit. System. So which faction does the snake spirit belong to? An explorer from a higher world, the system replied coldly, with a sense of pressure. They sense the signs of the world's upgrade early and try to seize the core energy before the heavenly demon arrives. The host's task is not only to protect the world but also to prevent the world's source from being polluted. Otherwise, the entire world's source could be stolen by others, and that would mean our mission failed. Deng Yu understood. System, in the future, tell me important things early. I almost killed the male and female leads of the world. Also, if I encounter people from other worlds, can you detect them? Only face-to-face by examining their energy, the system replied. Deng Yu was speechless today. What a silent, profound bridge. Honestly, if Deng Yu saw someone using non-ability techniques in this world, he would definitely know they are outsiders. Could Deng Yu recognize the Naruto, world's ninja techniques, or the One Piece, world's hockey?
It seems pointless to ask.
Deng Yu continued to ask about the snake spirit. System. How do I unseal the snake spirit? If I do, can I control her? System. The seal that was pressed down by the Calabash brothers has already been lifted. The current yellow amber-like seal is the snake spirit's own life-preserving seal, but it lacks energy. If you feed her zombie crystal cores, she will be unsealed. Inside the system space, the host is invincible, but once outside, I don't know if you can control her. The system guesses you probably can't. Deng Yu realized that inside the system space, she could control the snake spirit, but outside, her abilities and powers wouldn't allow her to control others. After thinking for a moment, Deng Yu decided to unseal the snake spirit. First, to learn about the world's upgrade. Second, to understand the reason for the destruction in the Calabash brothers' world. third, to see if she could use the snake spirit's treasures. After all, the snake spirit's magic tools only need a spell and energy. Once she cultivates her magic power, that Rui scepter would be incredibly powerful. Deng Yu quickly moved to the demon cave where the snake spirit seal was. She didn't know how many crystal cores to use, so she asked the system, how many 4th level zombie crystal cores are needed to unseal her? System, 1,000 4th level zombie crystal cores. Deng Yu worried. Will the zombie virus inside the cores affect the snake spirit? System. The system infers it probably won't. First, the snake spirit can use poison naturally, and the zombie virus is just a virus combined with spiritual energy. It should be fine for her. Second, the snake spirit sealed herself for self-preservation, so she values her life and wouldn't be harmed by the zombie virus. Deng Yu felt relieved. She immediately thought, and 1,000 4th level crystal cores appeared near the amber seal of the snake spirit. System. Awaken the snake spirit. After the system completed the operation, the zombie crystal cores began to turn into powder. At this moment, the amber shone brightly with golden light. The amber melted into the snake spirit's body. Once fully melted, the golden light disappeared. The snake spirit's beautiful eyes and eyebrows twitched, and she slowly woke up. She seemed to be receiving some information. After a moment of stunned silence, she moved gracefully to Deng Yu and bowed. Golden Snake greets the master. Deng Yu saw that the golden snake spirit seemed to be pledging loyalty to her. Using spatial power, she transported them both to the edge of a valley, since the dark demon cave was hardly a good place for conversation. Once outside, she saw that the golden snake spirit wore a crimson gold robe covered with dark patterns. Behind her, a tail made of pure energy swayed freely, each scale glowing with a strange light. She held a jade scepter, and the red mark at the corner of her eye trembled slightly as she smiled. "Master, please be kind to me." Deng Yu instantly summoned her flaming Tang blade, its tip aimed at the spirit's throat. The blade shimmered with fiery energy. "Can you stop talking to me like that? Show me your real strength." At the same time, she called to her system. "System, if she attacks me, freeze her immediately." The golden snake spirit laughed softly. The scepter spun in her palm, scattering golden ripples. With a flick of her finger, the rocks in the valley exploded into countless fragments, but when they reached 1/2 meter from Deng Yu, they froze in midair, held by an invisible force. Deng Yu watched the still stones warily. With a thought, she summoned spatial power, turning the fragments into dust. "Golden snake spirit, what are you trying to do?" "I only wanted to see my master's strength." She glanced at the dust with a hint of disdain. "So, you're the ruler of this space." Impressive. Yet her tone carried no real respect. Although Deng Yu wasn't strong enough to completely subdue this spirit, she could still seal her away if needed, perhaps by using the Black Domain Ring to drain her power, or by letting the Gourd Vine absorb and refine her. The golden snake spirit waved her hand, and the gem on her scepter burst into dazzling golden light. A grand, illusory palace appeared within the glow. The palace was magnificent, each pillar carved with mysterious runes. "Let me show you what I can do." This scepter is a replica of a primordial treasure born at the dawn of chaos. Before she finished speaking, the scepter turned into a streak of light and vanished into the void. A moment later, the distant mountains shook violently, collapsing into ruins. This scepter can command the power of heaven and earth. "Moving mountains and filling seas is only its simplest use," she said proudly. "It can also gather spatial energy to form invisible prisons, trapping enemies within, or unleash devastating energy blasts that even immortals would struggle to withstand." She raised her hand and waved, and Rui appeared again. Golden light covered the entire valley, and Deng Yu felt as if the space around her froze, making it hard to breathe. Deng Yu used her inner strength, and colorful light flowed over her body. She struggled to break free from the restraint. She looked sharply at the golden snake spirit and asked, "Your Rui is indeed powerful, but why should I trust you?" The golden snake spirit was not angry. Instead, she showed a look of admiration in her eyes. She lightly tapped her fingertips, and an old bronze mirror floated in the air. The mirror emitted a faint blue glow. This is the spirit-exposing mirror. It can see through all illusions in the world. No matter if a master is hiding their aura or a monster is changing shape, nothing can hide from it. The mirror shone brightly, and the fog on the other side of the valley instantly disappeared. Moreover, the spirit-exposing mirror can reflect attacks, doubling the enemy's power back to them. The golden snake spirit curled her lips into a cold smile and aimed the bronze mirror forward. She then spat out a flame from her rui, which bent in an arc. But as soon as it touched the mirror, it was countered by an even stronger flame, causing the stone in front of the mirror to explode into fragments. After showing the power of the spirit-exposing mirror, the golden snake spirit gently raised her hand. A golden belt spun out into the air. The belt was engraved with ancient symbols and radiated a mysterious aura. This is the binding immortal rope. Once caught by it, even an immortal would find it hard to escape. She casually waved her hand, and the binding immortal rope shot out like a spirit snake, wrapping around a stone in the valley that looked like a standing human figure. Rui manipulated the stone to shake wildly, but it could not break free. Under the restraint of the rope, the stone gradually shattered. Watching the many magical tools the golden snake spirit displayed, Dengyu's caution did not lessen at all. No matter how powerful your treasures are, I still can't believe you would truly be loyal. Hearing this, the golden snake spirit's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. She sighed softly, and her aura suddenly softened. Her snake tail slowly shrank and transformed into a pair of slender jade legs. She moved gracefully and stepped in front of Dengyu. I understand your doubts. Honestly, although I am a monster, I don't want to continue being in the higher world. The promises from the higher world are just to make me their puppet. But you are chosen by the system. Maybe you can help me break free from their control. She paused, a firm look flashing in her eyes. Besides, I have my own reasons. If I can survive the disaster of the new world, I hope to find a place for myself there, instead of being used by different powers as I am now. I am willing to offer you all my abilities and treasures, as long as I can have a safe place to live in the world to come. Dengyu looked into the golden snake spirit's eyes. Under the green light of the demon-revealing mirror, she could clearly see the sincerity and longing in them. After a long silence, she slowly lowered her blade. All right, I'll trust you this once. But if you ever betray me, you'll regret it deeply. The golden snake spirit smiled brightly and bowed. From now on, I will follow you faithfully and face any danger without hesitation. The mist in the valley thickened again, but it no longer felt heavy. Instead, it carried a faint sense of hope. With the golden snake spirit joining her, Dengyu's path of survival in the end times seemed to gain a powerful ally. Yet ahead of them still lay unknown dangers and challenges. But how could someone like Dengyu truly trust her? Dengyu didn't even fully trust her own people, let alone a spirit with a complicated past. She didn't believe her, but she could use her. Now wasn't the time for questions or tests. That would come later, after more contact. For now, Dengyu wouldn't dare let the snake spirit leave the space. The system had said, inside the space, she can't cause any real trouble. With the golden snake spirit around, it was like having a wise mentor by her side, very helpful for her cultivation journey. Seeing how cooperative the golden snake spirit was, Dengyu still didn't trust her, but she could make use of her. After all, in life, true friends and loyal followers are rare. Dengyu was very interested in the golden snake spirit's treasures, for they were all extremely powerful. Her gaze drifted to the jade-like ornament floating at the spirit's waist. It was a magical treasure that gave off a mysterious aura, with faint runes glowing on its surface, as if it held the power to shake the heavens. She sighed softly, her voice tinged with regret. It's a pity that although my abilities are strong, I lack a weapon that can truly make a difference. During my last battle, if I'd had a proper treasure, I wouldn't have been in such a difficult situation. As she spoke, her fingers unconsciously brushed the hilt of her sword, as if trying to hide her longing. The golden snake spirit's lips curved into a subtle smile, one that didn't quite reach her eyes. She gently waved her jade hand, and a golden light flashed. The spirit-exposing mirror floated in the air, its surface emitting a faint blue glow. "Does the young master like my treasure?" Her voice carried a teasing tone. The mirror reflected Deng Yu's eyes, narrowing sharply. This spirit-exposing mirror can see through illusions and bounce back attacks. As she spoke, the scene in the mirror changed. Below the endless sand dunes, countless shadows wriggled. The blue light from the mirror shone down, causing the shadows to let out sharp screams before burning into ash, just like in the mirror's past battle recordings. "This treasure is very picky about its owner, unless..." The golden snake spirit deliberately stretched out her voice, a sly glint flashing in her eyes. She watched Deng Yu's tense body, secretly amused, but also curious about the person chosen by the system. Deng Yu paused her finger, unconsciously rubbing her tang sword, her pace gradually quickening, as if her restless heart was stirring. She steadied herself and said slowly, "I've heard that ancient spiritual treasures have their own spirits. If protected by the master, they will choose good wood to rest." Then she looked up at the golden clouds swirling behind the golden snake spirit. That was a protective barrier formed by the binding immortal rope, which was inscribed with ancient runes, radiating a mysterious aura. "I don't have a suitable magic weapon right now. Fighting outside isn't very effective. You just said you want to offer your abilities and magic tools to me. Better to do it early since my world is also full of disasters now." Her tone carried a hint of worry, as if truly concerned about the safety of this world. The golden snake spirit's eyes flickered with a strange light. She gently stroked the flowing runes on the rui, her thoughts seeming to drift back to a distant past. "Young master, do you know why the world upgrades?" She raised a swirl of chaotic-colored light in her palm, faint stars flickering within. "Every world has a core source, like a heart. The source of the Calabash world is hidden deep within the seven-colored lotus platform on Gourd Mountain, a crystallization formed by the mountain god exhausting his divine power." As she spoke, illusory mountains appeared within the glow. The colorful veins flowing inside the mountains were clearly visible, like the world's blood vessels. When the world upgrades, the core power breaks free from its seal. The golden snake spirit flicked her finger, causing the chaotic light to tremble violently, as if about to explode. "It's like breaking a hornet's nest. Heavenly demons can follow the source fluctuations to tear open dimensional rifts. They are not craving magic treasures or living beings, but the fundamental source of the world that can reshape the body and advance to become the master of a new realm." Her voice grew serious and deep, and a hint of fear flickered in her eyes, as if recalling the terror of the heavenly demon. Suddenly, the golden snake spirit pushed the magic mirror toward Deng Yu, and the mirror reflected her suddenly tense jawline. "Young master, if you want a magic treasure, just say so. Since I have pledged loyalty, I won't hide anything." Her gaze carried a teasing look, as if testing Deng Yu's courage. Deng Yu clenched her fingers around the handle of her sword, her knuckles turning white, and thought quietly. She knew the golden snake spirit wouldn't give up the treasure easily. "I'm just worried." She hesitated, trying to find a good reason. "Worried that I might hide a deadly trick." The golden snake spirit chuckled softly, a knowing look flashing in her eyes. She waved her hand gently, and the rui transformed into a streak of light that entered Deng Yu's forehead so quickly she had no time to react. The magic treasure only needs a thought to recognize its owner. "Young master, you might as well try." She watched Deng Yu's surprised expression, a sly look in her eyes. "Once you refine the rui, you'll understand my intentions." Deng Yu felt the resonance of the rui in her mind, and her heart was both surprised and happy. She didn't expect the golden snake spirit to so straightforwardly give her the rui, but this ease also made her cautious. Suddenly, the gourd vine in the space grew wildly, wrapping the two in a rainbow glow. As the vines entwined, Deng Yu worked to calm her inner waves, a faint smile appearing on her face. Meanwhile, the golden snake spirit watched her expression closely, her snake tail quietly tightening behind her, as if waiting for something. "This rui may look simple, but it contains endless secrets." The golden snake spirit broke the silence and began to explain in detail. It can control the power of heaven and earth, move mountains and fill seas, and even condense space to form an unbreakable cage. If the young master masters it skillfully, even a heavenly demon could be challenged. She waved her hand, and a shadow of the Rui appeared in the air. Wherever it passed, space twisted, and distant mountain peaks slowly moved. Moreover, the Rui can absorb energy from heaven and earth, transforming it into the user's strength, she continued. In battle, this can be a lifesaver. She lightly tapped her finger, and the shadow of the Rui burst into a dazzling light. The surrounding spiritual energy flooded in wildly, forming a huge vortex of power. Deng Yu listened carefully, her desire for the Rui growing even stronger. She tried to summon her inner strength and communicate with the Rui in her mind. Suddenly, a powerful force surged within her, and she could clearly feel the flow of the surrounding world's energy, as if she had control over the entire universe. The spirit-exposing mirror is not to be underestimated, said the golden snake spirit, seeing that Deng Yu had begun to master the power of the Rui. She then introduced the spirit-exposing mirror. Besides revealing illusions, it can also reflect attacks. The stronger the enemy's attack, the more powerful the reflection. When facing difficult opponents, this mirror might turn the tide of the battle. She controlled the mirror, and an attack shot from afar. But the moment it touched the mirror's surface, a stronger force bounced it back, smashing the attacker into pieces. As for the binding immortal rope, once it wraps around an enemy, it tightens constantly, drawing their strength, said the golden snake spirit, flicking her jade hand. The binding immortal rope spun out and wrapped around a large stone in the distance. Under its grip, the stone shrank gradually, its surface glow-dimming until it turned into dust. Deng Yu watched the powerful magic tools displayed by the golden snake spirit, feeling secretly amazed. If she could use these treasures, her chances of survival would increase. But she also understood that the golden snake spirit willingly giving her these treasures must mean she had her own plans. Don't worry, young lady, said the golden snake spirit, seeming to see through Deng Yu's thoughts. Since I have pledged loyalty, I will do my best. I hope you can quickly refine the Rui. Her eyes showed a rare seriousness. My life now depends on you. Deng Yu nodded firmly. I understand. Since I've accepted these treasures, I won't betray your trust. She clenched her fists, and the power within her resonated with the Rui, causing a rainbow glow to shimmer around her. Deng Yu felt the warmth from the Rui in her mind and looked away from the golden snake spirit, smiling slightly. Thank you for your help, golden snake. I am grateful. I have some ingredients in my space, food from the human world. Why don't we go to the thatched hut, so I can share some with you? The golden snake spirit raised an eyebrow, her tail gently swaying, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Oh, you have such leisure? I'm curious what kind of delicacies they are. She then stepped gracefully, following Deng Yu, her golden robe fluttering in the morning breeze. Seeing her agree, Deng Yu used her space power to teleport them to a thatched cottage. With a whoosh, they arrived in front of the cottage. Although the cottage looked simple, Deng Yu decorated it warmly and tastefully. The inside had neat tables and chairs. Deng Yu walked to the table, waved her hand, and activated her space power. Soon, the table was filled with ingredients. She took out a bronze hot pot from her space and placed a fuel block inside, then lit it with her fire control magic. The golden snake spirit watched Deng Yu busy herself with interest. When she saw her pour water into the pot and add various secret spices, the fragrant aroma quickly spread, making her take a deep breath. That smells quite unique. I've lived for many years, but I've never smelled anything like this, said the golden snake spirit. Hearing this, Deng Yu explained as she sliced fresh meat. This is called hot pot. You put different ingredients into the pot to cook, then dip them in a special sauce. The taste is wonderful. While speaking, she neatly arranged slices of meat, greens, and bean curd skins on the table. The meat was bright red with clear marbling, clearly high quality. The greens looked fresh and vibrant, and the bean curd skins were golden and shiny, with a bean aroma. The golden snake spirit leaned in to look closely, her eyes full of curiosity. You just put them into the pot like that. Dengyu nodded with a smile.
Yes.
When the water boils, you add the ingredients. But you need to control the heat and cooking time carefully, or the texture won't be right. Just then, the water in the pot started to boil. Dengyu took a slice of meat, put it into the pot, and after a moment, took it out, dipped it in sauce, and put it in her mouth.
See?
Like this, she said, gesturing for the golden snake spirit to try. The golden snake spirit followed her example, took a slice of meat, and put it into the boiling water. When it changed color, she carefully took it out, dipped it in sauce, and ate it. Instantly, a burst of flavors exploded on her tongue, fresh, fragrant, numbing, and spicy, making her pupils shrink. This taste, she exclaimed, eyes wide. She quickly grabbed a few more slices of meat, put them into the pot, and said, I thought I had tasted all the delicacies in the world, but I never knew there was such delicious food. Seeing her so absorbed in eating, Dengyu couldn't help but laugh. She handed her a glass of cool tea to relieve the spiciness and said, Eat slowly. There are many more ingredients. As she spoke, she added some meatballs and mushrooms into the pot. The meatballs rolled and floated in the boiling water, releasing an enticing aroma. Fungi absorbed the delicious flavor of the soup, making it even tastier. The two of them happily ate, and cheerful laughter occasionally came from the thatched hut. The golden snake spirit hadn't eaten so happily in a long time. In the past, to maintain her demon power, she mostly absorbed spiritual energy from the world and rarely enjoyed human food. Now, she was glowing with a red face, and her snake tail was excitedly wagging. After eating and drinking enough, Dengyu took out a handkerchief to wipe the golden snake spirit's mouth. Then she took out 100 level 4 zombie crystal cores from her space power. Seeing how happy you are eating and how interested you seemed in the zombie crystal cores inside and outside my house, I brought some for you. These crystal cores emitted a faint blue glow, with mysterious patterns flowing on their surface, clearly containing strong energy. The golden snake spirit's eyes were instantly attracted to the crystal cores. She reached out and picked one up, feeling the powerful energy inside. A flash of surprise appeared in her eyes. Is this a zombie crystal core? I've heard that in other worlds, zombies run rampant, and their bodies form energy-rich crystal cores. I never thought I'd see one with my own eyes today. Dengyu smiled and said, Since you have joined me, you are one of us. These crystal cores are precious to me, but compared to your help, they are nothing. If you like, take them. These level 4 crystal cores contain energy, but they also carry zombie virus. You probably won't be afraid of the virus. It might even help your cultivation. The golden snake spirit looked at the crystal core in her hand, feeling a touch of emotion. She had lived so many years and was used to the treachery of the world. People like Dengyu, who are sincere, are rare. Your kindness is so great. I will do my best to serve you, she said seriously, carefully storing the crystal core, her eyes full of determination. Dengyu patted her on the shoulder. We are now partners, so don't be so formal. By the way, you mentioned hearing about zombie crystal cores. Do you know about the situation in other worlds? I am very curious. The golden snake spirit was slightly stunned, then fell into thought. When I was in a higher world, I heard powerful people mention it. In some shattered worlds, the zombie virus runs rampant, and countless creatures turn into walking corpses. The survivors, especially the strong ones, hunt zombies to get their crystal cores. Crystal cores can improve strength and be used to exchange for various resources. Different levels of cores have vastly different values. Dengyu listened intently. Although she had learned about other worlds through the system, hearing it from the golden snake spirit gave her a different feeling. So, there are so many strange worlds. What is the higher world like? She asked. The golden snake spirit sighed. The higher world is full of powerful beings. The spiritual energy there is much richer than here. Rare treasures and powerful magic tools are everywhere. But it is also full of conflicts. Different groups fight over resources and strength. I thought that if I joined the stronger people from the higher world, I would be protected. But I ended up just being sent here to this gourd baby world to take resources, she said, a hint of resentment in her eyes. Deng Yu held her hand and comforted her. What's past is past. Now that you are with me, if we work together, maybe one day we can go to the higher world. Seeing Deng Yu's determined look, the golden snake spirit felt a warm feeling inside. She nodded.
All right.
With your words, I have no fear. They looked at each other and smiled, each hiding their own plans deep inside. Neither Deng Yu nor the golden snake spirit trusted the other completely, but they would cooperate for their own benefit. Deng Yu watched as the golden snake spirit carefully stored the crystal core, still smiling on the outside, but secretly planning. She had the magic treasure and the crystal core, but the golden snake spirit was unpredictable. Keeping her close was uneasy. Golden Snake, you've been in this gourd baby world for a long time. You probably have many things to take care of in the demon cave, Deng Yu said. She loosened her grip and casually brushed her skirt. Now that I have these crystal cores, I can go back and focus on training. My strength should recover a bit. Her tone was light, as if she was just concerned about her friend's training. The golden snake spirit was slightly stunned. Her snake tail froze for a moment, then returned to normal. She looked up at Deng Yu, a small red mole at the corner of her eye trembling with her smile. Little master, are you trying to chase me away? She joked, but a sharp glint flickered in her eyes. Deng Yu quickly waved her hands, a bit annoyed. What are you saying? I just don't want to delay your training. Once your strength improves, you'll be able to help me better in the future. She spoke, then walked to the window, gazing at the distant misty mountains. Besides, your demon cave also needs you to stay and guard. The golden snake spirit was silent for a moment, then chuckled softly. Young master, you think carefully. I was too narrow-minded. She waved her delicate hand, storing all the crystal cores into her sleeve. I will take my leave first. Once I refine these crystal cores, I will come back to help you again. With that, she stepped lightly, heading toward the door. Deng Yu quickly followed, escorting the golden snake spirit to the open space in front of the thatched hut. Be careful on the way. She watched as the snake spirit soared into the sky until the golden light disappeared into the horizon, then slowly looked away. System. Deng Yu called silently in her mind, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Limit the golden snake spirit's range of activity. She is only allowed to move within 3 kilometers of the demon cave. Without my permission, neither the hut nor the gourd vine should let her get close.
Ding.
The restriction command has been activated. If the target exceeds the range, a warning will be triggered. The system's mechanical voice sounded in her mind. Deng Yu nodded with satisfaction and turned back to the hut. She sat at the table, staring at the lingering smell of hot pot, but her thoughts drifted to the snake spirit. She was a ruthless and cunning master, who knew if her allegiance was genuine or if she had other plans. Although she had given her a magic treasure and crystal cores, human hearts are hard to read, and one must always be cautious. Meanwhile, the golden snake spirit returned to the demon cave, riding a streak of golden light, her face dark and grim. She slammed her palm heavily on the stone table, and her snake tail angrily thumped the ground, causing the entire cave to tremble. Deng Yu. She benefits and then tries to dismiss me. She grabbed a crystal core, squeezing it tightly. Does she think I am just to be summoned and dismissed at will? However, as she tried to leave the demon cave and head toward the thatched hut, an invisible barrier pushed her back. She staggered a few steps, eyes full of shock and fury. Deng Yu, how dare you restrict my movement? She frantically attacked the barrier, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break through even a little.
Humph.
Don't waste your effort. The system's cold voice suddenly echoed in the cave. Your activity range has been restricted. Unless the host lifts the command, you can never leave this 3-kilometer radius. The golden snake spirit gritted her teeth, her anger boiling inside. But she also understood that she was now under control and could only endure for the time being. She took a deep breath and forced herself to stay calm. Deng Yu, let's see what happens. After saying that, she sat cross-legged on the stone bed and began to meditate and cultivate. Meanwhile, Deng Yu, after taking care of the golden snake spirit, immediately called the system. System, help me check if this jade ruby is safe. Based on the refining method given by the golden snake spirit, can I become the true owner of the jade ruby? Don't let this golden snake spirit trick me. After a quick scan, the system replied, Host, according to this system's check, there is a small part of the golden snake spirit's consciousness inside the lower restrictions of the jade ruby. It can be refined using the method provided by the golden snake spirit, but because that part of consciousness remains, you are not the true owner of the jade ruby. At most, you are the second owner. Dengyu looked as if she had expected this. She wasn't arrogant or boastful and didn't think others would see her as overly confident or bow down to her. She naturally accepted the golden snake spirit scheme. Dengyu didn't understand. She was only a beginner at the first level of Qi training. Since she didn't understand, she simply asked the system. System, what should I do to eliminate the golden snake spirit's consciousness inside the jade ruby? And how can I refine it quickly? The system replied, This system suggests you use the gourd vine to absorb the golden snake spirit's consciousness. With the help of the gourd vine, you can also speed up the refining process of the jade ruby. Dengyu understood and immediately went to ask the gourd vine for help. She then focused on refining the ruby. Sitting cross-legged beneath the gourd vine, she formed hand seals. The ruby in her mind slowly rose, emitting a brilliant golden light. At this moment, the 7-colored gourd on the vine also started to glow, radiating 7 colors of light. Soon, a torrent of 7-colored energy gathered and rushed into the golden light of the jade ruby. Inside the restrictions of the jade ruby, the 7-colored energy kept pushing Dengyu's consciousness into the restrictions. Soon, the energy reached the very bottom of the jade ruby's restrictions. There, Dengyu saw the consciousness of the golden snake spirit, disguised as a small snake-like rune. Without the system and the gourd vine, she would have been trapped or harmed. Just as she finally managed to recognize the master of the jade ruby, the golden snake spirit's consciousness inside the ruby could directly set restrictions on her consciousness. Or, if Dengyu couldn't reach the bottom of the restrictions, the master of the jade ruby would always be the golden snake spirit. Eventually, the jade ruby might turn against her and control her instead. This kind of sneaky trick is unbeatable for a beginner in cultivation. But for Dengyu, who has a system, it's like a sheep walking into a tiger's den. When Dengyu saw the small snake, she immediately used her colorful energy to wrap around it and eliminate it. Dengyu then continued refining her power. At this moment, in the space inside the gourd, the golden snake spirit in the demon cave suddenly spat out blood, feeling her divine energy on the jade ruby being destroyed. She was so angry she cursed Dengyu for her shamelessness and cruelty, forgetting that she was the one who first used sneaky tricks. As time passed, Dengyu's connection with ruby grew stronger. She could clearly feel the powerful energy inside ruby. Once Dengyu finished refining the jade ruby, the space and time inside it gradually ran out. Today, she was not in the best condition, so it was not good to attack the dawn base. She decided to return to the 32nd floor. Soon, Dengyu returned to the 32nd floor. Bai Wei was already using her tablet to study the experimental data and videos Dengyu had taken. When Bai Wei saw Dengyu, she suddenly felt that Dengyu looked even more beautiful. Surviving in this hopeless world was already hard, and Dengyu was so beautiful. She couldn't help feeling jealous. Maybe it was just her feeling, but Bai Wei thought Dengyu looked even more stunning now. She also felt that Dengyu had become stronger. As a level 5 psychic with foresight abilities, Bai Wei was sure she wasn't mistaken. Just as she was about to ask Dengyu for an explanation, she saw Dengyu suddenly pull out a bunch of snacks from her space. Dengyu spoke then. Xiao Bai, are you tired from studying? Come, have some snacks. Bai Wei thought she was indeed a bit tired. She looked out the floor-to-ceiling window and saw the snowstorm raging outside. She felt very happy eating delicious food with Dengyu, enjoying life. That's why she worked hard to learn about experiments and help Dengyu refine zombie crystal cores. Bai Wei chose her favorite snack, cream puffs. They are perfect for tea time. Especially now, sitting on a warm sofa with hot tea and snacks was very relaxing. However, going to the bathroom was a bit troublesome. She used a cat litter box, then had to put the waste in a bag and throw it downstairs. There was also a cremation toilet, but Bai Wei wasn't used to it. The cremation toilet produced a strong smell when used, and although it could be ventilated, the smell would pollute the bathroom air. So, she preferred using the cat litter box. Seeing Bai Wei in a good mood, Deng Yu shared her plan. Xiao Bai, tomorrow morning I will go to the Dawn base in the southwest to check it out. They sent people to attack me, so someone might be targeting me. I won't let them get away with it. Tomorrow, you'll be left alone again. Deng Yu paused and then said, Xiao Bai, I know you have a kind heart, but if someone can climb 25 floors to knock on the door now, you should know they have bad intentions. You must not open the door. I know you handled the Deng family well last time, but I'm worried someone might trick you. Some people pretend to be pitiful. Think about it, who can climb 25 floors easily? Who can walk outside in minus 60 degrees Celsius? The ones asking for help are probably not genuine, and they might be more dangerous than they seem. In short, no matter who it is, don't open the door. Remember that. Deng Yu gently patted Bai Wei's head and finished. Bai Wei was eating and nodded. Got it, but she felt angry inside. She definitely wouldn't open the door. She had been watching teaching videos and experiment videos all day. She didn't have time to check the surveillance cameras. Plus, with the strong wind and snow, many cameras were covered. Deng Yu saw that Bai Wei agreed well and felt very relieved. She just wanted Bai Wei to stay safe. She wasn't worried about wasting food to help others, but she was afraid Bai Wei might get hurt. Deng Yu had plenty of food, but Bai Wei only had herself. By 10 o'clock, Deng Yu told Bai Wei to rest and sleep. Kids need good food and good sleep. Now, Deng Yu and Bai Wei shared a room, but with 2 beds. Deng Yu wasn't used to sleeping with others, so she changed her bed to a bunk bed, letting Bai Wei sleep on the lower bunk. Good night, good night. The next morning, after Deng Yu recovered her energy, she started preparing. She stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, her breath freezing on the glass. Outside, the world was silent in the extreme cold of minus 60 degrees Celsius. Only occasional shadows passing by showed that some creatures were still active. Zombies and the cold disaster hadn't completely wiped them out. It seemed zombies evolved better than humans. After heavy rain, they turned into water zombies. In extreme cold, they probably evolved into ice-type zombies. Bai Wei came to the window, looking at the distant snow, worried. Are you really going, she asked softly. You're going to Dawn base? It's too dangerous. She grabbed Deng Yu's hand. I saw. There are many bad people there. That's exactly what I want, Deng Yu said as she checked her guns. It's easier to wipe out a nest all at once. Although Deng Yu often fought using her powers, she still preferred guns when there were many enemies. She was used to checking her weapons carefully before battle. But Pei Xian is very strong, and I can't see through him with my foresight. White Wei was worried. Deng Yu patted her head gently. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Stay here for now. I have enough supplies for 3 months. I won't set any more flags. But I will come back as soon as I can. You will come back, White Wei said firmly. I saw it. You will return with fire. Deng Yu smiled and packed her gear. She had a sword, a pistol, a rifle, and a rifle, all with silencers. The bullets were loaded into magazines. The machine gun was ready with its drum. The heavy machine gun had its belt loaded. She also had some remote-controlled C4 explosives and various supplies. Everything was stored in her gourd space. She only carried a sword and a pistol at her waist for show. At the darkest moment before dawn, Deng Yu left the safe house and headed toward the Dawn base. The cold wind howled, but it was no match for the killing intent in her eyes. In this life, she would no longer be a weak person at others' mercy. She would repay everything owed to her past self 100 times over. The journey was through a snowstorm, freezing cold, with occasional zombies wandering out. The snowstorm was like a hungry beast, tearing at the frozen city. Deng Yu tightened her cold-proof mask. Her warm breath condensed into tiny water droplets inside the mask. She stood on the roof of an abandoned mall, her sharp eyes piercing through the flying snow, watching a team 2 kilometers away. 12 survivors, wrapped up tightly, struggled forward toward Dawn Base, step by step. Hold on a little longer. The radio said Dawn Base has heat and food. The leader, a middle-aged man, encouraged his team, but his voice was torn apart by the wind and snow. Deng Yu's keen hearing caught this conversation, and a cold smile appeared on her lips. The broadcast scam from Dawn Base, those sent out to spread false information. She knew what was inside the base. She had planned to go around this group, but suddenly noticed 3 figures sneaking away from the back of the team, moving in the opposite direction. Curiosity drove Deng Yu to quietly follow the 3 who had left the group. We really can't go back anymore. That place is scarier than the zombies, a young woman with tears in her voice said. She lifted her collar, revealing a number burned into her neck. 0713. We have to warn others, another man said excitedly. It's useless. They won't listen. They've already been brainwashed by that broadcast. A third person shook their head and said, we are in trouble ourselves now. We must act quickly. Suddenly, an arrow shot from the side, piercing directly through the speaker's throat. Blood splattered onto the snow and instantly froze into red ice crystals. Runaway slaves must be killed without mercy. 5 figures in white uniforms appeared from the snowstorm, holding various weapons. The emblem of the Dawn Base on their chests was especially eye-catching. Deng Yu squinted and quietly observed from behind a broken second-floor window. They seemed to be patrols, specifically hunting escapees. The remaining 1 man and woman turned to run, but the woman was quickly shot in the thigh by another arrow and fell into the snow. The man tried to help her, but a fast ability user quickly closed in, delivering a heavy punch to his stomach, causing him to kneel and retch. How dare a commoner try to escape? The speed ability user stepped on the woman's injured leg and pressed down hard. Do you know how much resource you've wasted from the base? The woman let out a piercing scream that echoed through the empty street. Deng Yu's fingers unconsciously tapped the hilt of her sword. She didn't want to interfere, but she also wanted to learn more about what was happening inside the Dawn Base. TSK, what a bother. She sighed softly and leapt out of the second-floor window. Landing deliberately heavier, the snow beneath her feet crunched crisply. The 5 patrol members immediately turned alert and pointed their weapons at her. Who are you? The speed ability user demanded sharply. Deng Yu didn't answer. Instead, she slowly drew her sword. Under the dull light, the blade gleamed coldly, matching the murderous intent in her eyes. An ability user. Be careful, 1 patrol shouted. In an instant, Deng Yu activated her fire control ability. Her sword was engulfed in flames, drawing a burning arc across the snow. The first speed ability user to rush forward was caught off guard and was cut in half by a horizontal slash. His upper body flew out, eyes wide with shock. That's the first, Deng Yu whispered. At this moment, she looked both beautiful and fierce in the eyes of the 2 survivors, a soldier dressed in new cold-weather gear, who had just slain a beast with 1 strike. It was so inspiring that they felt their hearts warm, and the weather seemed less cold. The remaining 4 quickly spread out, forming a circle. A burly man pounded the ground with both hands, causing sharp ice spikes to rise. Another drew an automatic rifle from behind and fired without hesitation. Deng Yu's lips curled slightly. When her metal ability activated, bullets hitting her made a clanging sound and all bounced off. She didn't want her cold-weather suit to get damaged. Although she wasn't afraid of the cold, she cared about her reputation. No one wants their clothes to have holes. At the same time, she leapt lightly to avoid the ice spikes on the ground. In midair, she swung her sword, sending out a fan-shaped wave of fire. The gunman instantly turned into a fiery figure, screaming as he rolled in the snow. After landing, Deng Yu quickly moved close to the ice-type ability user and stabbed her in the heart with her sword. Second, third, she said. The remaining 2 finally realized they had picked the wrong people and turned to run. Deng Yu snorted coldly, waving her left hand. The snow under their feet melted and then froze again, trapping them in place. Please, we're just following orders, one of them begged, tears and mucus on his face. Deng Yu stepped in front of them, lifting one of their chins with her sword tip. What does the Dawn Base do with ordinary people, slaves? To do hard labor. Some are used for Ability experiments. What is P, Siyuan, and Dengwan's status in the base? Leader P is the strongest ruler, deputy base director. Miss Deng is his most favored woman, in charge of the camp and punishments. A cold light flashed in Deng Yu's eyes. She swung her sword, and 2 heads fell to the ground. "Fourth, fifth," she said. She shook off the blood on her sword, and the flames burned away the bloodstains with a sizzling sound. She turned to look at the survivors. The man was trembling, holding the woman with a gunshot wound. "Thank you. Thank you for saving us," the man stammered. Deng Yu didn't reply. She knelt down to check the woman's injury. The arrow went through her thigh muscle, but didn't hit an artery. However, the tip might be poisonous. She took out a medical kit from her space and quickly removed the arrow, cleaned the wound, and bandaged it. "Did you escape from the Dawn base?" Deng Yu asked while tending to the wound. The woman nodded weakly. "We were tricked in by a broadcast a week ago. That place isn't fit for people. Ordinary people who go and become slaves, branded with numbers, working 18 hours a day, with food worse than pigs, and the ability users. Abilities are ranked from high to low. The strong bully others, while the weak have to do hard labor," the man continued. "I saw with my own eyes an ice-type ability user being forced to cooperate with an experiment, and that woman, Dengwan, personally drilled through his knee with a power drill." Deng Yu's hand paused slightly as she bandaged. "Dengwan, you really are that twisted, evil person. Where are you planning to go?" she asked, standing up and packing away her medical kit. "I don't know. I just want to get away from this." The woman tried to stand but fell due to pain. Deng Yu looked at the sky. The snowstorm was getting worse. She took out 4 packs of anti-inflammatory medicine, 2 compressed biscuits, and 2 bottles of water from her space, and handed them to the man. "Go through the city, head north to the northern base of Donghai City." She pointed in that direction. "If you can make it there, won't you come with us?" the man asked, surprised. "I have something to do," Deng Yu replied, turning to walk toward the team, still heading to the base. "Wait. At least tell us your name," the woman called after her. Deng Yu waved without looking back, her figure quickly disappearing into the snowstorm. She quietly followed the survivor team, curious about what they would face. As expected, about a kilometer from the Dawn base, a fully armed security team greeted them with what seemed like warm enthusiasm. "Welcome to Dawn base. Please surrender all personal belongings for inspection. This is for everyone's safety," the leading soldier said with a friendly smile. Deng Yu's distant vision clearly saw that once the survivors obediently handed over their luggage, the soldiers' expressions changed immediately. Several young women were pulled aside alone, while others were chained together and driven like livestock toward the side gate of the base. New slaves arrived. "Notify Miss Deng to choose," one soldier said into the walkie-talkie. A flicker of anger crossed Deng Yu's eyes, but she restrained her urge to rush out immediately. "First scout, then act. That's the survival rule for warriors. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated." She circled around to the back of the base, finding a blind spot for surveillance. The wall was 8 meters high, topped with electrified barbed wire, but to Deng Yu, it was no obstacle. Using her invisibility ability, her figure gradually became transparent, and her immense strength allowed her to easily leap over the wall, avoiding patrols, and silently slip inside the base. The base was built from an old sports stadium. The rooms inside were turned into living areas for mutants, while the surrounding stands served as makeshift shelters for slaves. Deng Yu hid in the shadows, using her all-seeing eyes and keen hearing to gather information. Today, 3 more escaped. Miss Deng is very angry. Leader Pei said they need more test subjects. Power is low again tonight, so another group of useless slaves will be executed. These bits of information painted a grim picture of this hellish place. Deng Yu clenched her fists and continued sneaking toward the central area. Suddenly, a familiar scream caught her attention. She looked toward the sound and saw, in a dirty corner under the stands, 4 ragged men digging in a cesspit. They all wore metal collars around their necks. They had chains on their legs. A supervisor held a long, electric whip and was hitting one of them hard. "Work faster. If you don't finish cleaning this cesspit before dark, you won't eat tonight," Deng Yu's pupils shrank suddenly. Even covered in dirt and looking emaciated, she recognized those 4 men instantly. Deng Chen, Deng Rui, Deng Jin, and Deng Yu. Her 4 big brothers. The whip struck Deng Rui's back, opening a bloody. Once strong and powerful, Deng Rui, the second young master of the Deng family, let out a muffled groan and gripped his shovel tighter. "What are you looking at? Want a beating?" The supervisor noticed Deng Chen's gaze and raised his whip again. Deng Yu instinctively took a step forward, but then stopped herself. Memories of them forcing her to watch Deng Wan's abuse flooded her mind. They deserved it, she told herself. Just then, a commotion broke out. The slaves all knelt on the ground, and even the supervisor straightened up, showing a sycophantic smile. "Good morning, Miss Deng." A group of people approached slowly, led by Deng Wan. She wore a bright white fox fur coat, a stark contrast to the dirty surroundings. Her makeup was perfect, her long hair carefully styled, and she wore a priceless jade bracelet on her wrist. She looked as if she had returned to her pre-apocalyptic life, still the pampered young lady of the Deng family. "How is today's harvest?" Deng Wan's sweet voice made Deng Yu's stomach twist painfully. "Miss, we received 12 new slaves today, and they are being disinfected," the supervisor said humbly. Deng Wan nodded and looked at the 4 people by the cesspit, suddenly showing a cruel smile. "Oh, aren't these my good brothers? So today, it's your turn to shovel the manure." The 4 Deng brothers lowered their heads silently. "Look up at me," Deng Wan suddenly ordered sharply. The 4 slowly raised their heads. Only then did Deng Yu see their faces clearly. Once handsome, their faces were now covered with scars and frostbite, and their eyes had lost their sparkle. "Big brother, I remember you have a cleanliness obsession." Deng Wan used her boot to lift Deng Chen's chin. "How do you smell now? Like maggots living in dog?" A flash of anger crossed Deng Chen's eyes, but it quickly faded. "It's an honor to serve the base, Miss Deng." "Ha ha ha." Deng Wan laughed wildly. "Listen to what our big Deng young master says." "An honor?" She suddenly turned serious. "Unfortunately, it's not enough of an honor. Tonight, the 4 of you will go to the fighting arena. Only those who survive can eat." She turned to leave but seemed to remember something and looked back. "By the way, if your sister Deng Yu, that worthless girl, shows up, remember to report it immediately. Brother Pei promised me. Once we catch her, I want to peel her skin myself." Deng Yu held her breath in the shadows. When Deng Wan passed by, she could even smell the expensive perfume on her. Every time Deng Wan mistreated her in the past, she would spray this perfume, claiming it kept Deng Wan's foul smell from contaminating her. After Deng Wan walked away, Deng Yu slowly relaxed her tense body. She looked again at the 4 people by the cesspit, feeling pleased. They deserved it, but seeing the once proud Deng family young masters fallen so low, she felt a bit of satisfaction. Yet it wasn't enough. "No," she shook her head. "Now was not the time to think about this. She came here to gather intelligence and prepare for revenge." Deng Yu continued sneaking closer to the central area. The original football field in the stadium had been turned into a luxurious villa district, clearly the residence of Pei Siyuan and other high-level psychic users. She hid behind an abandoned food cart, using her clairvoyance to lock onto the villa in the center. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, she saw a tall man sitting on a sofa, drinking wine. Even just from his profile, she could feel his commanding presence. Pei Siyuan, the deputy leader of the Dawn base, was in charge here because his father was the leader. Last time, Deng Yu tricked their family, and they still hadn't died. The male lead's aura was terrifying. Deng Wan wrapped around his shoulders like a snake, whispering something in his ear. Pei Xian smiled slightly, a smile that made Deng Yu feel cold behind her back, like a predator seeing prey. It seemed they were about to start. At that moment, Pei Xian suddenly turned his head and looked directly in the direction Deng Yu was in. Deng Yu immediately used her mental power to hide herself and activated her invisibility. No way. At this distance, with invisibility, he shouldn't be able to see her. Pei Xian's gaze stayed for a few seconds before turning back to tease Deng Wan. Deng Yu let out a breath, but her heart still raced. This man is very dangerous, even more than she thought. As the sky darkened, Deng Yu decided to retreat. Just as she was about to leave, a commotion came from the area. She changed direction and saw a group of guards dragging about 10 gaunt slaves toward an underground room. "Tonight's test subjects are enough. Close the door," a man in a white coat ordered. "Test subjects?" Deng Yu frowned and quietly followed. When the underground door was about to close, she slipped inside. The scene before her made her stomach tighten. The basement was filled with operating tables, each with a living person tied to it. White-coated doctors were injecting various colored liquids into them. Some had mutated, growing extra limbs or organs. Others were dying in screams as their bodies burst. Test Subject 37. Activate the ability stimulant. Increase dose by 10%, a doctor calmly recorded, while the old man on the table twitched painfully, something inside him wriggling under his skin. Deng Yu's nails dug deep into her palms. These beasts. She almost rushed out to fight them all, but her reason finally prevailed. Acting now would only alert them. She didn't want to kill a few people. She wanted to destroy this completely. Deng Yu noted the location and layout of the basement, then quietly retreated. It was late, and she needed to go back and plan again. Leaving the base was easier than entering. Deng Yu climbed over the wall and disappeared into the night. On her way back, she casually took out a 5-person patrol team, burning them to ashes with a combination of a tang sword and fire abilities. When Deng Yu returned to her temporary hideout, an abandoned bank vault, dawn was breaking. She locked the heavy vault door, took out hot water and food from her gourd space, and ate while organizing the intelligence she collected last night. Deng Yu began drawing a layout of the Dawn base and the locations of the warehouses on the ground. Deng Yu used her clairvoyance to see that the Dawn base operates under a rule of strength. Many mutants have their own supplies, not just stored in warehouses. Right now, Deng Yu isn't short of supplies, but she lacks crystal cores. The trick of stealing supplies to cause internal conflict probably won't work anymore. So, after stealing the supplies and cores, she plans to everything up. She remembers she still has torpedoes and missiles from the warship. Deng Yu considers whether to kill everyone, but there are some ordinary people too. She can't control that. It's up to fate. If they aren't killed in the explosion, they might die in experiments. Still, if possible, she might make some arrangements. She wonders if they still have the will to resist. The Dawn base is bigger and more evil than she imagined. There is slavery, human experiments, and gladiator arenas. And ruling over all this are Pei Xian and Deng Wan, who must pay the price. What makes her feel most satisfied is the situation of Deng family's 4 brothers. Seeing them humiliated by Deng Wan gives her a sense of pleasure. Deng Wan, who is cherished by Deng Yu, easily tortures them with a few slaps. It's so ironic. She wonders, do they regret it now? But in this world, everything exists except a cure for regret. The next morning, Deng Yu quickly ate several steaks, a few meat sandwiches, and drank a large cup of coffee. These kept her from feeling hungry. She took out her toothbrush and hot water from her space to clean herself thoroughly before setting out again. Deng Yu invisibly stood in the shadow of the Dawn base's wall, her fingers unconsciously rubbing the hilt of her sword. Last night's reconnaissance only covered part of her plan. Today, she needs to go deeper into the core area, Pei Xian's villa and laboratory. Cold wind with snowflakes howled past. Deng Yu's clairvoyance pierced through the darkness, tracking a patrol of 5 soldiers. They rotated every 15 minutes. She calculated the timing, and during the switch, she silently climbed over the wall, landing lightly on the roof of a warehouse. The base was even quieter than last night, with only faint sobs coming from the camp. Deng Yu moved like a shadow across the rooftops, approaching the central villa area. Just as she was about to jump to her next landing point, she heard a faint moan from below. She stopped and listened carefully. The sound came from a low cement building with no windows, only a heavy iron door painted with a fierce skull in red paint. Is it a prison or another laboratory? Driven by curiosity, Deng Yu silently descended and stealthily approached the iron door. Enhanced the sounds of inside the room, heavy breathing, clinking chains, and a woman's cough.
Magi.
Hang on a little longer, a hoarse male voice whispered. Deng Yu shivered. She recognized this voice immediately. Deng Zhengwo, her biological father. The lock looked simple and could be opened normally. Deng Yu took out a set of lockpicking tools from her space. After 10 seconds, the iron door made a soft click. She slipped inside and immediately frowned at the foul smell hitting her face. It was a mix of waste, blood, and rotten food. Through the small gap in the door, Deng Yu saw the scene inside. About a dozen cages lined up on both sides, each holding 1 or 2 people. At the very back, kneeling in front of a cage, was a hunched figure, Deng Zhengwo. He looked 20 years older than she remembered, with all white hair and a once straight back now bent like a bow. He was holding a broken bowl, trying to feed water to the people inside the cage. Deng Yu's gaze shifted to the cage, and her pupils suddenly contracted. It was Lin Meiji, her biological mother, curled up in the corner of the cage, covered only with a moldy blanket. The once elegant and beautiful Lady Deng was now very thin, with bruises all over her face, and her left eye swollen shut. Click! Deng Yu accidentally stepped on something and immediately regretted her carelessness. But she thought about it and decided to see how they would react when they saw her. This was probably something Deng Wan did, the fake daughter they adored stabbing them in the back. She was curious to see what they would say, then she would turn invisible again. Deng Zhengwo suddenly turned around, his cloudy eyes wide. Who? He slowly walked into the light. His expression changed from cautious to shocked, finally settling into a complex, indescribable look.
You.
Yuer's voice trembled, lips cracked and bleeding. Suddenly, Lin Meiji in the cage struggled violently, chains rattling. Yuer? Is it my Yuer? Deng Yu stood still, her eyes cold as she watched them. The memories of past abuse and the tragic scene before her mind intertwined, making her temples throb. Are you living in this dungeon? She finally spoke, mocking them. Deng Zhengwo forced a bitter smile, showing a few remaining teeth. That Deng Wan locked us in here, torturing us every day for fun. Lin Meiji stretched out her withered hand. Yuer, let Mom see you. Deng Yu coldly took a few steps forward, letting the light shine on her delicate, untouched face, as if the end of the world hadn't happened. No, she looked even more beautiful and refined. She paused to let them see clearly. She noticed the numerous needle marks and cuts on Lin Meiji's wrist. Aren't you only supposed to have one daughter, Deng Wan? She's your precious girl, she said mockingly. Why did Deng Wan treat you like this? Isn't she your most loved daughter? Deng Zhengwo lowered his head, shoulders trembling. We were wrong. Wrong. Deng Yu's voice suddenly rose. You let her falsely accuse me, let animals abuse me, locked me in the basement, burned me with cigarette butts, trying to make me die like a dog. And now you say you were wrong. Lin Meiji suddenly coughed violently, spitting blood onto the blanket. Deng Zhengwo hurried to help her, but was pushed away.
Yuer.
Come here, Lin Meiji, weak as a ghost, said. Mom has something to say. Deng Yu clenched her teeth, but finally crouched in front of the cage. Lin Meiji's hand was icy cold, trying to grip her wrist tightly. But Deng Yu ruthlessly dodged away.
I'm sorry.
Mom and Dad were wrong. We shouldn't have been so blind. Lin Meiji's words sounded like her final confession.
She is
an animal. Animal? Aren't you? Deng Yu frowned. You knew you were wrong, but you were just trying to stay alive. 20 years ago, Deng Wan's father caused your grandfather's death, took over the Lin family business. I, and your dad, adopted her daughter. Deng Wan, Lin Meiji gasped between words. We wanted to get revenge on her. But instead, you spoiled her to the sky, Deng Yu sneered. How ironic. She hesitated about revealing that Deng Wan's father had already been killed by her.
It seemed pointless now.
The Deng family could love and raise a daughter, but they also harmed their own. They had no real regard for bloodlines. Telling them everything wouldn't bring peace of mind.
We
were wrong. Lin Meiji's tears mixed with blood as they flowed down. Later, we found out. She has special powers that can influence people's feelings. We couldn't control ourselves anymore, and spoiled her. Deng Yu's pupils shrank. Mental control abilities? No wonder. But Deng Yu also has mental powers, and hers are more advanced. Could it be that the 13 mark given by heaven is mistaken for a special power? Yuer, save your dad. Lin Meiji suddenly squeezed her hand tightly. I can't go on. But your dad. Deng Zhangwo shook his head. No, Meiji, you'll get better. Deng Yu looked at her once cold parents, feeling a mix of complicated emotions. She should feel happy, but why is her chest so tight? Could it be that her past self received an apology and then caused trouble? Didn't she leave? Just go far away. At that moment, her mental senses suddenly alarmed. Someone was nearby. Someone's coming. Deng Yu quickly stood up. An advanced mental ability user, at least level 4. Deng Zhangwo's face changed drastically.
Run.
If they find you, it's over. Shut up. Stay quiet, Deng Yu shouted sternly, while quickly checking her surroundings. The only exit was that iron door, and now footsteps had stopped outside. She could hear the key turning in the lock. Deng Yu made a quick decision. She handed a smoke bomb to Deng Zhangwo. Watch the door, then throw it at the entrance. Then she stealthily pressed herself against the wall, drawing her sword. Deng Yu wanted to see what he would choose. As the iron door was pushed open, the smoke bomb exploded. Thick smoke instantly filled the space. Enemy attack, a sharp female voice shouted. Deng Yu's far-seeing ability pierced through the smoke, revealing the attackers. 5 people, all dressed in white uniforms with golden badges on their chests. Elite guard. Leading them was a red-haired woman, eyes closed, sensing something. A sensing-type ability user. There's a powers user. On the left wall, the red-haired woman suddenly opened her eyes and pointed at Deng Yu. I forgot to activate my mental shield. Deng Yu cursed silently and immediately changed her position. 4 guns fired simultaneously, bullets hitting where she had just been standing. There's no way out now, only fight. Deng Yu dispelled her invisibility, holding her Tang sword across her chest. Your marksmanship is really bad. The red-haired woman sneered. Deng Yu, right? Miss Wanwan was right. You really came to save these 2 old fools. We'll keep a close watch on you. I'm just here to watch the show, Deng Yu said with a smirk. Let's see how they die. Before she finished speaking, she launched her attack. Using her mental powers fully, she sent a wave of psychic energy straight at the red-haired woman. At the same time, a cold blade flashed as she swung her sword toward the nearest strong man's throat. The red-haired woman groaned softly, blood streaming from her nose, but she managed to withstand the mental attack. The strong man, however, was less lucky. Deng Yu's sword precisely cut his carotid artery and blood splattered 3 meters high. Number 1, Deng Yu whispered. The remaining 4 quickly spread out, each activating their powers. The red-haired woman's eyes glowed blue, clearly enhancing her senses. A tall, thin man pressed his hands to the ground, and sharp stone spikes suddenly emerged. 2 others prepared for battle, one wielding dual knives, the other gathering a fireball. Deng Yu sneered. Fire powers? Showing off in front of the experts. She waved her left hand, causing the fireball to instantly extinguish, while her right hand's sword blocked the dual knife attacker. When the stone spikes shot toward her, she leaped lightly into the air, flipping over, and her blade slashed across the back of the knife-wielding man. Number 2. The man with dual knives screamed and collapsed, a deep wound visible on his back. Her sword has a problem. It can break through mental defenses, the red-haired woman shouted, pulling a metal whip from her waist. The stone spike attacker continued his, raising sharp stone pillars from the ground. Deng Yu dodged nimbly, then split her mental focus to lock onto the sensing opponent, the red-haired woman. The whip, like a venomous snake, lashed toward her. Deng Yu sidestepped, the whip's tip grazing her cheek and leaving a white scar. Seizing the moment, she lunged forward, her sword stabbing straight at the red-haired woman's chest. Just as the blade was about to hit, an invisible force suddenly blocked her path. The red-haired woman's mouth bled, but her smile was fierce. Psychic shield. Surprised. Huh? Deng Yu raised an eyebrow. Indeed, I am. Then, suddenly, she appeared with a small dagger in her left hand, stabbing it into the red-haired woman's abdomen. "But I have more than one weapon," Deng Yu said softly. The red-haired woman's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the dagger handle protruding from her stomach. Deng Yu leaned close to her ear. Number 3. Seeing the situation turning against them, the stone spike man grabbed a handful of dirt and flung it into Deng Yu's eyes, then turned and ran. The fireball man rushed toward the iron door, clearly trying to call for help. Deng Yu closed her eyes and stepped back, activating her mental powers fully. An invisible shockwave quickly caught up to the two fleeing people. The man with the thorny stick immediately knelt down, blood flowing from his 7 orifices. The fireball man crashed into the iron door, blood streaming from his head. 4th, 5th, Deng Yu quickly finished off the 2 who had fainted. She wouldn't leave any survivors. She wiped the blood off her knife and looked at her parents in the cage. Deng Zhangwo held the unconscious Lin Meiji, his face full of fear.
Are
they still alive?" Deng Zhangwo asked tremblingly. Deng Yu checked them quickly.
"They're all dead," she said.
She walked over to her parents. "How is Lin Meiji? Her breathing is getting weaker," Deng Zhangwo said with tears. Deng Yu squatted down to check Lin Meiji's condition. Her pupils were dilated, her pulse was weak, and her body temperature was too low. She wouldn't survive the night. "Take her with you," Deng Yu suddenly said. "I said, take her with you." Deng Yu cut open the cage lock with her knife. "There's a corpse outside. Take off his uniform and wear it. You change your clothes too, then carry Lin Meiji on your back. Follow me." Deng Zhangwo couldn't believe his ears.
You're
going to save us. Shut up, move quickly, Deng Yu ordered sharply. At the same time, she took out a set of medical equipment from her space, injected Lin Meiji with a shot of adrenaline and a shot of epinephrine. Deng Yu kept watch at the door, waiting for them to change clothes. Then she spoke. Deng Zhangwo closed her eyes. "What?" Deng Zhangwo looked confused. "Close them." Once Deng Zhangwo closed his eyes, Deng Yu took out a Rui from her space, pressing a level 2 zombie crystal core onto it. She silently recited the magic spell. "Rui, Rui, follow my will. Appear quickly." Then she blew on the Rui. Instantly, a gust of wind strengthened by the Rui formed a fierce wind that enveloped the 3 of them. Deng Yu transformed into a woman with red hair. Deng Zhangwo and Lin Meiji became her 2 subordinates. Deng Yu then stored the bodies of the 5 people into her space. She led them out of the prison openly and confidently. 5 minutes later, Deng Yu brought them to the camp. It was dawn, and the slaves had already started their day's work. Deng Zhangwo lowered his head and hurried through the dirty alleyways, carrying Lin Meiji on his back. Deng Yu followed behind, boldly glancing around to observe the slaves here. "Hey, you guys," a rough voice suddenly came from the side. Deng Yu's heartbeat skipped a beat, but she quickly remembered she was now a red-haired woman. "Who are you raising?" A suspicious foreman with a face full of flesh stepped closer, scrutinizing them. "Test subject, heading to the medical center," Deng Yu answered in a low voice. The foreman frowned. "I haven't seen you before." Deng Yu looked up, quietly activating her mental powers. The foreman's eyes immediately became hazy. "You see me every day," Deng Yu said softly. I have seen you," the foreman repeated blankly. "Now you're tired and need to rest for 5 minutes." "I need to rest." The foreman staggered to the wall, leaned against it, sat down, and soon started snoring. Guangwa stared in shock. "Is this mental control?" "Just a simple suggestion," Deng Yu continued. "Let's go quickly. The effect won't last long." They finally reached a wall at the edge of the base. There was a drainage ditch here, which Deng Yu had noticed during her reconnaissance a few days ago. "Climb out from here," she pointed to the ditch entrance. "My temporary hideout is outside." Guangwa hesitated, looking at his exhausted wife. "I can't hold on much longer. Staying here will definitely get us killed," Deng Yu said coldly. "It's a choice." Guangwa clenched his teeth and nodded. Deng Yu first crawled into the ditch, carefully pushed Lin Meiji towards her, then squeezed in herself. The drainage ditch was narrow, damp, and smelled terrible. Deng Yu held her breath, dragging her mother forward. After 15 minutes, they finally emerged from the other end into a bush outside the base. Deng Yu's temporary hideout was an abandoned camper van hidden in the woods half a kilometer away. She carried Lin Meiji on her back and quickly moved with Guangua, occasionally using her long-range vision to scout the surroundings. When the sun was fully up, they reached the camper. Deng Yu opened the door, laid Lin Meiji on a makeshift bed, and immediately began first aid. But it was too late. Lin Meiji's pupils had dilated, and her breathing was weak, almost stopping. "Yue," she suddenly grabbed Deng Yu's hand, snapping back to awareness like a flash of light. "Mommy said," she mumbled in her sleep. "Mentioned a task to kill." Lin Meiji's nails dug into Deng Yu's flesh. "Be careful. She's not an ordinary person." After saying the last word, Lin Meiji's hand suddenly relaxed, and the light in her eyes went out. Deng Yu shivered. "What? Meiji? Meiji?" Deng Zhengwo threw himself onto his wife, crying loudly. Deng Yu stood still, her mind echoing with Lin Meiji's final words.
Deng Wan. Task.
Kill. What does this mean?
Could it be?
Could it be that Heaven's Way is giving her a secret warning? A frightening thought appeared in her mind. Does Deng Wan already know she is the main character? And her new task is to kill her host. Deng Zhengwo's heart-wrenching crying interrupted her thoughts. Seeing her father, once quick to anger but now crying like a child, Deng Yu felt mixed emotions, more sadness and a sense of irony, as if she had been hit with a hammer. "We need to leave," she finally said. "The base will soon realize the guards are missing and send people to search." Deng Zhengwo looked up, tears blurring his eyes. "Where to?" "I have a safe house," Deng Yu replied briefly. "Can we go?" Deng Zhengwo nodded, gently touching his wife's face one last time, then followed Deng Yu out of the camper. Deng Yu took out 2 shovels from her space, dug a shallow grave in the woods, and simply buried Lin Meiji. She also made a tombstone with her energy, inscribed with Deng Zhengwo's wishes, the grave of the late wife, Lin Meiji. As for the farewell words for Deng Yu and Deng Zhengwo, Deng Yu didn't hear them at all. She considered her debt repaid. "Once everything is over, I will come back and bury her properly," Deng Zhengwo promised. He seemed to age 10 years in an instant. Just as they were about to leave, Deng Yu's keen hearing caught distant footsteps. She immediately pressed on Deng Zhengwo, activating her invisibility to cover both of them. A team of fully armed guards passed by 100 meters away, led by a furious voice. "Find them. Search every inch of land." Miss Deng said, "Alive to see people, dead to see corpses." Deng Yu held her breath until the guards were gone. It seemed Deng Wan had already discovered her parents' disappearance. "We need to take a detour," she whispered. "Follow me closely, stay silent." They quietly moved southeast, where a dried-up riverbed offered a hidden path. Just as they were about to reach the riverbed, Deng Yu suddenly grabbed Deng Zhengwo and hid behind a large tree. Not far ahead, 4 ragged people were digging a hole. It was Deng's 4 brothers. They still wore collars around their necks and chains on their feet, with 2 armed guards standing nearby. "Hurry up and dig. These bodies must be buried today," one guard shouted. Deng Chen, once a handsome young master of the Deng family, now hunched over, mechanically swinging a shovel. Deng Rue still had yesterday's whip marks on his back, which had become infected. Deng Jin and Deng Yu looked just as bad, their faces pale and lifeless. After hesitating for a second, Deng Yu made a decision she didn't expect herself. She quietly approached, picked up a small stone, and threw it precisely at Deng Chen's feet. Deng Chen was stunned, looked down at the stone, then followed the direction it came from. Although Deng Yu was invisible, Deng Chen seemed to sense something, and his eyes suddenly sharpened. He pretended to stumble, bumping into Deng Rue. They exchanged a quick look, then Deng Rue suddenly shouted, "Mutant rat!" The guards immediately became alert. "Where?" "There. A giant mutant rat." Deng Rue pointed at the bushes nearby. The 2 guards immediately raised their guns and aimed. Deng Yu instantly became invisible again and used mental suggestion on them, making them forget about the 4 slaves. They thought they were just there to water the plants. The four brothers took the chance to slowly move toward Deng Yu's position. Deng Yu understood their plan. After casting the hypnosis, she quietly retreated to a more hidden spot. A few minutes later, the four brothers pretended to check another bush and successfully slipped out of the guard's sight. "Yuer," Deng Chun whispered softly. "Is that you?" Deng Yu removed her invisibility, looking coldly at her four brothers. "I don't like being called that." Seeing her and Deng Zhangwo, their expressions were shocked and complicated. "Father, you're alive." Deng Yu rushed forward and hugged Deng Zhangwo. Deng Zhangwo's eyes filled with tears. You've changed so much." That wicked Deng Wan. Deng Rue gritted his teeth. "She turned us all into slaves." Deng Yu watched this reunion coldly, feeling nothing. "We have to go. If you want to be caught, keep crying." Deng Qin turned to her, his eyes filled with mixed emotions.
Yue.
"Thank you for saving Dad. I didn't plan to save him. It was just a coincidence," Deng Yu said coldly. "You can keep digging your own hole."
I'll go my own way. Wait.
Deng Jin stopped her. "Where's Mom?" Deng Yu was silent for a moment. "Lin Meiji is gone." The four of them froze as if struck by lightning. Deng Yu fell to his knees. How could this happen?" Deng Jin's voice trembled. "You made your choice," Deng Yu sneered. "Weren't you always on her side? Now you finally feel the pain?" Deng Qin closed his eyes in regret.
We
were wrong. Save it." Deng Yu turned to leave. "I'm not interested in your apologies."
Yue.
Deng Rue suddenly grabbed her wrist. "Take Dad and go, as far as you can. Don't go back to the base." "With what right are you telling me that?" Deng Yu mocked. "In the Deng family, only Grandma was truly human. The rest of you
don't deserve saving." She shook off his hand. "Get lost."
"I've already repaid Grandma's kindness by saving your lives once."
And
Deng Chun hesitated. "Be careful of Deng Wan. She's been acting strange lately." Deng Yu narrowed her eyes. "What do you mean?"
She sometimes talks to herself,
saying things like mission and points. Deng Chun said quietly. 2 days ago, I saw her make a gun appear out of thin air. And then it vanished again." Deng Yu's heart raced. That sounded like a system ability. So the heavens had given Deng Wan a special power that you couldn't take away. "Why don't you run?" she suddenly asked. The four exchanged bitter smiles and pointed to the metal collars on their necks. "Explosive collars. If we go more than 500 meters from the base, they'll..."
tease it.
Deng Yu reached out and touched each collar. In an instant, all four disappeared. "Don't you want revenge?" Before they could answer, shouts came from the distance. "The captives. They've escaped."
"Go."
Deng Chun pushed Deng Yu. "We'll hold them off. You think of it as our way to make things right." Deng Rue said, eyes red. "Take Dad and go." The guard's footsteps grew closer. Deng Yu chuckled angrily. "Can you stop pretending and pushing each other? If you push me again, I'll seriously hurt you. Hide." "Foolish," Deng Yu said, drawing her sword quickly to deal with the guards. "It's hard to fight inside the base without getting surrounded, but outside, there's no such worry." Deng Yu charged at the guards with her sword, activating her invisibility, then appearing again. Her quick changes made it seem like she was moving too fast to be targeted. In an instant, she reached the first guard and struck. His head flew off. She disappeared again, then reappeared behind another guard and struck again. The guards behind her were so scared they didn't know where to aim, thinking about shooting randomly. But before they could decide, their heads were also cut off. All 10 guards were killed in just half a minute, about 30 seconds. They were all dead. Deng Yu turned around and saw the 5 men standing there, stunned. She immediately ordered, "Their clothes and shoes, put them on yourselves. Take their guns, ammo, and food. Take everything you can. Quick. Do you want me to show you how?" The 5 men finally reacted. They hurriedly stripped the guards' clothes and put them on themselves, took their shoes, and stuffed food into their mouths despite the cold. They looked starving. Watching their messy state, Deng Yu quickly thought. Since Deng Wan had the help of the heavenly path, her focus was definitely on her. She couldn't kill Deng Wan herself, but these animals seem to be useful. Sure enough, it's about using people wisely. After they finished, she took them back to her temporary base. She released some military beds from her space for them to rest, then used a medical kit to treat their wounds. Once everyone was bandaged, Deng Yu took out electric heating pads and batteries to warm them up. When the temperature rose, she took out hot water and instant noodles from her space and prepared food for them. After they ate a box of instant noodles each, Deng Yu started her show. Don't you want revenge? Deng Wan mistreated you and even killed your mother. Violently beaten to death, Deng Chen, Deng Rui, Deng Jin, and Deng Yu, upon hearing Deng Yu say this, immediately became excited. She is also your mother, Deng Yu said. Deng Yu sneered and said, you only have one sister, Deng Wan, not me. Lin Meiji also only has one daughter, Deng Wan, not me. Everyone was speechless after being choked by Deng Yu. Seeing their silence, she became even more sarcastic. You wouldn't be thinking of being unfilial, would you? Deng Chen said, yeah, stop joking. We have our reasons. Hearing this, Deng Yu felt a chill run down her spine. Was she thinking that because she saved them and gave them some food, they would try to use her? She would not let them have that illusion. She immediately walked up to Deng Chen and slapped him hard. Watch your mouth and call me by my name. When you used to hit me, weren't you afraid? Why don't I see you scared now? She snapped. Deng Chen was slapped and spat out some blood. He quickly defended himself. Deng Wan is now the mistress of the deputy base leader. If you hurt her, you're hurting the whole base. Deng Yu mocked. You think you can escape just because you ran away? Deng Wan is so petty, she already considers you enemies. Look at how you're being tortured. Deng Yu muttered. Isn't it because you made us beat her for food that Wan hates us? Deng Yu turned to face Deng Yu. So, you hate me? She then placed her hand on her waist where her gun was, as if daring Deng Yu to say something. It seemed that if Deng Yu dared to speak, Deng Yu would shoot him dead. Deng Rui looked defeated. What's the use? We can't fight the many people in the base. Plus, Deng Wan's lover hates us fiercely. I saw him just flick a lightning bolt with his finger and kill a few slaves. Deng Jin looked at his brothers coldly. He understood that if he didn't stand up now, Deng Yu would leave. He immediately said, we're willing to do it. We'll follow you. Whatever you ask us to do, as long as it's to avenge Mom, we're willing to die. Deng Yu finally looked directly at Deng Jin and asked, what about the others? Do they all think like this? If not, they can leave now. Suddenly, the room went quiet. Deng Rui suddenly overturned a small table. The empty instant noodle bowl on it flew everywhere. He roared, I've had enough. Every time I see Deng Wan pretending to be kind and mocking us, I just want to kill her. I never had the chance before, but now with Deng Yu's help, we have a chance to get revenge, even if it means dying. Deng Yu stays silent and looks at Deng Chen. We do it. Deng Chen suddenly stands up. Deng Yu also says nothing and looks at Deng Yu. Deng Yu remains silent and does not respond. Seeing Deng Yu hesitate, not knowing when this will end, Deng Yu immediately takes out a shotgun and a box of shells from her space. She loads the shells one by one into the shotgun until it is full. Then she says to Deng Yu, if you really don't want revenge, then leave now. At this moment, Deng Yu finally realizes everyone's gaze is on him. He simply says, then I'll go, and tries to stand up and walk to the door. Deng Yu smiles slightly. Click, she chambers a shell into the shotgun and points the gun at Deng Yu's back. Others immediately step in to block Deng Yu, and some pull Deng Yu aside to persuade him kindly. Deng Yu pretends to be angry, then suddenly breaks free from those holding her and presses Deng Yu against the wall with her gun. When the metal handle touches Deng Yu's temple, everyone freezes. The rustling sound of protective suits rubbing in the silence is especially clear. Come on, say it again. Let me kill you, you cowardly son of a gun. Deng Yu feels trapped. At this moment, Deng Chen walks over and slaps Deng Yu. Have you forgotten how Deng Wan humiliated us? Or do you still want to treat Deng Wan as your sister? Speak, or I'll be the first to kill you. Deng Chen grabs Deng Yu's collar. In the past, Deng Yu was naive, but now, after being humiliated and seeing his mother killed, he refuses to seek revenge. Deng Chen is determined to clean house first. After a while of arguing, They all confirm their plan and agree to avenge Lin Meiji together. Deng Yu takes out a hand-drawn map from her space and spreads it on the table. This is the map of the Dawn base. I drew it myself. Look for any mistakes and add your notes. The map shows the detailed layout of the Dawn base, with every watchtower and defense point marked precisely. Deng Yu points to the central area. Pei Siyuan's residence is here. There's a secret command center on the 3rd underground level. How do you know all this? Deng Chen frowns. I've done some reconnaissance. Deng Yu responded briefly. Listen carefully. The main defenses of the base are focused on the east and south sides because they are near the city ruins, where the zombie threat is greatest. But the real weakness is here. Her finger pointed to a small square near the north wall, the underground fuel depot. All the generators and vehicles in the base get their fuel from here. If this explodes, then the entire base will turn into a firestorm. Deng Yu whistled and gestured to a scene of an explosion. Not just that, she added, pointing to another spot. Under the west stands of the stadium is the armory, where a large amount of weapons, ammunition, and bombs are stored. If the fuel depot causes a chain reaction, Jean gasped, are you planning to up the whole base? Exactly, Deng Yu said with a cold look in her eyes. This was only the surface plan. In reality, Deng Yu intended to steal the fuel, weapons, and bombs, then use missiles and torpedoes obtained from Japanese warships to up the entire base. But she didn't want to reveal too much. She listed out this similar plan. The 4 brothers looked at each other in shock. The plan was so bold it was almost crazy, but upon reflection, it seemed feasible. What about the slaves? Deng Chen suddenly asked. There are hundreds of innocent people held there. Deng Yu's expression flickered slightly, but she quickly regained her coldness. I will create chaos in advance, giving them a chance to escape. How many escape is up to luck. That's too risky. Deng Chen shook his head. There must be a safer way. Safer? Deng Yu suddenly slammed her hand on the table. You don't need to do anything. After I up the base and Deng Wan runs out, you all come with me and kill her. And you all owe me a few lives. The safe house fell silent. Deng Zhengwo let out a suppressed sob in the corner. Deng Chen took a deep breath. You're right. We owe you. He stood up, taller than Deng Yu by half a head. I have only one request. Let me kill Deng Wan myself. Why should it be you? Deng Rue said unhappily. My psychic ability is best suited to break her neck. Enough. Deng Yu stopped them. Deng Wan is something I gave to you. Anyone can kill her, but don't hesitate. Anyone who hesitates, I will kill. Your job is to stay outside and watch Deng Wan run that way, then tell me so I can go hold back Pei Xian. We need to split up, she finally decided. Deng Chen, Deng Rue, you guard the main gate. Deng Jin and Deng Yu, you are responsible for watching the back. And you? Asked Deng Chen. I'm going to prepare some, surprise, said Deng Yu with a cold smile. Suddenly, Deng Zhengwo rushed out from the corner, trying to grab Deng Yu's hand, but she dodged him. Still, he advised, don't go. It's too dangerous. Pei Siyuan is a dual-element ability user. No one can survive against him. Deng Yu. I'm not afraid. I have my own way. As night fell, Deng Yu left the temporary safe house alone, meaning she had to finish all her preparations before dawn. On her way, Deng Yu scouted once, clearing the patrol outside. The weather was freezing, and poor signal was normal for disconnection. After clearing the area, she quickly checked the base again. Confirming everything was fine, she returned to the safe house, brought them out, and led them to the guard point to watch over them. She gave them radios, 2 AK-47 rifles, and 2 magazines. She told them to crouch down, while Deng Yu and the others kept watch to prevent detection. The goal was to avoid exposing their presence. Once everything was arranged, Deng Yu sneaked into the Dawn base, planting bombs on the main gate, the perimeter wall, and the ability user's dormitory. The Dawn base arena had now become a bloody entertainment venue. Deng Yu, invisible, stood in the shadows of the highest spectator seats, overlooking the scene below. In the center of the circular arena, 4 ragged men were chained, each holding a rusty short knife. For slaves. Around the stands, the Dawn base's ability users and high-ranking officials sat, drinking and eating roasted meat, excitedly waiting for the show to start. In the VIP seat at the center, Pei Siyuan lazily leaned on a leather sofa. Beside him, the elegantly dressed Deng Wan. "Dear guests," a flamboyant host jumped to the edge of the arena, his voice amplified through a microphone. "Welcome to our monthly life and death fight night. Tonight's performance is especially special as 4 new contestants are participating." The audience erupted in cheers and whistles. Deng Wan smiled charmingly, leaning on Pei Siyuan's shoulder, whispering something into his ear. Pei Siyuan smiled faintly, a smile that made Deng Yu's neck hairs stand on end. "The rules are simple," the host continued. "For people fight randomly, and the last one standing wins. The winner will get a day off and double rations." A louder cheer erupted. Deng Yu's clairvoyance clearly saw the expressions of the 4 people in the center of the arena, desperate and alert, watching their surroundings carefully. "Now, begin." The chain clinked as it was unlocked, but none of the 4 moved. The spectators booed in disappointment.
Fight.
"Kill," a drunken ability user shouted loudly. Deng Wan frowned and picked up the microphone in front of her. "Slaves, if you don't fight," she said sweetly, "I will randomly execute 10 slaves, starting with the elders and children you brought." All 4 of them trembled at her words. One tall person slowly looked up, gazing at the VIP seats with cold anger burning in his eyes. "Trash," Deng Yu silently cursed, her hand already on her sword's hilt. But it wasn't the right time yet. She needed to wait. "For our family," the tall man suddenly turned around and punched a shorter man in the face. The shorter man staggered back, blood at the corner of his mouth, eyes wide with shock, then understood his brother's plan. He roared and lunged at his brother, pretending to fight. The skinny man then attacked the tall man from the side, and soon, the 4 were engaged in a chaotic fight. The audience on the stands cheered excitedly for each bloodshed. Deng Yu knew this was just a temporary measure. They couldn't hold out much longer. At that moment, Deng Wan suddenly picked up the microphone again. "Stop." The 4 paused, panting heavily, all with minor injuries. "That was fake," Deng Wan pouted. "Brother Pei, look at them, they're not even trying." Pei Siyuan lazily raised his hand. A flash of lightning suddenly struck the arena, sparks flying everywhere. The 4 had to jump back. "I want real blood." Pei Siyuan's voice was quiet but loud enough to reach everyone. "Otherwise, as Miss Deng said, I will execute the slaves." The tall man's face twisted in frustration. He turned to his 3 followers and whispered, "No choice. Try to cause only minor injuries." The 4 clashed again, this time with real blades cutting into flesh. The shorter man had a bleeding wound on his arm, and the skinny man was cut on his thigh. The crowd erupted in satisfied cheers. 30 seconds later, a loud explosion came from the east side of the stands, followed by screams and chaos. A smoke bomb exploded among the crowd, thick smoke quickly spreading. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" the guards shouted. This was exactly the moment Deng Yu and the others had been waiting for. She leapt down from above, shedding her invisibility midair, drawing her sword, which burst into fierce flames.
"Who is that?"
the host shouted, but was immediately beheaded by Deng Yu. As the head flew up, it still showed a look of surprise. Deng Wan screamed loudly, "Catch her! Kill her!" A group of guards rushed into the scene. Deng Yu sneered, activating her indestructible body, her skin shining with a metallic glow. She didn't dodge or hide but charged straight at them. Her tang sword sliced out a fiery arc, turning 3 guards into fiery figures instantly. "Catch her!" She threw a bundle high into the air. A tall, quick guard caught it and opened it. Inside were 4 tang swords, several pistols, and a large plan written in big characters. The 4 quickly armed themselves and formed a defensive circle back-to-back. The tall guard briefly looked at the plan. "Plan? Explode, run fast," he asked simply. Deng Yu was surprised. "Create chaos, rescue the slaves, up the fuel depot," she answered while knocking down 2 guards. "Take your brothers, try to save the trapped people. Head east and run from there. I have a score to settle." "I'll lead them away," Deng Yu said, her eyes fixed on the VIP seats. Deng Wan was being protected and retreating, but Pei Siyuan stood still, watching the chaos with interest. The tall guard looked where she was pointing, and his face changed. Don't act rashly. Pei Siyuan is. It was too late. Deng Yu leapt up, stepping on the chairs of the audience seats, rushing straight toward the VIP area. Pei Siyuan smiled slightly and raised his hand. A lightning bolt struck toward Deng Yu. At the last moment, Deng Yu twisted in midair, pulling out a mirror from her space to reflect the lightning. The bolt hit the mirror and bounced back, sparks flying on the ground. Interesting, Pei Siyuan stepped down the stairs, taking off his white suit jacket to reveal a black tactical suit underneath. Not many can block my lightning. Deng Yu stood up. The surprise is still coming. Pei Siyuan spread his hands, with electric sparks flickering in his left hand and flames burning in his right. Thunder and fire dual elements, level 6 peak. What do you have to fight me? Deng Yu didn't answer. Instead, she suddenly charged forward, her tang sword stabbing directly at his throat. Pei Siyuan easily dodged, and flames erupted from his right hand. Deng Yu didn't dodge or hide but took the flames head-on with her indestructible body. At the same time, she turned her blade and slashed across Pei Siyuan's waist. Pei Siyuan was forced to retreat, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Indestructible body? An interesting combination of powers. Two people quickly fought in the VIP area, with lightning and flames intertwining, and swords clashing with supernatural powers. Deng Yu used her fire control ability to the fullest, not only blocking Pei Siyuan's fire attacks, but also counterattacking occasionally. However, lightning was troublesome. Each block made her arms numb. Is that all you've got? Pei Siyuan mocked. Deng Yu didn't answer, but the explosions outside responded for her. A huge fireball rose on the east side, followed by continuous explosions. The gates and walls were blown up. Pei Siyuan's face changed dramatically. What did you do? Seizing the moment, Deng Yu swung her sword at his neck. Pei Siyuan hurriedly dodged but was still cut, bleeding. He angrily released a shockwave of lightning. Deng Yu immediately turned and ran. Pei Siyuan chased after her, shouting. Guard the armory, he yelled at the guards. All supernatural fighters, follow me. Pei Siyuan led a group in pursuit, while Deng Yu lured them out of the base and into the city. The scene inside was chaotic, slaves fleeing, some guards suppressing the chaos, and some supernatural fighters injured by Deng Yu's bombs. Soon, a tall man and his brothers rescued some who could still run, protecting a group of slaves as they broke through to the east. Deng Yu ran with Pei Siyuan toward the city ruins. Every time they caught up, Deng Yu would immediately fire rockets from her space to cover them. This made Pei Siyuan feel that Deng Yu only fought close range, so she relied on long-range attacks to keep distance. All her skills seemed designed to lure out Pei Siyuan and his followers. After all, a local tyrant suddenly challenged someone, got cut, and was the enemy of his beloved wife. He hated her so much he wanted to devour her flesh and skin. Now Deng Yu was about to be caught, and she seemed to lack long-range attack power. Today, he had to catch her and kill her. If he knew that her sister's hand was cut because of Deng Yu, and that Deng Yu was behind the destruction of the Pei family estate, he would be even more furious. Even if Deng Yu didn't provoke him, just listening to her would make him want to hunt her down. Deng Yu deliberately slowed down, letting Pei Siyuan see her from afar but not catch her, rushing toward the city ruins. Deng Yu. Pei Siyuan's voice thundered like a storm. You're asking for death. Deng Yu looked back briefly. Very good. Only Pei Siyuan and his group are chasing after her. It seems he is confident in his strength and has a clear intention to kill Deng Yu. This is exactly what she wanted. They rush into the city ruins, one after the other. Deng Yu carefully chooses narrow alleys and complex terrain, sometimes hiding and sometimes appearing, playing a cat-and-mouse game with the pursuers behind her. Is that all you can do, run? Pei Siyuan suddenly strikes with a lightning bolt, destroying a wall in front of Deng Yu. Deng Yu lightly jumps over the debris and taunts back, the strongest person in the Dawn base, and you can't catch a woman. Pei Siyuan roars loudly, suddenly increasing his speed to close the distance. Deng Yu quickly turns into a small alley and leaves a flashbang at the corner. The blinding white light flashes along with Pei Siyuan's curses. Deng Yu takes the opportunity to climb onto a half-collapsed building for a better view. Pei Xian temporarily loses her trail and, frustrated, starts smashing the surrounding buildings with lightning.
Deng Yu,
"Come out," he shouts, forming a swirling energy ball of lightning and fire. "I will you to pieces." Deng Yu has been waiting for this moment. She suddenly jumps from a third-floor window, her tang sword aimed at Pei Xian's back. Sensing danger, Pei Xian quickly turns around, and the energy ball slips from his hands. Deng Yu is prepared. She spins in midair, her blade tracing a beautiful arc, splitting the energy ball into two. The divided energy balls explode on both sides, sending shockwaves that knock both of them back. Deng Yu crashes into a pile of boxes, while Pei Xian falls into an abandoned shop. Cough, cough. Deng Yu quickly gets up and checks her body. Her indestructible body only left her with minor injuries. She looks toward the shop, where Pei Xian's figure also rises from the smoke. Pei Xian rushes out of the shop and sees Deng Yu disappear around the corner. He is furious and chases after her, unaware that this was part of Deng Yu's plan, luring him away to make the Dawn base lose its strongest protector. In the next 20 minutes, Deng Yu leads Pei Xian around the city in circles. She sometimes hides, sometimes appears, using terrain or small tools to escape whenever he gets close. Twice, she even deliberately let Pei Xian get near, engaging briefly before quickly pulling away. But the other supernatural fighters following her are not as fast. They have already fallen behind. "You're just like a mouse." Pei Xian shatters the newsstand Deng Yu just stood on with a lightning strike. "Do you dare to fight me face to face?" Deng Yu climbed onto the roof of an abandoned bus, sneering. "Haha, you can't even catch a mouse. You're worse than a mouse." This comment completely angered Pei Xian. He clasped his hands together, and sparks of electricity burst from his body, making him look like a thunder god. Game over. A huge lightning net spread out from him, covering a 100-meter radius. Deng Yu instantly turned invisible and hid in a space, watching Pei Xian rage outside. "Little mouse, weren't you so brave just now?" Pei Xian sneered. "Come out." Deng Yu didn't answer, just watched him cast random skills. After a while, Pei Xian thought Deng Yu had run away and started retracting the lightning net. As Pei Xian turned around, Deng Yu reappeared behind him and threw a shock grenade. Boom! It was blocked by Pei Xian's electric grid. Although it didn't hurt him, it completely enraged Pei Xian. Deng Yu turned and ran. Pei Xian roared angrily and chased after him without hesitation. Deng Yu made a sharp turn ahead and used a water control skill, leaving behind an icy trail that looked like a sudden burst of speed. Then Deng Yu entered the space again. Pei Xian caught up and saw the icy trail Deng Yu left. He immediately chased forward until Deng Yu disappeared. Deng Yu quickly emerged from the space, shook off Pei Xian, and started running toward the Dawnlight base. Pei Xian didn't realize he was being lured away from the battlefield because there were other mutants still inside the base. Meanwhile, inside the Dawnlight base, boom,
boom, boom.
6 massive explosions sounded almost simultaneously, turning the laboratory and mutant dormitories into debris amid flames. Inside the base, the recent chaos was even worse. The slaves, frightened by the experiments, had just been suppressed during the first wave. They weren't prepared and were quickly overwhelmed. Now, with the second explosion, the slaves saw mutants going to put out the fires. Knowing they had no chance if they stayed, they took the opportunity to set fire to the tents in the area. The entire sports center was filled with flames and smoke. In such chaos, not even superhumans or mutants could avoid the smoke and would have to run out. Shouts and screams echoed everywhere. The slaves dodged the panicked soldiers and, taking advantage of the chaos, stole some things and fled. This was the most vulnerable moment for the base. And Dengwon, that useless girl who only screams, was no threat at all. When Pei Xian was not present, she still wanted to command the ability users, but no one was afraid of her, especially during such chaos. Now, she could only hide inside the villa with a few loyal ability users. At this moment, Deng Yu also rushed back. She stormed into the Dawn base and saw the guards and ability users there. She charged forward without hesitation, facing their attacks with her own strength. With surprised expressions, they saw Deng Yu fighting through their abilities, killing them one by one with each strike. Heads were rolling everywhere. Few abilities could withstand her attack for long. Others had long been unhappy with Pei Xian's rule. Why should Pei Xian be the sole ruler? Now they were all sneaking around with their own ability teams to steal supplies from the base. In a world where strength is everything and there are no laws or moral rules, only a powerful leader can keep order. But now, with chaos, those who refuse to accept are resisting, troublemakers are causing trouble, and chaos is spreading. This is why society needs laws. Without legal constraints, everyone believes they are destined for greatness and start acting out their fantasies, thinking, the world shouldn't be like this, or, my destiny is to be the best. Such behavior is common in gangs and drug traffickers, professions that thrive on danger and violence. Without a boss to control them or laws to restrain them, chaos becomes inevitable. In her past life, Deng Yu was a mercenary. She saw the loopholes immediately. She planned to take Pei Xian out for a walk, then up the base, incite a rebellion, and let everyone inside start fighting among themselves. In a world with abilities, personal power depends on oneself. The biggest problem is often mental attitude. When the strongest fighters are absent from the base, everyone believes they should be the boss. The Dawn base was occasionally exploding, with slaves setting tents on fire. Important facilities like laboratories were destroyed, and the dormitories of ability users were bombed. The strongest fighters of the base were not present. The chaos had fully ignited. Guards were surprised to see some ability users, after their rooms were bombed, started stealing supplies from others. After all, if they lost their supplies, what would they eat or drink in the future? This base had always been a place where the strong ruled. Stealing from others was a sign of respect. Especially now, with everything so chaotic, and Pei Xian, the strongest fighter, absent, everyone took the opportunity to loot. They would claim the stolen goods as their own later. The stronger mutants often steal from the weaker ones. The weaker mutants steal from even weaker individuals. Eventually, the guards stop intervening because their own areas are also being invaded for supplies. Slaves set fires and cause chaos, then run away when they get the chance. Now that the guards are absent, they flee in all directions. Several groups have already escaped the base because Deng Yu blew up the walls and gates. Seeing the chaos at Dawn Base, Deng Yu realizes that the people running such bases are, just as she expected, useless. All their initial plans are just distractions to lure enemies away. When there are no big threats in the mountains, monkeys become kings. Now, she begins the second phase, to completely destroy their supplies and force Deng Wan to come out. When Deng Yu reaches the storage area, she finds more guards than expected. Most have been sent away to deal with the explosions. But many mutants are still fighting at the entrance, all wanting to control the most valuable supplies. Seeing their slow progress, Deng Yu turns invisible and sneaks past. She appears suddenly among their surprised faces, then drops a 20-kilogram TNT explosive and quickly enters her space.
Boom!
After the explosion, she finds no one left. Only a red carpet remains. Deng Yu removes her invisibility. Her gold element mutant ability easily opens the alloy door of warehouse number 1. Inside, she sees a mountain of rice, flour, and oil, enough to feed over 1,000 people for half a year. Thanks to Pei Siyuan for his generosity, Deng Yu sneers coldly, pressing her hands on the nearest rice bag. Her gourd space opens, creating an invisible vortex centered on her. Tons of grain are lifted as if grabbed by an unseen hand and thrown into the vortex. In just 5 minutes, the entire warehouse is emptied. Deng Yu checks her gourd space, satisfied. Area 1 is full of food, with plenty of space left. Warehouses number 2 and number 3 are next. Deng Yu moves like a locust, leaving nothing behind wherever she goes. The explosions are loud again, but by the time others arrive, Deng Yu is already gone. Taking advantage of their panic, she quietly leaves and heads toward the fuel depot. Along the way, she sets up remote-controlled bombs at key points for safety. The guards at the fuel depot don't seem to take it seriously. Although they need oil in the cold, food is their priority. But to Deng Yu, they are no threat. In her invisible state, she easily takes down 2 guards still on duty, then uses her gold element ability to unlock the door and walk confidently into the storage area. 8 large fuel tanks are neatly lined up, with dozens of barrels of gasoline and diesel nearby. Deng Yu's eyes brighten. This is true hard currency in the end times. She follows the same method, placing her hands on the first fuel tank. The entire tank, along with its base, is absorbed into her space. One by one, the fuel tanks disappear, leaving only circular dents on the ground to show they once existed. Who is there? A loud shout comes from behind. Deng Yu turns around and sees a middle-aged man in a Dawn base uniform pointing a gun at the air next to her. It seems her invisibility is still effective. He only sensed something unusual. Deng Yu remains silent and quietly moves to a different position. The officer looks around cautiously, slowly steps back, and presses his communicator. Request support. His voice suddenly stops. Deng Yu swiftly strikes him with a hand chop to the back of his neck. The officer collapses limply, clearly having a broken neck. She quickly takes his pistol and communicator, then continues collecting fuel. 10 minutes later, the fuel depot is emptied. Deng Yu checks her space, and the second zone now has 8 fuel tanks and various barrels neatly arranged. She's gained a lot, but her main targets, arms cache and crystal core storage, are still missing. The arms depot is on the west side of the base, heavily guarded. But when Deng Yu arrives, she finds most guards have been reassigned to protect Miss Deng, leaving only 10 tired-looking guards on duty. Why do we have to guard here? One young guard complains. The explosion was in the east. We should go support. Shut up and follow orders, an older guard scolds. Miss Deng said, it seems these people are unaware of the chaos inside the gymnasium. His words are cut off. For throwing knives shoot out from the shadows simultaneously, accurately hitting 4 guards' throats. They fall clutching their necks, not even seeing where the attack came from. The remaining 6 guards are about to draw their rifles, some forming ice arrows with their hands, ready to fight back. But Deng Yu uses her mental attack again. These low-level mutants are immediately dizzy and disoriented by her psychic. Deng Yu shoots 3 throwing knives with each hand. In an instant, she easily pierces the throats of these 6 guards. Once she confirms they are all hit, she quickly moves to collect their guns and ammunition into her space, finishing off any survivors. Deng Yu appears, and her metal element ability easily unlocks the 3-layered lock of the arms depot. When the door opened, her breath caught slightly, an entire wall filled with guns, boxes of ammunition, rocket launchers, grenades, and even 3 mortars. Pei Xian is really capable, Deng Yu praised, then started frantically looting. Rifles? All taken. Pistols? Not a single one left. Ammunition? Boxes and boxes moved out. After 10 minutes, the armory was empty, just air remaining. Just as she was about to leave, she noticed a locked metal cabinet in the corner. Using her elemental ability, she easily pried it open. Inside, neatly arranged, were dozens of energy stimulants and 3 whole boxes of crystal cores. Deng Yu's eyes lit up. Crystal cores, the energy crystals formed in zombie and mutant brains, are the best materials to enhance abilities. These 3 boxes contained at least 4 or 5,000, in various colors representing different attributes. Pei Xian's family assets, she said without hesitation, taking everything and even storing the cabinet in her space. The mission was nearly complete, just one more stop at Deng Wan's place. On the way, Deng Yu rescued a few slaves being held captive, pointing them toward an escape route. At the medical station, she also looted most of the medicines, especially antibiotics and painkillers. She turned invisible and approached Pei Xian's villa, now the command center. Sure enough, she saw Deng Wan inside, furious, smashing things and shouting, like a shrew. Good for nothing. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Deng Wan slammed a teacup against the wall. The granary is empty? The fuel depot is empty? Are you all blind? Miss Deng, a guard captain stammered, The enemy is too strong. At the granary entrance, they used a big bomb that killed everyone. Dang Won slapped him across the face.
Lies.
I don't care. Dig 3 feet underground if you have to. Bring back the supplies. Deng Yu almost laughed out loud. She quietly installed a timed bomb on the villa's outer wall. It would give Deng Wan a surprise, not to truly kill her, just scare her. Taking advantage of the chaos, Deng Yu slipped into Deng Wan and Pei Xian's bedroom. It was a large bedchamber, with more than 10 red silk scarves hanging over the bed. Deng Yu blushed, wondering if they played that wildly. She dodged the scarves and could smell a strong scent of osmanthus in the room. She directly unlocked the safe on the bedside table, taking out 2 pistols, magazines, and hundreds of 6th-level crystal cores, storing everything in her space. The Dawn base was still in chaos, and no one noticed that the invisible thief had already taken everything from their home. Deng Yu directly asked the system how much supplies had been stored in the space. The system replied, 42 tons of rice, 28 tons of flour, 1,200 cans of various foods, 80 tons of diesel, 56 barrels of gasoline, 218 rifles, 156 handguns, countless rounds of ammunition, 4,872 crystal cores, 1/3 of which are fire and lightning types. Pei Siyuan will be furious when he comes back, Deng Yu said with a grin. Deng Yu's lips curled slightly. Her original plan was to steal supplies and up the base to ensure she had an escape route no matter what happened. Now she thought there might be an even better way. She took out a giant loudspeaker from her space, one of the spoils from the base's broadcast room. Taking a deep breath, Deng Yu removed her invisibility. Everyone at Dawn Base, her voice, amplified by the speaker, rolled like thunder across the stadium. Hello, everyone. More than 200 people below looked up at once, gasping in surprise. The guards hurriedly raised their weapons, but dared not act rashly. Deng Yu was standing too high. Ordinary guns couldn't reach her. I am Deng Yu. Many of you have probably heard my name, she said confidently, walking along the steel beams as if it were flat ground. Today, I am here to tell you a harsh truth. She deliberately paused to build suspense. The entire stadium fell silent, everyone looking up like lambs waiting for slaughter. Your granaries are empty. Your fuel depots are empty. Your armory is almost empty. Deng Yu's voice carried a cruel smile. Guess who did this? I did. Just now, I planted the bombs. I blew them up. I stole the supplies. The crowd started to stir. Some didn't believe her. Others looked terrified, and many more looked angrily at the guards around them. Not convinced, Deng Yu took a bag of rice from her space and casually poured it out. White grains fell from 50 meters high, sparkling like pearls in the morning light. Do you recognize this? Oh, and she poured out a barrel of gasoline, the liquid tracing a shiny arc in the air before splashing at the edge of the field. The sharp smell spread quickly. The crowd began to panic. These supplies were their lifeline in the apocalypse, and now they were being wasted like this. Quiet. A guard captain tried to control the situation. This is the enemy's trick. Deng Yu sneered and continued. Where is Pei Siyuan? Oh, right, I've led him away. Right? He hasn't come back yet. Her words caused a wave of uneasy whispers. Deng Yu knew she was shaking the foundation of Pei Xian's control, people's blind trust in the strong. Let me tell you what will happen next, she raised her voice. The weather will get colder, and the supplies outside are already gone. No food, no fuel. You will die like flies. And what about your leader, Pei? He will hide in a secret base with Deng Wan and his trusted followers, watching you freeze and starve. Nonsense, Deng Wan suddenly shouted from the VIP seat. She was dressed in luxurious fur, her face pale with anger.
Guard.
Bring her down. Several guards fired their guns, bullets hitting the steel beams and sparks flying. Deng Yu remained still, even lazy to dodge. Look at Miss Deng, she mocked. Wearing priceless fur, while you. Not even a proper coat. Even the guards are casually beaten and scolded by him. This remark ignited the crowd's anger. Long-suppressed slaves and lower-level mutants pushed forward, forcing the guards to form a human wall to block them. Are you born slaves? Are you born inferior? This is an era where personal strength matters. This statement sparked the crowd's imagination. It was an age of mutants. Everyone wanted to be king in the apocalypse. The mutants, stirred by Deng Yu's words, became excited.
Why not?
Who says they can't? In the end of the world, what matters most? Supplies, supplies, and supplies. Now your base has nothing left. Tomorrow, you'll have to eat human flesh. After that, you'll be eaten by zombies. Then, even your powers won't work. Deng Yu paused. Some of you are chasing after me with Pei Xian. They can't catch me, they know my abilities. She cut off their rushing thoughts. I'm here today to give you a chance. Her voice suddenly became very tempting. I will put a bounty on 2 heads, Pei Xian and Deng Wan. She took out a box from her space, filled with 100 level 2 to 3 crystal cores, pouring them out. The colorful energy crystals rained down like a shower. The crowd instantly boiled over, fighting to grab them. These are just the earnest money, Deng Yu continued. Whoever kills Pei Xian or Deng Wan will get enough supplies to survive the winter. Crystals,
Food,
medicine, weapons. Everything you need is here. She is lying, Deng Wan shouted, but her voice was drowned out by the angry shouts of the crowd. Deng Wan's space also had supplies, but she was naturally spoiled and only took the best, top rice, finest meat, and the best canned food. However, there wasn't much, and what she had was barely enough to make a difference. Now she deeply regrets not saving more supplies. Whether she takes them out or not, it doesn't change anything. She can only angrily deny Deng Yu. The situation is starting to get out of control. Guards are pushed by the crowd, and some even put down their weapons voluntarily. Deng Yu sees a few slaves quietly moving toward the VIP seats, their eyes filled with hatred. You can't catch me. Deng Yu continues to stir trouble, but Deng Wan is right among you. That traitor who whips slaves daily, withholds food, and sends your loved ones for experiments. If you catch her, I can give you endless rice and flour, unlimited fuel, enough weapons, and crystal cores. Deng Yu's voice becomes more emotional. Everyone is excited and passionate. Suddenly, a subordinate of a psychic burst in loudly reporting, "Brother, the granary, oil depot, and armory are all empty." This statement is the last straw. The crowd surges toward the VIP seats like a tide, and the guards are either pushed away or step aside voluntarily. Deng Wan panics and stumbles over a chair. Stop them. I am Miss Deng. Deng Xian's woman. She screams hysterically, but no one pays attention. Deng Yu coldly watches as a few strong men drag Deng Wan away from the VIP seats. Her luxurious fur is torn, and her carefully styled hair is disheveled like a madwoman. Once proud and high above, Miss Deng is now dragged through the crowd like a dead dog, her face covered with shoe prints and spit. Brother Pei, save me. Deng Wan reaches out to the sky, as if praying for divine help. As if responding to her call, a lightning bolt suddenly strikes the center of the stadium, accompanied by deafening thunder that makes everyone cover their ears. Then a second, third bolt follows. Deng Yu. A thunderous roar comes from afar. Deng Yu turns her head and sees a figure wrapped in lightning and flames rushing toward the east gate of the base at incredible speed. Pei Xian has returned, and he is furious beyond measure. It seems the hero has arrived. Deng Yu used a loudspeaker to say, "I also want you to see my power. Keep focusing on Deng Wan. I will hold off Pei Xian." Deng Yu put away the loudspeaker and took out a tang sword from her space. Where Pei Xian passed, lightning raged wildly. Those who couldn't dodge in time were turned into charred remains, and the air was filled with a mix of ozone and burnt flesh smell. Every step she took left burning footprints on the ground, and her eyes shot out fierce anger. "You."
D.
Now, he roared, his voice like a judgment from. Deng Yu stood on a steel beam, the tang sword pointed diagonally at the ground, with a teasing smile on her face. "Come on, I'm waiting." Pei Xian clasped his hands together, forming a large blue-white energy ball faster than ever before. He suddenly threw it, and the energy ball whistled toward Deng Yu's position. Deng Yu didn't dodge, but leapt up, took out a mirror from her space. The reflected energy ball hit the steel beam, causing the stadium's dome to shake violently, and the metal structure twisted and melted in the dazzling electric light. In midair, Dengyu adjusted her stance and landed steadily on another steel beam. Pei Xian had already jumped onto the stands, releasing continuous lightning whips, trying to trap her. "You stole my supplies. Incited others against me." Pei Xian shouted each time he released a lightning bolt. "I will tear you to pieces." Dengyu dodged skillfully, occasionally blocking with her reinforced golden sword. The flames on the sword collided with the incoming lightning, bursting into dazzling sparks. "Your supplies," Dengyu sneered. "How many people did you squeeze them out of?" Suddenly, she changed her strategy. Instead of dodging, she charged directly at Pei Xian. Her indestructible body shone with a metallic luster as she took on 2 lightning whips, and her tang sword aimed straight at his throat. Pei Xian didn't expect her to suddenly get close, hurriedly dodging but still getting his shoulder cut. He roared and grabbed Dengyu's sword with both hands, lightning conducting along the blade. Dengyu decisively abandoned her sword, drew a dagger with her left hand, and stabbed at Pei Xian's abdomen. He barely twisted his body, and the dagger only cut through his tactical suit. They fought quickly on the narrow steel beam, lightning and flames intertwined, metal clashing loudly. The entire dome shook from their battle, and debris occasionally fell. "Your little lover was captured. Why don't you go save her?" Dengyu deliberately provoked Pei Xian. "Just a useless person." Pei Xian sneered as a lightning bolt struck towards Dengyu's face. "I'll kill you, and I can find someone better anytime." Dengyu turned her head to avoid it, feeling secretly happy. Pei Xian's words were broadcasted throughout the stadium via loudspeaker, including Dengwan, who was being dragged away. "Brother Pei." Dengwan's scream was full of disbelief. "What did you say?" Pei Xian didn't bother to look at her. He continued attacking Dengyu fiercely. Dengwan's expression changed from shock to despair, finally twisting into hatred.
"Pei Xian, I did so much for you.
And you just watched me die." Dengyu knew the right moment had come. She pretended to be overwhelmed, fighting and retreating at the same time, leading Pei Xian toward the other side of the dome. There, she had set up several remote-controlled bombs in advance. "Is that all you've got?" Pei Xian mocked, increasing his attack. "I thought you were more impressive." Dengyu slightly raised her lips and pressed the detonator hidden in her sleeve.
Boom, boom, boom.
A series of explosions completely destroyed one side of the dome. Pei Xian lost his balance and fell along with the twisted steel beams. Some of the bombs were smoke bombs. After landing, Dengyu immediately threw out a few more, causing thick smoke to fill the area. Dengyu was well prepared. She leaped lightly to the other side and disappeared into the chaos. "You!" Pei Xian's furious roar came from beneath the rubble, followed by a blinding flash of lightning. He would soon escape, but it was already too late to stop anything. While the smoke rose, Dengyu directly knocked away the base guards and mutants holding Dengwan, then quickly fled the stadium. By the time they reacted, Dengwan had already been taken away. Dengyu, with ropes, ran wildly. Others saw the situation was bad and also started to run. They had already offended Pei Xian when they captured Dengwan. Now, seeing Dengyu, who had just spoken passionately, also fleeing with Dengwan, they clearly understood what was happening. They had been tricked, played by a woman who used to only beg for mercy under their control. Now, she was playing them all. They wished they could follow Pei Xian to kill Dengyu. But was that possible now? Pei Xian was the deputy base leader. His father was the base leader. Although his father wasn't at this base, he still held the title. In fact, Pei Xian was the real leader. Thinking about how Pei Xian used to throw disobedient subordinates or captured mutants into the laboratory, the scene flashed in their minds. Everyone suddenly woke up as if from a dream. Pei Xian is not human. He has no humanity. Now, his lover has been forced off the stage and given to the enemy. It's easy to imagine that once Pei Xian escapes, they will all be doomed. Taking advantage of the moment, the group ran away directly. They couldn't go far by car, so they stopped driving and quickly gathered whatever supplies they could. They scattered in all directions to escape. When Pei Sion finally escaped and looked around, he saw no one. Only the wind and snow, and only himself. At this moment, he suddenly burst into wild laughter. Haha. After laughing enough, his cold eyes looked up at the sky, as if questioning the heavens. Deng Yu carried Deng Wan and, once out of the base, told the 4 Deng brothers that the plan had changed, and they all needed to return to the temporary safe house. At first, Deng Wan wanted to curse, but Deng Yu directly used an electric shock, causing Deng Wan to faint. Afterward, Deng Yu sealed her mouth with tape. The system immediately issued a warning: cannot harm the female lead. Strangely, she and the male lead fought fiercely, but there was no warning from the system. When asked, the system said this was a warning from the heavens. So long as the male lead doesn't die at her hands, it's fine. Does that mean hurting him is okay? The system didn't reply. This frustrating system seems to be running out of power every day. Deng Yu no longer wanted to bother. Now, she had captured the female lead and planned to deal with her. When Deng Yu responded about the temporary safe house in the bank vault, she carried Deng Wan inside. Is it smooth? Deng Chen asked. Deng Yu nodded. Pei Sion is more difficult than expected, but the plan was successful. She threw Deng Wan to the ground, waking her with pain. Deng Yu was warned again by the system. Deng Wan was gagged with tape, her eyes full of fear and hatred. She struggled and made muffled sounds, no longer the arrogant girl she used to be. The group quickly surrounded Deng Wan. Deng Chen still pulled her to sit up. Seeing this, Deng Chen ordered Deng Yu to give her a chair and chains. Deng Yu didn't know what Deng Chen was planning, but she still did as told. Deng Chen dragged Deng Wan to the chair and chained her up. As soon as the tape was torn off, Deng Wan started cursing viciously. You trash. Brother Pei will come to save me. He will kill all of you. Especially you, Deng Yu. Deng Yu sat opposite, calmly wiping her tang sword. Save your breath. Did you hear what he said? Just a useless person? Deng Wan's face instantly turned pale, but she quickly became fierce again. So what? At least I live like a real person. And you? Hiding like mice everywhere. We will soon walk proudly in the sunlight. And you won't even see tomorrow's sun. Deng Wan finally realized her situation and started to shake. You can't kill me. We're sisters. Sisters? Deng Yu sneered. You accused me of stealing. Did you think about us being sisters? When you made the 4 brothers hold me down and made the servants burn me with cigarette butts, did you think about us being sisters? The 4 Deng brothers stood nearby, each with a different look. Deng Chun looked cold, Deng Rue clenched his fists, Deng Jin looked pained, and Deng Yu had a mocking expression. Dad, save me. Deng Wan turned to Deng Jiangwo in the corner. I know I was wrong. Deng Jiangwo lowered his head and said nothing. Since Lin Meiji died, he rarely spoke, as if his soul had left his body. Enough, Deng Chun suddenly said. Deng Wan, you mistreated Yuer, caused our mother's death, and betrayed the family. The death penalty is the only proper punishment. I will carry it out. Deng Rue stepped forward, his knuckles cracking. No, I will, Deng Yu said with a cold look in his eyes. I've wanted to see what her insides look like for a long time. Deng Jin didn't speak, just silently formed an ice blade. Deng Wan looked at the 4 of them and finally broke down. You can't do this. I am the eldest daughter of the Deng family. You're nothing, Deng Yu interrupted her. You're just a fake, a twisted monster. She raised her sword. Stop fighting. I'll give you a chance to avenge Lin Meiji. 1 sword each. A glimmer of hope appeared in their eyes. Are you serious? Deng Yu nodded, signaling her brothers to start. Who goes first? 1 sword each. I don't have time to wait for you, but try not to kill her. Give others a chance. I'll go, Deng Yu immediately said. This is really afraid of the weak and fears revenge. He pushes the blame onto Deng Yu and wants revenge himself. He immediately steps forward to be the first. Deng Yu didn't care much. No matter how much of a he was, it had nothing to do with her. Deng Yu took the sword, and with a swing, cut off Deng Wan's right arm at the shoulder. Blood splattered on the wall. Ah! Deng Wan screamed in pain. My hand! My hand! The second person is Deng Jin. He took the Tang sword and said, I really regret knowing you. Then he slashed Deng Wan's left hand. Deng Wan fainted from the pain. It's over, Deng Yu said coldly. Dream on. She threw an adrenaline shot to Deng Jin, signaling him to give Deng Wan medication. After administering the adrenaline, Deng Jin pressed on Deng Wan's pressure point to force her to wake up. Seeing her wake, he immediately handed the sword to Deng Rue. Without hesitation, Deng Rue stabbed Deng Wan's left leg. The attack was so quick that it also damaged the chair, which collapsed. Deng Wan fell to the ground, coughing up blood. She couldn't shout anymore because of the pain. Inside, she questioned her system, but it no longer responded. She had been attacked by some of the male characters from previous storylines. What could she do? The plot was now all mixed up. Deng Jin handed the sword to Deng Chen. Even in such a serious moment, he didn't say anything. Deng Chen took the sword and looked at Deng Wan, whom they had loved and cared for all their lives. She was mistreated just because she hit someone for a snack, which also caused their mother, Lin Meiji, to die. Now he felt complicated. He paused for a moment. Deng Yu saw him hesitate and thought he was softening. She mocked. What? Can't you bring yourself to do it because of old feelings? Deng Chen said nothing. He looked at Deng Jiangwo and then stabbed Deng Wan directly in the heart. Deng Wan's eyes widened. Her lips trembled as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she only spat out blood, collapsed, twitched a few times, and then was still. The room was silent. Deng Chen pulled out the sword, wiped off the blood, and looked at Deng Yu. Are you satisfied? Deng Yu checked Deng Wan's pulse and confirmed she was dead, but she still shook her head. Deng Yu understood what Deng Chen was thinking. He just didn't want Deng Jiangwo to act. After all, he had raised her for over 20 years. This showed deep father-daughter love. But Deng Yu knew how to persuade and how to end things. She took the Tang sword from Deng Chen and shoved it into Deng Jiangwo's hand. Let's go pay respects to Lin Meiji later. After all, revenge is sweet, but if we don't warn her, I fear Lin Meiji won't rest in peace. Deng Chen immediately stepped forward to stop her. Enough. Deng Wan is already dead. Deng Yu glared at him sharply, her eyes telling him to shut up. Deng Yu turned around and stared fiercely at Deng Jiangwo. Lin Meiji received her son's love. What about your love? Is there no love at all? Deng Jiangwo, being stared at by Deng Yu, trembled as he held a Tang sword, but thoughts of his late wife made him more determined. Deng Chen tried to step forward again, but Deng Yu blocked him. You are yours, and he is his. Deng Jiangwo's hand stopped trembling as he gestured toward where he would strike. He swung the sword and cut off the head. Only then did Deng Yu feel relieved. She took Deng Jiangwo's sword away. Deng Rue covered the body with a cloth. Deng Jin turned his face away. Deng Yu kicked the body and cursed. Serves him right. Deng Jiangwo never looked up, but Deng Yu saw his old hand trembling slightly. Pei Siyuan is not dead yet, Deng Yu said as she put away the Tang sword. He will seek revenge fiercely. You all need to be prepared. Killing Deng Wan was just the beginning. The real fight is still ahead. Pei Siyuan won't give up easily, and she is just waiting for him. Do you not care about us? Deng Yu thought that after killing Deng Wan with Deng Yu, they could finally make peace. She naively believed they could eat hot pot, live in a warm big house, and live their best lives. But even now, Deng Yu, a mercenary, wouldn't live with them if she were her former self, who was mistreated by them. Others need money to live, but they need their lives. Deng Yu directly retorted, When did I say I would take care of you? Don't think that just because I saved you once, I forgive you. Let me tell you, Deng Yu would never forgive you, even if she died. She pushed Deng Chen aside and walked toward Deng Wan's body, directly taking it away. When she stored it in her space, a system prompt appeared. Ding. Found a broken system, can be recovered. Deng Yu immediately asked the system. What's going on? System. Does Deng Wan's body have a system? What's happening? The system explained directly. Inside Deng Wan's skull, there is a system generated by the way of heaven, currently broken. It can be recovered as the source of the world. Deng Yu didn't know much about the source of the world, but she knew it was valuable. She asked the system, "What benefits do I get?" The system explained that it could be upgraded and a new dimensional trading panel would be added. The system said, "After we obtain the source of the world, the main god will add various functions to our system. However, this world source is too small, so we can add one more function." Even with the addition of interdimensional trading and remote data transmission, Deng Yu suddenly felt happy and started to smile. This startled the Deng family members, who thought Deng Yu was happy because she saw that Deng Wan had finally died. They all smiled happily. Deng Yu was very pleased to have an interdimensional trading panel. It was much more fun than the system that couldn't produce many surprises in a day. She agreed quickly for the system to absorb it. Soon, the system drew a faint purple aura from Deng Wan's head and began to upgrade. The upgrade took 1 hour. Outside, the Deng family saw Deng Yu put Deng Wan's body away and asked what she planned to do next. Deng Yu told them to prepare to go pay respects at Lin Meiji's grave. When they heard they were going to visit Lin Meiji's grave, they felt it was more normal and started preparing. But there didn't seem to be much left to prepare. Deng Yu led them directly to Lin Meiji's grave, which had been covered by snow and wind after a day and night. Deng Yu had a 1,000-mile eye and remembered the basic map of the city, so she found the grave easily. When they arrived, Deng Yu took out an iron shovel and asked them to dig. Some doubted her, but Deng Yu was in a good mood. She punched a few of them, making them quiet. She didn't want to waste time with them. After just a day and night, they found the grave she had previously set up. Seeing the shiny metal tombstone Deng Yu had erected and thinking about her mother's death, they felt sad. Deng Yu, however, was not in the mood for sentimentality. She took out Deng Wan's skull and placed offerings on the grave. She made the others kneel down. Deng Yu laid out the offerings: a plate of apples, a plate of candies, a bottle of white wine, and a prepared chicken, which she had bought earlier in Guangxi. White-cut chicken. She was in a hurry and wanted some from the store directly, so it wasn't cut yet. She just placed everything there. Then she took out an AK-47 and fired several shots into the sky, as if celebrating. She told the Deng family members to kneel and pay respects. Deng Chen and Deng Zhengwo also wanted Deng Yu to kneel with them, but she refused. She didn't want to kneel before a maternal figure she didn't consider family. They couldn't argue with her, especially since she refused outright. Her changing the magazine on the AK-47 was quite intimidating. After they finished kneeling, Deng Yu took out 7 hand grenades from her space and threw them around, detonating them one by one.
Boom, 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 boom.
She clapped her hands and said goodbye to the Deng family. Deng Yu, all right, that's enough for now. I'm leaving. Don't come to my house looking for me. I won't be responsible for you. Deng Yu also won't forgive you, because the real Deng Yu is already gone. She's the kind who doesn't want to come back to this world. She took out a snowmobile from her space and didn't wait for their reply. She just drove away because there was no need to stay. Coming here to pay respects was something Deng Yu wanted to do, and she should do it. Maybe someday, if Deng's family ever crosses her again, she will just eliminate them. As she drove away on her snowmobile, Deng's family immediately went to the offerings at Lin Meiji's grave. Just as Deng Yu turned her head to look back, she caught sight of this scene. What a bunch of trash. Deng Yu didn't kill them because she wanted them to experience the end times firsthand.
Haha.
Wait, it seems I forgot something. It's the guns. Deng Yu hadn't taken back the guns she gave them. When the snowmobile left, Deng's family hadn't said anything yet. They all rushed to grab the offerings. By the time Deng Yu's snowmobile returned with its engine sound, they had already finished dividing the offerings. When Deng Yu came back, they were already eating and just about to leave. Deng Yu suddenly did a sharp drift with her snowmobile, kicking up snow all over them. Seeing Deng Yu turn back, the most impulsive Deng Yu thought Deng Yu wanted to come pick them up. He was about to open his arms to hug her, but Deng Yu kicked him in the stomach. Her cold voice rang out, "Return the guns and give them back to me." Deng didn't want to give the guns back, but after a few slaps from Deng, he saw there was no benefit in resisting. Deng also snatched his gun with her weapon. As for fighting Deng over the guns, now Deng wouldn't even give them the courage. They saw how Deng slaughtered the base guards like cutting vegetables. They secretly reminded themselves, never get close to Deng in a fight. Their understanding of Deng abilities was still based on what they had seen, her killing those guards so easily. But Deng never told them her true abilities. After all, there are space users now, but none of their spaces can hide from her. Soon, Deng collected all their guns and put them away. Then she rode her snowmobile straight toward the East Sea City University area. She left a few Deng family members staring after her. Just now, they thought Deng would take them back. Everyone had fantasized about that moment. But unexpectedly, Deng just left them behind, ignoring them. Deng Chun was the first to react. Just say, it's too cold outside now. First, stay at the bank's safety vault. On the way back, look for some wood and edible things. Our 4 brothers each have different abilities. Helping each other, we can definitely survive the end of the world. 3rd brother, you're ice type. You go first. Right now, in this icy snow, your strength is the strongest. 4th brother, you're fire type. From now on, you handle lighting fires and cooking. If we find wood, that's great. If not, you'll be the one to burn ice for water. Okay, let's go back first. Staying outside too long uses up too much heat. With that, the 5 of them slowly walk back to the bank. The cold wind cuts like a knife, tearing through this silent city. Deng crouches on a snowmobile, with a thin layer of ice on her extreme cold weather suit. In minus 60 degrees, her breath quickly freezes on her mask. She squints, using her far-seeing ability to see through the snowstorm, observing the road 3 kilometers ahead. The snowmobile engine sounds especially loud in the quiet street. Deng has to frequently use her hearing ability to listen for any movement to avoid attracting the zombie horde. Turning a frozen intersection, Deng suddenly stops the snowmobile. Her far-seeing ability detects something unusual 500 meters ahead, 7 heat sources, living people, moving quickly. She immediately turns off the engine, stores the snowmobile in her space, activates her invisibility, and disappears into the snowstorm. Boss, I just heard engine sounds. Spread out and search. It might be survivors from the university town. 7 men in heavy cold weather gear spread out in a fan shape. Deng quietly circles around their flank, observing secretly. The leader is a tall man with sharp eyes visible under his mask, carrying 2 short axes crossed on his back. An ability team. Deng heart alarms. In the apocalypse, living people can sometimes be more dangerous than zombies. She slowly draws her sword, activating her indestructible ability. Her skin glints with a metallic sheen, then quickly returns to normal. There, a red-haired young man suddenly points toward Deng hiding spot. She is clearly invisible, yet he can see her. He must have a reconnaissance-type ability. But Deng didn't use her mental power to cloak herself. The leading man shouted, "We just want to ask." Deng remained calm and confident, revealing herself clearly. She then stepped out, holding a tang sword in her hand and a pistol tucked at her waist. Both looked like distractions. "We really just want directions," the man continued shouting. "We're here to find my sister. She's coming to study at the university in Donghai City." "Do you know where the university district is?" Deng squinted, listening carefully, with her keen hearing to their heartbeat. There was no sign of lying. But she stayed alert. "Does asking for directions require 7 people to surround me?" The man in front slowly raised his hands. "In this cold weather, we have to be careful. My name is Fu Nian, from Linjiang City. These are my brothers." Deng snorted coldly and finally put away her tang sword. She noticed that although their gear was simple, each of them had scars and a threatening aura, clearly not ordinary people. "The university district is in that direction," she pointed briefly. She turned and walked out of their circle, running to a place they couldn't see. She took out her motorcycle from her space and started it. Deng rode past them on her motorcycle, feeling Fu Nian's gaze constantly on her. His eyes made her uncomfortable, too sharp, too probing, as if he could see through her secrets. When the snowmobile started again, a young man with red hair suddenly called out, "Miss, at least tell us your name." Dengyu ignored him, raising her, and sped off into the snowstorm. Back at her apartment building on the 32nd floor, she opened the door. A small figure rushed toward her. Big Sister Deng, Bai Wei, 14 years old, clung to her like a koala. "You've been gone too long. I was so worried." Dengyu rubbed the girl's head, her cold eyes softening. "Everything is almost settled now. Didn't I tell you not to wait at the door? It's too cold. I had a feeling you'd come back today." Bai Wei blinked big eyes and pulled Dengyu inside. A good feeling, that's all. Inside the warm apartment, a diesel generator hummed, providing power to the electric heater. It's a diesel-powered heating generator that also produces heat itself. Dengyu took off her frozen coat and retrieved some supplies from her space, several books and Bai Wei's favorite sweets, chocolates. "There are new survivors near the university district," Dengyu said briefly. 7 men, here to find my sister." White Wei sat cross-legged on the carpet, tearing open a chocolate wrapper. "Are they good people? I'll try to sense it later." Dengyu paused for a moment while pouring hot water. Although White Wei's ability to see into the future was only level 5 and could only show some images, it wasn't always accurate. Dengyu still warned her, people aren't simply good or bad. If you see they are good, it might just be for a short time. But you shouldn't let your guard down, understand? Dengyu needed to give a warning. She observed that those 7 people, seeing Dengyu as a woman, hadn't attacked yet. That probably meant they had some principles. But just because they seemed good, Dengyu chuckled. Good people wouldn't come here, especially in this zombie-infested, freezing weather. White Wei tilted her head, her eyes becoming dreamy. What is a good person? Like Sister Deng? And I just sense they might come here to be our neighbors. Dengyu frowned. She didn't like neighbors, especially uninvited ones. But in this cold weather, it was natural for survivors to gather. She walked to the window, activating her distant vision ability, looking through the snow and wind toward the university city. There, 7 heat sources were struggling to move. The leader, Fu Nian, suddenly stopped and looked back, as if sensing something, locking eyes with her from thousands of meters away. Dengyu didn't expect his mental sensitivity to be so sharp. Start reinforcing defenses tomorrow, she said coldly. And, White Wei, stay away from those men. The girl grinned mischievously. Especially that most handsome leader, right? Dengyu flicked her forehead. Little brat, stop gossiping with your future sight. Tonight, we're having a good meal. Wow, White Wei's eyes widened. Amid the hum of the diesel generator, Dengyu moved toward the kitchen area. She flicked her fingers, instantly igniting the gas stove with her fire control ability. Set the dining table. Dengyu took out a whole Kobe beef steak from her space, the marbled fat shining like art under the light. Don't just stand there. Come learn to cook, she said without turning around, tossing an apron. Peel the potatoes, dice the onions. If you dare to cry, I'll throw you out to feed the zombies. Got it? You grumpy old dove. White Wei wiped her eyes and ran into the kitchen. Dengyu twirled her wrist, drawing her knife. As the cold gleam flashed, the steak was perfectly cut into 2 pieces. She rarely used her abilities to do chores, but tonight was an exception. She wanted to celebrate properly. Her fire control ability precisely regulated the pan's temperature, quickly forming a golden, crispy crust on the steak while keeping the inside perfectly pink. Bai Wei tiptoed and secretly looked over. Sister you used to be a Michelin chef, right? Shut up and work, Dengyu said without looking up, but her ears turned slightly red. She used to be a mercenary and they usually ate after cooking. She learned to cook steak after she had money and bought one to practice. Inside her gourd space, the wine rack appeared in her mind. Dengyu chose a bottle of Romani Conti from 1990. She didn't even know whose trophy it was, maybe the Deng family, the He family, or the Pei family. When she twisted the corkscrew, she suddenly remembered the system's World Trade panel and chuckled softly. What are you laughing at? Bai Wei was cheating with her precognition to guess the dish. Ah, baked snails. I see the picture, Dengyu flicked her forehead. If you keep abusing your abilities, I'll confiscate your dessert. Soon, The table was filled with incredible delicacies: truffle foie gras with toasted bread, Provençal baked snails. The main course was medium-rare Kobe beef with black truffle sauce, and for dessert, freshly made molten chocolate cake. In crystal glasses, red wine shimmered like liquid gems under the candlelight. "Let's eat," Deng Yu smiled. "Shall Bai, dig in." Bai Wei immediately tried the truffle foie gras with toasted bread. "I thought this would be really good." "Ugh, gross," she spat. "Looks like I'll have to disappoint you," Deng Yu said with a smile, cutting her steak. Suddenly, she looked up alertly. "Wait, did you see something just now?" Bai Wei picked up a piece of snail and put it in her mouth, mumbling, "Just some messy images." "By the way, Sister Deng, is Fu Nian handsome?" Deng Yu almost choked on her wine. "You can't even keep quiet while eating," she thought. She mused that she was still a young girl, seeing a guy, and she immediately thought of love and romance. So childish. In the apocalypse, human nature can't be trusted. She wouldn't talk about love during the end times. Right now, she was more interested in things far more exciting: gourd abilities, supernatural powers, cultivation, and world trade panels. None of these were as fun as love. Love in the apocalypse? Not even dogs would bother. But Bai Wei was starting to care about romance. Did she learn that from some book or novel before she left? She used to only care about eating, drinking, and researching. Outside the window, the cold wind howled, and the height of 32 floors softened the zombies' roars into distant background sounds. Inside the apartment, it was warm like spring. The laughter of two girls mixed with the aroma of delicious food, creating a brief but precious moment of peace in the end-of-the-world situation. After finishing their meal, the two sat together on the living room sofa, chatting casually. Bai Wei asked, "Sister Deng, did you make all the delicious food just now?" Although Deng Yu was a bit shameless, she wouldn't claim credit for things she didn't do. She only knew how to cook steaks. The other dishes were from her space storage. She bought them when she went abroad. "No, my cooking skills are average. I learned some from a chef, but I can only make simple dishes. I made the steak, and the rest came from my space." Hearing this, Bai Wei became curious. "Sister Deng, is your space like Doraemon's pocket? It has everything." Deng Yu knew it was hard to explain too much, so instead of lying, she started to make up stories. "No, I came across it by chance and put it into my space," Deng Yu replied. She didn't want Bai Wei to keep asking, so she suggested they play a new game. Deng Yu took out a flying chess set from her space and thought it was a good time to teach Bai Wei properly. She had started to pay attention to romantic relationships. She also wanted to give Bai Wei age-appropriate education about books and games, because it wouldn't be good if she only focused on researching zombie viruses all day. Although Deng Yu hoped Bai Wei wouldn't be overly sentimental and would help her purify zombie crystal cores, she wouldn't deprive her of education and fun time like some capitalists. She then took out a bunch of high school textbooks and extracurricular books from her space, excluding romance novels. They were really harmful to young girls. After telling Bai Wei to study high school knowledge and read extracurricular books when she had free time, Deng Yu began to dismantle the flying chess set and explained how to play, emphasizing that dice shouldn't be manipulated with psychic powers. Flying chess was very popular. It was suitable for school dorms or outdoor outings. Even in her past life as a mercenary, Deng Yu sometimes played it with teammates. It was mainly a game that didn't require much thinking. While playing, she also advised Bai Wei on emotional issues. She told her not to worry about whether boys were handsome or not. That wasn't what mattered now. In the end of the world, survival was more important, and character and personal conduct mattered even more. She also advised her to stay away from those who were too handsome or attractive. Generally, they are considered troublesome. Deng Yu would not mention her in this context, except herself. No matter what situation she faces, she never worries about her own safety. She told Bai Wei that because she is only 14 years old, she doesn't have her own proper values yet, and she is a mental-type psychic. It's not very safe for her and easy to be deceived. Deng Yu is now very worried about Bai Wei's future growth. After 2 hours of playing Ludo, Deng Yu felt she had said everything she needed to. She continued to give Bai Wei zombie crystal cores. Now, Bai Wei doesn't need to study zombie crystal cores all the time. When she has free time, she reads romance novels. Deng Yu directly gave her 30 level 5 crystal cores so she can absorb them first to upgrade her mental abilities. Once Bai Wei absorbs enough energy, she can use a level 6 mental zombie crystal core to break through to level 6. She gently persuaded Bai Wei to go to sleep, then continued to sit in the living room. Her mind entered the space. System. What is this world trading system? A mechanical voice sounded in her mind. Ding, it is the world trading panel. Suddenly, a semi-transparent interface appeared in front of Deng Yu, flashing with various words and icons. She instinctively reached out to touch it, but found her hand passed right through, as if it was just a projection. Deng Yu immediately saw the panel information. Current world. Blue star, zombie outbreak period, trading rules. You can list 3 items each time, matching 3 random worlds. You can operate the trade once a week. After a successful trade, items are exchanged directly during the other party's waiting period. If time runs out, they are considered to agree by default. If they refuse, the trade fails, and she must wait for the next trading partner. Deng Yu carefully read the system's introduction, feeling a surge of excitement. In this dangerous world, a system that allows trading with other worlds is undoubtedly a big help for her survival. She took a deep breath and began to check what items she could list. Without hesitation, she listed 3 items: a level 3 zombie crystal core, fire attribute, a survival first aid kit, including food, water, medicine tools, etc., and a box of 20 kilograms of gold for pieces of 5 kilogram gold. As soon as she clicked the list button, the interface displayed item listed successfully, matching worlds. Listing these items for trade, regardless of which world they match with, should have a good chance of success. Deng Yu couldn't help but criticize this stupid world trading panel. This cannot be communicated directly, so I matched the items for trade without knowing what I could exchange them for. Item listing successful, matched with 3 different worlds. First world, medieval knight world description. A world full of knights and magic, where humans and magical creatures coexist, facing threats from dark forces. Trade items, magic longsword, with fire enchantment, knight armor, healing potions. Second world, decline of cultivation world description. The golden age of cultivation has passed, spiritual energy is thin, few cultivators remain, and they are trying to find ways to restore spiritual energy. Trade items, low-grade spiritual herb, heals injuries, old jade slip, records basic sword techniques, common-grade magic tool, storage bag. Third world, future technology world description. Highly advanced technology, humans have colonized the solar system, and they face threats from alien civilizations. Trade items, energy pistol, fires energy beams, nano protective suit, interstellar map. Deng Yu's eyes lit up. These items are priceless in her zombie world. The medieval knight world would likely need her traded items. She first checked the trade request from the medieval knight world. The other side seemed very interested in her fire element crystal core. Soon, she received a confirmation that the trade was accepted. Next, the future technology world also agreed to the trade, but the decline of cultivation world showed. Trade rejected. Trade successful. Items are being exchanged. With the system prompt, Deng Yu felt a weight in her hand. She looked down and saw a glowing fire magic sword, along with a healing potion and a nano-protective suit in her backpack. Meanwhile, her level 3 zombie crystal core, survival first aid kit, and a 20-kilogram box of gold disappeared. The level 3 zombie crystal core and the gold were exchanged for the magic sword and the healing potion. She didn't expect that a survival first aid kit could be traded for a nano-protective suit. She eagerly checked the attributes of these items. Holding the magic sword, she felt a warm flow enter her body, and when swinging it, flames could ignite. The nano-protective suit was light and breathable, almost unnoticeable when worn, but offered good protection. Unfortunately, what she most wanted, the declined world of cultivation, was not part of the trade. She wants low-grade spiritual herbs to heal injuries, an old jade slip containing basic sword techniques, and a common-grade magic tool, a storage bag. Zheng Chao can grow herbs herself. she hasn't planted anything in her space's 1-acre spiritual field yet. First, because Deng Yu doesn't like farming, and second, because Deng Yu has plenty of supplies and everything she needs. After returning home, she spent 120 million yuan on various foods across the country, including cooked dishes, packaged foods, and fruits. But just thinking about it, in a world of declining magic, regardless of the era, those with resources and wealth will always have more supplies. It's normal that some materials are hard to find or expensive. However, in a future technological world, people are willing to trade survival supplies, which suggests they might be under threat, so life might not be very safe. Deng Yu has understood how the dimensional trading system works. She can list items for sale and then choose or face-to-face select what she needs, based on demand. This kind of trade isn't very convenient, but it's exciting, like a lottery. Unfortunately, she can't change items midway. Still, because of the inability to swap materials during trade, it requires good coordination of resources. It's all about luck. If the other side needs her supplies, she might trade food for advanced technology. On the dimensional trade panel, she sees that she has to wait 7 days for the next trade. During these 7 days, she needs to gather more valuable items to get better things in the next round. She also needs to think about what to list next, aiming to make as many trades as possible. The strategy is that even if she doesn't need certain items, she can trade away anything she doesn't have. Currently, Deng Yu has plenty of supplies, like food, water, guns, and ammunition. Next time, she might try listing these items. The next day, Deng Yu, following her usual routine, gets up in the morning to exercise. Her body, enhanced by the energy of the Calabash brothers, doesn't need exercise, but she still does some boxing and running to quickly get familiar with her body. After waiting a while, Bai Wei also gets up. Deng Yu begins preparing breakfast. After washing up, the two sit down together for breakfast. Bai Wei immediately puts a piece of lava cake into her mouth, with cream smudged at the corner of her lips. Deng Yu disdainfully hands her a napkin, while she leisurely drinks soy milk. Deng Yu prefers a Chinese-style breakfast, like fried dough sticks and soy milk, while Bai Wei likes any sweet food. I guess she had a tough time in the lab before. Outside the window, a snowstorm hits the reinforced glass, making an unsettling cracking sound. Suddenly, just as Deng Yu casually scans with her clairvoyance, she notices someone. I'll go downstairs to check. Deng Yu stands up quickly, already holding her sword. Bai Wei's fork pauses midair. What's wrong now? There's someone downstairs. Deng Yu's clairvoyance penetrates through the floors.
12.
No, 14 heat sources, breaking through the simple barrier I set on the first floor. Deng Yu instantly switches to a combat stance. She throws a modified Glock 17 to Bai Wei. Same old rules. Stay at home. Bai Wei quickly loads her gun, a silver gleam flashing in her eyes as her precognition activates. Not zombies. Humans. They're bringing. Ah. She suddenly covers her head. There's a girl with silver hair. She's chained up. Looks like a zombie. Deng Yu's pupils shrink suddenly. Bringing zombies here? What do they want? Stay in a safe house. Deng Yu quickly puts on her extreme cold weather gear. I'll go see them. Wait. Bai Wei grabs her sleeve. They're not here to attack. They're asking for help. That girl. She has a fever and abnormally high body temperature. Deng Yu frowns. She's already catching faint sounds from the stairs with her keen hearing. The visitors seem to be coming upstairs. She rubs her fingers on her sword's handle and makes a decision. No matter what, I'll go down and see. Her body gradually becomes transparent. Deng Yu silently moves to the fire door at the stairs. She quickly descends, wrapping herself in her mental energy. She sees Fu Nian, covered in blood, holding a struggling silver-haired girl. Behind them follow 6 equally battered men. Brother. Let me go. The girl's voice is hoarse, hardly human. I can't control it anymore. Fu Nian's leather jacket is torn to shreds, revealing a deep bite mark on his arm that shows the bone. Deng Yu's medical knowledge tells her this isn't caused by ordinary zombies. Fu Ya, hold on. Fu Nian's voice is unexpectedly gentle. We've found a safe place. Deng Yu reveals her invisibility behind a corner they can't see. She rushes out and presses her sword directly against Fu Nian's throat. Do you think there's no master here? Explain why you came here. 7 weapons are pointed at her, but Deng Yu doesn't blink. She was bitten by a special zombie. Fu Nian looks directly into Deng Yu's eyes. She hasn't turned into a zombie, but it happens periodically. We just want to find a place to rest now. Please. Okay, you can stay downstairs. Deng Yu suddenly puts away her sword and walks upstairs. If anyone goes above the 25th floor or touches anything, I will cut off their hand. Fu Nian is surprised for a moment, then signals his brothers to follow and stay alert, carrying Fuya alone behind Deng Yu. When they reach the 12th floor, they find a room with intact doors and windows, so they decide to stay there. One of them releases a sofa from the space inside. Deng Yu looks at it, but says nothing. Deng Yu takes out a medical kit from the space. Put her on the sofa. The others can sit anywhere. Fu Nian carefully lays his sister down. When looking closely, Fuya's condition is even more frightening. Silver hair shows shrinking bone spines, her nails are unnaturally icy blue, and beneath her skin, a glowing substance seems to flow. Periodic attacks. Deng Yu puts on medical gloves. Every 6 hours, lasting 40 minutes, Fu Nian wipes blood from his face. Her body temperature rises above 45 degrees, and she becomes aggressive, but she still keeps her mind. Deng Yu's hand trembles slightly as she checks for external injuries. Finding none, she pulls out a sedative and asks Fu Nian if he wants to use it. A young man with red hair suddenly leans over. Miss, will the sedative be okay for her? Deng Yu is too tired of medical fools to bother explaining. Deng Yu pushes aside Fuya's bangs and looks at her flushed forehead, clearly burned out. Where did you find her? She's almost delirious. Deng Yu's voice is cold as ice. After giving her the sedative, try an antipyretic shot. She immediately injects Fuya with 2 shots. At least Deng Yu has medicine. They have nothing, so they can do nothing but agree. After the sedative, Fuya begins to sleep, and her body temperature starts to return to normal. Fu Nian pulls out a blood-stained document from his inner pocket. There is a laboratory underground in the university city. There are several cultivation chambers, and Fuya was there. Wait, where are you going? Deng Yu rushed toward the door, and Tang Dao let out a sharp scream in the air. Fu Nian, have your people guard the stairs. Something is coming after you. Almost at the same time, Deng Yu's distant vision showed hundreds of heat sources rushing from all directions. But these weren't ordinary zombies. Each moved along a strange blue glow. Fu Nian's communicator suddenly crackled with a sharp cry of Fu Lin Xiao, Big Brother. Those monsters outside can climb walls. Old Third's flames don't work on them. Deng Yu cursed softly. Red hair, go out with me and block the zombies. Fu Nian, take your sister to the bathroom and use cold water to control her body temperature. If she fully transforms, she might really become a zombie. Did you know it would be like this? Fu Nian grabbed her wrist. Deng Yu shook him off, a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. I guess your precious sister might have been infected at the start of the apocalypse and then caught for experiments. Now she's probably half human, half zombie. And
We just met, don't grab me like that.
We're not that close. A strong wind mixed with snow blew in. Deng, you leapt over the railing. From the 12th floor, the glowing zombies climbed up like a tide. She took a deep breath and prepared to fight. Her muscles, strengthened with great power, covered her skin like armor. Her left hand controlled fire, her right water. Her distant vision locked onto each target, and her keen hearing caught every sound. The first monster to reach the top had insect-like, compound eyes. Deng Yu's Tang Dao sliced through the air in a perfect arc. When its head flew off, blue slime sprayed out instead of blood. More monsters surged forward. Deng Yu moved without looking back, then pulled out an RPG from her space. As she pulled the trigger, her fire control ability boosted the rockets. The missile roared into the crowd of monsters, exploding in a bright flash that lit up the night sky. Suddenly, Bai Wei's voice sounded in her headset. Sister Deng, be careful. Don't overdo it. Deng Yu flipped backward to dodge a sudden attack from a claw. Her Tang Dao stabbed into the monster's eye socket. Got it. You be careful too. If there's zombies or people on the 32nd floor, tell me immediately. While distracted, 3 monsters lunged at her at the same time. Deng Yu barely blocked 2 of them. The third's claw aimed straight for her heart. She was about to use her indestructible skin to withstand it.
Clang.
The sound of metal clashing rang out. A short axe precisely blocked the attack. Fu Nian appeared beside her unexpectedly, another axe chopping into the monster's head. Mind your own business. If you don't intervene, I will be fine, Deng Yu said speechlessly. But if you insist on calculating, then I owe you one. Fu Nian grinned. It's settled then. It's our problem. We came here, and your actions caused these monsters to appear. Fine, then it's settled, Deng Yu agreed. She didn't want to owe anyone, and she also told the truth. She didn't need his help at all. The two formed a defensive circle back to back. Deng Yu took the opportunity to attack fiercely, pulling out 2 tang swords from her space. Under the support of her metal element ability, she started swinging both swords rapidly, attacking the zombie monsters in front of her. 1 strike per monster. With Deng Yu's dual sword swinging, the monsters' attacks were blocked. After clearing the corridor of monsters, Deng Yu and Fu Nian immediately ran downstairs to support his brothers. Deng Yu used her clairvoyance to check upstairs. Bai Wei was safe. Currently, no monster could break through to the 12th floor and reach upstairs. These monsters probably followed Fuya, a half-human, half-zombie, for some reason. Otherwise, Deng Yu had lived here for a long time. During the heavy rain, when the water flooded up to the 20th floor, the zombies discovered the Deng family and attacked. Normal zombies wouldn't normally find humans on higher floors. Deng Yu used her clairvoyance to scan. Most of the people from the Fu family were retreating into rooms to defend, either downstairs or on the outer walls. They should be able to hold on for a while. But over time, if her abilities ran out or if she didn't reinforce the defenses in time, people would die. Suddenly, the entire building shook violently. The monsters seemed to receive some signal and started climbing up faster. Deng Yu cursed and jumped onto the corridor railing, cold air blowing her bangs. "Come on, you little brats," she shouted fiercely, then took out a 12.7mm heavy machine gun from her space. Normally, this machine gun was used for anti-aircraft purposes and could only be fired continuously when mounted on a stand. If a person fired it shoulder to shoulder, the recoil would be enough to shatter a normal person's shoulder blade. But now, with her strength enhanced, Deng Yu held the 12.7mm machine gun as if it were a plastic toy. With her clairvoyance and keen hearing, she locked onto all the monsters as if she had cheat abilities, seeing everything clearly. Deng Yu loaded the belt, pulled the bolt, and disengaged the safety. She acted in one smooth motion. The first bullet directly blew up the head of the leading monster. The powerful 12.7mm round shattered that ugly head into a cloud of blue mist. The recoil was strong enough to break a normal person's shoulder, but Deng Yu remained steady, her black short hair wildly dancing in the gunfire wind. Next, the machine gun started firing in a steady rhythm.
Bang! Bang bang! Bang!
Each shot hit precisely in the middle of a monster's forehead, wasting no bullets and avoiding hitting the building. Deng Yu's sharp eyesight and keen hearing worked perfectly together, turning her into a precise killing machine. In an instant, the monsters climbing the outer wall fell like rain, their heads exploding and knocking others down below. The red-haired monster kept staring at Deng Yu's back without blinking. In the snowstorm, her slender figure stood firm like a rock, each trigger pulled deadly accurate. Even more amazing, she adjusted her aim during shooting to make sure the falling bodies of the monsters wouldn't pile up and form a ladder for others to climb, and her bullets never hit the building. Seeing monsters gathering downstairs, Deng Yu threw a gasoline canister down, followed by a grenade. The gasoline hit a monster and killed it, while the grenade exploded, igniting the gasoline. The explosion soaked the monsters in gasoline, and they struggled in the flames, crying out in pain. While they flailed and ran, Deng Yu's heavy machine gun fire also rained down. Though the zombies below were aimless and chaotic, Deng Yu's machine guns swept through them, knocking them down like wheat. The flames from the gasoline below added to their destruction. Good heavens, Fu family's third son, Fu Yan, a fire elemental ability user, muttered, "She's firing in controlled bursts." The Fu team downstairs watched from the window as the monsters were suppressed by one person. Suddenly, the red-haired girl saw a particularly agile monster attack from the side. Deng Yu didn't even look. She kept controlling the machine gun with her left hand. The red-haired girl was about to move in to deal with the zombie. But then she saw Deng Yu draw her sword with her right hand and slash backward. A metal blade flew out, cutting the monster apart. Blue blood splattered on the white wall and froze instantly. When the ammunition belt was about 1/3 full, Deng Yu suddenly changed tactics. She lifted the heavy machine gun with one hand and leaned out, sweeping across the side of the building.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The sound of bullets smashing through concrete was deafening, but each shot precisely hit the monster hiding in the blind spot of vision. When the last monster was shot in the head, Deng Yu's heavy machine gun was already steaming with white breath. The cold air met the hot metal, making hissing steam sounds. She casually retracted the weapon into her space and turned to jump back inside, all while breathing calmly. Inside, the room downstairs was completely silent. The Fu brothers looked at Deng Yu as if she were a monster herself, especially the second brother, Fu Linxiao, whose eyes showed both respect and obvious jealousy. In silence, any previous thoughts or ideas seemed unnecessary. No one could withstand continuous fire from a heavy machine gun. After exchanging glances, everyone understood that the woman upstairs was someone they couldn't afford to offend. After some discussion, they decided to go upstairs together, leaving 2 people downstairs to guard the rear or watch for zombies. "That's probably a military-grade automatic weapon," Fuyi said, focusing on her heavy machine gun. "How many good things do you still have in your space?" His question was a bit too cautious, and it didn't look good. Deng Yu sneered, "Enough to send all of you to heaven." Fuyi wasn't convinced and instead smiled. "I believe that." But right now, he looked at Fuya, who was unconscious on the sofa. "Should we talk about cooperation? You clearly know what these monsters are." Deng Yu replied, "I don't know, but I think these monsters are here for her." "But you said so confidently that you don't know," Fuyi asked back. Deng Yu thought for a moment about the laboratories she had encountered. "Since the apocalypse broke out, I've destroyed many zombie or superpower laboratories. From what I see, your sister's situation looks like she's been experimented on." A light appeared in Deng Yu's eyes. "Fuya is probably the key. Those monsters came for her, but not to hurt her.
To
recover her." Suddenly, a voice came from the red-haired person. "Deng Yu." Fuya woke up.
She
"Doesn't look right." They rushed back to the living room, and what they saw made Deng Yu draw her sword instantly. Fuya was floating in midair, her long silver hair flowing without wind, and blue fluorescence flowing under her skin. Even more terrifying, her eyes had turned completely ice blue, with no pupils or whites. Fuyi was startled, and immediately went to hold Fuya tightly, making her lie in his arms. University Town. Basement. Fuya's voice gradually returned to normal, then Fuyi was in her arms. The room was a mess, and everyone was too shocked to speak. Fuyi gently put Fuya back on the sofa. Deng Yu looked at Fuyi and asked, "Is this what you call a recurring attack?" Fuyi replied, "No, I used to just want to hurt people, but now I don't know why this is happening." He suddenly stopped, as if he had thought of something very frightening. "You can't stay here. At least not in this building," Deng Yu said through clenched teeth. Fuyi looked up in surprise. "You." He didn't expect Deng Yu to suddenly change her attitude. Deng Yu didn't answer. Instead, she walked to the window. The snowstorm had stopped, but the northern lights in the night sky showed an unnatural blue-green color. She said, "I think it's unsafe for you to stay here. But you can go to nearby buildings, like the one opposite." It now seemed that Fuya was a trouble carrier. Deng Yu and they had only met by chance, and she didn't want their problems to affect Bai Wei. Deng Yu was not afraid of such things because she could leave whenever she wanted. Fu Linxiao immediately opposed. "No, we can't trust her.
Who knows what she's planning?
And this building has no owner, so why should we move out?" Deng Yu gently touched the handle of her sword, which shimmered faintly in the light. Her voice was cold and sharp. You need to understand, I only let you stay if I say so. She paused. If I don't let you stay, you'll all die. Fu Linxiao immediately exploded. Why? This building isn't yours. Deng Yu paused slightly, then slowly looked up.
She didn't speak.
Instead, she flipped her right hand, and her heavy 12.7mm machine gun appeared again, its barrel pointed deliberately at Fu Linxiao's toes. Because of this, she said calmly, terrifyingly so, and next time you interrupt me, I'll shoot your head. The temperature in the living room seemed to drop instantly to below freezing. Fu Linxiao's face turned pale, his fists clenched with a cracking sound, but he didn't dare to move. His brothers silently took a step back, giving this female assassin enough space to explode. Fu Yi, the most steady third member of the team, tried to smooth things over. We understand your concerns, but Fu Yi's current condition, she has a high fever of 39 degrees. I know, but I will still help by giving her medicine to reduce the fever, Deng Yu said coldly. Because of her, I didn't throw you all out. She put away her heavy weapon and went to check on Fuya on the sofa. The silver-haired girl's breathing was weak, but steady. Deng Yu frowned. She needs professional medical care, Fu Yi said softly. We have a doctor among us, but the equipment and medicine. Bring her here for checkups every day from 10 to 12 in the morning, Deng Yu interrupted. Other times, stay away. Fu Linxiao was about to lose his temper again, but old fifth Fu Linjun held him back tightly. Just then, footsteps sounded at the bottom of the stairs. Everyone instantly went on alert, weapons pointed at the stairs. A tall figure with raised hands came out. Friend, the person shouted. It's me, boss, the Fu brothers said in unison. Fu Nian looked around the messy living room. His gaze paused on Deng Yu's heavy machine gun for 2 seconds. Then he smiled simply. Looks like I missed a good show. Deng Yu didn't expect the true boss of the Fu family to look like this. She thought he would be a more fierce and intimidating character. Fu Nian walked up to her and surprisingly bowed. Miss Deng? Thank you for protecting my brothers and sister. Fu Yi has already told me the situation over the radio. He straightened up, his eyes surprisingly sincere. We will move to the next building right away. But Fuya, from 10 to 12 in the morning, Deng Yu repeated, her tone softening a little without meaning to. Don't be late. Fu Nian grinned, his smile making him look like a college student. Okay, thank you. Half an hour later, the Fu family team finished packing and prepared to leave. What she didn't expect was that this was only the beginning. The next morning, Deng Yu was disturbed by knocking at the door on the 25th floor. She grabbed her dagger and went to the door. Fu Nian was outside holding a bouquet of flowers? You'd better have a good reason, Deng Yu said, pointing her dagger at the strange flower, which was made of icy blue and sparkled in the morning light. Good morning, Fu Nian stammered. This is an ice rose. I used my special abilities to make this. Deng Yu stared at the flower and realized that what looked like petals were actually thin as cicada wings ice slices, with the center containing tiny zombie crystal cores. The craftsmanship was very delicate. Have you been eaten by zombies? She asked seriously. Fu Nian's smile froze on his face. I just wanted to thank you. No need, Deng Yu said as she was about to close the door. Wait, Fu Nian used his foot to stop the door. There's something important. These are some crystal cores we collected as a thank you gift.
He handed her a small bag.
Deng Yu grabbed the bag and slammed the door shut. She saw Fu Nian look dejected as he left, the ice rose in his hand drooping. When Deng Yu returned to the 32nd floor, Bai Wei came out of the bedroom rubbing her eyes. Who was that? Someone giving a reward. Deng Yu threw the crystal cores to her. Here, take these and absorb the zombie crystal cores to improve your strength. Bai Wei caught the bag and suddenly her eyes lit up.
Wow.
This blue one is so pretty. Wait. She activated her precognition ability and silver light appeared in her eyes. Sister Deng, that man downstairs is arguing with his friends. Deng Yu rolled her eyes but couldn't help but look down with her long-range vision. Sure enough, Fu's brothers were gathered in a circle, and Fu Nian was being teased. Are you crazy, boss? Fu Linxiao's loud voice clearly came through. That woman almost blew my head off. But she saved Fuya, Fu Nian insisted stubbornly. So she's a good person now? Did you forget about Chen Xiong? Fu Nian's expression suddenly darkened. Don't mention that name. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Deng Yu withdrew her abilities, lost in thought. In the following days, Fu Nian started his pursuit campaign. Every day, he brought different gifts, a delicate dagger made with metal abilities. Deng Yu disliked it, saying the balance was off, a necklace made from rare zombie crystal cores, it would hinder fighting, and even a box of well-preserved chocolates, which Bai Wei secretly ate. Bai Wei followed and ate some too. The most outrageous thing was one day, when he somehow got a diesel generator, modified its casing with steel bars bent into a heart shape, and placed it outside Deng Yu's door, with the word, love, also made from bent steel bars. Are you crazy? Deng Yu almost drew her sword when she opened the door. I know you need electricity, Fu Nian excitedly said. This model is very fuel-efficient and… The door slammed shut again. Moreover, Deng Yu would never owe favors without reason, and she had plenty of diesel generators. Bai Wei was very happy. Sister Deng, I think uncle is quite cute. At least he's better than those who only give flowers. He's just chasing someone. Deng Yu said expressionlessly as she wiped the heavy machine gun, then loaded bullets into the belt or drum. But his taste is really eye-catching. And the end of the world isn't a good time for dating. Bai Wei suddenly became serious. I think Sister Deng could try to accept it. That way, we would have more neighbors or relatives. Deng Yu's hand paused. She had thought before about Bai Wei's education and social issues, but she still didn't know when the end of the world would end. And where was the way out? The next day, when checking Fuya, Deng Yu deliberately asked a few more questions about Fu Nian. Actually, the boss is our mentor, Fuyi said while helping with the check. He used to teach genetic engineering in the university's biology department before the apocalypse. We are all his students. Deng Yu raised an eyebrow. A group of students fighting zombies? I thought you all were from the same family. More or less, but it's a long story, Fuyi said with a bitter smile. Laboratory accident. Anyway, the boss is responsible for taking care of everyone. Including now this. He pointed to Fu Nian, who was dripping reagent into a test tube. Obsessed guy. Fu Nian's ears turned red, and he accidentally spilled the entire tube of reagent on his white coat. Deng Yu rarely smiled slightly. This gesture was noticed by Bai Wei, who immediately started teasing. Sister Deng, uncle looks pretty handsome in a white coat. Finish the check and get out, Deng Yu said, slapping Fuya's medical record on Fu Nian's chest. Same time tomorrow. Deng Yu and the Fu family gang became neighbors. Unknowingly, a week passed. Besides the trouble brought by Fu Nian, who was a clueless straight man, the others from the Fu family occasionally came to exchange supplies with her. Deng Yu had plenty of supplies, and they gave her some crystal cores as medical fees. Sometimes, they also traded some daily necessities. After a week of rest, the Fu family members had mostly recovered. Although some people nearby made Deng Yu feel a bit more popular, no longer was it just her and Bai Wei in a white world, feeling lonely. However, Deng Yu was very worried that Fu's family might cause trouble with the zombies and hurt Bai Wei. But Bai Wei was happy to see neighbors, which was a big change since Deng Yu usually went out to patrol or fight zombies. Now that there are some people to talk to, as social creatures, they are very happy to see others. Deng Yu felt conflicted and didn't know how to take care of Bai Wei. Although they had both lived through 2 lives, she still hadn't had children. She only knew to communicate and teach about children's safety based on her past experience. But now, in the end-of-the-world situation, it was clear she couldn't let Bai Wei go out without protection. And in this dangerous time, trusting others as good people was probably unrealistic. In this chaotic era, letting her go out was not an option, but not letting her go out was also dangerous. People's minds could become unstable. That day, after Fu Nian finished performing, the Fu family members came to the 25th floor room to trade with Deng Yu. 3 level, 3 crystal cores for a bag of instant noodles? Are you kidding me? You're robbing us. Fu Linxiao's angry shout made dust fall from the ceiling. Deng Yu lazily leaned against the shelf, twirling a military dagger with her fingertips, not even bothering to lift her eyelids. Buy if you want, don't if you don't. Usually, Deng Yu would have shot such a person twice. But these people often argued with her without doing anything serious. Over time, Deng Yu relaxed and even found it amusing. Fu's second son's face turned red, and his fists clenched with a cracking sound. His brothers behind him also looked unhappy, but no one dared to act. There were bullet holes on the wall from a previous conflict, reminding everyone of the power of her heavy machine gun. Xiao Ge, forget it, sixth brother Fu Linrui whispered. The boss said. Boss has been fooled by this woman. Fu Linxiao slammed his hand on the counter. Yesterday, that can of food she gave us cost us 2 level 3 crystal cores. Do you know how dangerous it is to fight zombies? We have to risk our lives just to get one. Deng Yu finally looked up, a mocking smile on her lips. Then don't eat it. Starving while fighting zombies is brave. And I didn't force anyone to trade. She deliberately took out a box of self-heating hot pot from under the counter, and the rich aroma quickly filled the room. The Fu brothers' stomachs growled uncontrollably. Such hot food was more precious than gold in this end of the world, and a box of it was hard to find, especially with heavy oil and spice. Fu Linxiao's Adam's apple moved, and a hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. He suddenly took out a small cloth bag and slammed it on the counter. 2 level 4 crystals plus 5 level 3 crystals, exchanged for 3 large bags of instant noodles and that hot pot. Deng Yu raised an eyebrow, surprised that this rough man actually had some stock. She opened the cloth bag to check the purity of the crystals, while Feng Air caught the low whispering of Fu Linxiao and his companions. We'll do it tonight. The boss isn't here. Give her a lesson. Deng Yu calmly stored the crystals away, then took out 2 large bags of instant noodles from her space and put them into one bag. Here you go. She handed the items to them. Next time, don't shout so loudly. I can't hear you. Fu Linxiao glared at her fiercely and stormed out, carrying the stuff. Deng Yu listened to their footsteps fading away, a cold smile spreading on her face. Tonight, there would be an interesting show. When Deng Yu returned to the 32nd floor, Bai Wei peeked out from the inner room, still holding half a bag of chips. Deng Jie, you're causing trouble again, Bai Wei said. Deng Yu casually snatched the chips. I'm just making a fair trade. She pinched Bai Wei's cheek. Don't sleep too deeply tonight. There might be mice coming. Bai Wei's eyes lit up. Second young master of the Fu family? I foresee he'll get a good lesson. Stop using your abilities to spy on gossip. Deng Yu flicked her forehead, but didn't deny it. As night fell, Deng Yu deliberately turned off the lights on the 32nd floor earlier than usual. She put a bulletproof vest on Bai Wei and tucked her into a special safe. Count to 1,000 before coming out. Deng Yu checked her magazine. If you hear an explosion, count to 2,000. Bai Wei nodded obediently and suddenly grabbed Deng Yu's hand. Deng Jie, be careful. Got it. Deng Yu interrupted her, not wanting a spoiler. She patted the girl's head and closed the safe door. At midnight, a faint click sounded from downstairs. Deng Yu hid in the darkness, a slight smile on her lips. Sure enough, they broke in through the weakest outer wall, a typical rookie move. Her clairvoyance pierced through the darkness, seeing 4 figures sneaking onto the balcony of apartment 25. The leader, Fu Linxiao, had metallic gleams on his hands and easily unlocked the sliding door lock. Interestingly, they all wore masks, as if that could hide their identities. Deng Yu almost laughed. There were only a few people here. She silently activated her invisibility, her body gradually becoming transparent. She floated quietly to the corner of the room, like a spider waiting for prey. Be careful, Fu Linxiao whispered softly. We only need supplies. Not to hurt anyone. Are you looking for this? Deng Yu suddenly whispered in Fu Linxiao's ear and revealed her invisibility. Before he could react, she elbowed him sharply on the neck artery, causing him to collapse unconscious. Fu Linxiao roared loudly, and a metallic fist rushed toward her. Deng Yu didn't dodge or block. She used her strength to directly take the punch. The loud clash of metal made the windows vibrate. Fu Linxiao stared in disbelief that someone could withstand his full-force attack. Deng Yu took the chance to knee him in the stomach, then hit him with an uppercut while he was bent over. Is this all you've learned? Pretending to be a thief, Deng Yu sneered, dodging the ice spike shot by the fourth attacker. The third attacker charged forward, flames shooting from his hands. Deng Yu gracefully flipped backward to avoid, then grabbed a fire extinguisher from nearby and sprayed it at the fire ability user. She didn't want to hurt him. With her control over fire, she could have easily set him ablaze. Cough, cough. Despicable. The third attacker coughed from the powder. Fu Linxiao seized the moment to regroup his attack. He waved both hands, and all the metal objects in the room flew toward Deng Yu. Screws, door handles, even nails hidden in drawers turned into weapons. She activated her metal ability, trying to interfere with the flying metal. Something strange happened. The metal objects in the air suddenly froze, as if a pause button had been pressed. Fu Linxiao's expression changed from fierce to shocked. He desperately used his power, but felt resistance from a similar source of energy. Deng Yu was also surprised. She could sense Fu Linxiao's ability fluctuations, like two similar frequencies interfering with each other. This brief stalemate was broken by the ice spike from the fourth attacker. Deng Yu had to withdraw her metal ability to dodge, and the metal objects resumed movement, but their paths were chaotic, crashing loudly into the walls. Interesting. Deng Yu licked her lips. Come again. She no longer held back, standing firm against the attacks with her indestructible body, predicting each move with her clairvoyance. One by one, Fu Linxiao's people fell until only he remained. The big man was already bruised and battered, but his eyes still looked fierce. He tore off his tattered shirt, revealing a fully metallic body. I will. Deng Yu didn't give him a chance to finish. Her tang sword unsheathed with a flash of cold light. Fu Linxiao felt a sudden chill in his chest. The tip of the knife was precisely 1 millimeter from his heart, piercing the skin but not harming the internal organs. How dare you call me a? Deng Yu's voice was as cold as ice. Looks like I gave you face. As she spoke, Deng Yu prepared to strike hard, intending to cut off all the hands of the people here. Fu Linxiao's face turned pale. He finally realized the gap in strength between himself and this woman in front of him. Just then, the door was kicked open forcefully. Fu Nian and his remaining brothers rushed in. Stop. Fu Nian saw the chaos on the ground and Deng Yu holding a knife. He immediately raised his hands. Miss Deng, this is a misunderstanding, Deng Yu sneered. A misunderstanding? Coming to my place at 3 a.m. with weapons? And you call it a misunderstanding? Do you think I'm stupid? Fu Nian glared fiercely at Fu Linxiao, who shamefully lowered his head. The head of the Fu family took out a small box from his inner pocket and carefully placed it on the table. This is a token of apology. A level 5 mental type crystal core. Deng Yu's knife tip paused slightly. Level 5 crystal cores are indeed rare, especially mental type ones. She retracted her tang sword and grabbed the box to examine it. The crystal core was extremely pure, emitting a gentle blue glow in the dark. I accept your apology, she said more softly, thinking Bai Wei would like this. But it's not enough to buy your brother's lives. Fu Nian forced a smile. I understand. Starting today, our material trade prices will be halved for the next 3 months. Also, he kicked Fu Linxiao.
An apology. Fu Linxiao reluctantly mumbled a sorry.
Deng Yu rolled her eyes. Not sincere? Using an empty check to fool me? And not for 3 months? If you don't give an explanation today, all of you will die. Deng Yu stared directly at the level 5 crystal core. I want the crystal core. Nothing else is negotiable. Fu Nian had no choice. He asked the space ability user to take out all the team's crystal cores and give them to Deng Yu, more than 2 boxes, over 1,000 various crystal cores. Fu Nian kicked the box of crystal cores toward her. This is all we have. Is that okay? Deng Yu watched the scene, a gentle light flashing in her eyes. She took the crystal cores and directly retracted her tang sword. Fine, you can take them. He ordered his brothers to carry the wounded out, staying behind himself. Miss Deng, can we talk alone? Today's cold wind was even sharper than usual. Fu Nian wrapped his coat tighter, watching the distant horizon where the aurora flickered. Deng Yu stood beside him, maintaining a proper distance. I apologize again. Although Fu Linxiao is impulsive, he wouldn't rob without reason. He spoke directly. We are currently short on supplies. Deng Yu raised an eyebrow. So, does that mean you can come and rob me? No. It's my fault. I didn't control my subordinates well or provide them with good conditions. Fu Nian shook his head. Fu Nian then bowed seriously and apologized. Sorry. Watching this man apologize, Deng Yu honestly admired him. He came all this way through icy conditions to rescue her sister. This was an experience she had never had. Maybe it was the brotherly bond she hadn't felt in both her lives, which made Deng Yu instinctively admire him. That's why she held back when she first attacked. Although Deng Yu wasn't a good person, she wasn't extremely evil either. She said directly, forget it. Pack up and leave early. I just had a conflict with your brother. I only spared you because I liked you. But the rift is already there. If we stay, we'll have a bigger fight. Fu Nian avoided this topic and instead said the zombies heading toward the university city are getting stronger. Ordinary zombies are starting to mutate from level 2 to 3, and from 3 to 4. He paused. It's like something is speeding up their evolution. Deng Yu thought about the world upgrading and the zombie evolution, then asked, what did you find in the laboratory? Genetic serum. Fu Nian's eyes grew deep. He suddenly turned to Deng Yu. Do you know why Fuya didn't fully turn into a zombie? Because there are traces of the genetic serum in her body. Fu Nian's voice grew lower. She's a half-human, half-zombie, and can control zombies. This information exploded in Deng Yu's mind like a bomb. Interesting. Miss Deng, we need to work together, Fu Nian said seriously. Not just for supplies, but to fight the coming crisis. Miss Deng, Bai Wei's voice suddenly came through the earpiece. On the 32nd floor, Bai Wei's face was pale.
I saw.
So many zombies. 10 times more than last time. They're heading toward the university city. Deng Yu's face changed. She immediately said to Fu Nian, there might be a zombie tide. They're coming this way.
Zombie tide. Fu Nian mattered.
They're here to catch Fuya. He instinctively guessed the real answer. Deng Yu had already turned and rushed toward the stairs. Fu Nian, gather your people. We have at most 24 hours to prepare. Fu Nian caught up with her and asked, do you agree to cooperate? Deng Yu stopped and looked back at him. In the cold wind, her eyes were sharp as a knife. A temporary strategic alliance. Once the zombie tide recedes, we go our separate ways. Deal. Fu Nian extended his hand. This time, Deng Yu shook it. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight broke through the clouds, Deng Yu was already standing on the rooftop of the tallest building in the university town, the library. This was a plan she and Fu Nian discussed, impossible to defend from the enemy in an apartment building. They needed a big, good place. So they chose here in the university town. With her far-sight ability, her view extended to the limit. On the distant horizon, a slow-moving black line was creeping forward. In the icy landscape, it looked like a group of strange ghosts. All the survivors they encountered along the way had been overwhelmed by the zombie tide. There are at least 5,000, she said into her earpiece. 12 giant mutated creatures are leading, followed by many agile types. They heard Fu Nian's breathing through the earpiece. Our reconnaissance matches. Do you want to join the tactical meeting in an hour? Deng Yu hummed softly. Of course. I'll definitely go. Don't ask such stupid questions next time. She withdrew her gaze and looked down at the square below. The Fu family team was building defenses. Fu Nian was in the center, commanding, twisting, and reassembling abandoned vehicles into a wall with his metal powers. The reckless Fu Linxiao was there too, reluctantly following his older brother's instructions. Back at the temporary command center, the old university auditorium, Deng Yu saw Bai Wei already sitting with Fuya. The two girls had colorful chalks in front of them, and Fuya was drawing strange patterns on the ground. What is she drawing? Deng Yu asked with a frown. Bai Wei looked up, her eyes shining. The layout of the laboratory. Fuya said she dreamed about this place. Deng Yu crouched down to examine the lines carefully. They did look like some kind of research facility. Just as she was about to ask more, the auditorium door was pushed open. Fu Nian and the core members entered. The tactical meeting was about to start. At the long table, the sides were clearly divided. Deng Yu was only with Bai Wei, while the Fu family had 6 people. Fu Yi, the scientific advisor, sat at the head, with a pile of documents in front of him. Based on reconnaissance, the zombie tide will arrive in 16 hours, Fu Nian pointed to the map. They are advancing along the main road at about 5 kilometers per hour. Deng Yu immediately drew a red arrow on the map. We will take the initiative and attack. Taking advantage of the night, she moved to the back to eliminate the mother creature controlling the zombie horde. The meeting room was in an uproar. Fu Linxiao was the first to jump up. Are you crazy? Going behind the zombie horde? That's almost like suicide. Better than just sitting here waiting to die, Deng Yu sneered. If the mother isn't dead, the horde will never end. Fu Nian shook his head. That's too risky. I suggest a circular defense to wear them down layer by layer. The university city has enough buildings to serve as barriers, and then be slowly worn out. Deng Yu interrupted. You haven't faced a smart mother creature before, have you? It learns and adjusts tactics. The longer we drag it out, the worse it is for us. The argument grew more heated. Deng Yu advocated forming an elite team to strike directly at the core, while Fu Nian insisted on steady, cautious steps. They faced each other across the table, tension thick in the air. You don't even know what you're up against. Deng Yu suddenly stood up. Ordinary defenses are like paper in front of a level 4 mutant. Fu Nian also stood. So, your team is confident? Just you alone? Of course not. Deng Yu smirked coldly. With this, she waved her right hand, and her space within the gourd opened. A mountain of weapons poured out like a waterfall. Machine guns, rocket launchers, boxes of grenades, even 2 mortars. Finally, heaps of ammunition boxes clattered onto the floor with a dull thud. The room fell silent. Fu Linxiao's coffee cup dropped to the ground, the brown liquid splashing onto his pants, but he seemed unaware. This is impossible. Fu Linxian, the team's tech expert, trembled as he touched the weapons. They're so well preserved. Like they just came out of the factory. Deng Yu watched their expressions with satisfaction. Now, is there anyone still doubting my strength? Fu Yi suddenly smiled. I've always wondered about your limit. It seems to be much higher than expected. He turned to Fu Nian. Boss, maybe Miss Deng's plan is worth considering? Fu Nian took a deep breath. How about a compromise? The main force stays in the university city, while a small elite team searches for the mother creature. He looked at Deng Yu. You lead the team. I'll send 3 people to support. Deng Yu thought for a moment and nodded. But I don't need anyone else. I can handle it alone. Her gaze swept over the Fu family members. You're responsible for frontline defense, attracting fire. When the zombie commander sends more zombies, I'll take the chance to strike it. At that time, the zombie horde will collapse. What? Fu Linxiao almost jumped again. What will you do if you run away then? I won't run, Deng Yu sneered. And I also won all the crystal cores from this battle. This time the Fu family members all opposed, even Fu Nian. Deng Yu pointed at the weapons and added, I will also give you some food and supplies for living. So you have enough resources to go back. Hearing this, the Fu family members stopped arguing. After all, crystal cores are not as tasty as hot pot. Crystal cores are always available, but hot pot is eaten less and less. The tactical details were quickly decided. The main force, led by Fu Nian, will build 3 defensive lines. Deng Yu's team will leave at midnight, go around the industrial area, and find the mother hive. After the meeting, Deng Yu stayed behind to check the weapons. Fu Nian came over and handed her a cup of coffee. Double sugar added. I guess you like it sweet. Deng Yu raised an eyebrow but took it. She pretended to take a small sip, but actually used her space to let the system check it. When confirmed safe, she drank it. The taste was surprisingly good. Why are you helping us? Fu Nian leaned against the table. We fought you to the death yesterday. Deng Yu wiped her sword and said, helping you is helping myself. After the meeting, Deng Yu returned to her temporary residence in the university town. She found Bai Wei and Fuya missing. Following her sensing, she found the 2 girls in a corner of the library. They were crouched among a pile of books. Fuya was frantically drawing something with colored pencils on paper. What is this? Deng Yu knelt down and saw complex patterns on the paper. Bai Wei excitedly said, Fuya said this is the zombie king. Deng Yu's heart suddenly sped up. She carefully examined the drawings. She shivered all over. Just as she was about to ask, her earpiece crackled with Fu Nian's urgent voice. Deng Yu, emergency. Reconnaissance team reports the zombie tide is accelerating. It's expected to arrive by midnight. Deng Yu immediately stood up. Bai Wei, take Fuya back to the safe house. Activate all defenses. She also handed Bai Wei some zombie crystal cores, a pistol, and a few magazines. At the same time, she gently squeezed Bai Wei's hand, signaling her to run if there was danger. She took one last look at the molecular formulas Fuya drew, then snapped a picture and saved it on her phone. When Deng Yu rushed toward the command post, alarms across the university town blared through the night sky. All searchlights were turned on, illuminating the faint outline of the approaching horde. They weren't walking, they were running. Fu Nian waited at the entrance of the command post, looking serious. The plan has changed. The zombie king might have noticed our intentions. Deng Yu checked her magazine and sneered. Then let it see what a headshot operation looks like. She looked at the dark mass rushing from afar and clenched her tang sword. This battle would decide everyone's fate. Meanwhile, the university town was brightly lit, like daytime. Searchlights, flames, and explosions flickered together, making the battlefield glow unevenly. Deng Yu stood on the front defense wall, her tang sword trembling slightly, not from fear, but from bloodthirsty excitement. "It's coming," she whispered. On the horizon, a dark tide surged forward. This wasn't an ordinary zombie horde, but an evolved, terrifying army. 4-meter-tall mutant giants, like moving fortresses, carried tumor-shaped zombies spitting acid on their backs. Swift, dog-like mutants ran on all fours, their tongues whipping like whips. The most frightening were the seemingly normal walking zombies, their eyes gleaming with strange intelligence. "Prepare the first line of defense." Fu Nian's voice came through the headset. "Deng Yu, are you sure you want to stand so far forward?" Deng Yu didn't answer. She simply held her tang sword across her chest. Fire element powers spread along the blade, instantly engulfing it in flames. She took a deep breath, channeling her immense strength into her muscles. 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. The roar of heavy machine guns broke the silence first, followed by the whistling of rockets. The frontline zombies fell like wheat being cut, but more continued to charge over their fallen comrades. One giant mutant was hit by 3 rockets in a row and collapsed, crushing dozens of ordinary zombies beneath it. Deng Yu grinned and leapt down from the 5-meter-high defense wall. This crazy woman, Fu Linxiao watched from behind, stunned. As soon as she landed, she rolled to absorb the impact, then shot forward like an arrow into the zombie horde. Her fiery tang sword traced a perfect arc, decapitating 3 zombies at once, their wounds burning with unquenchable flames. She didn't defend herself, relying entirely on her strength to withstand scattered attacks, transforming into an efficient killing machine. Left gap. Cover the gap. Fu Nian commands a metal defense structure. Abandoned cars and steel bars move like living creatures under his control, filling in the acid-damaged defenses. Fu Nian presses both hands to the ground. Suddenly, a wall of metal spikes rises 10 meters ahead. Can your metal-type powers strengthen these metals? Deng Yu immediately understands. She places her hand on Fu Nian's shoulder and uses her metal ability fully. An incredible scene occurs. The entire metal wall glows with a golden light, and its hardness increases several times. More amazingly, the spikes begin to extend and retract automatically, accurately piercing the approaching zombies like living creatures. This is unbelievable. Fu Nian is also stunned. However, Deng Yu frowns. It consumes too much energy and can't last long. She suddenly points to the right. Over there. Fu Yi is in danger. A giant mutant beast breaks through the defenses, heading straight for Fu Yi, who is setting up explosives. Fu Yi, facing away from the danger, is unaware that death is near. Without hesitation, Deng Yu activates her invincibility ability, charging like a cannonball toward the mutant. Boom! The collision between her metal body and the monster produces a deafening roar. The recoil knocks Deng Yu back several steps. Miss Deng. Fu Yi turns around and sees the scene, his face changing drastically. Focus on deploying your bombs, Deng Yu says, taking a sip of the prepared spiritual spring water from her space. Her Tang sword ignites again with flames. The mutant becomes enraged. Its four thick arms strike simultaneously. Deng Yu dodges agilely, but suddenly something wraps around her feet. It's the tongue of a hound-type zombie. She swings her sword to cut off the disgusting but loses her balance. At the critical moment, a metal barrier rises in front of her, just blocking the mutant's heavy. Fu Nian rushes from the side, swinging a short axe at the monster's knee. Its weak spot is the back of the neck, Fu Nian suddenly shouts. There's an area not covered by its shell. Deng Yu and Fu Nian exchange a quick glance and act in perfect harmony. Fu Nian uses metal chains to trap the mutant's legs, while Deng Yu steps on the metal stairs Fu Nian has built and leaps high, driving her fiery Tang sword into the only weak spot. The mutant emits a deafening howl and struggles wildly before collapsing. Deng Yu is thrown into the air and crashes through a wall, finally stopping. Miss Deng. Fu Nian's voice is full of concern. I'm fine. Deng Yu crawls out of the rubble. Her invincibility ability is indeed incredible, but the impact still leaves her battered and disheveled. She was about to say something when suddenly her pupils shrank. Fu Nian? Behind you. 3 intelligent zombies lunged at Fu Nian at the same time. Their claws glowed with a strange blue light, a mutated type that can temporarily disable supernatural abilities. Fu Nian turned around too late, almost being knocked down. Get away, Fu Nian shouted loudly. His body turned metallic as he charged forward, but he was too far away. In this life-and-death moment, Fu Nian made an unexpected move. He slammed his hands onto the ground, unleashing an unprecedented wave of energy. Around him, within 50 meters, all metal objects shattered instantly and then reformed into countless tiny metal needles, raining down on the 3 zombies. The needles pierced the zombies like hedgehogs, but they kept flying, continuing to clear out many ordinary zombies. His skin's blood vessels were clearly visible and had turned a strange color. Deng Yu was the first to rush to his side. Idiot. Who told you to use your powers like that? Fu Nian weakly smiled.
Protect.
Family. Teammates, he said before fainting. The battle was still ongoing, but Deng Yu had made her decision. She quickly lifted Fu Nian onto her shoulder and shouted to Fu Yi, I'll take him to the safe house. You hold the line, but the zombie king, I'll handle it. Deng Yu had already run far away, her voice carried by the wind. Hold on. Inside the safe house, Bai Wei hurriedly helped tend to Fu Nian. Deng Yu took out a precious supernatural recovery potion from her space and injected it directly into Fu Nian's neck vein. Will he die? Bai Wei asked softly. Deng Yu checked Fu Nian's pupil's response. No, but he will be unconscious for at least a day. She paused. His ability is very unusual. Bai Wei suddenly leaned close to Fu Nian's ear. Uncle, please don't die. Sister Deng will be sad. Nonsense. Deng Yu's ears warmed, and she quickly changed the subject. Watch him, and Fuya. I need to find the zombie king. Now, Bai Wei's eyes widened. You alone. Deng Yu had already rearmed herself. The zombie tide is held back here, and the zombie king's defenses are weakest. She patted Bai Wei's head. Don't worry, I will come back. Bai Wei suddenly hugged her. You must come back. I saw the subway tunnel in my vision. Where is the zombie king? Deng Yu gently kissed the little her forehead and then turned to leave. She crossed the smoky battlefield, avoiding the main fighting area, and circled around to the subway station in the university town. The closer she got to her target, the fewer zombies she saw. This was a typical strategy of the zombie king, sending most of his forces to the front lines while hiding behind to command. The subway entrance looked like a dark open mouth, swallowing all light. Deng Yu activated her clairvoyance and keen hearing, moving silently downward. The tunnel was filled with a rotten smell and a strange electrical scent, with walls covered in slimy stuff that crunched under her steps. After about 10 minutes, she saw a faint blue glow ahead. She held her breath, fully activating her invisibility, and slowly approached. It was a large, egg-shaped nest made of flesh and metal, covered with pulsating blood vessels. In the center floated a humanoid figure. It had a female shape but an abnormally large head, with no features, only 3 glowing organs arranged in a triangle. Level 7 Psychic. Deng Yu's heart raced. This kind of zombie king was extremely rare, capable of controlling tens of thousands of zombies and even interfering with the abilities of psychics. She quietly drew her sword, ready to strike and kill in one. The zombie king seemed to sense something. The 3 glowing organs turned simultaneously toward Deng Yu. Oh no! Deng Yu realized her invisibility had been detected. She quickly dispelled her powers and swung her fiery sword with all her might at the zombie king. A faint, invisible mental barrier blocked her attack. The zombie king let out a high-pitched scream that made Deng Yu's eardrums bleed. More terrifying was that the sound attacked her brain directly, causing hallucinations, scenes of her dying painfully. Screams of Bai Wei being bitten by zombies. Deng Yu fell to her knees, her head pounding. The zombie king approached her, extending a slender hand with deadly psychic energy flickering at her fingertips. In a desperate moment, Deng Yu bit her tongue, feeling a sharp pain that briefly cleared her mind. She quickly pulled out 2 shock grenades, pulling the pins. The bright flash and loud bang in the enclosed space had a doubled effect, even stunning the zombie king temporarily. Deng Yu seized this fleeting chance, activating her indestructible ability, and charged like a cannonball toward the zombie king. As her sword pierced the glowing head, the zombie king's psychic spike also struck her shoulder. The pain turned her vision red, but she clenched her teeth and gripped her sword tightly, twisting it fiercely. The fire control technique was directly unleashed inside the zombie king. The zombie king's scream reached its peak and then suddenly stopped. A huge energy shockwave knocked Deng Yu flying and slammed her hard against the wall. She vaguely saw the zombie king's body quickly disintegrate like weathered stone. Deng Yu struggled to get up, collected the zombie king's core, and dragged her injured body toward the exit. She immediately took out spiritual spring water and drank it. She knew that after the zombie king died, the outside horde would soon become uncontrollable, turning into a chaotic mess. The battle had just ended, and everyone was resting. Fuya woke up from a light sleep. Inside the safe house, everything was quiet, only the faint hum of the diesel generator. She blinked, adjusted to the darkness, and looked at the monitor beside the bed. Fu Nian's vital signs were stable, and his brain activity showed he was about to wake up. Finally, Fuya whispered softly, massaging her sore neck. She had been sitting on this hard bench for 18 hours. Suddenly, the monitor beeped softly. Deng Yu immediately sat upright and saw Fu Nian's eyelids twitch slightly. His metallic symptoms had disappeared, but his face was still frighteningly pale. "Big brother, you finally woke up. You scare me to death." Fuya handed him a glass of water. Fu Nian slowly opened his eyes, his gaze unfocused. He tried to lift his hand to take the water, but failed due to weakness. Fuya clicked her tongue and gently supported his neck, helping him drink. "Thank you. Thank you." Fu Nian's voice was hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing. "How's the battle?" "We won," Fuya replied simply. After the zombie king died, the horde lost its organization. Cleanup is still ongoing, but the threat is gone. Fu Nian tried to sit up but was pushed back onto the bed by Fuya. "Don't rush to be a hero. You overused your powers. You need at least 3 days to rest." 3 days? Fu Nian smiled bitterly. "That's a luxury right now." Fuya suddenly leaned in close, staring into his eyes. "Listen, big brother. You almost killed yourself. If Sister Deng Yu hadn't given you the power recovery injection in time, you'd already be a metal statue. You must rest well now." Their eyes met. Fu Nian clearly saw the shadows under Fuya's eyelashes. She looked exhausted too. This realization softened his heart unexpectedly. "All right, I'll listen to you," he said softly, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Fuya rolled her eyes and sat up straight. "I'm not a doctor. Sister Deng, you just said you overused your powers and need to rest. She went to the storage cabinet to find some nutritional supplements. Everyone is sleeping in the next room. Lin Xiao brought some friends outside to clear the battlefield. They wanted to see you, but I stopped them. Lin Xiao must be really angry, Fu Nian thought, imagining the scene and smiling faintly. He's probably mad like a monkey that just lost its banana, Fuya said with a pout, returning with the supplement. Open your mouth. Fu Nian obediently accepted the feed. The taste of the supplement was like spoiled toothpaste, but he didn't even frown. Fuya secretly nodded. At least he wasn't as pretentious as Brother Yi. How is Sister Deng Yu now? Fu Nian suddenly asked. It was a dangerous situation back then. She could have left me behind. Fuya paused her movements. She's very strong. It seems she didn't need your help. After she carried you back, she went to kill the zombie king herself. Later, with the zombies in chaos, we finally won. She put away the empty bag and changed the subject. Big brother, do you like Sister Deng? I don't know. I always feel that once the age is right, and in this end-of-the-world situation, having a wife wouldn't be a bad thing, Fu Nian said with a deep look. After all, so many humans are gone now. What happens next is uncertain. We just take it one day at a time. If you like someone, just say it. Fuya looked thoughtful. So, Big brother just wants a girl?
To have children with? No.
It's not as shallow as you think, Fu Nian said in a low voice. No matter who I marry, first I like her. Second, I will definitely be responsible for her. He looked at Fuya. Just like family, they fell into silence. The hum of the diesel generator sounded especially loud now. Fuya went to the window and pulled back a curtain slightly. Outside, it was almost dawn, and the distant fires hadn't completely gone out. Big brother, when the end of the world first broke out, I thought I would never see you again, she suddenly said, with her back to Fu Nian. Especially when I was betrayed by my roommate, who sold my secret about controlling zombies, and I was captured in a lab for research. All I wanted then was to die, just let me die right away. She turned around, a sarcastic smile on her lips. I had lost hope in life and the future. But I didn't expect that when I woke up again, you and your friends came to save me. Fu Nian was stunned. He didn't expect Fuya to voluntarily share that part of her past. Actually, he had asked her before, but she didn't tell him, so everyone stopped insisting. Under the candlelight, her sharp-side profile looked softer, and the coldness in her eyes temporarily faded. We all have pasts we want to forget, he softly said. But those experiences shape who we are now. Fuya hummed and said, a part-time philosophy professor? Big brother is lecturing again. I'm just speaking the truth, Fu Nian smiled. By the way, is your special ability controllable now? Fuya instinctively touched her chest, where her heart was. Sometimes it seems like I can control it, but now it's dormant again. She hesitated for a moment, then added, in the lab, I overheard them saying that my ability or blood might help develop a zombie vaccine. Fu Nian's eyes lit up. Fuya, your blood sample. I should have thought of this. The original virus strain in your body might contain antibodies. Tomorrow I'll get a blood test, she said firmly. I want to help my brother too. Deng Yu nodded decisively. Now, time to sleep. Fuya lay down on the camp bed nearby, turning her back to Fu Nian. After a few minutes, he heard her steady breathing. She fell asleep so quickly, like flipping a switch, probably exhausted. Fu Nian looked at the ceiling, lost in thought. His gaze unconsciously fell on Fuya. You've suffered enough. It won't happen again. When morning light seeped through the curtains, Fuya was already awake. Fu Nian pretended to still be sleeping, probably waiting for Fuya to wake him, just like when they were kids. Stop pretending to sleep, big brother, Fuya said without lifting her head. I knew this trick since I was little. Fu Nian helplessly opened his eyes. Good morning, my lovely sister. Fuya stood up, grabbed a towel, and wiped her sweat. Brother Lin Xiao has been making noise outside all morning. If we don't let them in, Fu Lin Xiao might tear down the wall. Just then, the door was knocked loudly. Big brother, are you awake? Are you feeling better? Fu Xiao and Fu Nian exchanged a helpless look. She went to open the door, and the Fu brothers immediately flooded in, surrounding Fu Nian. Fuya didn't bother to pay attention to them. She gently closed the door and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Though she called it a kitchen, it was just a simple cooking area set up with a portable stove. She took eggs, bacon, and bread from a box, things Deng Jia had given her, and started cooking. The pleasant smell quickly attracted the Fu brothers. Fu Linxiao looked at the sizzling bacon in the pan and was amazed. Are you wasting such precious ingredients like this? Fu Ya, tired of arguing, packed the cooked food onto a plate. Brother Fu Nian's portion is low oil and salt. He needs a light diet. Fu Yi took the plate and looked at her meaningfully. I didn't expect you to know about nutrition. It's not about nutrition, it's about caring, Fu Yi replied, her tone gentle and not sharp. Deng Yu raised her eyebrows and asked, Do you know? Fu Yi softly replied, I talked with my brother. The professors in the lab said they might find a vaccine through my blood. She paused, but they didn't get the chance. Deng Yu's heart beat faster. A zombie vaccine? Fu Yi suddenly hugged her head and curled up in pain.
Don't
ask anymore. I don't want to remember those things. Deng Yu quickly supported her. All right, no more questions. Let's draw some blood, okay? Fu Yi gradually calmed down and nodded. Deng Yu took out the blood collection tools and skillfully found her vein. Fu Yi's blood was thicker than normal and showed an unusual blue-purple color. It might hurt a little, Deng Yu said softly, but her movements were very precise. When the needle went in, Fu Yi didn't even frown. Aren't you afraid of pain? Deng Yu asked casually. Fu Yi gave a hollow smile.
It's more painful in the lab.
This made Deng Yu pause slightly. She looked at Fu Yi, noticing a sadness in her eyes that didn't match her age. At that moment, Deng Yu suddenly understood what it meant to be an experimental subject. Fu Yi was never an ordinary girl. Her experience was similar to Bai Wei's, which explained why they could talk so easily when they met. When the blood draw was finished, Fu Nian came over with a makeshift crutch. Is it really okay to draw so much blood? He didn't want Fu Yi to get hurt in any way. 300 milliliters is enough for initial analysis. It won't harm her. Deng Yu carefully labeled the blood sample. Her blood is definitely abnormal, with some kind of protein structure I've never seen before. Fu Nian crouched down and gently patted Fu Yi's head. Good girl. Go rest now. Deng Yu took a cup of spiritual spring water from her space and gave it to Fu Yi to drink. Fu Yi obediently finished the water and stood up, her silver hair flowing gently in the wind. Deng Yu watched her back and suddenly asked, How long has she been in the cultivation pod? Fu Nian's expression froze. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, this experience made Deng Yu feel a sharp pain in her stomach. A good girl had spent her best time in a cold laboratory. I will find a vaccine, she said to herself. Not just for humanity, but for her too. Fu Nian looked at her, something flickering in his eyes. I believe in you. Suddenly, the atmosphere between them changed slightly. Deng Yu quickly looked away and packed up the blood collection tools. You should go back and lie down, Professor. Understood, Commander, Fu Nian said with a smile, raising his hands in surrender. However, as he turned, he staggered slightly from the pain of his wound. Deng Yu instinctively supported his waist. Be careful, idiot. Fu Nian steadied himself with her help, and they were so close they could breathe each other's air. He looked down at Deng Yu and noticed her eyelashes shimmered in the sunlight, a rare light brown, fluttering like butterfly wings. Deng Yu, Suddenly, a sharp alarm blared through the temporary base. Both of them changed color at once. Deng Yu grabbed the radio. Bai Wei? What's going on? Zombie horde? Bai Wei's voice was sharp with fear. Coming from the east. No warning. Deng Yu and Fu Nian exchanged a quick look and rushed toward the armory. The east was their weakest point of defense, and everyone was exhausted after the recent battle. When they reached the east wall, the scene before them was suffocating. Hundreds of zombies surged like a tide, mixed with a few mutated ones. Strangely, these zombies moved without pattern, as if driven by some chaotic energy. No way. Fu Linyue's face turned pale. The zombie king is dead. These zombies should be in chaos. Deng Yu's far-seeing eyes scanned the horde. Suddenly, her pupils shrank. That's not right. They're being attracted by another signal. Look over there. She pointed to the back of the zombie crowd, where a small, unremarkable launcher was flashing red. It's a bait device, Fu Nian shouted angrily. Someone is deliberately luring the zombies to attack us, but there was no time to find the culprit now. The zombies had already broken through the first wire fence. The Fu brothers hurriedly organized a defense. Deng Yu drew her sword, ready to fight. Wait, Fuya's voice suddenly rang out. The silver-haired girl appeared at the front line, her eyes now a bright, icy blue, her silver hair floating without wind.
Fuya.
Go back, Fu Nian shouted. But it was too late. Fuya spread her arms and let out a piercing scream. The sound waves spread out in visible ripples, freezing all zombies it touched in place. Even more astonishing, about 1/3 of the zombies suddenly turned around and started attacking other zombies. The scene instantly descended into chaos as the zombie horde began fighting itself.
Is she
controlling the zombies? Fu Linxiao stared in shock. Deng Yu was also very shocked, but she quickly reacted. Now's the time. Attack those who haven't been controlled. The battle ended quickly. With Fuya's help, the zombie horde was completely wiped out. But the joy of victory was soon overshadowed by another discovery. The bait launcher indicated that they were being watched. Predators. Fu Nian's face darkened. But how do they know our location? Deng Yu didn't answer, but she already had her own guess. She looked at Fu Linxiao, who was pretending to check the bodies nearby, and a hint of killing intent flashed in her eyes. Although there was no proof, Deng Yu's sixth sense told her it was him. That night, Deng Yu stored blood samples and data in the safest part of her gourd space. Bai Wei was already asleep, clutching a level 5 crystal core. Deng Yu gently kissed her forehead and walked to the window. In the distance, faint flashes of fire flickered at the predator camp. A bigger storm was brewing. Meanwhile, at the other end of the city in an underground bunker, a man wearing a spider-shaped ring was examining a map on the wall, 2 marked with red crosses. We found them, Professor, the man said into the darkness. Your children. And that traitor. From the shadows, a thin, withered figure sitting in a wheelchair let out a hoarse laugh.
Good.
It's time to reclaim my test subjects. After this battle, the Fu family realized that the base built in the university town was more suitable for them. First, it had proven effective at blocking zombie attacks. Second, although the apartment buildings were good, climbing up and down was inconvenient for gathering zombie crystal cores and exchanging supplies. Deng Yu often came here, mainly because Bai Wei and Fuya got along very well. Deng Yu came mainly to exchange zombie crystal cores. Sometimes, she would also fight zombies here, or ask the Fu family to help check on Fuya. After all, from 2 zombie monster attacks, Fuya seemed to be in real danger and was targeted by many people. In the university town base, just as radio static crackled with voices, Deng Yu was wiping her heavy machine gun. Although the gourd space could preserve items without maintenance, and it wouldn't matter much if left alone, she still couldn't shake the habit of maintaining her weapons after firing. Help. Any survivors receiving signals that we are at the central hospital. Women and children. Zombies are breaking through the defenses. Deng Yu paused her finger. This was the 3rd time this week she received a similar distress signal, each from a different location. Too much coincidence suggests a trap. Another plunderer's trick, she said to the air, turning off the radio. She then warned Bai Wei. Shall Bai think about it? Being under attack and still having a radio? That doesn't seem right. To have a radio, either there's rescue in a safe environment or they have their own team. Or it could be a trap to lure people in. We're in the end times now. Bai Wei looked up from a pile of electronic parts, her face smeared with oil. But what if it's real? Listening to her, Deng Yu knew she was just talking. Bai Wei still had her naive kindness, but luckily, she wouldn't ask Deng Yu to rescue anyone. If she did, Deng Yu wouldn't hold back. Kids who need help should be helped. To stop Bai Wei from making unrealistic requests, Deng Yu said directly, then they're just unlucky. She clicked her magazine into place. There's no free help in the end of the world. Bai Wei hesitated, but then lowered her head, continuing to work on her circuit boards. Since the last time she predicted the scene in the laboratory, the girl had been very worried. Deng Yu noticed her dark circles and frowned. Did you use your precognition again last night? Bai Wei nodded softly, her voice as light as a feather. but there's also an old man in a wheelchair. He's looking for Fuya. Deng Yu's pupils constricted slightly. The person searching for Fuya was probably the one experimenting on her. Suddenly, a shrill alarm interrupted her thoughts. Deng Yu grabbed her dagger and rushed to the balcony. Her distant vision instantly locked onto the source of the alarm. 3 kilometers away, at a gas station, thick black smoke billowed, and faint figures on the roof waved white flags. "The plunderers are pretending to attack the gas station," she said coldly. Luring help into a trap. So uncreative. Fu Nian's voice came from behind her. "This time, it might be real. Old Zhao at the gas station just traded with us last week." Deng Yu turned around and saw Fu Nian standing at the door. His face looked much better than a few days ago, but shadows of exhaustion still lingered. Ever since Deng Yu suggested Fu Linxiao might be a traitor, they had been watching his every move. "So," Deng Yu raised an eyebrow. "So, I plan to check it out." Fu Nian looked directly into her eyes. "I hope you can come along, but this is not an order, just a request." They looked at each other for a moment. Suddenly, Deng Yu smiled. "You've learned to be clever, Professor." Deng Yu thought about it. There are only thieves for a day, but no one can guard against theft forever. 5 minutes later, fully armed, Deng Yu and a 6-person team led by Fu Nian headed toward the gas station. Fu Yi stayed behind at the base to watch Fu Linxiao, while Bai Wei and Fu Ye were placed in the safest hidden house. The situation at the gas station was worse than expected. The entire building was engulfed in flames. Dozens of bodies lay scattered on the ground, some still burning. Most of the wounds looked like they were caused by close-range shooting, not zombies. A massacre. Fu Nian crouched to examine a body. Less than an hour ago, Deng Yu's sharp hearing caught a strange noise. She suddenly looked up. Her keen eyes pierced through the thick smoke to the small woods behind the gas station. There was a reflection. Her warning came a second too late. A bullet grazed the arm of a young man from the Fu family, splashing blood. Fu Nian shouted, immediately activating his metal ability to build a shield. Targeting the psychic, Deng Yu instinctively rolled behind an abandoned truck. When she reached the back, she realized her dodge was unnecessary, but her instinct was right. She focused. She saw over 10 fully armed figures emerge from the woods, led by one wearing exaggerated armor with a spider pattern. "Fu Nian," the leader shouted. His voice was distorted through a loudspeaker. "Our boss, Chening Xiong, sends his regards. Hand over that silver-haired girl, and we won't kill you." They were definitely raiders. Deng Yu took out 2 shock grenades from her space. She estimated the distance. Just as she was about to throw, Fu Nian suddenly grabbed her wrist. "Wait, they're deliberately provoking us," he whispered. "Look over there." She followed his gaze and saw the valve of the underground oil tank at the gas station had been opened. Gasoline was quietly flowing toward their cover. "Trying to roast us?" "Creative," Deng Yu sneered. Suddenly, she had an idea. "Fu Nian, how small can your metal control affect particles?" Fu Nian immediately understood. "Small enough. What do you need?" "Create an iron rain, comma." Deng Yu took out a bunch of metal fragments from her space. "I'll handle the ignition." The predators had formed a surrounding circle. Chening Xiong stood at the back, carrying a heavy weapon on his shoulder. Deng Yu counted to 3 and moved at the same time as Fu Nian. Fu Nian waved both hands, and all the metal fragments instantly shattered into dust, forming a silver cloud drifting toward the enemies. Deng Yu also released her fire-based power, but instead of attacking directly, she heated the metal dust. "Close your eyes," she shouted, then triggered a shock grenade. In the bright flash, the heated metal dust fell like rain, causing severe burns to the exposed skin of the predators. Their screams filled the air, and the circle was thrown into chaos. Now, Deng Yu drew her sword and charged forward. Fu Nian followed closely, using his metal powers to twist and disable all the enemy's weapons. The fight that followed was almost like a massacre. The helpless predators, without weapons and half-blind, were no match for Deng Yu, whose sword flashed deadly silver arcs under the sun. Fu Nian focused on protecting his teammates and dealing with any survivors. Their teamwork was so smooth it seemed they had worked together for years. Seeing the situation turn bad, Xiong activated his jetpack to escape. Deng Yu snorted coldly, took out an anti-material rifle from her space, and aimed steadily. The fuel tank of the jetpack was hit precisely, causing Xiong to fall to the ground like a fly struck down. Just as Deng Yu was about to finish him off, her headset crackled with a scream from Bai Wei. "Senior Deng, the base is under attack. It's zombies. So many." The communication cut out. Deng Yu and Fu Nian exchanged a glance, both changing their expressions. "Draw the tiger away from the mountain," Fu Nian shouted angrily. "Quickly, go back." When they returned to the base, the scene before them froze everyone's blood. Hundreds of zombies surged like a tide against the defenses. Even more terrifying was that these zombies moved with strange coordination, as if they were being controlled by some kind of will. "Fuya," Deng Yu whispered, "is she controlling them?" Fu Nian shook his head, his face pale. "No, that's not Fuya's style. Look over there." At the highest point of the base, Fuya was tied to a metal pillar, her silver hair wild in the wind. She seemed to be struggling, but some device fixed her head, forcing her to face the horde. The one operating the device was clearly Fu Linxiao. "Is he crazy?" Fuya's voice came through the communicator, full of shock. "He's using Fuya to attract the zombies." Deng Yu had already charged out, sword in hand, her killing intent boiling. But the crowd of zombies was too dense. She had just knocked down a few when more zombies surrounded her. Fu Nian tried to use his metal powers to create a path, but the distance was too far, and his accuracy was poor. At this critical moment, Fuya, who was tied to a pillar, suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. Her voice waves spread out like a solid force, causing all the zombies to freeze at once. Even more shocking, Fuya's eyes turned completely icy blue, and black veins appeared under her skin.
Is she
fighting back? Fu Nian stared in shock. Indeed, the zombies began to turn around and slowly but surely moved toward Fu Linxiao's position. Fu Linxiao panicked, desperately trying to adjust the strange device, but it was useless. Deng Yu seized the opportunity and rushed with Fu Nian to the high platform. When they arrived, Fu Linxiao had already drawn his pistol and aimed it at Fuya's forehead.
"Stop,
or I will kill her," he shouted hysterically. Deng Yu stopped, but Fu Nian kept moving forward. "Old second, put down the gun. You have no idea what you're doing." "Of course I do." Fu Linxiao's eyes flashed with madness. "She is a monster. Always has been. Those zombies listened to her like obedient dogs. Keeping her is just asking for death. She is our sister," Fu Nian said in a low voice. "Last warning, put down the gun." Fu Linxiao laughed loudly. "Sister? She's not even human." Xiong said if we hand her over, we get a pass to the safe zone. "Don't you want to end this life of constant danger?" Deng Yu suddenly understood Fu Linxiao's true motive. It wasn't just jealousy or rebellion, but a desperate mistake. But that didn't mean she could forgive betrayal. "Fu Linxiao," she said coldly, "do you know why your position is lower than Fu Nian's?" The question was so sudden that Fu Linxiao froze. "What? Because you're too stupid." Deng Yu suddenly raised her hand, tossing a coin into the air. "Fate should be in your own hands. Like this." The coin traced a parabola in the air. Fu Linxiao involuntarily glanced at it. In that split second of distraction, Deng Yu's Tang sword slashed out, creating a metal blade that flew out and precisely cut his wrist holding the gun. Amid Fu Linxiao's scream, Fu Nian rushed forward to rescue Fuya. The girl with silver hair was weakly collapsing into his arms, while the controlled zombies, like broken puppets, fell to the ground one after another. The crisis is temporarily over, but bigger problems have emerged. What exactly is Fuya? Half human, half zombie. Why can she control zombies? Is it mental powers? More importantly, why is Xiong so obsessed with her? In the base's conference room, the atmosphere was heavy and tense. Fu Linxiao was in the corner, while Fuya lay on a makeshift bed, cared for by Bai Wei. Deng Yu and other core members of the Fu family sat around a strategic map, all looking tired and worried. Fuya was part of the first new human project experiment. Fu Nian broke the silence. We found documents when rescuing Fuya, revealing the truth about her research. The original plan was to create super soldiers who could adapt to any environment through gene editing. But after military involvement, the research turned into biological weapons. Deng Yu looked thoughtful. So, she can control zombies because she has an original virus strain inside her? Not because of mental powers. Not entirely. Fu Nian rubbed his temples. There should be some mental powers involved. Theoretically, she can not only control zombies, but also suppress the virus's activity. That's why her blood might contain vaccine components. Fu Yi frowned. Then why does Chining Xiong want her? As far as I know, he's just a leader of a raider group, because he has someone backing him, Deng Yu suddenly said. Bai Wei foresaw an old man in a wheelchair. They are connected. Bai Wei timidly raised her hand. I also saw a laboratory. The underground of the central laboratory. The room instantly fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Deng Yu, Fu Nian softly asked, is Bai Wei's ability real? Can she predict the future? Deng Yu pursed her lips. This was a question she had avoided for a long time, but now, maybe it was time to tell part of the truth. After all, if she didn't reveal Bai Wei's ability, no one would believe her. Bai Wei's ability, she finally said, is a level 5 mental mutation power, mainly precognition and perception. So, that means... Fu Nian looked thoughtful. What Bai Wei says is true. The central laboratory has an old man who designed to capture Fuya and use her for research? Yes. Bai Wei has seen these scenes. Deng Yu looked at Bai Wei. Did you see anything else? The girl closed her eyes, trying to recall. Many instruments. A very large computer. And... she suddenly covered her forehead and curled up in pain. That old man. He is talking. Hope in the end times. Deng Yu and Fu Nian exchanged a cautious look. Hope in the end times. If it refers to the hope gained from hurting a poor girl, then it must be false. We need to go to that laboratory, Deng Yu decided. The sooner, the better. Fu Yi frowned. It's too dangerous. The central laboratory is in the middle of the city, and now it's the zombies' lair. Surprisingly, Fu Yi remained calm as usual. Exactly, Deng Yu sneered. No one would expect us to dare go there. The debate lasted until late at night. In the end, the team decided to take the risk. Deng Yu took out equipment from her gourd space, the gear she had previously stolen. Are you a mercenary or a weapons dealer? Fu Yi asked as he picked up a long gun. Deng Yu was helping Bai Wei adjust her bulletproof vest. Both. Now listen carefully to the plan. The plan was simple. An elite team would raid the laboratory to get data and samples. The main force would stay at the base to defend against looters. Deng Yu, Fu Nian, Fu Yi, and Bai Wei, who had to come because of her precognition, would form the exploration team. The others would stay behind to protect Fuya and guard Fu Linxiao. Remember, Deng Yu said seriously, no matter what happens, do not split up. You'll support me outside the laboratory. Late at night, Deng Yu checked her gear alone. Fu Nian came over and handed her a hot coffee. Can't sleep, he asked. Deng Yu took the coffee without replying immediately. Even though she was familiar with it now, her instinct was to let the system check the coffee first. Under the moonlight, Fu Nian's side profile looked especially firm, with fine lines at the corners of his eyes revealing a wisdom beyond his age. Suddenly, she realized how much burden this gentle-looking man carried. But it had nothing to do with her. She wouldn't get married in the end times. If she had to say something, she could only admire people like Fu Nian. When she was a mercenary, her first team leader was very capable and responsible. I've been thinking about that old man in the wheelchair, she finally said. Bai Wei said he was giving orders. Do you think he has any connection to the laboratory? Fu Nian was silent for a moment. The worst possibility. He might be the chief scientist from back then. If he is still alive and knows the secrets of experimental subjects like Fuya, then we might be heading into a trap. Deng Yu finished her coffee, squeezing the empty cup flat. Or we could be heading toward victory. Fu Nian suddenly held her hand. We will find out the truth. About the laboratory. About Fuya. And about this end-of-the-world situation. Deng Yu knew the end of the world was not so simple. It might be a new beginning, because of deeper secrets as the world upgrades. The level of global disaster isn't, because humans can't handle chaos. It's not just about a worldwide outbreak or natural disasters. If a zombie apocalypse could be accepted as a virus, then the worsening natural disasters seem to grow bigger and faster, as if affected by spiritual energy, multiplying in scale. Deng Yu thought for a moment, but didn't pull her hand back. They stood under the moonlight, silent, but more meaningful than 1,000 words. Tomorrow might bring death, but right now, they weren't fighting alone. This feeling made Deng Yu feel like a real person. Yes, like a real person. Since gaining her gourd baby ability, Deng Yu felt less and less human. She wasn't afraid anymore. Now, she wanted to feel Fu Nian's fear and comfort him. All the answers about Fuya were hidden in the central laboratory, surrounded by zombies. No matter what was there, she was ready. The outer area of the central laboratory looked like a steel tomb. Tall walls covered with electric fences, with dried corpses hanging on them, some zombies, some humans trying to break in. Deng Yu crouched among the ruins of a building across the way, using her long-range vision to scan every camera and automated turret. The defense system is still working. I wonder how they survived the heavy rain and floods, she whispered into her headset. I guess they shut down the lab and ran when the flood came. They came back when the rain stopped, which explains why Fuya wasn't moved. There was no time. Her voice continued. There are signs of activity underground, but it's not zombies. It's human life signs. Raiders. Deng Yu sneered. Chening Xiong arrived a step ahead of us. Suddenly, Bai Wei grabbed her arm and said, Yu Jia, don't go in. There's something waiting for you. The little girl's pupils dilated as her precognition activated. There are many zombies. So scary. Deng Yu gently patted Bai Wei's cheek to bring her back to her senses. I told you not to use your precognition to see my future. Your ability is too weak to see clearly. Underground. 5th floor. Bai Wei gasped. But it's locked. It needs blood. At this moment, Fuya's state was very strange. She stood at the back of the team, her silver hair slightly flowing in the still air. Her icy blue eyes stared fixedly at the main laboratory building, her lips moving silently, as if talking to someone invisible. Deng Yu noticed her odd behavior and walked over, placing a hand on her shoulder. Did something come to mind? Fuya mechanically turned her head. Go home. The administrator. Take me home. Did you live here before? Fuya didn't answer. Instead, she suddenly covered her head and crouched down, letting out a painful whimper. Deng Yu immediately checked her pupils. Her zombification was deepening, and the dark blue veins under her skin were becoming more visible. There's no time, Deng Yu decided. I'll go in invisibly to check. You all hide outside. Fu Nian, protect them. Fu Nian wanted to object, but after seeing Deng Yu's determined look, he changed his mind. If they don't come out in 2 hours, we'll attack. Deng Yu grinned, revealing her signature dangerous smile. Don't underestimate me, Professor. With that, she suddenly disappeared in a flash, turning the corner. She activated her invisibility ability, her form vanishing like mist into the air. Crossing the trap-filled front yard was easier than expected. The defenses were clearly outdated. Most of the automated turrets had run out of ammunition. Deng Yu easily climbed over the last wall and landed beside a partially decayed corpse. The corpse was dressed in a special suit, a fully enclosed protective outfit with a gourd-shaped emblem on the chest. Deng Yu flipped the body over and saw that the back of the suit bore the words, Security Team Number 6. Security Team, she muttered, recalling the danger Bai Wei had foreseen. Could it be referring to these? Through the blinds, she saw the scene below. A dozen raiders were rummaging through boxes, packing various instruments and equipment. Chening Xiong stood in the middle, shouting into a communicator. Check the freezer again. The professor wants the original virus strain, not this junk. Deng Yu quietly moved away, avoiding areas with people. Based on the building's layout, the core laboratory should be downstairs. She found a maintenance passage and continued to go down. The air grew colder the deeper she went. On the 3rd floor, a biohazard sign was on the door, but the lock was broken. Deng Yu slipped inside and found herself in a round laboratory hall. The incubators were arranged in a circle, 6 of which were open and empty. But the 7th. Deng Yu's breath caught for a second. The 7th incubator was intact, and through the cloudy liquid, she saw a blurry human shape floating inside.
It was creepy.
Deng Yu accidentally kicked a piece of glass.
What was that sound?
Outside, the raiders' shouts could be heard. Deng Yu hid behind a large piece of equipment. 2 raiders rushed in, their flashlights sweeping the room. That incubator again, one cursed. Ever since the professor said not to touch it, it's been acting up every day. I heard the subject inside is the original test subject. The other whispered, more dangerous than that silver-haired girl. After checking the room, they left. Deng Yu waited until their footsteps faded before revealing herself and quickly moved to the control panel. She pressed a specific button. The screen lit up, showing an encrypted file. Deng Yu used her tattoo scanner and the file unlocked. Final report on the new human project. Project leader, Fu Yan disqualified. Test subject status, 1 to 6. Failed, destroyed 7. Dormant, Fu. Test subject 0. Fuya partially successful, kept for observation. Deng Yu's blood seemed to freeze.
Was she
the 7th test subject? She looked at the intact incubator. For safety, Deng Yu decided to destroy it. She headed straight to the base of the incubator and placed a timed C4 bomb. 1-hour timer, remote-controlled. Suddenly, alarms blared outside. The red warning light flashed wildly, and a mechanical female voice repeated, intrusion alert. Defense system activated. Release cleaning unit. Oh, Deng Yu rushed toward the exit, but it was already too late. The hidden door beside 7 incubation chambers slid open, and 4 fully armed things stepped out. They used to be human, but now they were some terrifying mix, part machine, part zombie, eyes glowing icy blue like Fuya's. Deng Yu's remote vision quickly assessed the threat level. Each had about a level 4 supernatural energy fluctuation. The first mechanical zombie lunged at her. Deng Yu swiftly dodged, her gold element supernatural enhanced Tang Dao sparking against its metallic skin. She immediately changed tactics, unleashing her fire element power, igniting the entire blade with blazing white flames. Come on, scrap metal, she challenged, activating her indestructible ability. The fight was more intense than expected. These mechanical zombies were not only strong and fast but also coordinated in simple tactics. Deng Yu's invisibility didn't work on them. They seemed able to see supernatural energy fluctuations directly. Suddenly, Deng Yu thought of a plan. She deliberately let one zombie grab her left arm. As its metal claws tightened, she simultaneously activated her fire and gold element powers. The intense heat transferred to its metal body, softening its joints instantly. Deng Yu closed in quickly, breaking its defenses. She seized the opportunity to stab her Tang Dao into its throat and twisted hard, bringing the first zombie down. Remaining 3 changed their formation into a triangle, forming an attack-defense alliance. If Deng Yu continued to fight close-up, she would definitely be attacked by the other 2. But she had strength and tricks. She pulled a grenade from her space and threw it among them. The explosion froze the mechanical zombies briefly. Deng Yu seized this precious 2 seconds. Her Tang Dao struck out like lightning, accurately hitting each zombie's energy core. The last one she didn't have time to attack directly. With her gold element supernatural power, she conjured a spear and stabbed it through. When the last zombie fell, Deng Yu also heaved a sigh of relief. The battle was somewhat exhausting, but she didn't have time to rest. The grenade's explosion must have triggered an alarm. On the control panel, Deng Yu saw a red light flashing. Self-destruct program remotely activated. Only 15 minutes left. Deng Yu felt a bit speechless. Was it just to kill a few guards and toss a grenade? Did it really have to itself up? This laboratory was too temperamental. She quickly gathered all the available information, especially the part about Fuya's blood analysis. The scan results showed that the virus strain inside Fuya was indeed related to the zombie virus, but it had undergone a benign mutation, making it a potential vaccine foundation. So that's why they want Fuya. Deng Yu stored all the data on a portable hard drive. Disgusting. Deng Yu cursed and rushed toward the exit. As she passed the control panel, she casually activated the laboratory's ultimate defense protocol, giving herself some extra time. At this moment, a group of raiders burst in outside. They saw Deng Yu and started shooting. Deng Yu didn't have time to play with them. She immediately activated her invincibility and metal element abilities, blocking the bullets as she broke through beside them. In an instant, Deng Yu ran behind them. When they turned to chase her, she spun around, and all of their upper bodies were suddenly severed, falling away from their lower halves. Deng Yu's knife was extremely sharp, combined with her level 7 or 8 abilities. In a surprise attack, they were cut in half before they could react. Several of them stared in horror as their lower bodies hit the ground. When one of them tried to shout for help, they had already lost all strength due to blood loss, pain, and lack of oxygen. They could only wait slowly for their life force to drain away. Deng Yu used her clairvoyance, keen hearing, and invisibility. If there were mental-type abilities or observant abilities ahead, they might still notice her running. But most of the abilities were strength, speed, or elemental powers like metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Even if there were mental abilities, they would be assigned to the deputy leader or kept in the base. After all, raiding was just a cannon fodder operation, and they could be sacrificed. Without strong combat power, mental abilities wouldn't be deployed. Deng Yu kept collecting equipment or killing raiders along the way, looking for anything valuable. When she reached the door and was about to leave, she heard gunfire outside. About a dozen raiders were loading collected equipment and supplies onto vehicles. Seeing this, Deng Yu took out a machine gun from her space. With a 100-round drum, she fired at close range, the gunfire echoing. Da-da-da, da-da-da. The dozen or so abilities users had already been hit hard. 7 or 8 of them were dead when Deng Yu appeared. As they tried to react and find cover, for more were quickly killed. Deng Yu immediately went invisible again and threw a shock grenade. The loud explosion shattered their guesses about Deng Yu's position. After the blast, Deng Yu quickly jumped behind them, taking advantage of the noise. Suddenly, there was another burst of gunfire. Deng Yu shot all of them from behind, killing everyone. Some of them had strong abilities or metal powers that kept them from dying right away. Deng Yu ignored them and collected all their cars, weapons, ammunition, and supplies into her space pouch. After gathering everything, Deng Yu used her Tang sword to finish off each of them by cutting off their heads, preventing them from turning into zombies. Once all the looters were dead, Deng Yu followed the sounds of the fight to the outside. The situation outside was worse than she expected. Fu Nian and his team were surrounded by at least 50 looters, hiding inside a partially collapsed administrative building and struggling to hold on. Even more frightening, dust clouds in the distance showed more looters coming. Deng Yu sneaked closer, first taking out 2 snipers. Then she suddenly appeared beside Fu Nian. Having fun, Professor Fu? Fu Nian was surprised and happy. You're safe. Did you find anything? Research data, some equipment, and some truths that others deliberately hid, Deng Yu said with a grin. She took out more than 20 smoke bombs from her space. When I give the signal, run. Don't look back. She threw all the smoke bombs out and activated the laboratory's ultimate self-destruct protocol. Thick smoke quickly covered the area, and strange vibrations came from underground. The team used the smoke as cover and rushed toward their escape point. Behind them, the laboratory started collapsing, and the shockwave knocked over many chasing looters. Deng Yu looked back and saw Chen Xiong standing on a high spot, angrily waving his fists, then being swallowed by the falling building. Amid the explosion's aftershock, they found an abandoned subway station to rest temporarily. Bai Wei was using her precognition to check on the pursuers, while Fuya curled up in a corner, looking very unstable. What's wrong with her? Deng Yu asked. Fu Nian checked and looked serious. The farther from the lab, the milder her zombie symptoms. Something there is affecting her. Deng Yu remembered the 7th incubation pod. Maybe it's not what, but who. She briefly shared her findings from the lab, including the fact that the 7th test subject was also named Fu. Unexpectedly, Fu Nian didn't seem surprised. I think I guessed. The lab must be related to Fuya. You don't know? Deng Yu squinted and looked at Professor Fu, who was still pretending to be naive. Seeing his confident attitude, Deng Yu even doubted if she had seen things wrong earlier. Not exactly, Fu Nian replied with a bitter smile. After the accident, I lost part of my memory. I only remember being involved in a project, then escaping with an experimental subject. Fuya was one of them. Now it seems you know all this too. Just as Deng Yu was about to ask more and see how Professor Fu would continue to act clueless, Bai Wei suddenly shouted, "Someone's coming."
5.
No, 6. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Whether he was researching or not isn't important. Deng Yu never considered him one of her own. Everyone has their secrets. Sometimes, being too honest can hurt either your pride or your feelings. The team immediately went into combat mode, but only a few lone raiders appeared. Deng Yu easily subdued them, leaving one of the most timid ones to ask questions. "Please, don't kill me." The man peed his pants. "I'm just a cook." "A cook?" Deng Yu pressed her tang sword against his throat. "Then tell me about your base personnel and their location." Be clear. Through his broken confession, a terrifying truth emerged. The raider camp had been starving for days and had started feeding on two-legged sheep. That is, live prisoners. Location, Deng Yu said coldly like ice. The raider trembled as he gave a mall address. Deng Yu knocked him out with a quick strike and turned to Fu Nian. "Take them back to the base. I'll be right back." "You're going alone." Fu Nian grabbed her wrist. "That's too dangerous." Deng Yu gently freed herself. "I have things I want to do, and you have your own. Don't interfere too much, okay?" She paused. "And some things must be done alone." Fu Nian looked at her determined eyes and finally nodded. "If I don't hear from you in 2 hours, I'll lead people to come after you." Deng Yu smiled faintly but said nothing. She turned and disappeared into the night. She hated situations like this. In her past life as a mercenary, when encountering armed groups that killed innocents indiscriminately, she would change into local ranger gear and wipe them out completely. Then she would just shift the blame to the local rangers. Now, in this apocalypse, even changing disguises isn't necessary. That should be the bottom line for being human. The raider camp was bigger than she had imagined. The entire shopping mall was turned into a fortress, with the outside decorated. No, Deng Yu forced herself not to look at the dried-up limbs. She moved around to the parking lot entrance, where there were fewer guards. After improving her invisibility, she moved through the defenses like a ghost. The scene inside made even a seasoned mercenary like her feel sick. Dozens of emaciated people were kept in cages, some missing arms or legs. The central, kitchen, area was stained with blood. A large pot was heated with human bones as fuel, boiling and bubbling with human flesh inside. Nearby, a group of scavengers waited with dirty bowls, eager to eat as if they were waiting for a delicious feast. Farther away, there was even a breeding area, where desires that could not be extinguished even at -60 degrees Celsius were vented. Men and women were pressed underneath. Deng Yu was overwhelmed by the disturbing scene. Her desire to kill had never been so intense. She first cut off the power, then began hunting in the darkness. She drew out twin knives from her space, moving invisibly, one cut at a time. The first victim was a chubby man who was picking his teeth and looking at a menu. The second was a tall, thin person near a cage. The third, an invisible ghost, killing wildly in the dark and chaotic space, hacking fiercely. Anyone who dared to fight back with a weapon was cut down instantly by an unseen blade, blood splattering and extinguishing any hope of resistance. As panic spread, she had already taken out more than 20 scavengers. The remaining ones ran around like headless chickens, trampling each other. Deng Yu deliberately let a few escape to spread fear. The rest were trapped at the building entrance. Deng Yu pulled out a silenced rifle and began shooting. Anyone standing there was killed under her fire. She moved from one to another, shooting anyone wearing decent clothes or jackets, those who weren't emaciated. Deng Yu didn't bother asking questions. She simply shot them. When her killing spree ended, the survivors huddled and trembled. Deng Yu ignored them and used her long-range vision to hunt and collect zombie crystal cores inside the building. Zombie crystal cores, especially those from a single base, could yield many resources during missions for supplies, defending the base, or fighting zombies. Because zombie crystal cores contain zombie virus DNA, most people and bases absorbed them, so they usually had more than what was collected. This is the Predator base. Most of the supplies are kept by themselves, but in the room of the Predator leader, Chining Xiong, a few thousand zombie crystals were still found. These are very valuable for mutants. If given time to grow, each could become a high-level mutant. Their threat would then be much greater. Next, rescuing these captured survivors is more difficult than killing. Most of them are mentally broken and don't believe she is here to help. Deng Yu had to force open all the cages and then stand on high ground to shout, "Those who want to live, the clothes off the dead and put them on, take weapons and follow me. Those who want to die, stay behind." In the end, more than 30 people followed her and left. Deng Yu led them to a safe distance, then took out food and water from her space and distributed them. 15 kilometers to the north, there's an abandoned military camp. It's easy to defend but hard to attack. She pointed in that direction. This will last you a week. After that, it's up to fate. A man who had lost his left hand knelt and tried to kiss her boot. "Goddess, you are our savior." Deng Yu stepped back uncomfortably. "No, I am just passing by. Also, in the end of the world, there are no saviors." On the way back to the base, the system suddenly spoke. Host's behavior pattern is abnormal. It seemed confused. According to the Mercenary code, I know, rescuing unrelated people is not supposed to be risky. Deng Yu looked at her hands, still stained with the Predator's blood. People can change. Break the system. And I don't follow any rules. She had more to say, but if those people had dared to cling to her insistently, she would have taken action to eliminate them. Saving and killing are two different things, even if targeting the same person. The temporary base in the university city was brightly lit. Fu Nian was waiting at the door. Seeing Deng Yu return safely, he clearly relaxed. "Did you solve it?" he asked. Deng Yu nodded, suddenly feeling very tired. "Yes, it's done." She looked at Bai Wei, who was caring for Fuya. "Next, we need to research a vaccine. Fuya's blood is key." Since Fu Nian didn't want to say more, she wouldn't ask too many questions. The zombie virus vaccine is useful. Although in the end of the world, being bitten or scratched by zombies doesn't turn you into a zombie immediately, only if you are bitten many times or killed. Whether a person becomes a zombie depends on the zombie virus inside their body. The more zombie cores a person absorbs, the more viruses from the cores they might take in if they focus only on gaining strength and progress. This can cause the body to accumulate zombie viruses over time. If too much accumulates, the person could turn into a zombie or have their body functions damaged by the virus. Although advanced superhumans have better physical health, with a zombie vaccine, humans will find it easier to absorb zombie cores in the future. They will be less afraid of the virus and will evolve faster than zombies and plants. Another way to speed up evolution is by extracting zombie core liquid. She and Bai Wei have already made good progress on this. Actually, only Bai Wei is researching it. She just provides zombie cores and equipment. Fu Nian hesitated, but finally handed her a cup of hot tea. "Welcome home, Deng Yu." Home? Deng Yu pondered this unfamiliar word and surprisingly found she didn't dislike it. Maybe in this end-of-the-world scenario, home isn't a place but the people. When Deng Yu finished retrieving data and equipment from the central laboratory space, Fu Nian immediately looked at the experiment data. He recognized some of it, but wasn't sure if he had actually done these experiments himself. Seeing Fu Nian studying the data seriously, Deng Yu remembered the file that recorded Fu Nian's name. She squinted and stared at him for a while. Finally, Fu Nian noticed her gaze, and she changed the subject. "Since Professor Fu is so knowledgeable, why don't we work together to study the zombie vaccine?" Bai Ye's blood is crucial for these experiments. After getting Bai Ye's approval, Fu Nian agreed immediately. He and Deng Yu started working on the zombie vaccine together. The laboratory lights stayed on until 3 a.m. Deng Yu rubbed her sore neck. She had been looking at blood samples under the microscope for 4 hours. The tiny blue virus particles seemed to dance in her eyes. "It's still not working." Fu Nian took off his glasses, tiredly rubbing his face. The serum can only neutralize free viruses, but it doesn't work on viruses already integrated into cells. Deng Yu straightened up and crossed out another formula on the whiteboard. It was the 7th day since they returned to the University City base. Bai Ye's blood sample had been used in nearly a third of the experiments, but they still hadn't made a breakthrough. Deng Yu pretended to go to the bathroom, but she was actually carrying the formula to find Bai Wei. She wanted Bai Wei to directly predict which formula might succeed, saving a lot of time. Although they knew Bai Wei could predict, they only thought it was similar to Fu Ye's ability. Sometimes she could foresee the source of danger, but Bai Wei's prediction was much more powerful. She could directly foresee specific events, like an active supernatural power. This was not a passive prediction skill. Because of this, Deng Yu didn't dare tell anyone about Bai Wei's ability. She only allowed Bai Wei to mention her prediction power when in danger, and she warned her not to misuse it or talk about it in front of outsiders. So far, Bai Wei had been doing very well. When Deng Yu returned, she shared a new idea with Fu Nian. "Let's try a different approach," she said, holding a level 3 zombie crystal core. Since the virus mutated into this because of spiritual energy, why not start with the crystal core itself? Fu Nian frowned. In theory, that could work, but the virus inside the core is too aggressive. Direct extraction might be dangerous. Who said we need to extract it directly? Deng Yu interrupted him. She took out a precise laboratory instrument from her space bag. We can break it down and then rebuild it. That way, we might get the right proportions we need. Fu Nian opened his mouth, then finally smiled helplessly. Sometimes I really wonder what you used to do. I'm just a naive college student, Deng Yu said as she threw the crystal core into a crusher. Want to try again? As dawn approached, they finally made a breakthrough. On their 7th attempt, after treating the crystal powder with special ultrasonic waves, it successfully combined with antibodies from Fu Ye's serum, forming a stable blue solution. This is incredible, Fu Nian said, staring at the test tube, trembling. The virus activity has been suppressed by over 95%, but Deng Yu didn't look very excited. It still doesn't work on fully zombified individuals, right? Fu Nian's shoulders sagged.
Yes.
It can only prevent infection, not cure it. And it requires regular injections. He sat down dejectedly. What kind of breakthrough is this? It can't save those already turned into zombies. Are your thoughts filled with academic papers? Deng Yu grabbed his collar. Do you realize how many uninfected people this could save? Do you know that with this, we could fight through zombie hordes without worrying about infection? Fu Nian was stunned. He stared at Deng Yu's angry eyes and suddenly realized their fundamental differences. As a scholar, he sought the ultimate solution. As a fighter, Deng Yu valued practical battlefield advantages. You are right, he said softly, unconsciously touching the hand that was grabbing his collar. This is a big breakthrough. Deng Yu, as if burned, let go of his hand and turned to organize data. And if my guess is correct, with more research, we might find a complete cure. She paused. More importantly, this formula no longer needs Fu Ye's blood. Ordinary crystal cores can mass-produce this type of vaccine, and zombie crystal cores contain the antidote that suppresses the zombie virus. As expected, poisons have their cures. Fu Nian's eyes lit up. Exactly. Her burden could be greatly reduced. Before he finished, alarms suddenly blared throughout the base. Bai Wei's voice came from the broadcast, sounding unusually panicked.
You.
Raiders. So many raiders. Coming from the east, Deng Yu and Fu Nian rushed to the balcony at the same time. In the distance, dust was flying, and at least 100 people were advancing toward the University City. Even more ridiculous, they were pushing a few simple catapults, probably just for show in this apocalypse. Xiong, that is still alive, Deng Yu sneered. She quickly took out 2 sets of gear from her space. You handle the defense, I'll set up a surprise. Fu Nian took the tactical vest. What surprise? Deng Yu had already run out the door, turning back with her signature dangerous smile. Just wait and see the raiders' fireworks. Outside the east wall of the University City, Deng Yu stealthily moved through the bushes. The raider army was less than 500 meters away. She could clearly see Chen Xiong in his exaggerated spider armor that had only lost an arm in the lab collapse and now had a mechanical prosthetic. More resilient than cockroaches, she muttered, carefully planting the last remote-controlled bomb. Fu Nian's voice came through the earpiece. Defense is in place, but the wall probably can't withstand the catapults throwing explosive packs. How about your side? All set. Deng Yu retreated to the defensive line. Once they step into the minefield, then, boom! A loud explosion interrupted her. The first catapult had already hit the wall, sending bricks flying. Then came the second, third. The carefully built defenses of the university city began to collapse like paper. Detonate early, Deng Yu shouted angrily, and the others pressed their detonators. A series of explosions erupted among the raiders. At least 20 people were blown to pieces, but the rest quickly scattered and kept moving forward. Chen Xiong stood on a modified truck, his mechanical arm raised with a black flag. His loudspeaker distorted his voice. Hand over the silver-haired girl and all research data, or I will wipe you all out. Deng Yu responded with a precise shot, knocking the flag away. The fight instantly intensified. The raiders surged like a tide toward the gap, and the Fu brothers' metal defense line barely held the first wave. Deng Yu used a heavy machine gun from the high ground, each shot taking a life. But there were too many enemies. Soon, some raiders broke through the line and entered the base. Deng Yu had to abandon her heavy weapons and switch to close combat with a tang sword. The sword was wrapped in fire powers, and each strike sent out waves of flames. Front line lost. Fu Ye's voice came through the earpiece. We are retreating to the second defense line. Deng Yu cut down two raiders and rushed toward the laboratory. Bai Wei and Fu Ye were still there. She couldn't let them fall. Turning a corner, she suddenly stopped as Chen Xiong and 5 bodyguards blocked the path. Where are the people? Chen Xiong's mechanical arm clicked loudly. Hand them over, and I might consider letting you go. Deng Yu squinted. Let me go?
Just you?
Just your group? Stop pretending, Chen Xiong sneered. You, a woman with a little power, think you're invincible? I've seen many like you. Since you look so pretty, I'll give you a chance, surrender, or it'll be hard for you even to die. Deng Yu's mind raced quickly. Chen Xiong was clearly overestimating himself, but this arrogant enemy was also an opportunity for her. But now wasn't the time to fight him. Want Fuya? She slowly drew her tang sword. Come through me first. Chen Xiong waved his hand, and 5 bodyguards charged at her. They were obviously enhanced, much faster and stronger than normal people. Deng Yu pretended to be forced back repeatedly, then took advantage of their wide swings to use her indestructible power to withstand a few heavy hits and seized the chance to cut down 3 of them. You think only you have powers? Deng Yu laughed loudly. You just yelled so fiercely. Look at you now. You're asking for death, Chen Xiong said angrily. Keep going, everyone, the remaining 2 subordinates secretly complained. Deng Yu's fighting style was strange. She seemed able to predict their moves. Even in dangerous situations, she could suddenly defeat enemies. That's how her brothers lost 3 of them. At this moment, a metal wall suddenly rose from the ground, blocking her and the enemies. It looks like I arrived just in time. Fu Nian ran from the side, holding a strange-looking gun. The sonic weapon found in the lab should work against mechanical enhanced humans. He pulled the trigger, and a sharp, high-pitched sound wave made Chen Xiong and others cover their ears in pain. Deng Yu seized the chance, her tang soared like a venomous snake, quickly taking out 2 guards. Be careful, Fu Nian suddenly pushed her aside. A metal spear whistled past Deng Yu's hair and deeply embedded into the wall. Chen Xiong's mechanical arm surprisingly could fire weapons. Fu Nian broke out in cold sweat. But Deng Yu clearly couldn't share the same feelings as Fu Nian. She was almost indestructible, whether it was mechanical attacks or metal-based powers. As long as they weren't stronger than her, she could resist. But right now, Fuya and Bai Wei's safety was the most important. Deng Yu was about to ask Fu Nian to hold off Chen Xiong, while she went to help Fuya and Bai Wei reach a safe place. Just then, Chen Xiong's subordinates received reinforcements and attacked again. Don't get distracted. Fu Nian kept firing, forcing the remaining enemies back. Bai Wei and Fuya have already moved to the central tower, but we won't last much longer. Indeed, from the high ground, it was clear that the raiders had taken control of most of the base. The Fu brothers were surrounded and pushed back step by step. They couldn't hold out much longer. Deng Yu wanted to leave at any moment, but she clenched her teeth and made a crazy decision. Fu Nian, do you trust me? Without hesitation, Fu Nian replied, yes. Then help me hold them for 30 seconds, Deng Yu said, putting away her Tang sword and clasping her hands together. I want to try a new move. Although confused, Fu Nian still stepped in front of her, activating his metal powers to create temporary barriers. Deng Yu closed her eyes, fully activating her fire control and metal powers. Not separately, but trying to merge them. Fire and water powers balanced inside her. Her distant vision and keen hearing expanded her perception. The most important part was that she deliberately guided her metal powers to fuse with the flames, controlling the energy to produce a stronger force. Deng Yu, hurry. Fu Nian's barriers were already starting to collapse. Now's the time. Deng Yu suddenly opened her eyes and pushed forward with both hands, shouting, "Melt the golden storm." A blazing flow of metal erupted around her. All nearby metal objects, weapons, debris, even metal parts on the raiders, began to melt and reassemble into countless fast-spinning metal shards. Wrapped in flames, they swept across the battlefield like a storm. The scene was both beautiful and terrifying. Where the metal and fire tornado passed, raiders were either cut into pieces or burned to ashes. Chen Xiong's mechanical arm was like a toy in the face of this power. What kind of power is this? Deng Yu didn't answer. This move was very draining. Her hands started to tremble. Fu Nian wanted to help her, but she dodged away. This burst only used a little of her energy, and she quickly took out some spirit spring water from her space to drink and recover. Fu Nian looked at her with amazement. How did you think of this? Now's not the time to talk about that, Deng Yu gasped. Look around. Your brothers won't last long. We need to find a way. At that moment, an unexpected scene drew everyone's attention. On top of the tower, Fuya stood there, her silver hair wildly dancing in the wind. She spread her arms, and a wave of icy blue energy rippled outward in circles. Even more astonishing was that all the dead on the battlefield, whether raiders or Fu family members, immediately stood up and started biting at the raiders. Several raiders, now completely zombified, ran straight to attack and bite.
Is she summoning zombies? Fu Nian stared in shock.
But Deng Yu noticed something was wrong with Fuya. The girl's skin was cracking, and blue light seeped from the cracks. It was clear that this large-scale use of her power was destroying her body. We have to stop her. Deng Yu forced herself to stand. If this continues, she'll die. Chen Xiong, however, laughed wildly, as if he had found a treasure. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. The professor was right. She really is the ultimate weapon, he shouted into his communicator. Everyone be alert. Capture the silver-haired girl at all costs. The raiders charged at the tower like mad dogs. Deng Yu and Fu Nian desperately tried to block them, but the side effects of the melt the golden storm began to show. Deng Yu's energy output was too high, causing pain in her meridians. Now she could only fight with her right Tang Dao and her left pistol. Fu Nian's metal powers were also nearly exhausted. Although Deng Yu fought hard, the others with elemental powers, especially those with metal abilities, began to hold her back. Deng Yu found it hard to eliminate all those people in a short time. As the defense line was about to break, the tower's door suddenly opened. Bai Wei supported an force stand and walked out. The stand held 3 vials of blue liquid, our developed crystal core vaccine. Want the vaccine? Bai Wei's voice trembled with fear, but she held up the vaccine firmly. Come and get it. This move was so unexpected that the raiders paused. Chen Xiong squinted and asked, Little girl, what is that? It's something that will stop you from ever being infected by the zombie virus. Bai Wei suddenly pulled out the test tube stopper, poured a vaccine onto the ground and warned, If you come any closer, I'll destroy everything. Deng Yu almost laughed out loud. When did this girl learn to bluff? But her strategy worked. The raiders' attack temporarily halted. Chen Yingxiong's face changed unpredictably. Then he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. We will kill you all. With this silver-haired girl, we can develop a vaccine. What? Bai Wei was in disbelief. Things didn't seem to be going as she expected. At that moment, while everyone was distracted by Bai Wei, Deng Yu took out a large number of shock bombs from her space and detonated them all at once. The sky instantly turned white. The loud explosions and shockwaves attacked everyone's ears. In the moment everyone was covered by the shockwave, Deng Yu turned invisible, sped up, reappeared, and quickly jumped behind Chen Yingxiong, threatening him to leave. I said retreat. Chen Yingxiong glared at Deng Yu fiercely. This time you win. The raiders retreated like a tide, leaving chaos behind. Deng Yu didn't chase. She rushed straight to the tower. Fuya was already collapsed on the ground, her silver hair dull, and cracks on her skin looked terrifying. Idiot. Who told you to do this? Deng Yu gently picked up the surprisingly light girl.
Fuya weakly smiled.
I also want to do something for everyone. Seeing everyone risking their lives for me, I want to do something for you all. Deng Yu's throat tightened. The girl, who had been tortured in the laboratory for a long time, now looked fragile like a patient in her arms, her voice growing weaker. The vaccine needs my blood, Fuya said with difficulty. The final gift. Shut up. You'll be fine. Deng Yu roughly interrupted her, then gently wiped the blood from her face. Fu Nian, bring the first aid kit. Fu Nian looked serious after checking her. She has used up her life energy. Regular medical treatment won't work. Then we can't use normal methods. Deng Yu suddenly thought of something. She took out spiritual spring water from her space.
Here.
Drink quickly. It will help you. What is this? It's too risky, Fu Nian objected. We don't know. Sometimes Deng Yu wondered if he really wanted to save people.
But this wasn't the time to think about that.
It's better than watching her die. Deng Yu quickly poured the spiritual spring water into Fuya's mouth. After a few seconds of silence, Fuya's body suddenly twitched violently. She became more alert. Seeing it worked, Deng Yu immediately took out more spiritual spring water from her space and fed it to Fuya again. Deng Yu thought for a moment and decided to also use the crystal core vaccine. She directly injected the vaccine into Fuya. Soon, the vaccine started to work. The blue glow under Fuya's skin became dazzling. All the cracks began to heal visibly. Even more amazing, her silver hair gradually turned black, and her eyes returned to normal human pupils. This is impossible. Fu Nian was shocked. He quickly carried Fuya for a check. After a while, the results came out. Her human gene percentage has increased from 67% to 92%. At this moment, Bai Wei also came in, helping to take care of Fuya. Suddenly, Bai Wei swayed and fainted to the ground. Deng Yu quickly caught her and found that the girl was just sleeping. Her recent actions must have drained her too much energy, and she was helping to care for the patient. Everyone was busy and exhausted. It might also be because Bai Wei used her precognition ability to create an opportunity, then went out to attract enemies. Deng Yu had a chance to act. She had been so focused on Fuya that she forgot about this little girl. What's going on? Why did Bai Wei also faint? Fu Nian was completely confused. Deng Yu looked at the two girls lying there, thoughtful. It's nothing. Bai Wei is just too tired. Once she was sure everything was fine, Fu Nian went out to comfort his brothers. After these battles, the original team of over 10 people was now down to 5 or 6. That night, Deng Yu sat cross-legged in the corner of the temporary lab. She seemed to be maintaining her sword, but in fact, she was fully using her clairvoyance and ear skills, monitoring every move in the next room. In the next room, Fu Nian was facing away from the door, operating a device rescued from the central lab. His movements suddenly became very skilled, completely different from the gentle professor he usually was. The blue light from the device screen reflected on his face, outlining a cold, hard expression. I can't believe I'm here. I can't believe I'm here, Fu Nian muttered softly, his voice deep and unfamiliar. Finally, I remember. Deng Yu's fingertips pressed against the tip of the Tang sword, her coldness making her more alert. She should have realized earlier. Fu Nian's familiarity with the lab equipment, his knowledge of Fuya's blood, even the occasional use of technical terms, and the list from the central lab, all pointed to a frightening truth. The data on the screen scrolled quickly and finally stopped on a file marked Top Secret. Fu Nian, no, he should be called Professor Fu, quickly skimmed the contents, sometimes chuckling softly with satisfaction. Project Code. New Human. Leader. Fu Nian. He read his real name, gently touching an old photo on the screen. 8 test subjects. Unfortunately, only half completed. Subject 0. The photo showed 7 incubation chambers, 6 of which had floating human-shaped figures inside, while the 7th was empty. Next to it was a blurry image of a young girl. Deng Yu squinted, trying to see the faces clearly. One of them was clearly a young Fuya.
Fuya.
No, Subject 0. Fu Nian continued talking to himself. Memory wiping was successful, memory implantation went well, and the data collection from the University City branch was smooth. But I didn't expect a global outbreak to suddenly happen. He pulled up another file, showing information about the Fu brothers. Deng Yu's blood ran cold. Those so-called Fu brothers were all brainwashed security personnel. The so-called search for the sister was just a carefully planned tracking experiment. Number 0 is still the most perfect. Fu Nian's voice suddenly became eager. He pulled up a new picture. Fuya, a psychic-type mutant, the only one to successfully fuse her powers. Though she's half human, half zombie. But today, Deng Yu gave her some medicine, and the crystal core vaccine actually restored her humanity. I must get her. In the next room, Fu Nian had already used the equipment from the central lab to activate a built-in communication device, connecting to a radio for a secret call. Spider calling the nest, do you copy? After static noise, Chen Xiong's voice came through. Nest here. Professor? Is that really you? Today, I thought it wasn't you, so why are you still attacking me? Fu Nian's voice was very cold, like a machine, as if it had nothing to do with him. He replied indifferently, I lost my memory before, but now I remember. Chen Xiong, your rank is lower than mine. Don't question the officer. Preparing to receive the package, Fu Nian's tone was completely emotionless. Subject 0 has been controlled and is stable. Also, the woman who hit you is a perfect multi-ability user. We must capture this perfect test subject. The handover will be at the University City at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Understood. Do we need special containers? Capturing Deng Yu requires triple restraints. Many of her abilities are already high-level. Fu Nian paused. Bring the memory reset device. Subject 0 needs to be reprogrammed. Deng Yu should also be arranged. The call ended. Fu Nian turned off the device and returned to his gentle self, even humming a tune as he headed to the bathroom. Deng Yu slowly withdrew her abilities, twirling her sword beautifully. So that's how it is. She silently smiled, her eyes shining with a dangerous light. Just before dawn, Deng Yu, accidentally, met Fuya, who was daydreaming in the garden. The silver-haired girl looked much better than a few days ago. Her black hair now made up over 90%, with only her eyes still showing a hint of icy blue. Can't sleep? Deng Yu offered her a cup of hot milk. Fuya took the cup, her hands trembling slightly. Had a nightmare. Saw a white room. Lots of needles. Deng Yu pretended to be surprised. Memory from the lab? Not just that. Fuya's eyes were confused. I dreamed of an old man in a wheelchair. He called me the perfect test subject, and Big Brother Fu Nian. He was wearing a white coat. Deng Yu gently patted her shoulder, secretly listening to all sounds within 500 meters with a special device. Fu Nian, no, Professor Fu, was preparing some kind of device in the basement. Bai Wei was still sleeping. The Fu family, brothers, were unusually gathering in the armory, seemingly distributing equipment secretly. Fuya, Deng Yu suddenly asked, if one day you find out that the person you trust the most is actually using you, what would you do? The girl froze, a trace of pain flashing in her eyes. I don't know. But Sister Deng Yu would never do that to me, right? Deng Yu did not answer directly. Instead, She took out a delicate silver brooch and pinned it on Fu Yai's collar. "This is for you. Wear it, and no matter what happens, remember you are a person, not an experiment." Fu Yai touched the brooch and suddenly tears welled up in her eyes. "I don't know why. I feel so sad." Deng Yu hugged her gently and took the opportunity to slip a tiny communicator into her hair. "Be strong. The future might be a long journey." Back at the main building, Deng Yu went straight to Bai Wei's room. The little girl was tidying her bedding and saw Deng Yu. She immediately waved excitedly. "Sister Deng, I slept so well last night. I haven't slept that well in a long time." Deng Yu gave Bai Wei some food to eat and watched her while she ate. Soon, Bai Wei grew more and more sleepy and suddenly collapsed onto the freshly made bed and bedding. Deng Yu gently picked her up and laid her flat on the bed. "I'm sorry, little fool." Deng Yu softly kissed her forehead. "This time, I can't let you see everything." She took out a small purple gourd that she hadn't used much before from her space. Deng Yu opened the lid of the gourd and shouted directly at Bai Wei, "Collect." Instantly, the purple gourd emitted a beam of light. The light shone on Bai Wei and the military bed. After wrapping them, the beam began to retract. Bai Wei and the bed slowly shrank and were pulled into the gourd. A flash of purple light passed, and Bai Wei's body was absorbed into the gourd. Deng Yu carefully asked the system again, "System, are you sure this won't harm anyone?" The system replied, "No. The gourd has recognized you as its owner. It won't harm randomly. I can guarantee that." After receiving confirmation, Deng Yu turned and released a large amount of military equipment from her space: torpedoes, mines, C4, all collected from a Japanese warship. "Likes playing with traps, huh, Professor?" Deng Yu sneered as she began assembling the detonator. "Let me show you what professionalism looks like." She then took out a Rui and a level 3 zombie. She started reciting a spell: "Rui, Rui, follow my will, appear quickly." After saying that, Deng Yu blew a breath onto the Rui. Instantly, the torpedoes, mines, and C4 bombs disappeared into invisibility, becoming completely unseen, then floated away to different places. At 9:30 in the morning, the show began. Deng Yu deliberately appeared dizzy and even pretended to fall to the ground in front of them. As she predicted, in less than 5 minutes, Fu Nian and the Fu family brothers rushed in. "Deng Yu, are you okay?" He pretended to be concerned, but his fingers precisely pressed on her carotid artery to check her pulse.
"I'm fine."
Just suddenly dizzy, Deng Yu weakly said, "Maybe I overused my abilities yesterday." A faint hint of pride flickered in Fu Nian's eyes. "You need a full checkup. I just fixed the medical equipment in the lab." "Thank you, Fu Nian." Deng Yu deliberately emphasized his name, noticing a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. They supported her as they moved toward the underground lab. Deng Yu's keen hearing caught the distant sound of engines. Chining Xiong's team had arrived early, eager to recover the test subject. The temporary lab had been turned into a formidable medical chamber. In the center was a restraining bed, surrounded by various instruments, including that terrifying memory reset device. Deng Yu was, gently, placed on the bed, and metal rings immediately fastened around her wrists and ankles. "What is this for?" Deng Yu pretended to be alarmed. Fu Nian finally dropped his disguise, revealing a cold, scientist-like expression as he observed the experiment subject. "What's it for?" "Of course, to treat you. Just checking how you can have so many different abilities." The atmosphere in the room instantly chilled. Deng Yu dropped her pretense, her eyes sharp as a blade. "Professor Fu, are you finally done pretending? When did you find out?" Professor Fu, now that he could be called that, asked curiously. "Just confirmed it now." Deng Yu sneered. "I suspected before. But thank you for being honest." Fu Nian shook his head and picked up a syringe from the tray. "It's okay. After the reset, you will forget everything. You will be my most loyal follower, and I will give you the strongest cage." As the needle approached, Deng Yu suddenly asked, "Does Fuya know you're the one who turned her into a monster?" This question stabbed Fu Nian like a knife. His hand trembled slightly. "She's not a monster. She's the perfect test subject. Without her, human evolution can't be completed. Didn't we also use her blood to develop the zombie core vaccine? Evolution." Deng Yu sarcastically looked at the terrifying instruments. You call this evolution? It doesn't seem that advanced. People no longer care. Fu Nian pressed a button, and the screen on the wall lit up, showing complex data. Look carefully. The virus strain inside Fuya can coexist with and control any zombie virus. With a slight adjustment, all humans can gain special abilities without fear of turning into zombies or losing their minds. So, you never saw her as your sister? Not even once? But I see you care about her a lot, like a caring sibling. Deng Yu's voice was dangerously low.
No.
It wasn't accident. I just lost my memory and it got mixed up. Fu Nian suddenly became excited. And Fuya will understand me. Now the whole world is like this, people with abilities and zombies. But this also proves my theory. Look at those with abilities. Look at humans adapting to the new environment. This is a leap in evolution. The only thing I care about is this. Did you ever see Fuya as your sister? Deng Yu continued to press. Deng Yu noticed that when she spoke, the Fu family brothers stood straight with blank, robotic eyes. Clearly, their brainwashing was more thorough than expected. After Fu Nian regained his memory, he further strengthened the control over their memories. Outside, the sound of brakes and hurried footsteps could be heard. Channing Xiong, with a dozen heavily armed raiders, rushed in, his mechanical arm equipped with a multi-barreled injector. Professor Fu, he grinned, showing yellow teeth. Welcome back to the nest. This girl looks even more impressive than the beautiful test subjects back in the day.
Fu Nian waved impatiently.
Start collecting. I need her system data and stem cell samples. Clearly, Fu Nian didn't like Channing Xiong experimenting on her before, and he liked it even less now. Channing Xiong approached Deng Yu, the injector gleaming coldly. Don't worry, little beauty. This time we'll take good care of you. Deng Yu calculated the time. The torpedo trap should already be in place, and Fuya had received her signal. Now only. Suddenly, the laboratory door was kicked open. Fuya stood in the doorway, her silver hair flowing with energy fluctuations, tears in her eyes. Professor. Why? Fu Nian was visibly panicked for a moment. Sister? How? I remember everything. All of it. Fuya's voice was broken and trembling. You kept me in the growth chamber to torture me. Those painful electric shocks. The drugs. And how you changed my memories. Channing Xiong immediately turned his gun to face Fuya. Professor, should I take care of her first? No. Don't hurt her. Fu Nian was truly panicked. Sister, listen to me. All of this is for a greater goal. Fuya's gaze shifted to Deng Yu, who was. Their eyes met. Without words, Deng Yu nodded slightly. Fuya closed her eyes, tears running down her face. When she opened her eyes again, icy blue energy erupted like a tsunami. All the metal objects in the room twisted and deformed, and several raiders were crushed into meat paste. Channing Xiong's mechanical arm softened and sagged, emitting a loud alarm. Control her. Quickly, Fu Nian shouted, hiding behind the lab table. Deng Yu seized the chance to break free. The metal rings had already been destroyed by her ability. She rolled over, picked up the gun Channing Xiong dropped, and fired 3 shots in a row, knocking down the nearest raider.
Fuya.
Come with me. I'll take you away, she shouted. But Fuya shook her head, a sad yet firm smile on her face. Sorry, Deng Yu. I can't go with you this time. She suddenly clasped her hands together and more energy burst out. This time, it wasn't just the metal. The entire underground lab began to collapse. Concrete blocks rained down, and wires snapped with sparks flying. Are you crazy? You'll die too, Fu Nian shouted in horror. Fuya looked at him, her eyes filled with pure hatred.
I know.
But only like this. Can I make sure you won't hurt anyone anymore? Deng Yu wanted to rush over and save her, but was pushed toward the exit by a gentle force. Fuya's final voice echoed in her mind. Take care of Bai Wei. She's my best friend. With a deafening explosion, the entire room was blown apart. Deng Yu was thrown outside onto the lawn by the shockwave, watching helplessly as the main building sank, collapsed, and finally turned into a huge, smoky crater. Silence. Dead silence. Then, A hand reached out from the ruins. Bloodied and exhausted, Fu Yan struggled to crawl out, followed by the equally battered Chen Xiong and 3 surviving Fu family brothers. Kill her. Fu Yan coughed blood and pointed at Deng Yu. Catch this woman. Life or death doesn't matter. Even if I only get her body, I want to study it. Deng Yu slowly stood up, brushed off the dust on her clothes. Her expression was frighteningly calm. You know, Professor? If I had acted sooner, Yuya might not have died. But I did it to make her see your true face. That's why I made you talk so long. You really deserve to die, she snapped her fingers. In front of everyone, she disappeared into the gourd space. All the torpedoes and bombs hidden around the university city exploded at the same time. The carefully calculated shockwave lifted Fu Yan and his group into the air. Chen Xiong was torn in half by the shockwave in midair, while Fu Yan was thrown onto the wreckage of a wall 50 meters away, like a rag doll. Deng Yu walked over to him. The former professor was barely breathing, his spine clearly broken, and his legs twisted at impossible angles.
You
planned this. A long time ago, he said each word while coughing blood. Deng Yu knelt down, her voice cold as ice. People like you, I kill one at a time. By the way, those are torpedoes and bombs taken from Japanese warships. Their explosive power is quite impressive. Fu Yan suddenly grabbed her wrist with his last strength. Deng Yu, you're no match for us. You're just a woman. Before he finished, his hand fell down, and his eyes lost focus. Deng Yu slowly pried open his fingers, took out a tang sword from her space, and cut off Fu Yan's head to free him from becoming a zombie. She took out a small purple gourd, softly saying, "Come out, Bai Wei." The gourd emitted a light. A flash of purple light, and a little girl rubbed her eyes as she appeared on a hospital bed. Sister Deng? I dreamed of Sister Yuya. I know. Deng Yu hugged her tightly, not letting her look back at the ruins. We need to leave now. Where to? Bai Wei asked groggily. Deng Yu looked toward the horizon. To find the remaining answers, she took one last look at Yuya's resting place, then turned and walked outside. Along the way, she collected usable supplies and vehicles into her space. Although Deng Yu had many supplies, she never wasted anything as long as it was still useful. When they reached a place where they could drive, Deng Yu took out a snowmobile from her space and let Bai Wei sit behind her. She then drove back to the community. When they arrived at the 32nd floor, Deng Yu saw that Bai Wei looked sad. She understood why and felt sorry, but she knew that waking up to lose a good friend is very upsetting for anyone. Of course, she hoped Bai Wei could get used to such goodbyes and losses, as this was normal in their world. Besides natural disasters like zombies, daily life was already very hard. Even though the temperature had dropped below -60 degrees Celsius, it was still possible for people to go outside. The cold had turned everything into ice and snow, but humans could still move around. The worst part of winter wasn't just the cold, but the heavy snow. Under the snow, buildings could be buried, and basements or underground places needed ventilation to survive, or they risked suffocation. In such dangerous conditions, Deng Yu couldn't easily comfort Bai Wei. She believed that accepting reality was better than trying to comfort her with false words. Adapting to the end of the world was necessary for survival, as those who couldn't adapt might not last long. Still, Deng Yu prepared some food to help Bai Wei feel better and get through the tough time. What to eat when feeling down? Oh, right, snail rice noodles. Deng Yu hadn't eaten this in a long time. Anything that could be eaten in this situation would taste good. She planned to eat it often in the future. Deng Yu immediately started a fire in the kitchen, boiled water, and took out pre-packed snail rice noodles from her space. These were bought before the end of the world. That day, Deng Yu called several old shops, ordered 4 to 5 packages, and arranged for them to be delivered to Nanning. She paid a deposit and chose cash on delivery. This way, she had stocked up on enough food before everything got worse. Once the broth was hot, Deng Yu added the noodles and ingredients to cook. After a short while, it was ready to eat. But she wanted to make it more delicious, so she also took out some tasty braised pig's trotters, beef jerky, and a big bottle of soda. Eating snail rice noodles was more fun with extra toppings. When Deng Yu opened the kitchen door, a strong, unique smell filled the entire living room. Bai Wei, sitting on the sofa, immediately asked, Deng Jie, what's going on? Is the toilet broken? Why does it smell so strong? Deng Yu, with a mischievous smile, brought a pot of snail rice noodles, some side dishes, and soda to the table. Come, Xiao Bai, let me introduce you to some exotic food. Girls really like to eat this. I promise you'll want to eat it again after trying it once. Bai Wei looked hesitant. I don't want to. It smells sour and weird, and it's so strange. Deng Yu ignored her and started setting out bowls and chopsticks, filling her own bowl. She took a sip of the soup.
Wow.
This tastes amazing. It reminds me of high school or college days. Then she poured herself a glass of soda and drank it all in one go. Refreshing. Eating snail rice noodles usually starts with a sip of soup, then a drink of soda, and then you can begin eating. Deng Yu started eating happily. Bai Wei looked at her with disgust, thinking Deng Yu had gone crazy. Deng Yu suggested, you can try a sip of the soup first. Deng Yu poured some soup for Bai Wei. She hesitated but took a small sip. It's not bad. Suddenly, the foul smell in the air seemed to disappear, as if the stench was gone, just like eating durian. Bai Wei quickly served herself some noodles and started eating slowly. The spicy snail rice noodles made her sweat profusely. Deng Yu immediately poured her a glass of soda, signaling her to drink it all in one gulp. One big gulp, and it's gotta be all gone to feel the thrill. After Bai Wei finished the bubbling soda in one shot, she immediately felt revitalized. Her previous feelings of depression and irritation melted away, washed down by the soda. She felt light and relaxed. Seeing Bai Wei hesitate, Deng Yu quickly demonstrated. She exclaimed, "Ah, that's the real feeling of being refreshed." Bai Wei chuckled and echoed, "Ah, so good." The two of them happily ate and drank together. The next day, ding, the familiar mechanical sound rang out on time. Deng Yu's pupils contracted slightly as she looked at the interface, finally ready for the long-awaited trade. She had prepared well in advance, with 3 carefully chosen items in her backpack: a diamond-shaped, level 3 ice zombie crystal core, with flowing ice crystals inside like a galaxy, a purified energy crystal liquid made from level 3 zombie crystal cores, full of energy and virus-free, ready for use. There is also a set of medicines: adrenaline, painkillers, hemostatic drugs, anti-inflammatory medicines, penicillin, and insulin, all packed in a box. In this world where medicines are scarce, any stable medical supplies are highly valuable. At the moment of listing, the progress bar in the center of the screen starts spinning. Dimension matching in progress. As the countdown reaches the 7th second, 3-dimension information bursts out like shooting stars. First dimension, flourishing Tang Dynasty martial world dimension overview. During the Jingguan era, signs of spiritual energy revival appeared. Martial sects flourished and political and underground forces were active. The Western region's demon sect plans to seize the legendary 9 Heavens Thunder Pool, a level-appropriate internal energy technique, Burning Sun Scorching Heaven technique. Fragment can be cultivated to the innate stage with the special move, Flame Burning Palm, a purple gourd, a mid-grade spiritual tool that can store 100 liters of liquid and stay fresh for 7 days. 9-turn Golden Wound Medicine can be used internally and externally, instantly stopping fatal injuries. Second dimension, frontier of the Interstellar Federation dimension overview. Humanity has established a federation across 30 star systems. The border star regions are affected by black hole radiation, causing a 47% mutation rate in biological genes. There is an urgent need for primitive Earth biological samples to rebuild the gene pool. Particle Cutting Blade, a personal energy weapon with adjustable cutting strength, capable of slicing through millimeter-thick chips. Ecological Cultivation Chamber, simulates Earth's environment, supporting plant and small animal cultivation. Interstellar Communicator, basic, connects to the Federation's public channels and receives star system announcements. Third dimension, Misty Hidden Realm dimension overview, a mysterious world perpetually shrouded in gray fog. Ancient evil gods whisper in the mist. Humans rely on holy mark imprints to fight strange creatures facing the once every 10 years fog tide invasion. Pale holy mark can be branded onto the body, granting misty hidden abilities, invisibility for 3 minutes per day. Reversed fate compass. Damaged can briefly rewind events within 10 minutes, once per day. Blood thornflower juice. Drinking grants numbness to pain, but gradually causes loss of taste. Deng Yu's gaze flickers between the 3 dimensions as she begins to analyze. The internal energy technique and spiritual tools from the Tang Dynasty world are crucial for improving personal combat power. The ecological cultivation chamber from the Interstellar Federation can solve food shortages, and the particle cutting blades technology far surpasses energy pistols. The items in the misty hidden realm carry a dangerous allure. The reversal compass's ability to trace back is like a divine skill, but the cost of the blood thistle makes her cautious. It might be useless, or perhaps just some alchemy materials. The first notification is a trade request from the Interstellar Federation. Their demand clearly states, urgently need unmutated human serum samples, and the insulin she listed is categorized as primitive medical resources. Almost as soon as she sees the message, the trade option turns green with an approval light. The technological world's demand for basic medical supplies exceeds her expectations. Deng Yu notices that in the Tang Zhonghu world, the other side has not agreed. The other party refused the trade. What's most unsettling is the feedback from the misty hidden realm. 3 seconds later, when she reappears, the trade status shows as the other party refused the trade. Deng Yu breaks out in cold sweat and quickly shifts her focus back to the first 2 accepted worlds. With a system prompt, 2 items suddenly appear at her feet. A particle cutting blade, like a floating beam of light, with a biometric device on the handle glowing blue. She first checks the Interstellar Federation's ecological cultivation chamber. It's a cube about half a meter long, covered with glowing patterns. According to the manual, just adding 100 milliliters of pure water and a small amount of soil can activate the tiny ecological cycle. This means she can grow uncontaminated crops or even raise small animals. This discovery makes her heart race. In a doomsday with food shortages, it's like a moving food warehouse. She's quite satisfied with this trade item and decides to let Bai Wei take care of it. She makes an excuse, saying she previously received a high-tech breeding chamber, took it out from her space, and placed it in another room. Deng Yu and Bai Wei start learning how to use it. That night, Deng Yu tries to activate the ecological chamber in the lab. Carefully, she puts in wheat seeds she found at the supermarket and a spoonful of rainwater. When she presses the start button, a soft blue light appears inside, and a water-like barrier wraps around the seeds. The device shows initial ecological chain building, expected harvest in 720 hours. Bai Wei can't help but smile softly. This is the first time since the end of the world that she feels hope. Seeing her so happy, Deng Yu thinks she probably won't be sad anymore. She lets Bai Wei take care of this new system and gives her some other seeds like potatoes, greens, shiitake mushrooms, black fungus, Chinese cabbage, and soybeans. These are quite a few seeds. Let Bai Wei be responsible for future fresh ingredients. Deng Yu found an excuse to go out and study the particle cutting blade, a handle similar to a flashlight. Although it cuts very well, like cutting through iron like mud, it has no way to recharge. Deng Yu thought that in the future, she could trade for a charger to recharge the particle cutting blade. Clearly, it can't be used as a regular weapon. It's okay to use it occasionally. Deng Yu immediately placed the particle cutting blade in the usual weapons area, the most common spot. Her space was already divided into zones. The main zone was Gourd Mountain, near the gourd vines. Other zones were divided based on needs and usage. There was a weapons zone, a grain storage zone, a stockpile zone, and a vegetable zone. These were the areas Deng Yu stocked up on before the end of the world. Behind that were zones 1 to 9, which contained supplies and weapons looted from various places. Deng Yu thought that soon, heavy snow might start falling. Once it snowed heavily, traveling would become difficult. She planned to stay inside and practice the Taoist virtual cultivation technique. After patrolling outside again, she found no one nearby, so she decided to return to floor 32, planning to go out less and stay at home more. She would use the Taishu pendant directly on her dantian and use zombie crystal cores as spiritual stones for cultivation. Fortunately, the Taishu jade pendant can absorb essence and spiritual energy, directly feeding it back to the user. The freezing wind howled outside like a beast, making the glass windows creak and whimper. Inside her apartment on floor 32, Dengyu closed her eyes slightly, surrounded by a faint glow of spiritual energy, immersed in practicing the Taoist virtual cultivation technique. The zombie crystal cores, under the effect of the Taishu jade pendant, continuously released spiritual energy, which she absorbed effortlessly, transforming it into her own energy. She had no worries about zombie virus contamination. "Big Sister Deng, there's a situation." A young but tense voice broke the quiet.
It was Bai Wei.
Hearing this, Dengyu immediately opened her eyes, a sharp light flashing in them. Her ability to see 1,000 miles and hear a breeze instantly activated. She looked around the neighborhood and saw on the cold street a group of zombies slowly moving toward the apartment building. Their movements were stiff, but there were quite a few. Further away, it seemed some more dangerous entities were stirring. "Deng," you calmly said, "get ready. I might need to go out." As she spoke, she stood up, stretched her body, and used her strong abilities to move freely in the extremely cold environment of -60 degrees Celsius, wearing thick polar clothing. Bai Wei nodded. Although only 14 years old, she had already learned to stay calm and be tough in this end-of-the-world situation. She focused her mind and kept watch on her surroundings, providing real-time information to Dengyu. Dengyu walked to the corner of the room and opened a hidden entrance. Inside, she stored various weapons she took from her gourd space. Although she had a space for storage, she still kept some common weapons outside, following the habits of a mercenary, so she could take turns maintaining them, and Bai Wei could use them if she was not around. She skillfully chose a tang sword and a firearm, carefully checked the explosives and bullets to make sure they were ready for battle at any time. The existence of her gourd space meant she had almost no worries about supplies, which was one of the main reasons she could survive in this small community without water or electricity. She had a diesel generator for power, and her space contained plenty of water, enough to last a lifetime. After instructing Bai Wei, Dengyu prepared to go out. She quickly left the room, closed the door to prevent too much heat from escaping, and then went down the stairs into the dim corridor. The stairwell was filled with a pungent, rotten smell, left by zombies. Bai Wei followed closely behind Dengyu, her hands trembling slightly, but her eyes full of trust. When she reached downstairs, a horde of zombies was already near the community gate. Through the glass, Dengyu saw the twisted faces and decayed bodies of the zombies. A cold glint appeared in her eyes. She took a deep breath, and her powerful abilities suddenly erupted. She leapt out of the gate. The zombies heard the noise and immediately turned around, emitting low growls as they rushed toward Dengyu and Bai Wei. Dengyu wielded her tang sword, rushing into the zombie crowd like a lightning bolt. The sword flashed, each swing splattering blood. Her movements were clean and swift. Her immense strength made her attacks destructive, and her tough arms and head allowed her to withstand the zombies' bites without injury. Bai Wei watched Dengyu move freely among the zombies, feeling both admiration and some worry. Suddenly, Dengyu sensed a dangerous aura coming from behind her. She immediately used invisibility magic and disappeared into the zombie horde. Almost at the same time, a huge mutated zombie charged out from the shadows. Its body was twice as large as a normal zombie, with dark red skin and fierce eyes. Dengyu hid invisibly nearby, carefully watching this mutated zombie. She noticed that it moved much faster than ordinary zombies and seemed to be covered with a tough scale-like armor. She knew this was a higher-level mutated zombie and needed to be careful. She wouldn't make mistakes just because she felt confident. Unless time was tight, she always fought carefully, either with one precise strike to train her skills or to stay safe and conserve energy. Quietly, she took out a gun from her gourd space and loaded special bullets. These bullets, made with her metal ability, worked well against the mutated zombie. Recently, She found fighting with a sword was less effective when facing many enemies, as it was hard to quickly finish the fight. She aimed at the zombie's head and pulled the trigger. The bullet hit exactly on its forehead with a loud bang. The mutated zombie roared angrily and swayed, but didn't fall. Deng Yu immediately realized that normal attacks had limited effect on it. She put away the gun and charged back into the zombie group. Using her fire control ability, she ignited a blazing flame in her hand and threw it at the mutated zombie. The flames instantly wrapped around the zombie, making crackling sounds. The zombie howled in pain as the fire melted its body little by little. In this cold weather, it was actually a good time to practice her fire control. Seizing the chance, Deng Yu used her metal ability to form a golden sword and stabbed it into the zombie's core. After a loud explosion, the mutated zombie collapsed to the ground and stopped moving. Deng Yu wiped the sweat from her forehead, looked around, and saw that most of the normal zombies had been defeated. She quickly pressed her earpiece and patted it, saying, "It's okay now. I'll head back soon." Back in her room, Deng Yu collected the zombie's core, which was very helpful for her training. She sat on the bed, continuing to run her Taoist practice technique, absorbing spiritual energy from the core. Bai Wei was nearby, organizing supplies to keep everything in order. Outside the window, the extreme cold weather continues, but the room is filled with warmth and peace. Deng Yu knows that in this end-of-the-world situation, danger can come at any time, but she can only trust herself. As long as Bai Wei is willing to listen, she is happy to live with her. With these strong abilities and enough supplies, they can survive in this harsh world and face new challenges. A few days later, Deng Yu sat cross-legged on a sofa, holding a Taishu jade pendant in her palm, with 3 faintly blue glowing zombie crystal cores resting on it. Now, she spends 3 hours each day focusing on practicing. The Taishu jade pendant in her hand feels hot, like a small furnace, purifying spiritual energy from the crystal cores and injecting it into her meridians. The originally thin stream of spiritual power inside her body has now gathered into a creek, rushing through her strange meridians. This is a resonance caused by the metal-type ability and the indestructible power of the gourd baby, under the influence of spiritual energy. Deng Yu's body has multiple spiritual roots: water, fire, metal, and lightning. Unfortunately, she only later realized that the Taishu jade pendant and the Taishu cultivation technique had transformed her body into a mixed spiritual root. It seems the universe is fair in its way. The gifts are perfectly suited for the original female lead, Deng Wan. She hasn't awakened any special abilities, but with the Taishu jade pendant and the cultivation technique, she must have a top-grade spiritual root. Deng Yu's brothers all have single spiritual roots, probably suitable for cultivation too. But unfortunately, fate is not as good as effort. They have been taken over in this life by Deng Yu. In her previous life, Deng Wan didn't seem to practice cultivation, probably because she had space and supplies to relax and do flower planting in the base. Peak of the first stage of Qi training, she murmured, lightly tracing her fingertip over her palm. At this moment, a faint golden glow covered her, a sign that she was about to break through. Bai Wei sat quietly by the window, using her precognition to protect Deng Yu. Occasionally, she looked up at the icy glass, where half-meter-long ice crystals refracted rainbow-colored light under the sun, but they couldn't the biting cold of -70 degrees. Recently, the cold and snowstorms have started again and are expected to continue. Because she was worried about Deng Yu's safety, Bai Wei used her precognition every hour to sense whether she would be sad or upset. If her precognition showed Deng Yu wouldn't be upset, she would tell her so, as it would be a waste of her ability to predict unnecessary feelings. If something will make her sad later, it must be something serious. Other matters won't affect Bai Wei. It must be Deng Yu having trouble, and she easily found out. Bai Wei has to admire Deng Yu. She's both clever and beautiful. When the 4th crystal core turned into powder in her palm, Deng Yu suddenly felt a sharp pain like a needle stabbing her dantian. Spiritual energy, like a wild horse, was pushed back by an invisible barrier when rushing toward the Xinzhong point, making her throat feel tight, almost causing her to spit out blood. It's a blockage in the spiritual vein. She gritted her teeth and suddenly used her water control ability, guiding cool water elements through her meridians, like channeling water in a dry riverbed. At the same time, her ability to see 1,000 miles unconsciously activated. She saw her spiritual power inside her body turning into gold and red colors, twisting into a knot at the Shinjong point. Boom! A muffled sound exploded in her mind, and images of the Calabash brothers appeared before her eyes. The eldest brother's immense strength turned into a giant golden hand, splitting open the blockage in her spiritual vein. The fourth brother's fire control ability became a red-hot blade, burning away the impurities. When these two powers collided inside her body, she suddenly used her mental energy ability, like commanding an army, guiding her spiritual power to break through the bottleneck. The Taisu jade pendant in her palm suddenly hummed, resonating with the 7-colored gourd in her mind, causing the room's temperature to rise by 10 degrees instantly. Bai Wei turned her head in surprise and saw tiny ice crystals and sparks floating around Deng Yu. The two elements didn't clash but intertwined, forming shimmering ribbons in her hair. Deng Yu's eyelashes were covered with sweat, but the moment they touched the ice crystals, they turned into ice beads. Yet, she smiled, as the barrier troubling her was collapsing under the double impact of spiritual power and abilities. She spat out a mouthful of black blood and suddenly opened her eyes. A flash of gold and red crossed her gaze, and the snow on the balcony outside was blown away by an invisible force, revealing the smooth tiles underneath. She took a deep breath, feeling her senses greatly enhanced. She could clearly hear Bai Wei's heartbeat, the smell of diesel from the generator, and even the crisp sound of zombies crushing ice outside. Looking down, she saw a faint metallic shine beneath her skin. "Senior Deng, have you broken through?" Bai Wei cautiously approached, noticing her aura had become more steady. Second level of the Qi training stage, Deng Yu skillfully moved her wrist, and the fine needle formed by her metal-type ability spun at her fingertips. This time, she could clearly see every pattern on the needle, feeling her internal energy blending more smoothly. When she broke through earlier, the ability of the Calabash brothers seemed to resonate with her cultivation method. Suddenly, she remembered that the system said this was a clone of the primordial gourd vine from Chaos, which could allow someone like her with mixed spiritual roots to practice. Maybe it was designed to help her find a unique path in this world where spiritual energy was reviving, combining supernatural powers and cultivation. As she spoke, her mind became sharp, almost like she had a premonition ability. She suddenly frowned and looked northwest. Her distant vision extended automatically. On the top floor of the frozen shopping mall, a figure covered in ice crystals slowly turned its head. Its hollow eye sockets aimed directly at the apartment building. That was no ordinary zombie. Its head was embedded with a diamond-shaped crystal core that shimmered with a silvery glow under the moonlight, very different from normal crystal cores. A 6th-level mental mutation ice-type zombie? No, its aura is even stronger. Deng Yu clenched her tang sword. Her spiritual energy, boosted after her breakthrough, heightened her sense of danger several times. "Xiao Bai, stay at home. I might need to go to the mall. There are new crystal cores there, and..." She paused, her eyes flashing with excitement. "I want to see if I've become stronger after the recent upgrade." Inside the mall, 3-meter-wide ice pillars fell from the ceiling, forming a sharp forest of ice spikes on the ground. The 6th-level mental mutation zombie and the ice-type mutant zombie were hanging upside down on the second-floor corridor. Their bodies, covered in ice crystals, reflected the moonlight, looking like breathing ice sculptures. It seemed they knew Deng Yu was coming and were waiting. They definitely had some intelligence. Deng Yu ran her finger over the hilt of her tang sword. Her metal ability coated the blade with a thin, wing-like light film, making it sharper and easier to shoot out metal blades. The hanging zombie suddenly stretched its body. Its icy hand struck the corridor railing, causing the entire wall of tiles to crystallize and shatter like dominoes in the extreme cold. Deng Yu's pupils shrank. Her water control ability instinctively activated. A 2-meter diameter water shield formed above her head. But as the ice shards touched the water shield, they instantly turned into thousands of ice arrows shooting back. Deng Yuexian swung out her tang sword, and the wind blade formed by her metal-type ability shredded the ice arrow into pieces. At the same time, her fire control ability caused flames to explode in her palm. The orange-red flames collided with the cold aura of the ice-type zombie, creating a fierce hot and cold airflow in the courtyard. She finally saw the full appearance of the zombie. Its human torso had completely turned into crystal, with pale blue ice liquid flowing through its veins. The diamond-shaped core was shrinking and expanding at a strange rhythm, and each beat caused small ice storms in the surrounding air. Some awareness, such fighting instinct. This is the first time I've seen it. Deng Yuexian suddenly threw her tang sword into the air. Her telekinesis made the sword hover in midair. Let's try my new ability. Before she finished speaking, she activated her invisibility and disappeared. At the same time, she used her fire control to create several fireballs, igniting flames in the 4 corners of the mall, north, south, east, and west, forcing the ice domain of the zombie to split repeatedly and causing chaos. The mutated zombie let out a piercing scream. The temperature of the entire mall instantly dropped to -80 degrees Celsius. Deng Yuexian, invisible, appeared on the 3rd floor. The tiles under her feet froze into a web-like, and even her breath turned into ice shards. Suddenly, the mutated zombie leapt in front of Deng Yuexian. It was surprising how well this zombie understood her abilities, using temperature to locate her. Good timing, Deng Yuexian suddenly became visible. Her metal-type ability formed several golden spears at her fingertips. She swung them toward the zombie's icy claws, aiming for its wrist joint. The collision of metal and ice produced a crisp sound, and cracks appeared on the ice crystal surface. However, after the zombie inhaled a cold breath, the cracks quickly healed. She realized that this zombie could directly absorb water vapor from the air to strengthen its armor and control its enemies. In such an extremely cold environment, it was practically invincible. Suddenly, Deng Yuexian threw a gasoline barrel from her gourd space. Her mental ability, like an invisible hand, grabbed the barrel and smashed it toward the ice spike forest in the courtyard. The sound of shattering glass echoed as the gasoline spilled onto the ice. Her fire control instantly ignited the flames, and the orange-red tongues of fire spread along the ice surface, slicing the zombie's ice domain in half. The mutated zombie let out an angry scream. Its core exploded with bright light, and the ice pillars on the ceiling fell simultaneously, creating deep ice pits half a meter deep on the ground. Using her telekinesis, Deng Yuexian directed her tang sword like a shooting star toward the core, catching the zombie off guard. She seized this split second to unleash her full strength, crashing into the main support pillar of the courtyard. Amid the sound of breaking steel, half of the wall suddenly collapsed, and concrete blocks with flames smashed toward the zombie. The intense clash of supernatural power and fire caused a shockwave inside the mall. Deng Yu used the explosion's force to leap into the air. Her metal ability formed a jagged golden blade in her palm, forcefully slicing through 3 layers of ice crystals on the zombie's head. She thought, realizing that no one is truly invincible. The diamond-shaped core inside the crystal burst with a bright silver glow as the golden blade pierced it. Deng Yu felt as if she was holding a small sun. The mixture of icy liquid and blood splashed onto her arm, sizzling with a burning sound. She clenched her teeth, spun the golden blade half a turn, and the internal glass-like crackling sounded as the core's energy flow was cut off. The mutated zombie's movements froze suddenly, and finally, only the core fell to the ground. It's a dual-element crystal core of ice and mental energy, level 6, Deng Yu said, picking up the still-cold diamond-shaped crystal. She paused, surprised. Who found such a treasure? But now, whether it's zombies or humans, anyone with ice abilities can level up. Moreover, this is a mutated zombie with dual abilities. But this zombie is only one. How strange. Could zombies also have lone wolves? Forget it. If zombies have lone wolves, Maybe it's because the zombie awakened memories or for some other reason, leaving the zombie group alone. Deng Yu didn't care about the cause. After hunting, she continued her cultivation. Late at night, the 32nd floor apartment was so quiet that the ticking of the electronic clock could be heard. Deng Yu sat cross-legged on a special cultivation mat. Now she decided to follow an ancient method to make a proper meditation cushion nearby for her cultivation. Bai Wei was sleeping in the next room, still holding a level 5 mental crystal core, probably thinking about her fellow sufferer, Sister Fuya.
Sigh.
Vast Void True Cultivation Technique draws spiritual energy into the body. She placed 4 crystals of different attributes in 4 directions: blue water, red fire, gold metal, and purple thunder, matching her tested mixed spiritual root attributes. Taking a deep breath, Deng Yu held the heavens and earth spirit pendant with both hands, placing the 4 crystals on it, and began sensing the so-called spiritual energy of heaven and earth, as instructed by the technique. At first, nothing happened. Suddenly, the 4 crystals became scalding hot. Deng Yu almost let go of the pendant but clenched her teeth and endured with her willpower. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the crystal core. 4 different colored energy flows, like living creatures, drilled into her palm and spread along her arm meridians throughout her body.
Pain.
It was more intense than being pierced by a bullet. The 4 energies collided recklessly within her meridians, rejecting each other, yet forcibly merging. Deng Yu's muscles tensed, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead, but she remained still, following her cultivation method to guide the energy flow. The 4 energies fiercely clashed at her dantian, forming a chaotic whirlpool. She felt her internal organs being squeezed, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. She immediately used her special abilities to soothe the energy. Suddenly, the chaotic whirlpool stabilized. The 4 energies no longer rejected each other but reached a delicate balance, beginning to circulate along fixed paths. Deng Yu's pain gradually faded like a tide, replaced by an unprecedented feeling of fullness. She opened her eyes, and the world looked completely different. Breaking through to the peak of the 2nd stage of Qi cultivation. I did it. She truly was a genius. She had discovered a new path: spiritual energy cultivation, body refinement, and supernatural protection. She looked at the pile of crystal cores in the space, a determined glint in her eyes. Time waits for no one. She needed to become stronger faster. Grabbing more than a dozen crystal cores, Deng Yu began an even more frantic absorption. At dawn, Bai Wei rubbed her eyes and walked into the living room, stunned by what she saw. Deng Yu floated half a meter above the ground, surrounded by a swirling vortex of 4-colored spiritual energy. Water and fire formed a blue-red intertwined Tai Chi pattern. Metallic spiritual energy gave her skin a bronze glow, while tiny purple lightning flickered among her hair. The entire living room was a mess. All metal objects were twisted and deformed. Frost covered the walls, but there were scorch marks as well. The air was thick with the smell of ozone. Sister Deng, Bai Wei called timidly. The spiritual energy vortex suddenly shrank, and Deng Yu slowly descended. When she opened her eyes, a flash of purple lightning crossed her pupils. Morning, little one. Her voice was more ethereal than usual, full of joy, with a slight echo. I think I've discovered a new world. Bai Wei hurried over, curious, and poked Deng Yu's arm. You look different. Your skin looks like metal, but it feels warm. Deng Yu inwardly checked her dantian, where a stable 4-color vortex had formed and was slowly rotating. According to the standards of the Tai Su cultivation technique, she had reached the 3rd stage of Qi cultivation. In just one night, she relied on a mountain of crystal cores to break through to the 3rd level of Qi training. This is called cultivation, she explained simply. Another supernatural system. I've decided to teach you too. Although Bai Wei has a kind personality, always gentle and willing to give, Deng Yu saw the desire in Bai Wei's eyes. She hadn't taught her before because she had many concerns. Suddenly, Bai Wei became excited. Sister Deng, can I learn too? Of course, Deng Yu thought for a moment. She would teach her part of the method, the Qi training section of the Tao virtual cultivation technique. The rest could wait. You can always trust your sister Deng. But from now on, you should call me master. Haha. She tried to activate her spiritual power and ignite her fire ability. An amazing scene happened. When her sword was drawn, the red flames no longer just wrapped around the blade. Instead, a half-meter-long fiery sword energy extended out. With a flick, the distant dining table was silently cut in half. The cut was smooth and mirror-like, but blackened with char. Wow. Bai Wei clapped happily. Sister Deng, you're so amazing. Deng Yu tested other abilities. After combining her indestructible body with her golden spiritual root, her defense increased at least 3 times. Her water control ability could instantly drain all the water from a bucket. The most astonishing was her lightning spiritual root combined with her electric powers. She could now summon real lightning. Bai Wei sat cross-legged on a beast hide, holding a first-level zombie crystal core purification liquid from her gourd space. Her fingertips trembled slightly. This was her first real attempt at cultivation, and she was very excited. Follow the mantra I taught you. First, draw spiritual energy into your body. Deng Yu held the girl's cold wrist and transferred a strand of spiritual power into her meridians to help her open her energy channels. The method of testing spiritual roots in the Tao virtual cultivation technique is to let the crystal core's energy naturally appear in the spiritual veins. Before she finished speaking, the crystal core purification liquid in Bai Wei's palm suddenly glowed with a greenish light, and tiny flickering lights, like fireflies, floated up. It's a wood spiritual root. Deng Yu's eyes showed surprise. In the cultivation world, the 5 elements are important. The wood spiritual root is naturally compatible with plants and life energy, making it perfect for Bai Wei's gentle personality. Remember this feeling. When the wood spiritual root absorbs spiritual energy, it should wrap around the meridians like vines, not rush in blindly. Bai Wei closed her eyes and began to circulate her spiritual energy, as Deng Yu instructed. When the spiritual energy extracted from the crystal core purification liquid flowed through the Shenke point, she suddenly saw a glowing tender sprout appear deep in her consciousness. That sprout belonged to her. Senior Sister Deng, I saw it. Bai Wei opened her eyes, her pupils still shimmering with a faint green light. She spread her palm, and the purified crystal core liquid she had just absorbed was now empty. The first morning sunlight pierced through the bulletproof glass, casting diamond-shaped light spots on the living room floor. Bai Wei wore a special white training outfit, her face tense with unprecedented seriousness. In front of her was a simple mat, and Deng Yu sat upright on a grand chair opposite her. She was no longer lazy, but sat straight like a pine tree. Master, I humbly offer 3 bows and 9 kowtows. The young girl's clear and firm voice echoed clearly in the quiet living room. She knelt on her knees, bowing her forehead heavily onto the mat, making a dull thud sound. 9 times in a row, each with even strength. On the last time, when she lifted her head, Bai Wei's smooth forehead was already slightly red. Deng Yu's eyes showed a hint of emotion, but she quickly regained her stern master's aura. She took out a smooth white jade from her, engraved with the ancient characters, Tai Su, using spiritual energy. She made this last night in a hurry. The talisman with the inscription, Tai Su, was carved with spiritual power. No matter where this Tai Su cultivation technique came from in the universe, since she obtained it in the end times, Deng Yu thought about taking a disciple and passing on the inheritance. Otherwise, if she died someday, it would be lost. She also kept some reserves for Bai Wei, slowly giving it to her. From today, you are my Tai Su sect's first disciple, Deng Yu said solemnly. I bestow upon you a Tang sword. In the future, in the apocalypse, use it to kill zombies and live well. Bai Wei took the sword with both hands. The moment she touched the Tang sword, a warm aura flowed along her arm into her body. She instantly knew that this sword was extraordinary. Of course, it was extraordinary. Deng Yu had crafted this fiery Tang sword by combining supernatural abilities and cultivation techniques. Disciple will remember the master's teachings, Bai Wei replied happily. Deng Yu stood up. Her black combat outfit moved without wind. The Tai Su sect doesn't fuss over complicated rules, but there are 3 strict laws you must remember. She raised her first finger. First, obey. Her second finger. Second, still obey. The last finger was stretched straight. Third, and most important, always obey. Deng Yu paused, then said, keep a card hidden. Your psychic abilities should only be shown in life or death situations, and the cultivation techniques you learn from me shouldn't be shared easily. Bai Wei nodded seriously, her small hand unconsciously touching her forehead and wiping away cold sweat. She understood Deng Yu was referring to her growing precognitive powers and her kind-hearted nature. Now, practical combat training, Deng Yu suddenly changed the topic. She took out 2 sets of polar cold weather suits from her space storage. Put them on. We're going outside. The practice will be in -80 degrees Celsius. An hour later, the 2 stood in the city, where the thermometer showed -83 degrees. Zombies were rare. The water vapor from their breath instantly froze into ice crystals, and a layer of frost quickly formed on their cold suits. Use your spiritual energy, Deng Yu demonstrated, a faint red glow appearing around her body. Don't release it outward. Just circulate it within your meridians. Bai Wei tried to imitate, but at first, she could only make her fingertips warm. Deng Yu unceremoniously patted her back. Wrong posture. Use your whole body, then return the energy to your dantian. Smack. 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 After correcting her posture more than 10 times, Bai Wei finally managed to form a thin protective shield of spiritual energy on her body. It was weak, but enough to resist the biting cold. Good. Deng Yu rarely showed a hint of satisfaction. Now, watch carefully. She drew her Tang sword, not using any supernatural powers, just pure spiritual energy. The blade was first covered with a layer of icy blue water spirit energy, then wrapped with red fire spirit energy, 2 opposing elements coexisting harmoniously. With a horizontal slash, she sent out a swirling blue-red sword aura that cut through the air, striking 3 wandering zombies 30 meters away. Their upper bodies froze, while their lower halves burned, a strange sight that made Bai Wei's eyes widen. This move is called Ice Flame Slash, a basic application of water and fire. Deng Yu sheathed her sword. Today, your task is to learn the basic sword-holding stance and how to attach spiritual energy to the blade. She took out a normal Tang sword from her space storage and handed it to Bai Wei. It wasn't enchanted or infused with spiritual energy, suitable for a beginner, but it was made of solid steel. First, practice holding the sword. Right hand grips the sword, left hand forms a spell to draw spiritual energy into the blade. Bai Wei followed her instructions, her face flushing with effort. On her first try, the sword didn't move at all. On the 10th, the blade faintly turned green. On her 50th attempt, she finally made the entire sword glow with a thin green light. Keep going 1,000 times, Deng Yu ordered coldly, standing nearby to supervise, occasionally correcting her posture with a thin stick. In the freezing environment of -80 degrees, Bai Wei's sweat froze into tiny ice beads as soon as it appeared. But she clenched her teeth and repeated the boring movements over and over. Her small hands developed blisters that quickly froze in the cold. After 3 hours, Bai Wei finally finished the basic training. By then, she could keep her spiritual energy steady on the sword for 10 seconds without it fading. Just barely passing, Deng Yu finally called a stop. Now, real combat. Follow me closely. Only use the sword. The 2 moved toward the edge of the glacier, where few mutated zombies adapted to the extreme cold wandered. These zombies had icy blue skin and moved much faster than normal zombies. That one on the left, go. Deng Yu pushed Bai Wei forward. Startled, Bai Wei immediately drew the attention of 3 ice zombies. They roared and lunged at her, claws covered with ice shards. The little girl was so scared she almost screamed, but her survival instincts from long-term post-apocalyptic life made her quickly adopt the sword stance she had just learned. Remember the spiritual energy route. Deng Yu warned from a short distance, but she made no move to help. The first zombie was already rushing toward her. Bai Wei instinctively wanted to use her precognition to dodge, but she remembered Deng Yu's teachings and held back. She followed her training, injecting spiritual energy into her Tang sword and swung it horizontally. The blade sliced across the zombie's chest, leaving a deep wound but not fatal. The zombie's claws reached for her face. At the last moment, Bai Wei remembered the defensive use of her golden spiritual root. She concentrated her thin wooden spiritual energy into her left arm and braced herself against the attack. With a clash, the zombie's claws were deflected, and Bai Wei's sleeve and the newly formed wooden shield shattered, revealing her pale, slightly weak skin underneath. Good. Deng Yu cheered, rare praise in her voice. She now had a zombie virus vaccine. Bai Wei still had her wooden spiritual root, and she had spiritual spring water. She wasn't worried about Bai Wei getting hurt, and seeing the girl so brave gave Deng Yu a sense of pride as if her daughter was growing up. Bai Wei felt a surge of confidence and directed the wooden energy from her spiritual root into her right hand holding the sword. The sword, infused with spiritual energy, suddenly became much more powerful. The Tang sword transformed into a sharp weapon, and she used it to slash upward, splitting the zombie from head to toe. I did it, Master. Bai Wei excitedly turned around, but she saw Deng Yu's face suddenly change. A blue figure suddenly lunged at Bai Wei from the side. It was a rare level 6 ice-type mutated zombie, 3 times larger than a normal zombie, covered in ice armor. Bai Wei had no time to react, and was about to be knocked down. A purple lightning bolt struck first, hitting the zombie precisely in the forehead. It froze in place. Cracks like spider webs appeared on its ice armor, then exploded loudly. After upgrading, Deng Yu became even stronger. The level 6 ice-type mutated zombies used to be a challenge for her, but now she could defeat them instantly with lightning magic. Lightning abilities are truly the most powerful in the apocalypse. Deng Yu kept her finger poised, sparks of purple electricity dancing at her fingertips. Remember this lesson. Always stay alert on the battlefield. However, Deng Yu walked over and gently rubbed her head. Your understanding is good. It seems you're not only skilled in mental abilities but also quick to learn and good at fighting. Shyly, Bai Wei lowered her head. Disciples know their mistake. Deng Yu immediately picked her up. Let's talk about it at home. Training ends for today. On the way back, Bai Wei fell asleep on Deng Yu's back, exhausted from using her magic. Deng Yu watched her peaceful breathing, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. The morning fog was like cotton wool spreading over the street. Deng Yu threw 2 modified Tang swords to Bai Wei. The blades were wrapped with fine metal vines, a result of yesterday's fusion of wood spirit roots and metal-type abilities. Remember, first observe the zombie's movements, then use mental sensing to locate the crystal core, she said, brushing away the ice from Bai Wei's shoulder. Her mental abilities formed a heat-conducting shield around them, blocking the extreme cold. As they stepped out of the apartment building, a sudden metallic twisting sound came from the abandoned supermarket shelves in the distance. Deng Yu's far-seeing eyes instantly locked onto the source. 5 mutated zombies covered in ice spikes were tearing apart freezers. Their crystal cores shimmered with a strange purple glow, very different from ordinary zombies. These are new hybrid types of ice and metal abilities, Deng Yu whispered. Their weak spot is at the joints, where the ice crystals are thinnest. Bai Wei took a deep breath, her mental sensing spreading out like a spider web. The moment she touched the zombie's crystal core, her pupils shrank sharply. The surface of these mutated creatures' cores was covered with thorn-like metal veins. Master, their crystal cores are devouring the surrounding metal. Before she finished speaking, a zombie suddenly swung its icy-bladed arm, slicing the traffic sign on the roadside into pieces. Metal shards, cold and sharp, flew everywhere. Deng Yu immediately acted. She rushed forward, spinning to throw out a fire chain. The fiery net trapped 3 zombies in the center, separating them so Bai Wei could face better opponents. Use vines to tie their joints, Deng Yu's voice came from the side. Bai Wei's wood spirit power surged through her veins. Countless vines burst out from inside her, wrapping around the zombies' ankles like giant snakes. The mutated zombies let out harsh screams, and their crystal cores shone brightly. Metal ice spikes, shaped like thorns, grew wildly but were broken into glowing fragments the moment they pierced the vines. Bai Wei's mind sensed cracks forming on the surface of the crystal core. She bit her tongue, spraying her blood onto the vines. Her wood spirit power suddenly increased sharply, transforming into wooden arrows that shot into the zombies' chests. Now's the time, Deng Yu revealed herself, and Bai Wei seized the chance. The green vine patterns on her Tang sword suddenly came alive, turning into vines that pierced through the zombie's throat and pulled out the beating crystal core. When the last zombie fell, Bai Wei's legs nearly buckled, and she almost knelt. She looked at the gray-blue crystal core floating in her palm, noticing the black blood veins on its surface being gradually purified by the green light of her wood spirit power. Master, she looked up at Deng Yu, clutching the warming crystal core. Her wood spirit root danced happily within her veins. For the first time, she truly understood Deng Yu's words. In this end of world, her wood spirit root was not a symbol of weakness, but a seed of life that could break through the earth again. After tidying up, she continued hunting zombies outside with Deng Yu. The cold wind howled, carrying icy crystals. Bai Wei's breath froze into ice shards. She clenched her Tang sword wrapped in green vine patterns. Her elemental power flowed through her veins, and a faint green glow wove along the blade, giving the cold metal a touch of life. Deng Yu stood beside her, forming a chain of metal energy with her fingers, her eyes alert as she scanned the icy street. Suddenly, a sound of metal scraping came from beneath an abandoned bus ahead. Deng Yu raised her hand to signal Bai Wei to stay silent. Her remote vision activated. 3 ice crystal zombies at 10 o'clock, she whispered. Watch out for ice spikes. Bai Wei took a deep breath. Her wood element power quietly entered her legs, filling her muscles with strength, even in the extreme cold. She charged at the zombie like a cheetah. As she swung her Tang sword, wooden vines rapidly grew along the blade, leaving streaks of green shadows in the air. The zombie at the front noticed the movement and turned around. Its icy armor made a screeching sound as sharp ice spikes shot toward Bai Wei. At a critical moment, Bai Wei turned aside to dodge. Simultaneously, the wooden vines stretched out like a snake, wrapping around the zombie's wrist. The vines shimmered with a moist glow. When they touched the ice spikes, they absorbed some of the cold, slowing down the icy attack. Deng Yu took the chance to throw out a golden chain, wrapping it around another zombie's neck. Her fire control ability ignited flames on the chain, burning the zombie's icy armor. Bai Wei used the momentum to leap. Her wooden psychic power erupted again, causing the vines on her sword to tighten suddenly, breaking the zombie's arm. The unbalanced zombie staggered forward. Bai Wei seized the moment, swinging her sword with the sharpness of her wooden psychic power, aiming at the zombie's neck. The blade clashed with the ice crystal, sparks flying everywhere. The wooden vines slipped into the cracks of the ice, gradually breaking it apart. The last zombie let out a roar and threw 3 ice blades from behind. Bai Wei reacted quickly. She wove a green net of vines in front of her, barely blocking the attack. But the force of the ice blades pushed her back a few steps, causing long cracks to appear on the ice beneath her feet. She clenched her teeth and poured all her wooden psychic energy into her sword. The vines on the blade grew wildly, forming a huge, blade-shaped mass. Bai Wei shouted loudly, swinging her sword at the zombie. The powerful wooden energy in her Tang sword cut through the zombie's icy armor, embedding the blade into its head and pulling out a purple-black crystal core. As the core hit the ground, Deng Yu activated her fire control ability, burning it to ashes to prevent new mutations. The battle was over. Bai Wei, panting heavily, leaned on her sword. Sweat on her forehead quickly froze in the cold air. Her wooden psychic energy was drained, making her feel tired, but her eyes sparkled with excitement. Deng Yu stepped forward and patted her shoulder. Good job. You worked well together. In this environment, you need to use your wooden psychic ability flexibly like that, Before she finished speaking, a series of cracking ice sounds came from the distance, like 1,000 troops charging forward. Bai Wei and Deng Yu exchanged glances, and both tightened their weapons. The cold wind carried ice shards like steel needles, howling fiercely. Over 100 zombies formed a dark gray wave rushing along the icy road. Deng Yu quickly swung her sword, creating a beautiful arc. The golden flames flickering on the blade reflected her cold, sharp eyes. Remember, in front of overwhelming numbers, fighting alone is just asking for death. Do you see those abandoned vehicles and the shelves dumped on the roadside? Bai Wei looked in the direction she pointed. Rusty old cars and metal shelves stretched across the street, forming a natural barrier. The girl paused, then understood. She activated her wood element powers. Blue ice vines shot across the ground, weaving into a net between the shelves. Good, using vines to reinforce the barrier. Turning it into a trap and a protective fence, Deng Yu nodded approvingly. She then took out a modified shotgun from her space pouch. But just defending isn't enough. You also need long-range attack methods. When such an opportunity arises, you should use your gun first. Suddenly, she pulled the trigger. The gunfire tore through the icy fog. The head of the zombie at the front exploded with ice shards, but its body was pushed forward by inertia, crashing into the shelves. Seizing the moment, Deng Yu activated her mental powers. 2 invisible silk threads wrapped around 2 other zombies in front, pulling them toward the ice walls on either side. See that? Sometimes, using zombies as shields not only conserves your powers, but also disrupts their charging formation. The zombies had already charged forward. Deng Yu was the first to step in. Her sword danced, and each zombie's head burst like fireworks. Bai Wei's sword was already wrapped in wood vines. She mimicked Deng Yu, aiming at the zombie's joints and swinging her blade. But when 3 mutated zombies broke through the vine net and lunged at her, the girl's movements became noticeably frantic. One zombie's icy claw nearly grazed her cheek, leaving a white scar on her mask. Deng Yu, from behind, used her metal element powers to manipulate metal and pulled Bai Wei back. Don't fight them head-on. Deng Yu's figure flickered like a ghost. She used a metal chain to wrap around the mutated zombie's neck, pulling hard. Her metal powers instantly crushed its head. Deng Yu deliberately used a metal chain weapon to teach Bai Wei. Her most common and effective attack method with her wood powers would definitely be using wooden vines. She spun around and kicked another zombie away, then casually pulled Bai Wei behind her. Remember, your wood powers are better suited for support in battle. Don't fight alone. Create destruction with the environment, and use weapons to compensate for your supernatural weaknesses. Deng Yu sidestepped ice spikes and precisely shot the zombie's knees. Now, use your mental powers to control 3 zombies and make them fight each other, she said. Before she finished, Bai Wei closed her eyes and focused, a faint green glow flickering at her fingertips. Suddenly, the 3 zombies turned around, claws stabbing into each other's heads, and the blue light from their shattered crystal cores exploded across the snow. Clumsy but effective. And don't close your eyes during battle. Closing your eyes to use mental control needs to be fixed, Deng Yu commented. Without turning around, she threw a dagger, hitting a quick-moving zombie trying to sneak attack from 30 meters away. Real fighting is like this. Watch all around and listen carefully. Now, I'll teach you the correct way to use your mental powers. Deng Yu suddenly changed tactics, pointing at a quick-moving zombie about to pounce. Watch carefully. Her eyes flashed purple, and the zombie froze, then surprisingly turned around, blocking an attack from another zombie for Deng Yu. Now, try combining your mental powers with your wood spirit root, Deng Yu suggested. Plants have simple nervous systems, so, before she finished, a zombie suddenly attacked from the side. Bai Wei instinctively activated both her mental control and her wood spirit root. Something amazing happened. She saw a channel of energy like plant vascular tissue in the zombie's brain. Her mental energy flowed through this channel, controlling the zombie with almost no energy used, making it turn around and block its companion's attack. Good, Deng Yu cheered. She quickly moved beside Bai Wei and used her Tang Dao to precisely kill a quick-moving zombie trying to attack. But remember, The advantage of the wood element isn't in damage, but in control range and endurance. Bai Wei gradually got into the rhythm, learning to clear the edge zombies strategically like Deng Yu. Deng Yu felt it was enough and didn't want to pressure Bai Wei too much. She decided to teach more slowly later. Suddenly, she changed tactics again, putting away her Tang Dao and pulling out 2 MP5 submachine guns from her space. Bullets poured out, each headshot precise. Her movements when reloading were smooth and flowing. Remember, there's no best weapon, only the right time. I didn't use my weapons just now to let you learn something. Bai Wei watched in amazement. Her master moved through the zombie horde like a dance, each step stirring waves of blood and fire, yet she moved gracefully, as if strolling through a garden. As the battle neared its end, the number of corpses sharply decreased to just over 10. Bai Wei was already sweating heavily, and her wooden spiritual root was consumed far beyond expectations. Just as she was about to ask for a break, a strange sensation suddenly struck her. Something not quite right. A hidden ice crystal zombie suddenly leapt down from the roof. In the moment Bai Wei looked up, the icy blade was already close to her face. At a critical moment, Deng Yu used her powerful legs, stepping on the broken ice surface. She transformed into a golden shadow, smashing the zombie aside, and her indestructible body withstood the attack. The ice blade sparked near her shoulder, but only left a shallow white scar. Be more careful next time. Deng Yu pressed her steaming gun against the zombie's forehead. There's no clear start or end to a fight. After the gunshot, she quickly swept the remaining zombies. Once all the zombies were still, she took out a medical kit from her gourd space to check Bai Wei's condition, cleaning blood from her clothes and tending to her wounds. Remember, every minute and second outside is dangerous. The wood-type ability can temporarily seal wounds for healing, and the mental ability can sense enemies' weaknesses and movements. But no matter how you fight, you must reserve some energy and abilities. Always leave yourself an escape route. Bai Wei looked at the messy battlefield, still recalling Deng Yu's heroic stance wielding her Tang knife just moments ago. She watched Deng Yu tending to her minor injuries while chattering. Suddenly, she clenched her Tang knife, and the wooden vines crept along the blade onto her arm. I understand. Deng Yu gently ruffled Bai Wei's hair. Now wearing a hood, she didn't feel Bai Wei's soft hair, but seeing her so obedient, Deng Yu still felt very caring. Frost on the zombie remains shimmered in the sunlight. Bai Wei was using her wooden spiritual root to grow vines to bind the loot, and she was in charge of extracting the zombie cores. Suddenly, she trembled as if she had a premonition. Master, she grabbed Deng Yu's sleeve. The cafeteria kitchen at Donghai City University. Something is about to happen. Deng Yu was wiping the black blood and blood ice off her Tang knife. Hearing this, her fingers tightened and the blade trembled. The blood ice on the blade immediately fell away. Memories from her past flooded back like a tide. During the outbreak, when the zombie was trapped in the cafeteria, she remembered the potatoes with eyes and mouths rolling out of the storage room. That cursed, unstoppable potato spirit. What does it feel like? Her voice was cold and frightening. Is it round? Based on past memories, they were trapped in the cafeteria. At that time, spiritual energy surged, and the first floor of the cafeteria was taken over by zombies. Suddenly, a potato spirit monster appeared. It also had earth-based powers. The previous body, Deng Yu, had no way to escape. But now everything has changed. Deng Yu is not a new awakened person. Even if the potato spirit is stronger now, she is not afraid at all. Bai Wei was surprised and widened her eyes. How does my master know? I saw a big, round thing coming out of the ground, and it had little legs. Deng Yu took a deep breath. The freezing air at -80 degrees hurt her lungs. The potato spirit from her past was just a troublesome pest. But in this world full of zombies, who knows what that creepy thing might mutate into? It's best to deal with it quickly. If those monsters and mutated animals or plants grow alive, it could be a disaster for humans. Pack your things and let's go now. We need to kill that potato spirit, she said, grabbing her backpack. Maybe killing it will awaken Earth powers. This was what Deng Yu's previous self had heard. Some mutated plants and animals absorbed their crystal cores, possibly awakening new abilities. The snowmobile sped across the icy street. Bai Wei held Deng Yu tightly, her face buried in her back to block the wind. So, are we just going to burn it this time? Bai Wei shouted over the howling wind. She thought fire was the best attack based on the balance of elements. Not necessarily, Deng Yu said, making a sharp turn to avoid a collapsing building. I'll go first to test it. You stay behind and observe or support me. You're still too weak. If a close-range attack suddenly comes near you, and your mental powers can't control the enemy, it will be dangerous. Later, use your powers to hide yourself. Her words were interrupted by an unexpected earthquake. A muffled sound came from the direction of Donghai University, followed by a sharp, almost childlike crying noise. Deng Yu immediately braked and activated her clairvoyance. The roof of the university cafeteria was torn off. A round, plump shadow was bouncing out of the gap, covered in strange patterns. Below it, dozens of thin legs like earthworms moved. The scariest part was its open mouth, filled with rows of spiky teeth. It looks like a very powerful mutated plant. Deng Yu clenched her teeth. It looked like it had grown twice as big as in its previous life, and it had also developed teeth. Could it be because it absorbed enough spiritual energy? Bai Wei suddenly covered her forehead. It's singing. It's not really singing. It's a kind of mental wave. Bai Wei's eyes shimmered with blue light. It's calling for its companions, or attracting zombies to swallow them. Deng Yu quickly decided to change her plan. She turned the snowmobile into a small alley. Charging straight in is too stupid. We need to scout first. She pointed to the experimental building behind the cafeteria. Let's go there for a better view. The top of the experimental building had a wide view. Using a telescope, they could see everything happening in the cafeteria. The potato spirit was happily rolling on the snow, melting the ice as it passed, revealing dark soil underneath. Even stranger, green sprouts quickly grew on the ground where it rolled, growing visibly fast in the extreme cold of -80 degrees. It's a wood-type spirit plant, Deng Yu frowned. No wonder ordinary weapons in my previous life didn't work. Bai Wei, try sensing it with your wood spirit root and communicate. Bai Wei placed her hands on her temples, concentrated hard for a moment, then shook her head. It doesn't work. Deng Yu also smiled a little, suddenly feeling her idea was a bit too fanciful. Just then, the big potato spirit suddenly turned toward the experimental building, its face wrinkling into a strange smile. It let out a high-pitched scream. We've been spotted. Deng Yu quickly pulled Bai Wei up. Get ready to fight. As they reached the stairs, the entire building suddenly shook violently. Cracks spread across the walls like a spider web, and countless roots pierced out from the floors and ceilings. The potato spirit had quickly grown a huge plant network, turning the building into a deadly trap in just a few minutes. Master. Left side. Bai Wei's warning helped Deng Yu dodge just in time. A sharp root, as thick as her wrist, brushed past her cheek. Deng Yu drew her tang sword, infused it with fire spirit energy, and swung a blazing slash. The flames burned many of the attacking roots. But more roots kept coming from all directions. Go to the rooftop. Deng Yu grabbed Bai Wei, using her full strength to leap over obstacles and reach the roof. On the cold, windy rooftop, the scene was even more terrifying. Part of the East Sea University campus had already turned into a sea of plants. The seemingly harmless young sprouts are now growing wildly. Thick vines twist like giant snakes, wrapping around and tightening around buildings. The culprit is in the central square, as if waiting for Deng Yu to come and surrender. Bai Wei suddenly said excitedly, "Elder Sister Deng. It looks like we underestimated it." Deng Yu squinted her eyes. Sure enough, the large potato spirit had grown to the size of a bus, with glowing blue lines on its surface. We can't let it be so arrogant. Deng Yu took out 2 modified flamethrowers from her space. It must be releasing its wood-type powers to create a fighting area suitable for itself, and it still has awareness. It's probably showing its true form to lure us because it's afraid we'll run away. Otherwise, even powerful plants can't outrun humans. Then I'll do as it wishes. I was planning to kill it anyway. On that point, I agree with this potato spirit. Stay here and take care of yourself. I'll go alone, she said, about to jump down. Bai Wei grabbed her arm. Wait, master. They're not attacking us. They're scared of something. Deng Yu raised an eyebrow. Scared? That direction. Bai Wei pointed to the northwest corner of the campus. Something underground is waking up. The potato spirit is preparing to defend itself. Sorry, I was suddenly sick last night and had to take a day off. I went to worship the god of wealth, but I didn't win the lottery. Instead, I caught a cold. Luckily, it was just a cold, and I've recovered. Deng Yu's distant vision immediately scanned the indicated area. At first, she saw nothing until she concentrated her spiritual energy into her eyes. 30 meters underground, a blurry black shadow was writhing, emitting an uncomfortable dark red glow. She muttered. What a unlucky day today. Just then, the mother plant of the potato spirit finished its absorption ritual. It let out a deafening scream, and all the plant network suddenly erupted in chaos. Countless roots shot into the sky like javelins, then turned and rained down like a storm, attacking Deng Yu and her group. Deng Yu pushed Bai Wei aside, swinging her tang sword in a fiery wheel to cut down the incoming roots. But the attack was too dense, and one root slipped past her guard, stabbing her in the calf. Master! Bai Wei screamed and rushed forward. Don't come any closer. Deng Yu gritted her teeth, cutting the root on her leg. The sap dripping from it had an ominous color. It's poisonous. Deng Yu immediately used fire control magic, and flames also ignited around her. In an instant, she created a safe zone around herself. Bai Wei, ignoring the danger, rushed over and pressed her small hand on the root wound. Pure wood spirit root energy flowed in, miraculously healing the wound. Even more surprisingly, the aggressive roots suddenly stopped moving, as if they had been paused. I think I can communicate with them. Bai Wei's forehead glowed with a blue light. They recognize me as one of their kind. Deng Yu looked at the blue aura appearing around her disciple and suddenly understood something. Your wood spirit root is more special than I thought. Bai Wei closed her eyes, a strange smile on her face. They are very scared. The thing underground is their enemy, a kind of spirit-devouring bug that eats spiritual plants. As if to prove her words, the ground at the northwest corner of the campus suddenly collapsed. A huge creature burst out of the earth, shaped like a giant earthworm, but its head had a fierce, 7-petaled chrysanthemum-shaped mouth, each petal covered with thorns. It emitted high-frequency vibrations, causing plants nearby to wither. Seeing this creature, Deng Yu thought it looked like a giant sandworm, but just thinking about it, she knew most underground creatures grew like that. The potato spirit mother plant let out a mournful cry, and all its smaller vines immediately moved closer, as if preparing for a final stand. Master! Bai Wei urgently grabbed Deng Yu's hand. We have to help them. Once that bug finishes eating the potato spirit, it will attack us next. And the potato spirit is so pitiful. Pity? How can you tell it's pitiful just because it's a big potato there? Deng Yu calmly responded, quickly thinking of a plan. But still, if it wasn't cornered underground, it wouldn't have exposed its main body on the surface. Such mutated plants with intelligence can fight or run, unless they can't escape. Deng Yu thought of a better plan. Take this opportunity to kill both the potato spirit and the bug. They could absorb spiritual energy and grow stronger right now. There must be some powerful beings behind this. As for the grudge of her previous self being chased by the potato spirit, she wasn't too concerned. She just worried it might hurt her in the future. Besides, her past self wasn't really harmed by the potato spirit, just chased, so it wasn't a big deal. She then asked Bai Wei nearby, "Can you make the potato spirit listen to us?" White Wei tried and shook her head, saying, "But it can. Be guided? It is willing to listen to me now." A crazy plan formed quickly in Deng Yu's mind. She quickly took out several barrels of fuel and all flammable materials from her space. Tell it if you want to survive, do as I say. 10 minutes later, the devouring spirit worm had already consumed most of the plant network on the campus. It moved like a harvester, eating whatever it reached and heading toward the central square. Under White Wei's guidance, the mother potato spirit and its remaining offspring retreated to a hollow basketball court. When the monster charged into the court, Deng Yu snapped her fingers. The surrounding fire bombs exploded simultaneously. A wall of fire instantly surrounded the entire area. The devouring spirit worm twisted and rolled in the flames, emitting a harsh screech. But this was not enough to kill it. Its thick skin was regenerating quickly. Now, Deng Yu shouted loudly. White Wei pressed her hands to the ground, channeling all her wood spirit root energy. Under her guidance, the mother potato's spirit voluntarily directed the small potatoes it had classified, making them jump into the open mouth of the devouring spirit worm. Then came the second, the third. Deng Yu excitedly said, "Great opportunity. Little White, watch carefully, find its weak spot and strike. Watch closely." As she spoke, Deng Yu immediately threw large barrels of gasoline and bombs into the open mouth of the devouring spirit worm. A series of muffled explosions sounded inside the monster, followed by its body bursting apart. It turned out those small potatoes were meant to lure the worm into opening its mouth. Then Deng Yu's bombs and gasoline inside ignited and burned, releasing a powerful burst all at once. The monster's remaining body twitched a few times in the flames before finally going still. The 4 small potatoes rolled to White Wei's feet, nuzzling her boots affectionately. They were no larger than apples and looked harmless. "They say thank you," White Wei said, bending down to pet the survivors. "They want to give us a gift." Deng Yu looked cautiously at these former enemies. "What gift?" The potato spirits hopped and skipped onto a scorched patch of land, their tiny roots digging into the soil. After a few seconds, more than 10 crystal-clear potatoes sprouted from the ground, each with beautiful spiritual patterns naturally growing on their surfaces. "Cold-resistant spiritual potatoes," White Wei exclaimed happily, picking one up. "They say these seeds can grow in temperatures below -100 degrees, and they can be harvested in 2 months. Deng Yu raised an eyebrow. This was an unexpected but welcome surprise. In a post-apocalyptic world, the most needed thing is a stable food source. She carefully collected these spiritual sweet potatoes, and Deng Yu directly stored them in her gourd space's spiritual field to grow. "Tell them, if it's not enough, it's a life-saving favor. A gift from the heart." "What does giving a few potatoes mean?" she said coldly, but secretly used her mental powers to cover the potato spirits. She had just classified some small potato spirits and guided the devouring spirit worms to open their mouths, which had already drained a lot of their strength. Compared to the classified ones, Deng Yu's bombs also destroyed their power. There's no trick to recover the original form after being blown up. Once destroyed, it's gone forever. Deng Yu immediately ordered the potato spirits to collect the spirit cores and bodies of the devouring spirit worms. She also kept her perception, far-seeing eyes, and listening ears open to prevent the potato spirits from escaping. She wanted everything, giving a dozen cold-resistant spiritual sweet potatoes just to buy their loyalty. That was the cost of her bombs. She hadn't paid for their life-saving kindness. She hadn't paid for her own life either. Deng Yu had never made a loss-making deal. There's a popular saying in the martial world, "Foolish. Kill you, and everything you have belongs to me." After waiting for the little potato spirits to slowly collect the bodies of the devouring spirit worms, all Deng Yu saw in front of her was only the remains of the worms. "Master." "They brought something back." Bai Wei's voice came excitedly from beside her, sounding unusually thrilled, as if encountering these conscious plant beings for the first time. Deng Yu frowned and turned around. Her far-seeing eyes had already locked onto 4 other potato spirits squeezing out from ground cracks, covered in slime, dragging a dark red crystal core about the size of a fist. But they weren't moving toward Deng Yu, they were moving toward the potato spirits. In an instant, Deng Yu teleported in front of the 4 potato spirits, her tang sword already unsheathed. "Put it down. That's not yours." The 4 potato spirits were so frightened they huddled together with a gurgle, but they refused to loosen the roots wrapped around the crystal core. Bai Wei quickly stepped in between. "Master, don't be angry. They just stole the crystal core of the devouring spirit worm, Deng Yu coldly added. Are you trying to stand on the potato spirit side? Bai Wei's face flushed. No, but they mean well. They said the energy in this crystal core is very dangerous.
And
her voice lowered. They really need it. Deng Yu's pupils shrank suddenly. As expected, she hadn't thought Bai Wei was so naive now. No longer saying that the potato spirits are enemies, a strange monster suddenly says something. And she believes it? Will you help me or help it? Deng Yu's voice turns cold. She already thinks this girl is too naive. If she can't correct her, she will withdraw everything and give up. She deliberately asks such sharp questions to get the most suitable answer because Bai Wei's innocence has already shocked her. Answer my question. Help my master. I will always help my master, and help Sister Deng. Bai Wei also sees Deng Yu's cold face and quickly reacts. Hand it over. The crystal core of the spirit-devouring bug, Deng Yu says slowly. Her Tang sword channels fire spirit energy, igniting a 3-foot flame on the blade. Now, immediately, the potato spirits make sharp squeaking sounds, like mice caught by a trap. They curl up and quickly dig at the ground with their tiny legs, clearly preparing to escape. Master. Bai Wei is anxious and stomps her feet. They mean no harm. It's just instinct. Can instinct steal my things? Deng Yu sneers coldly. Think carefully about what you're saying. Who are you standing with right now? She stops talking and makes a hand gesture. Gold spirit energy erupts from her. All metal fragments in the base, nails, wires, bullet casings, float up and form a tight metal storm around the potato spirits. Last warning. Deng Yu's voice is as cold as polar wind. Hand over the crystal core. The largest potato spirit suddenly splits open with a mouth full of thorns and emits a piercing scream. 4 dark red roots shoot out like javelins toward Deng Yu's face.
clang, 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 clang.
Tang's sword spins into a fiery wheel, blocking precisely. Deng Yu's eyes flash with killing intent. Dare to die, the metal storm shrinks instantly. Countless sharp fragments rain down on the potato spirits, while the flames on the sword surge, creating a terrifying scene of molten gold fire rain. The 4 potato spirits are forced to retreat repeatedly, their skins scratched by metal shards and sizzling from the flames. Master, no. Bai Wei screams and tries to rush in but is pulled back by Deng Yu. Use your wood spirit root and mental powers to trap them, Deng Yu commands sternly. This is an order. Tears well up in Bai Wei's eyes, but under her master's fierce gaze, she trembles and clasps her hands together. A blue glow surges on her forehead. Her wood spirit energy transforms into dozens of green chains that shoot out from the ground, precisely wrapping around the 4 potato spirits. Meanwhile, her mental powers like sharp needles pierced into the simple consciousness of the potato spirit, forcibly stopping its escape commands. Good job, Deng Yu said. Before she finished speaking, she moved like a ghost into the battle area. Tang Dao struck 4 times with precise, white-hot flames. Instead of slashing, she used the tip of her sword to stab each potato spirit's core, then released lightning energy. Purple sparks traveled along the blade into the potato spirits' bodies, making them twitch violently. Yikes. In a scream, the crystal core of the soul-devouring insect finally slipped free and fell. Deng Yu quickly grabbed it and stepped back 3 paces, still holding her sword tip alertly toward the enemy. The 4 potato spirits had collapsed on the ground, their skins blackened and cracked, oozing dark red slime. They moved with their last strength, trying to escape, but Bai Wei's green chains still held tightly.
Master.
Enough, Bai Wei sobbed and begged. They already. Deng Yu ignored her. With her left hand, she suddenly clawed. Golden energy formed 4 sharp spikes, piercing precisely into the cores of the potato spirits. Their screams stopped abruptly, and their bodies exploded into countless pieces, leaving only 4 small green crystal cores floating in the air. Put them away, Deng Yu ordered the stunned Bai Wei. The wood spirit root should be able to absorb them. And stop being so saintly, there's a big one to deal with. Bai Wei didn't move. Tears froze on her face like ice crystals. She looked at the still-twitching plant remains on the ground and whispered softly, They just want to live." Dengyu stored the dark red crystal core into her gourd space and placed it near the wooden hut. Her golden energy strengthened her sword, and she looked at the huge potato spirit in the distance, about the size of a bus, her pupils narrowing slightly. Its skin was covered with deep brown cracks, and the vines at the top were as thick as buckets, rising and falling with its breathing. Occasionally, small potato spirits the size of basketballs rolled out from cracks in the skin. After hitting the ground, they waved their thorny vines and let out harsh hissing sounds. "Master, it seems to be in a lot of pain," Bai Wei said, trembling slightly as she held Tang Dao. When her mental sense touched the giant potato spirit, she felt a strong sadness and alertness. "Maybe it's just trying to protect those little potato spirits. You want to let it go? It wouldn't think the same way about us." Dengyu's voice was as cold as frozen ground on an icy plain. Before she finished speaking, the giant potato spirit suddenly let out a deafening roar, and countless vines swept toward the two of them like a heavy rain. Dengyu immediately activated her fire control ability, attaching herself to her sword. The golden-controlled sword swung out orange flames that gathered in front of her into a shield, burning the approaching vines. The air was filled with a burnt smell. She took the opportunity to throw out golden chains, accurately stabbing into cracks on the giant potato spirit's skin. Then she used her lightning ability, causing the potato spirit to crackle and squeal loudly. Bai Wei, use the wood spirit root to block its movement, and interfere with the small potato spirits with your mental powers. Don't let them surround us. Dengyu's voice was drowned out by the explosion of flames, but still clearly reached Bai Wei's ears. Bai Wei clenched her teeth. Her wood ability surged like a tide, and icy blue vines broke through the ground, weaving into a cage around the giant potato spirit. But suddenly, the giant potato spirit trembled violently. Among the debris shedding from its skin, dozens of small potato spirits were hidden. They shot toward Bai Wei like cannonballs, with spikes glowing with strange purple light. "Be careful." Dengyu's figure flashed like a ghost, her golden-scaled armor shimmering with a cold glow in the sunlight. She held her sword, which was ablaze with fire. Each swing sent sparks flying, splitting the small potato spirits in half. At the same time, her fire control ability transformed into a fire dragon that enveloped the giant potato spirit. The giant potato spirit angrily twisted its body, and suddenly, large potato pods appeared on its vines. They burst open, releasing a cloud of spores. The spores landed and instantly grew into new small potato spirits, filling the battlefield with green monsters. Bai Wei's mental powers started to ache under intense use. She clenched her teeth, struggling to maintain control over some of the small potato spirits. "The tiger doesn't show its power, thinking I'm a sick cat." Dengyu's eyes flashed with determination. She suddenly made hand signs, combining her lightning and fire abilities above her head to form a huge fireball. The fireball was wrapped with lightning snakes, crackling loudly. She threw the fireball at the giant potato spirit, shouting, "Here's a big one for you." The roar shook the icy plain. The fireball, with a thunderous force, struck the potato spirit. The vines instantly caught fire, and the skin began to, revealing dark red flesh inside. The giant potato spirit let out a loud, mournful scream. The small potato spirits seemed to be summoned, rushing toward Dengyu, trying to block the attack with their bodies. "Stupid and foolish," Dengyu sneered. Golden chains shot out like spider silk, wrapping around each rushing small potato spirit. She continued to shock them with electricity, making them unable to move, and then threw them toward the burning giant potato spirit. In the clash of flames and lightning, purple blood splattered constantly. The air was filled with a sickly sweet smell with a hint of sticky aroma. Bai Wei watched this fierce scene, tears welling up in her eyes. "Master, it's almost done for. Shut up. No mercy for enemies." Dengyu's voice was firm. Her control over fire increased again, flames rising higher, mixed with purple lightning, forming a storm of thunder and fire. The giant potato spirit struggled desperately in the storm. Its outer skin kept peeling away, revealing two glowing cores emitting yellow and green light. Seeing the potato core finally exposed, Dengyu quickly drew her sword, infused with lightning and fire. She gathered strength in her legs, charged forward a few steps, then leapt up. With a powerful strike, she split open the membrane surrounding the core. Dengyu kept cutting, slicing through the potato spirit and the last connection to the core. Finally, with her final thunderfire slash, the giant potato spirit collapsed with a loud crash. Its huge body shattered into pieces. The two cores rolled onto the ice, one heavy, earth-colored crystal core, and the other a vibrant green wooden core. Dengyu slowly approached, her golden chains reaching out like arms, grabbing the potato spirit's cores and placing them into her gourd space. She turned to Bai Wei, who was staring blankly at the wreckage on the ground. Then she walked in front of Bai Wei, looking down at her trembling young disciple. Bai Wei reluctantly lifted her tear-stained face. Dengyu gently tilted her chin with her knife tip, forcing her to look at the shattered remains of the potato spirit. See clearly, this is the end of the world. Dengyu's voice was unusually tired. Those who are not of our kind are inherently different. Today they steal cores. Tomorrow, they might eat living people to evolve. Bai Wei stubbornly shook her head. But they helped us. They help us? They didn't help us. We helped them kill their enemies, their natural predators, Dengyu interrupted. We are not the same species. Once interests clash, she kicked the debris nearby. This is the result. White Wei suddenly became excited and asked, "Did my master accept me as a disciple just for personal gain?" The air instantly froze. Dengyu's hand trembled slightly, and the flames on her sword suddenly went out. She remained silent for a long time, so long that White Wei thought she wouldn't get an answer. At first, yes, Dengyu finally spoke, her voice low. But now, this time, I am very disappointed in your actions. Remember, you are my disciple. Dengyu's voice slowed down unusually, but still carried an undeniable authority. In this end of the world, kindness to enemies is cruelty to ourselves. If given the chance, they would never let us go. White Wei looked down at her hands, where vine-like plants trembled slightly in her palms. Tears welled up again in White Wei's eyes. But when Dengyu turned to leave, she suddenly rushed forward and hugged her master from behind, pressing her face against the cold winter clothing. I hate this end of the world, she choked out. But I don't regret meeting you, master. Dengyu froze in place, her right hand hanging in the air. Finally, she awkwardly patted White Wei's head. Nonsense. Although Dengyu didn't truly blame White Wei, her personality was not suitable for wandering outside. The dangers of surviving in the apocalypse were everywhere. If White Wei had been known before the end, she might have been a cute, innocent little princess. But now the apocalypse is different. Dengyu still wanted to train White Wei. But now it seemed White Wei was not suited for outdoor work. Maybe she came from a laboratory, perhaps still from a laboratory. Dengyu decided to teach her some skills, but still let her do research in the lab. Researching crystal cores or agriculture might be the right path for White Wei. But the end of the world is the end of the world. As her master and guardian, Dengyu had to teach her basic survival skills. After they finished packing up, Dengyu stored the insect corpses in her space, then collected all the potato chunks into her space. Dengyu led White Wei onto a snowmobile and headed straight back to the community. When they reached the 32nd floor, Dengyu sent White Wei to take care of her plant cultivation box. Dengyu entered her room, locked the door, and slipped into her space. On the spiritual field of her gourd space, mist swirled softly in the low air. Dengyu neatly arranged the remains of the potato essence in the furrows, each piece still covered in dark red mucus. These torn and scattered plant tissues are undergoing strange changes. Tiny white roots are growing from the cuts, slowly and steadily digging into the spiritual soil. This matches Dengyu's thoughts. Potatoes and sweet potatoes can be planted. Sure enough, they didn't die completely, Dengyu said coldly, looking at the scene and dragging the remains of a spirit-devouring insect from the other side of the space. When the insect's mouth parts and fierce head first touched the spiritual field, several thick purple vines suddenly sprouted nearby. These are the mysterious gourd vines from the space. The vines eagerly wrapped around the insect's body, and within minutes, they broke it down and absorbed it completely. Then, the vines retracted into the underground hole, leaving only a few purple leaves that shimmered with a metallic shine. On the other side of the spiritual field, newly planted cold-resistant sweet potatoes had grown half-meter-high vines covered with strange light blue patterns. Deng Yu plucked a leaf and crushed it, feeling a slight chill. It seems planting inside the spiritual field won't cause the medicinal plants to lose their resilience. That's too powerful. The environment here is better, but the plants still retain their drought resistance. The cold-resistant sweet potatoes are probably the best harvest right now, she murmured thoughtfully. I wonder how many zombie crystal cores I can exchange for. I need to find a good buyer. Suddenly, there was a knocking at the door. Deng Yu quickly stepped out of the space and returned to reality. After opening the door, Bai Wei immediately came over, nervously shaking her arm. Master, there's a situation at the eastern wall. On the monitoring screen, a dozen ragged figures were attacking the fence. They look like ordinary survivors, but Deng Yu's distant vision quickly spotted something unusual. They all had dark red, spore-like bumps on the back of their necks. They don't look normal. They must be infected, she said, drawing her tang sword. You stay at home. I'll go deal with it. Bai Wei tried to stop her.
Wait.
They just look hungry. Maybe. Deng Yu's expression turned icy instantly. She grabbed Bai Wei's collar, almost lifting the girl off the ground. Do you know what you're saying? Are you teaching me how to do my job? Use your mental powers and sense their bodies. Look at their hands. Bai Wei squinted and used her mental perception. The thin woman's nails had turned into keratin claws, unconsciously scratching her cheeks, tearing flesh and blood, but she felt no pain. Now, tell me. Deng Yu's voice was sharp like a blade scraping ice. Are we still going to let them in? White Wei's face was very pale, but she stubbornly pressed her lips together and said, At least. At least confirm it. Deng Yu suddenly smiled. It was a creepy smile White Wei had never seen before. Okay, let's do an experiment. She snapped her fingers and the door slowly opened. Outside, the survivors immediately stopped hitting the walls and staggered toward the entrance. White Wei was excited to go downstairs and greet them, but was stopped by Deng Yu grabbing her shoulder. The first survivor stepped over the threshold, triggering a trap. Suddenly, several metal spikes shot out from the ground, piercing him into a sieve. As black blood gushed out, countless small, wriggling sacs bulged under his skin, then burst open, and dozens of red worms crawled out of each wound. Parasites, Deng Yu calmly explained. Once inside a living body, they travel along the spine, eating the entire central nervous system within 3 days, then control the corpse to find the next host. In this apocalyptic world, the spiritual energy revival has greatly enhanced many creatures' abilities. Previously, parasites were gentle and rarely harmed human hosts, but now, with the spiritual energy strengthened, all living things, plants, and weather are becoming deadly enough to make survival difficult. White Wei bent over and vomited. Below, the remaining infected had triggered more traps, each death scene horrifying in its own way. Go clean them up. I was planning to handle them outside, but since you want to, you'll be responsible. Deng Yu turned to leave, leaving a final word. 3 hours of extra training tonight. At midnight, in the training room, White Wei exhaustedly swung her small dagger, sweat soaking her training clothes so much they could be wrung out. Deng Yu stood nearby with her arms crossed and suddenly spoke. Do you know why I punish you? Because I am too naive. White Wei gasped. Deng Yu sighed, her tone slightly softer. I know you are kind-hearted, but kindness must be used wisely. In this end of world, kindness can be a weakness. Remember, we not only live for ourselves but also must survive in this chaotic world and even change it. Deng Yu knew White Wei couldn't understand her way of thinking and didn't plan to force her to. Instead, she would brainwash her in the laboratory, using the cause of justice to bind her. Anyway, White Wei's future was to stay in the lab. She picked up a modified dagger. Do you see these weapons? They are not decorations. They are our reliance for survival in this end of world. Your wood-type spiritual root and mental abilities are not meant for sympathizing with enemies, but for protecting yourself and those who truly deserve protection. Deng Yu looked through the barrier and saw the icy plains outside. See, the world outside is still cruel, she said. Next time you face a similar situation, learn to judge who is an enemy and who is a friend. Don't be fooled by appearances. She handed Bai Wei a long sword. Starting tomorrow, I will strengthen your training. Not just your abilities, but also your mental strength. I want you to understand that in this end of the world, only being strong can keep your kindness safe. Bai Wei clenched the sword in her hand and looked up confidently at Deng Yu. Sister Deng, I understand. I will work hard to become stronger and won't let my kindness be a weakness. Deng Yu watched Bai Wei speak so confidently, and she almost wanted to laugh. But she didn't want to hurt her feelings. Someone like her, saying such things, Deng Yu wouldn't believe it even if she tried. As an adult, she wouldn't crush a young girl's hopes with harsh words. Whether Bai Wei was lying to herself or comforting herself didn't matter. Deng Yu focused on what she was doing and how well she was doing it, not on her words. Suddenly, Deng Yu remembered her own school days when she wanted to get into Qingbei University. Her young, naive words, spoken with hope, were gone quickly after she finished. The next morning, she woke up early. Before dawn, the snowfield shimmered with a faint blue glow. Deng Yu took Bai Wei out again to hunt zombies. They weren't short of zombie cores, but Bai Wei lacked experience and toughness for surviving the end times. Deng Yu wouldn't just lecture her verbally, but would train her in real ways. Bai Wei's breath formed a thin layer of frost on her eyebrows. Her grip on the sword was so tight that her hand was slightly warm. Deng Yu, walking ahead, suddenly raised her hand to signal a stop. Her clairvoyance shimmered with a faint golden light in the darkness. 11 o'clock, 300 meters, 7 humans for zombies. Deng Yu's voice came through the earpiece. Your test is here. Go handle it. Let me see how you face danger and human nature in the end times. Bai Wei swallowed hard. Since that day when she played the saint, her master had been throwing her into real combat more and more. Today was clearly another test. What is the task? She tried to keep her voice steady and not tremble. Deng Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. Now you go deal with those humans alone. I won't be there. She paused. Remember, observe in the shadows first, then act. And don't use mental powers lightly. Before Bai Wei could respond, Deng Yu's figure vanished like mist in the cold wind, fully activating her invisibility. Bai Wei could only force herself forward, her wood spirit root energy flowing inside her to help her withstand the -80-degree cold. Using a partially collapsed wall for cover, Bai Wei quickly identified her target. 7 strong men in fur coats were gathered around a freshly killed mutant dog, eating it. Nearby, blood-stained hunting rifles were thrown on the snow. The necklaces of human skulls hanging from their necks showed they were dangerous. Plunderers. Bai Wei bit her lip. Her master had said these people were more dangerous than zombies, often enjoying eating humans. But should she really kill them first? Just as she hesitated, a scream suddenly rang out. Deng Yu appeared among the zombies, wielding a tang sword that sent a wave of blood. 4 zombies were instantly decapitated or dismembered. The noise immediately drew the attention of the plunderers, who grabbed their weapons and looked around alertly. Who's there? The Scarface leader shouted. Bai Wei knew she had been exposed. She took a deep breath, forced herself to step out from behind cover, holding her tang sword across her chest. Just a passing survivor. The 7 men were stunned at first, then burst into loud laughter. The scar-faced man squinted his cloudy eyes and looked her over. Lost little beauty? Come on, come on. Uncle has hot soup. His companions spread out, forming a circle around her. Bai Wei noticed the exchanged glances. They looked excited, like hunters spotting prey. Suddenly, her wood spirit root sensed something unusual. Faint dark red energy wrapped around these people. Master. She instinctively wanted to call for help, but swallowed her words. This was a test. Deng Yu was surely watching from somewhere. Just you alone, the scar-faced man pretended to be concerned as he stepped closer. So cold today, little girl. How dangerous it is for a girl to go alone. 5 meters, 3 meters. Bai Wei suddenly caught the smell of blood and decay on them. They weren't ordinary plunderers. They were cannibals. Her Tang sword was instantly entangled by creeping vines, a simple fusion of her with spirit root powers. Don't come any closer, she warned sharply. The men laughed even more happily. Still a little spicy pepper. A chubby man missing a front tooth licked a dagger and said, I like it. His dirty words suddenly stopped. Bai Wei's knife tip was already pressed against his throat, a drop of blood sliding down the blade. This was Deng Yu's intimidation technique, meant to win without fighting. But she underestimated these outlaws. Scarface suddenly pulled out a homemade gun from behind. Bai Wei barely dodged the bullet, turning aside. The 7 men all drew their weapons, their eyes shining with cruelty. Capture alive, Scarface sneered. Soft and tender. I'll use her for a meal, enough for 2 meals. Fear flooded her. Bai Wei instinctively wanted to use her mental powers, but remembered Deng Yu's warning. Only in life-or-death situations. She clenched her teeth and swung her knife. Vines born from the wood's spirit root shot out from the snow, wrapping around the ankles of the 2 closest men. Psychic, someone shouted. But the brief chaos quickly subsided. The raiders clearly knew how to deal with psychics. They attacked in pairs, quickly overwhelming Bai Wei. In one dangerous moment, a machete nearly struck her spine, but the vines pulled her away just in time.
Master.
Help, Bai Wei shouted silently, stubbornly refusing to make a sound. Blood dripped from her forehead wound, caused by a fall. Her vision blurred. She desperately realized she was still too weak. When Scarface's dirty hand grabbed her hair, Bai Wei finally broke down. All her training and theories seemed useless in the face of real terror. She screamed like an ordinary girl, futilely kicking. That's right, Scarface's foul breath was close to her ear. Struggle more, the meat tastes better. Suddenly, his head flew into the air, a fierce expression frozen on his face. The headless corpse sprayed hot blood all over Bai Wei. Only then did she see the floating Tang Dao, Deng Yu's weapon. The remaining raiders looked around in terror. Who? They were answered by metal spikes appearing out of nowhere. 2 were pierced through the chest. 1 had half his head cut off. The last 3 dropped their weapons and tried to run, but Deng Yu suddenly appeared and blocked their way.
Game over, she said.
She kicked the strongest raider to the ground, then her metallic fingers pierced into his shoulder. Where is your base? Prisoner screamed and struggled. Go to you, snap. Deng Yu decisively broke one of his fingers, using her fire ability to char the broken bone to prevent excessive bleeding. Say 1 more word of nonsense, and I'll break another. Where is the stronghold?
East.
East Suburb Logistics Park. The prisoner cried out in pain, tears streaming down his face. On the first underground floor. How many people? Over 40. Ah. Another finger was broken. Deng Yu continued to press for details, her methods harsh but effective. Bai Wei sat stiffly in the snow, staring blankly at the scene. Her master had been nearby the whole time, but watched her get hurt without intervening. This was more brutal than any training, but also more effective. After the last prisoner was twisted and his neck broken, Deng Yu casually decapitated him. She then walked over to Bai Wei and threw her a roll of bandages. Wrap yourself up. Bai Wei mechanically tended to her wounds, tears silently falling, not from pain, but because of her lost innocence. It was only when she was grabbed by her hair that she truly understood the deeper meaning behind Deng Yu's actions. Do you hate me? Deng Yu suddenly asked. Bai Wei looked up. Through her blood and tears, she saw a fleeting look of concern in her master's eyes. She shook her head.
No.
Thank you, master, for saving me. I only saved you once. Deng Yu crouched down and carefully helped her tighten the bandage on her arm. In the end of the world, mistakes are usually only made once. This was to prevent Bai Wei from becoming dependent on her, because if she relied once, it would be easy to rely again, and dependence would be hard to break. She pulled Bai Wei up and pointed eastward. Now, do you understand why I had to kill them? Deng Yu looked thoughtful. She had been to the dock on the east side and collected many supplies. She hadn't gone to the logistics park herself. Maybe the people there survived by using the supplies, but she didn't know how they escaped the flood. Bai Wei looked at the bodies. Her spiritual roots sensed the dark red energy swirling inside them. These people had already been infected, though not fully mutated yet. Keeping them would cause more innocent people to suffer. The worst part of the end of the world is human nature, and the most dangerous is human nature. Those not of our kind. Their hearts must be different. She softly repeated Deng Yu's teachings, truly understanding now. Deng Yu nodded with satisfaction and took out a clean jacket from her space to help Bai Wei put it on. There are over 40 such in the logistics park, along with some survivors being held captive. What should we do? White Wei wiped away her tears, her eyes becoming firm. First, scout to confirm the percentage of infected. Rescue the survivors and eliminate the rest. Good, Deng Yu rarely praised. But you forgot to mention how to divide the spoils. 30% for the survivors, 70% for us. White Wei replied quickly. Use weapons first, distribute food based on needs. If survivors have demands, let them hunt zombies for crystal cores. Deng Yu slightly smiled. Looks like my lessons weren't wasted. She turned toward the snowmobile. Rest for 20 minutes, then head to the logistics park. White Wei watched her master's back and suddenly asked, if I really had been in danger just now, would you have stepped in? Deng Yu didn't turn around. Guess. That answer somehow made White Wei feel strangely at ease. Two beautiful figures arrived at the east suburb. The outline of the logistics park in the evening light looked like a giant beast crouching. Deng Yu turned off the snowmobile engine and raised her finger to her lips. White Wei immediately held her breath, focusing her mind. Her spiritual energy quietly spread out, sensing the life signals inside the wall. 43 heat sources. Deng Yu's distant vision pierced the darkness. 25 on the ground, 18 underground. 2 watchtowers at the southeast corner, infrared alarms. White Wei nodded, drawing a simple layout on the snow with her small hand. Her harsh past training had transformed her. Now, her eyes were only calm and analytical, with no hesitation. What's your plan? Deng Yu deliberately tested her. Create a distraction with plants. White Wei's voice was as soft as falling snow. I'll attract fire, while my master takes out the watchtowers and alarms. The underground entrance is here. She pointed to the northwest corner of the map. Prioritize rescuing survivors. Deng Yu rarely showed satisfaction. She took out 2 silenced pistols from her space. Add 1 rule. Anyone who approaches your back first, disable their limbs before questioning. Always strike first, and stay alert. No relaxing. White Wei was about to say she wouldn't be so careless, but Deng Yu had already vanished into the night like a ghost. She took a deep breath, pressing her hands into the snow. Spirit root energy rippled outward like waves. Inside the logistics park's wall, withered grass suddenly grew wildly, wrapping around several patrollers' ankles in an instant. Enemy attack. A scream cut through the night. Deng Yu, invisible, supported her forehead with one hand and smiled silently. Creating a diversion. This wasn't the right way. But a small force like this was manageable. White Wei was indeed a researcher, not suited for battlefield combat. Chaos erupted as expected. Bai Wei took the opportunity to circle around to the northwest corner, where Tang Dao precisely stabbed the guard's throat, preventing him from raising an alarm. The entrance to the dungeon was a heavy metal door with frost on the lock. She tried to sense inside with her mental powers, but only caught a chaotic life signal. Fear, pain, and a strange anticipation.
Click.
Deng Yu appeared behind her unexpectedly, holding a key card taken from the guard at the watchtower. The metal door slowly opened, releasing a strong smell of mold and blood. Remember the order, Deng Yu whispered. Check the environment, free the prisoners, and guide the escape route. The dungeon was dimly lit, with only a few emergency lights casting a red glow. Over 20 iron cages lined both sides, with shadowy figures curled up inside. When they saw someone enter, they recoiled like frightened animals. Only the innermost cage emitted faint cries for help. Help! Please! It was a girl covered in blood, not much older than Bai Wei. Her left leg was twisted unnaturally, and her wrists were raw from the chains. Bai Wei's heart tightened. She quickly moved to check the locks. "I'll get you out soon," she softly reassured, while cautiously scanning the surroundings. Dang Yu had taught her that the safest-looking places could be dangerous. Bai Wei activated her powers. With her wood element blessing and especially strengthened Tang Dao, she cut through the chains. The girl weakly fell into Bai Wei's arms, but suddenly exerted force at the moment of contact. A cold gleam slipped from her sleeve, stabbing straight into Bai Wei's abdomen. Bai Wei's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched the blade sink into her body. The girl's fear vanished from her face, replaced by a twisted sense of pleasure. Another fool who thinks they're a savior. Intense pain flooded her senses. Bai Wei staggered backward, crashing into another cage. The prisoners inside suddenly reached out with dozens of hands, grabbing her, some pulling her hair, others choking her, and some searching for her weapons. "Kill her. Use her head to trade for flesh," the girl screamed excitedly, completely ignoring her injured leg. Bai Wei's world spun wildly. All her training about betrayal couldn't compare to this real pain. She desperately clutched the blade in her abdomen, warm blood pouring out through her fingers. The girl's head exploded like a watermelon. Then another and another. Gunshots echoed deafeningly in the enclosed space. In Bai Wei's blurry vision, Deng Yu stood at the end of the corridor, holding a pistol in each hand, her eyes burning with an unprecedented rage. "Everyone die." This angry shout was accompanied by the harsh sound of metal twisting. The steel structure of the entire dungeon suddenly came to life. Iron bars twisted into spikes, turning those disguised as victims into mincemeat. Countless metal spikes emerged from the ground, and the pipes on the walls coiled like giant snakes to constrict and kill. This was the first time Bai Wei saw Deng Yu unleash her full metal ability. Her usually precise and controlled master now looked like a goddess of revenge, leaving blood and screams wherever she went. "Master." Bai Wei tried to stand up but spat out a mouthful of blood. The world began to darken. A strong arm caught her as she fell. Deng Yu's face was close, her lips pressed into a tight line. She roughly tore open Bai Wei's clothes to check her wounds, her fingers covered in blood. A penetrating wound, but no damage to the internal organs. Deng Yu's voice was surprisingly calm. "Hold on." Before Bai Wei could react, Deng Yu immediately drew her weapon. She tended to the wound, and the intense pain made Bai Wei scream like an animal. Then everything went black. Her consciousness drifted in and out. In a daze, she felt herself being carried and moved, hearing more gunfire and explosions. "Why?" Bai Wei mumbled in pain. "Why are they?" "Because humans are worse than zombies." Deng Yu's voice came from far away. "Sleep now, I'll handle the rest." When Bai Wei woke up again, she was lying in a warm bed on the 32nd floor. Her abdominal wound had been professionally stitched and wrapped with a clean bandage. Deng Yu sat by the bed, unusually not cleaning her weapon but watching over the girl carefully. "Water." Bai Wei struggled to speak. Deng Yu immediately handed her a glass of water, her movements gentle, as if she wasn't the same person. Bai Wei took small sips, noticing her master looked tired beneath her eyes. This level of fatigue wasn't typical for Deng Yu, but she wondered if she should still let Bai Wei go outside to train. She knew it wasn't suitable, but it seemed she couldn't avoid it either. The water was from a spiritual spring. Normally, a few sips would help her wound heal quickly. "How many died?" Bai Wei finally asked the most feared question. 23 raiders and 8 imposters disguised as victims, Deng Yu reported coldly. "We rescued 11 real survivors. Then I immediately brought you back. Although the wound isn't serious, your condition is very bad." "Really? Is your spirit broken?" Helping others with a kind heart, but not getting a good result, Deng Yu gave up her other thoughts and first mocked this naive girl. She had already done her best to tell her that in the end of the world, you can't be soft-hearted. Why didn't she listen? Such a poor student, it's really hard to teach as a teacher. Bai Wei closed her eyes. Those hands grabbing her, those eyes full of hatred. She suddenly trembled violently. I thought. They needed help. A damp towel gently wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Deng Yu's action was more like clumsy comfort than wiping. That's what I've been teaching you. In the end of the world, the deadliest knives often come from the people you try to save. But if you never reach out, Bai Wei choked, then what's the difference between us and beasts? Deng Yu was silent for a long time. Outside the window, moonlight flowed across the night sky, casting shifting shadows. Learn to distinguish, she finally said, like telling poisonous mushrooms from edible ones. It's hard, but you must learn. After a pause. Moreover, you shouldn't approach anyone before the enemies are completely cleared. Like those foolish couples in TV dramas who hug each other before killing all the enemies, then get shot by enemy soldiers. This was the first time Deng Yu patiently explained Bai Wei's mistakes. Bai Wei was surprised to find that her master looked very beautiful when she was patiently lecturing. I'm fine, master, she tried to smile. This lesson was very deep. Deng Yu suddenly grabbed her hand with such force that it almost hurt. No more next time, her voice was low. If you dare to get hurt so badly again. She couldn't finish her threat. She released Bai Wei and awkwardly touched her own chest. This unfamiliar physiological reaction left her at a loss. Perhaps her life was also inseparable from Bai Wei. But Bai Wei seemed to understand something. She endured the pain and gently held Deng Yu's hand back. Master is worried about me. Nonsense, Deng Yu immediately denied, forgetting to pull her hand back. It's just. This wound will heal tomorrow. I'll give you a day to rest, then continue training the day after. Bai Wei smiled, not knowing what Deng Yu had given her. The already painful wound started to itch and tingle. Maybe it would really heal by tomorrow. Deng Yu immediately returned to her cold, serious look, stood up, and tucked Bai Wei into bed. Rest well. If you need anything, just call me. If you get out of bed, I will break your legs. Then Deng Yu took out a bunch of snacks from her space and placed them beside the bed, packing them into a box. There were also 2 bottles of water on the bedside table. After leaving the room and closing the door, she didn't notice the determined look in Bai Wei's eyes. The little girl had already quietly used her with spirit root to speed up her healing. A few days later, Bai Wei's injuries had fully healed. The 2 chose a day to go out. The cold wind was sharp and painful on their faces. Bai Wei tightened her cold-proof coat, and her breath formed a thin layer of frost on her eyelashes. She stood outside an abandoned mall, her hand trembling slightly as she held her gun. Remember, everyone's hands are stained with innocent people's blood. Deng Yu's voice came through her earpiece, calm and cold. And remember that woman who stabbed you last time. They've all gone crazy in this end of the world. Kill them all. Bai Wei bit her lip and nodded. She knew her master was nearby, watching her every move with sharp eyes. The ambush was still fresh in her mind. She had tried to save others, but was stabbed in return. If her master hadn't arrived in time, she might have been cut into pieces. Slow your breathing. Deng Yu's voice interrupted her thoughts. Your heartbeat is too fast, which will interfere with your judgment and accuracy. Stay calm. They are all enemies. Bai Wei took a deep breath and activated the wood spirit power cultivated from the Taoist virtue technique. A faint green glow flowed from her fingertips, extending into thin, hair-like spiritual tendrils that silently covered her body and limbs. Her level 5 psychic sensory ability fully activated. The structure inside the building appeared in her mind like a 3-dimensional blueprint. 7 reds were scattered at different locations, 5 in the first floor warehouse searching for supplies, and 2 on the 3rd floor. I've found the target, she reported softly, her voice surprisingly steady. It seemed her mood was gradually calming. Then proceed as planned. Kill them all, Deng Yu responded briefly. Bai Wei strapped her Tang Dao to her back, holding a silenced pistol in both hands, and slid along the wall into the side door. This silenced pistol was also provided by Deng Yu. She didn't require Bai Wei to use her Tang Dao to fight enemies. Perhaps a less bloody weapon would help her get used to combat more quickly. The wood-based spiritual energy created a cushion under her feet, and the snow remained silent. The first attacker, with his back to her, was roughly kicking open a freezer. She raised her gun, aimed, then hesitated. Deng Yu was sneaking behind her, which made her angry. Her gun trembled slightly. This was a living person, though he was very evil. Suddenly, a gunshot came from the third floor, bullets whizzing past her cheek and hitting the wall, creating a hole. Bai Wei shivered and instinctively rolled away. The people on the third floor had noticed her. "If you don't kill him, you'll die." Deng Yu's voice was still calm, showing no intention to help. Bai Wei's heart pounded. Adrenaline surged. She quickly raised her hand and fired a precise shot. The figure at the third floor window fell. Meanwhile, the 5 attackers in the warehouse had become alert and started grabbing their weapons.
There was no time to think.
Bai Wei clenched her teeth, and her wood-based spiritual energy suddenly exploded. Countless vines shot out from the ground, wrapping around the ankles of the 2 closest attackers. She took the chance to fire 3 shots in quick succession, knocking them down. The remaining 3 had found cover, and their attacks, arrows, spears, and supernatural strikes, rained down like hail. Bai Wei quickly hid behind a shelf, cold sweat on her forehead. She pulled out a grenade, pulled the pin, counted 3 seconds silently, then threw it. The shockwave from the explosion made the shelves shake. In the dust and smoke, a blood-covered man howled and rushed out, swinging a machete. Bai Wei didn't have time to aim her gun, and instinctively summoned vines to block him. The clash of metal was deafening. The man's strength was incredible, making her fingertips numb. Bai Wei staggered back, then suddenly tripped. The attacker tangled in vines earlier was still alive and clutching her ankle tightly. "Master," she instinctively shouted. No response. The machete swung again, and Bai Wei closed her eyes in despair. The expected pain didn't come. She opened her eyes to see the machete hovering a few centimeters above her forehead, blocked by a faint green barrier. It was her wood-based spiritual energy. She desperately unleashed more vines to wrap herself and entangle the enemy, preventing him from exerting force. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Wei's vines shot out like venomous snakes, piercing through the enemy's throat. Warm blood splattered on her face, with a rusty smell. She gasped heavily and looked down. The attacker clutching her ankle was no longer moving. 2 left. Deng Yu finally spoke through the earpiece. "Third floor." Bai Wei wiped the blood from her face and forced herself to stay calm. She checked the magazine, which still had 5 bullets. Her spiritual energy was more than half gone, but enough to cast the vine entanglement spell again. The elevator was no longer usable. She found the fire escape and silently climbed upward. Her mental sense showed that the last 2 people inside the room were hurriedly packing their things to escape. Bai Wei stopped around the corner and took out her last grenade from her waist. This time, she didn't hesitate. She pulled the pin and threw it inside. An explosion followed by screams. She rushed in and fired 2 more shots, making sure there were no survivors. Everything was over. Bai Wei's legs went weak, and she knelt on the ground. Her stomach churned, and she gagged a few times but couldn't. 7 lives, all taken by her own hands. "Good job." Deng Yu's voice suddenly sounded behind her. Bai Wei turned around sharply and saw her master appear from invisibility. She was dressed in a spotless orange cold-weather suit, a stark contrast to her blood-stained appearance. "I killed them all." Bai Wei's voice trembled. Deng Yu squatted down and wiped the blood from her face with her thumb. "You saved innocent people who might have been killed by them in the future." Bai Wei looked up and saw a rare look of approval in her master's eyes. That usually cold and sharp gaze now held a hint of warmth. "Remember this feeling." Deng Yu helped her up. "In the end of the world, mercy is a luxury. Your performance today proves you have the right to survive." Bai Wei took a deep breath and nodded. She felt something inside her breaking free. Not spiritual energy, but something harder. "Let's go." Deng Yu turned and headed outside. "The coldest night is coming. We need to return before dark to continue training. The spiritual energy you used today needs replenishing." Bai Wei followed her master's steps. Amid the chaos, she took one last look at the bodies of the plunderers. Strangely, she no longer felt nausea or fear, only a cold, calm peace. They stepped out of the mall, and the snowstorm grew fiercer. Deng Yu took out a snowmobile from her gourd space. Bai Wei sat behind her, holding tightly to her master's waist. The engine roared as they sped into the white, freezing world. "Master," Bai Wei suddenly spoke over the wind, "next time I go on a mission, can I choose my own weapon?" Deng Yu's lips curled slightly. "Tell me, I found that I don't feel much disgust when I use a gun to kill. I think I'd prefer using firearms." Deng Yu's laughter was carried away by the wind, but Bai Wei heard it clearly. "Good. This is more like my disciple." The taillights of the snowmobile disappeared into the storm. Back in the apartment on the 32nd floor, a fierce snowstorm roared outside, frost covering the glass. Deng Yu started the diesel generator, and the heater slowly warmed the room, driving away the biting cold. Bai Wei took off her blood-stained, cold-weather clothes. When she returned to the warm room, her fingers still trembled slightly. Whether from the cold or from today's experience, she wasn't sure. But she understood that actively killing someone was too much for her kind heart, especially for the innocent little girl. Deng Yu didn't say anything. She simply took out 2 cups of spiritual spring water from her gourd space, handed one to Bai Wei, and drank the other herself. The moment the spring water touched her lips, it immediately calmed her restless mind and quickly restored her depleted spiritual energy. "Take a hot shower first," she said calmly. "Then practice." Bai Wei nodded and went into the bathroom. The warm water washed away her bloodstains and exhaustion. She closed her eyes, but the faces of the predators still lingered in her mind. She shook her head, trying to dispel those images. In the apocalypse, mercy is a luxury. Her master's words echoed again in her ears. She took a deep breath, dried her body, changed into clean clothes, and when she stepped out of the bathroom, she saw Deng Yu sitting cross-legged in the center of the living room, surrounded by a faint aura of spiritual power. Bai Wei didn't disturb her. Instead, she sat quietly nearby and began to run the Tai Su cultivation technique. The jade pendant around her neck emitted a gentle glow, slowly absorbing the spiritual energy from the zombie cores she had collected today. Deng Yu's cultivation method was much more intense than Bai Wei's. In front of her, dozens of high-level zombie cores were stacked. She formed hand seals, and her spiritual power surged like a blazing fire. Her spiritual root was a rare combination of water, fire, metal, and lightning elements. Normally, her cultivation would be very slow, but she relied on the large number of cores she had hunted and the unique ability of the Tai Su jade pendant to absorb spiritual energy, which allowed her to accelerate her progress. Her internal spiritual energy flowed like a mighty river. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and lightning seemed to flicker in her pupils. A powerful aura burst from her, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. She slowly exhaled a cloud of turbid air, feeling the richer spiritual power within her. Her body, like a sturdy golden body of iron and copper, seemed even stronger. Her control over fire and water had also improved to a new level. She turned to look at Bai Wei and saw that her apprentice was still meditating with her eyes closed, but beads of sweat had begun to appear on her forehead, clearly indicating she was close to a breakthrough. Deng Yu did not disturb her, but watched quietly. Bai Wei's wood spirit root produces a unique life energy fluctuation during practice. At this moment, her spiritual power was circulating within her body, pushing against the bottleneck of the 3rd level of qi refining. Bai Wei's training was not easy. Her mental ability could help sense spiritual energy, but moving her with spirit power required intense focus. She clenched her teeth and guided the absorbed spiritual energy along the meridians following the Taishu technique. It felt as if something inside her was being opened, and her spiritual power suddenly became smoother. She suddenly opened her eyes, a faint green glow flashing in them. She took a deep breath, a look of joy appearing on her face. When she looked up, she saw Deng Yu watching her with a slight smile. "Good job," Deng Yu said briefly, but Bai Wei could hear her approval. Inside, she deeply admired Bai Wei's single spirit root. She had trained so hard, using dozens of times more spiritual power and crystal cores than Bai Wei. "Thank you, Master," Bai Wei said with a smile. "I feel my spiritual power is flowing more smoothly now." Deng Yu stood up, walked to the window, and looked out at the raging snowstorm. She said calmly, "Continue hunting tomorrow." Bai Wei's smile stiffened for a moment but quickly became firm. "Okay." Deng Yu turned her back to her, a faint smile playing on her lips. She knew Bai Wei was transforming, gradually growing from a naive girl with a kind heart into a warrior capable of surviving in the end times. Night fell, and the snowstorm still raged. Deng Yu sat on the sofa, wiping her Tang Dao, while Bai Wei sat nearby, studying her new wood spirit power techniques. "Master," Bai Wei suddenly asked, "what if we encounter enemies stronger than the plunderers?" Deng Yu didn't look up. "Kill if you can. Run if you can't. But what if they are much stronger than us? And we can't escape, then get stronger first and then fight. The first step is to make sure you have an escape route. I can turn invisible and run. You should develop a way to escape too." Bai Wei was silent for a moment, then smiled. "Got it." Deng Yu glanced at her, but said nothing more. She noticed Bai Wei's gaze falling on her Taishu jade pendant, thoughtful. A fierce snowstorm howled outside the window. Being on the 32nd floor, the wind sounded like ghostly wails. Deng Yu had been resting for a few days after returning from her trial with Bai Wei. Originally, Deng Yu planned to give Bai Wei the wood-type crystal core from the potato spirit. But after several battles, she realized Bai Wei was not suited for fighting. Although Bai Wei had good talent, being a single spiritual root of wood and having psychic abilities like precognition and perception, she lacked the fighting spirit. Because of this, Deng Yu decided not to push her into battle, as doing so would waste her potential. Looking at Bai Wei's background, her mindset and choices made sense. She had no memory of her childhood, only recalling being in a laboratory. Her memories before the lab were unclear. The most frightening part was that during her time in the lab, they tried to make Bai Wei into a gentle, harmless girl. They trained her to shoot and fight a little, but now Deng Yu had spoiled her even more. Bai Wei was full of compassion and always wanted to help others.
She was like a saint.
If she were helpless and fragile, she would be the perfect partner. But she wasn't. Deng Yu had originally intended to train Bai Wei to be capable and strong. She wanted to pass on her skills to Bai Wei, so Bai Wei could help her with tasks. She also aimed to collect zombie crystal cores to use for her own cultivation and for the gourd vine. Now it seemed Deng Yu had saved Bai Wei, giving her a peaceful life. Bai Wei kept thinking about saving others. When she helped Deng Yu by using her pistol to cover her, Deng Yu realized she had made Bai Wei too saintly. Since Bai Wei was raised this way, Deng Yu accepted it. She respected others' choices and didn't interfere with their fate. This was a lesson Deng Yu learned during her past life as a mercenary. Although she liked Bai Wei, Deng Yu wasn't ready to spend her whole life with her. She needed to train Bai Wei to become capable and independent. Deng Yu stood in the corridor on the 32nd floor, the cold wind and snow blowing in. Her short hair was swept by the breeze. She held a level 3 zombie crystal core, her knuckles white, her gaze sharp and cold. "1 week," she said without turning around. "Kill 100 zombies or 5 raiders." Bai Wei stood behind her, her fingers unconsciously gripping the handle of her dagger. She just broke through to the 3rd level of qi refining. Her internal wood element spiritual energy is more abundant than before, but her master's command still makes her heart tremble. Alone, Bai Wei's voice is a little tense. Deng Yu turns around, her black eyes like a deep abyss. "Are you afraid?" Bai Wei takes a deep breath, as if gathering her courage. She lifts her head, her gaze becoming more determined. "No, I'm not afraid." Deng Yu's lips curl into a faint smile. She takes a set of equipment from her gourd space and throws it to Bai Wei. "Take these. Come back every night to report. I will watch over you within my mental sensing range, but unless you're about to die, I won't intervene." Bai Wei steps carefully through the thick snow, walking alone on the abandoned street. Her spiritual sensing ability spreads out, detecting the signs of life within 500 meters. 200 meters ahead to the left, 2 ordinary zombies. She whispers to herself, her finger on the trigger. The zombies smell the living presence and roar as they rush toward her. Bai Wei doesn't hesitate. She raises her hand and fires 2 shots, hitting their heads. The gunshots sound especially sharp in the silent ruins. Too slow, Deng Yu's cold voice suddenly comes through the earpiece. Use your spiritual power. Bai Wei bites her lip, puts her pistol back into its holster, and makes a hand seal. Her wood element spiritual energy gathers in her palm, transforming into 2 sharp vines that shoot out instantly, piercing through the zombies' heads. Disgusting fluids splash on her face, carrying a foul smell. She suppresses her nausea and extracts the crystal core. Bai Wei crouches on the 2nd floor of a dilapidated supermarket, peering through the broken glass window to observe the outside. Her spiritual sensing detects human presence. 3 raiders are looting medicines from the pharmacy across the street. Remember, raiders are more dangerous than zombies. Deng Yu's warning echoes in her ear. Silently, Bai Wei slips out of the window. Her wood element spiritual power creates a cushion under her feet, allowing her to land softly, like a cat. She pulls out a silenced pistol, aiming at the raider standing at the door. A faint gunshot rings out, and the man falls to the ground. But the other 2 react quickly, hiding behind cover. Little girl, you're asking for death. A man with a face full of flesh roars, raising his submachine gun and firing wildly. Bai Wei rolls swiftly to dodge, bullets ripping through the spot where she just stood. Her heart pounds like a drum, but her movements remain calm. A vine shoots out from her sleeve, wrapping around the gun-wielding man's wrist. Ah! The man screams, forced to lift his gun higher. White Wei seized the opportunity. She drew her sword, and a cold gleam flashed as blood splattered. The 3rd person tried to run but was tripped by vines she had set up at the door. White Wei stepped forward, pressing the tip of her sword against the person's throat. Please don't kill me, the person begged, trembling. White Wei's hand trembled. She remembered her last betrayal and Deng Yu's words. Mercy is a luxury. White Wei, covered in blood, leaned against a broken wall to catch her breath. Her left arm was scratched by a zombie, but she had quickly sealed the wound with spiritual energy. Still, the pain made her vision blacken. Around her, 7 zombie bodies lay dead, killed by her vines or her sword. But distant roars indicated more zombies were approaching.
Master.
I might not hold on much longer, she muttered, her fingers numb from the cold. There was silence in her earpiece for a few seconds before Deng Yu's calm voice said, "Use the jade pendant." White Wei was stunned for a moment, then grabbed the jade pendant on her chest. She infused it with wood element's spiritual power. Suddenly, the pendant burst into a bright green glow. An unprecedented power surged through her meridians, and her exhausted spiritual energy began to recover rapidly. This is... She looked at her hands in surprise. Kill, Deng Yu simply said. White Wei's eyes sharpened. She suddenly slammed her hands onto the ground. Several thick vines burst from the earth, wrapping around the approaching zombie horde like living creatures. She clenched her fists and all the vines tightened. The sound of bones breaking filled the air. When the last zombie fell, White Wei knelt on the ground, gasping heavily. But her eyes had changed, more sharp, colder. The snowstorm outside was fiercer than usual. White Wei stood at the staircase on the 32nd floor, her winter coat torn and stained with blood and dirt. Yet she stood straight, her gaze calm as a deep lake. Deng Yu opened the door, glancing over her disciple's many wounds, finally settling on the heavy bag she held, filled with crystal cores and 5 ID badges of the raiders. Mission exceeded expectations. White Wei's voice was hoarse but firm. 127 zombies, 8 raiders. Deng Yu took the bag, weighing it in her hand, then suddenly pressed her hand to White Wei's forehead. A gentle wave of spiritual energy entered, checking her meridians. Practicing qi at the 3rd level peak, Deng Yu's eyes showed a hint of surprise. It seems that killing is indeed the fastest way to cultivate. Bai Wei did not respond. Instead, she quietly took out the Taisu jade pendant. Master, The pendant saved my life on the 5th day.
It seems to.
Stores spiritual energy. Dengyu took the pendant and noticed the runes became clearer. She thought for a moment and said, "From today, you are considered to have graduated."
"Thank you, master," she said softly.
"Tomorrow. Can I learn more powerful skills?" Dengyu turned and walked toward the kitchen, taking out a self-heating hot pot from the gourd space.
"Eat first."
"Tomorrow, I will teach you thunder technique. Although you have a wood spirit root, your spiritual energy is enough for you to temporarily simulate thunder spells." Bai Wei's eyes lit up and she quickly followed. The girl who hesitated 7 days ago had disappeared, replaced by a true warrior of the post-apocalyptic world.